Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Thank you so much for making time to join us. Apologies for coming in a bit late today. We had a busy day shooting, and therefore to put myself together before coming in. I trust that we'll have a great time even as we continue with our discussion. President Ruto seems to be seeking to regulate domestic borrowing rates. He's given orders that no borrowing by government that will go beyond 10%. What do you make of the same? Is it just to safeguard government borrowing, or is seeking to regulate the whole borrowing business, or rather banks lending out money at a specific rate? And when it's open to the market forces, where the rate is determined by supply and demand. I don't know what you make of the same. Would love to look at that keenly. Bishop OLESAPIT advocates for out of court settlement of all elections petitions. What do you make of the same? Remember, OLESAPIT is the same bishop that was at Bomas when things fell apart, and he offered prayer to secure the illegality as alleged by the returning officer, or rather the agent for the NASA team at Bomas. And now he's presiding over the Ma community election disputes process. He says everybody who has a case in court to petition anyone who is wrongly declared a winner of the elections, that should be done out of court and not in court. What do you make of the same? Is that for reconciliation, or is that for running down our justice system that we suspect is already compromised? And of course, there are conditions for accessing the Hustler Fund. You know that the Hustler government is, in power based on the promises they gave in terms of making money available to all SMEs and anyone that needs the money. And it was to be without conditions because the people don't have collateral to be able to access the funding from the normal banking system of borrowing and injecting capital into their business. But a list is now issued of the conditions you must meet in order for you to access the Hustler Fund. Number one, you must form a youth or a women's group. You must belong to a youth or women's group. But two, you must draft a business proposal. Draft a business proposal. Then number three, produce good conduct certificates. Okay, is it good conduct certificate for the individuals in the group, or a good conduct certificate for the group? That is yet to be broken down. And number four, share residential address. They need to know where you live, and mark exactly who is this going with the money, where is it going to. Number five, produce signatures from four guarantors. Two must be your relatives. God have mercy. This is Hustler Fund access. You must have four guarantors. Two must be your relatives. And then number six, sign a non-disclosure agreement to serve a jail term for defrauding the government if you fail to repay within 6 months. Okay, number seven, open a bank account with National Bank or KCB. Number eight, produce a KRA PIN certificate. Number nine, pay small fee to register and get the loan which you will pay an interest as you return back the money, with the fund having a department in charge to ensure accountability. It will also involve Parliament to formulate laws to govern the operationalization. Well, that is Hustler Fund for you. Your relatives must come on board to serve as guarantors. Now that you don't have collateral, your relatives will be the collateral that you will deliver, and you must have two relatives among the four guarantors. And then, of course, you must sign a non disclosure agreement that if you default, you will be willing to go to jail for failing to repay. Well, I don't know how that eases up the process of obtaining credit from the Hustler Fund as opposed to banking and other whatever financial service providers. Ningependa tuangalie hiyo kwa kina. Hii ni njia moja ya kusema Hustler Fund haiwezekani ama ni nini? Karibu kila mmoja, na washukuru kwa kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Hii ni open forum, na wakaribisha nyote mahala popote ulipo. Ukiweza kutupata, tafadhali karibisha jirani yako, karibisha rafiki yako. Usitazame peke yako, hakikisha kwamba wote tuko hapa na tunajadili masuala yanayotuhusu kama nchi, kama wenyeji, kama wageni, kama vile tunapaswa kuangazia mambo haya. Kwa hivyo karibu kila mmoja, usisalie nyuma. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Alafu utajipata papa hapa ambapo tutajadili kwa kina masuala haya yanayohusu jinsi utakavyopokea hiyo loan ilisemekana ya Hustler, ya kusaidia wamama mboga, ya kusaidia mtu wa chini, mtu wa mkokoteni, mtu wa hapo chini. Imesemekana watu wa chini lazima wajiunge na vikundi. Wakishajiunga na vikundi, wote wapate certificate of good conduct. Tena watafute wana relatives, utafute mtu wa jamii wawili ambao watakwenda kusimama kama guarantors, kwamba una uwezo wa kutumia hizi hela vizuri, alafu ukarejesha. Tena unapaswa kusaini kwamba ukikosa kurejesha hiyo hela utakwenda korokoroni. Sasa mimi nauliza, hii ndio njia ya kufanya kupokea hela za biashara rahisi, ama hii ina complicate mambo? Tofauti ya hii na youth fund na uwezo fund na women fund ni nini? Ningependa tu tuangazie hilo kwa kina tunapoangazia tena. Rais Ruto amesema leo kwamba kuna kuchukua hela ama deni kutoka kwa Wakenya kama hawatapeana hiyo loan at 10% or below. Mimi nauliza, hii ndio njia moja ya serikali kuingilia masuala ya biashara ya kupeana hela, ama ni lipi? Does the government seek to regulate the borrowing rates for the participants, or what do you make of this particular announcement? Thank you, everybody. We salute you even as we continue with the conversation. I really want to appreciate everybody for making every effort to continue following Mtembei TV. I trust you are profiting by a reason of interacting with different Kenyans as they air their views and their take on what is transpiring in our country. Nekta Nyambane, karibu kwa show. Kuna Margaret, karibu, hi to you. Alafu kuna Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad, karibu sana kwa show. Na washukuru nyote. Kuna Nyabwanzu Fred, hi to you, thank you so much. Of Francis Mwembezi, hello to you, how are you? I'm all fine, thank you so much. Hustler Fund is government money that needs serious follow-up, so government is right. Okay. But that is not what we were told when the campaigns were on. It was to defame the Fuliza, to defame Mshwari, to defame and Makuf, Lisa, Mshwari, and all these other borrowing app for borrowing don't have all these conditions of 2 relatives, 4 friends, certificate of good conduct, belong to a group, get this, all that is not available. So what makes the Hustler Fund different and easier than the Fuliza or the Mshwari? If I have to go for certificate of good conduct, certificate of good conduct is available at a fee. You don't get it at appearance. Then to get guarantors, 4 guarantors, is not a walk in the park. Today, everybody's for himself. Who is willing to put his name and his money at stake because he wants you to get a loan? And he said 2 of the guarantors must be relatives. Ni game na mlichezewa hapa, kubalini mambo yaishe. Hapa hakuna kitu, hakuna Hustler Fund. Ni hii Dr. Ruto anatafuta jinsi ya kukwepa ahadi zake kwa Wakenya. Tusijidanganye hapa. Haya, karibu kila mmoja tunapoendelea na mjadala wetu. Let us get this video and then we will proceed further in the conversation. Thank you.
Sasa ameamrisha Wizara ya Fedha kukoma mara moja kukopa mikopo ya humu ndani nchini ambayo inatozwa riba ya zaidi ya 10%.
Na hii inatokana na mkopo wa serikali wa shilingi bilioni 75 uliochukuliwa kutoka kwa wananchi wiki jana kwa riba ya asilimia 14.
Na katika mwaka wa kifedha utakaofika mwisho mwezi Juni mwaka ujao, serikali inapanga kukopa shilingi 587 bilioni humu nchini.
I have also given instructions to the Ministry of Finance that yes, we will go to the market, and if we find that in the market we cannot find money at 10%, we will go back and relook at other sources. It's not possible for us to borrow at beyond 10%. Anything 12, the last borrowing that we did was at 14%. That is unacceptable. And that's the trajectory we are going. I don't know whether it is good news for you. I don't know whether it is bad news, but that's where we are going. I'm sorry, gentlemen and ladies, because this is your country as well. I don't think anyone seated here would approve us to continue borrow and take our country to debt in a way that is not sustainable. Given instructions to the Ministry of Finance that yes, we will go to the market, and if we find that in the market we cannot find money at 10%, we will go back and relook at other sources. It's not possible for us to borrow at beyond 10%. Anything 12, the last borrowing that we did was at 14%. That is unacceptable. And that's the trajectory we are going. I don't know whether it is good news for you. I don't know whether it is bad news, but that's where we are going. I'm sorry, gentlemen and ladies, because this is your country as well. I don't think anyone seated here would approve us to continue borrow and take our country to debt in a way that is not sustainable.
Hiyo ambazo zinaendelea kotini, hiyo ndio tumekuja kukaa chini kama jamii, na tunasema tungetaka kuomba yeyote ambaye ameweka kesi juu ya mwingine katika jamii hii kotini kwa sababu ya mambo ya siasa na uchaguzi uliopita, tumekuja kukaa chini viongozi hao wote na kusema tuondoe kesi hizo ili tuweze kutafuta namna na mbinu ambayo tutakaa chini tena baada ya hii kutafuta umoja ya wale wote ambao wanaongoza, kwa sababu tuna imani na tunaamini ya kwamba watu wakikaa pamoja wataweza kufanya mambo yao makubwa na kuachieve katika nyanja zote ambayo watakuwa wanaendelea. Lakini watu wakitengana itakuwa ni mfurutano ya hapa na pale na hakuna mtu atanufaika, na watoto wetu wale wamesaliwa na hawajasaliwa watakosa nafasi ya kuingia.
Now let's take a short break. When you come back, we'll have more news for you here on News Desk. Do stay tuned.
Haya mambo ni kama hayo, naendelea kutegea Mtembei TV tunapoangazia siasa zetu na jinsi tutakavyotatua matatizo yetu. Huyo ni Bishop OLESAPIT, anasema kesi zote zitolewe kotini, zirejeshwe kwa wananchi ama wazee wakaamue, ili umoja ukadhamiri katikati yetu. Swali kwake ni kwamba hizi kesi zinapoamuliwa kotini kuna makosa yepi na linaleta uhasama upi? There is more justice with the elders than there is with our courts of law. We see advocating that our courts of law will not enhance the cohesion and the unity required in our communities. Secondly, is he reverting back to tribalism, since he now wants to settle the scores within his backyard based on a specific tribe? Is it a community issue or is it an injustice and justice issue? Ningependa pia tuangazie hilo kwa kina, ili tuone kwamba uongozi tunaopewa, hata kama unatoka kanisani, uko na ukweli ama bado unatafuta jinsi ya kuficha huo ukweli ili uongo uendelee kudhamiri. I believe as church ministers, we must first and foremost stand for what is right and what is valid and what is just. And asking somebody to withdraw a case from the court simply because that will enhance the unity of the community. When did it, not matter whether the truth is known or not? What is being covered up here is something that we need to look at. And I miss the old days when we had and then the CPK church advocate for justice and push for just treatment of all Kenyans and all political leaders in the time of President Moi. What is happening with ACK Church and its leadership? Why are they advocating for behind door settlements other than the quest and the search for justice? Nikapenda tu tuangalie hilo pia kwa kina, ili tusikue watu ambao tunafuata mambo ambayo hayaeleweki ama mambo ambayo haisaidii haki kwa mwananchi. Because election disputes have something to do with what the people decided and what the IBC missed, or what the IBC did not pick from what the people decided. So if the contestants are the only ones to settle that matter, what happens to the masses that went out early in the morning to vote? Do they matter? Is it important that they woke up early to go and express their choice on the ballot? Or it's just a matter of let the contestants meet and agree, and that will take care of every other person? Is this not one way of destroying our electoral system and destroying the faith of the masses in our electoral system? I just want to invite you to look at it also, so that we don't just push everything under the carpet. I believe it is important that we look at it very keenly. Ningependa uangalie kwa kina. President anasema kama apewi loan kwa interest chini ya 10% hachukui. Hii siyo njia ya kujaribu kuregulate the borrowing rate without right legislation or without the free market that demand and supply determines the rate. Ningependa kuangalia kwa kina, is it a clever way of trying to regulate the borrowing rate without necessarily going through the due process? And OLESAPIT, the bishop, advocating for out-of-court settlement of all election petition from a particular region. Is it a just process? Is it going to enhance our justice system, or is just settling scores and that takes care of everything? Does that enhance our election? Does that enhance our being at peace with the process by which people become leaders? And the main issue today is the conditions given for accessing the Hustler Fund. Very different from what was promised during the campaigns. Now you have to bring your relatives, you have to bring guarantors, you have to bring certificate of good conduct, you have to belong to the group, you have to sign that you will go to jail if you fail to pay the loan. Who is going for the Hustler Fund? And is will Mama Mboga and mtu wa mkokoteni na chini be able to access all these requirements in order to access the loan? Thank you everybody. Ningependa tuangazie kwa kina, tafadhali mahala popote ulipo, karibu, endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu, usitazame peke yako. Ni muhimu kufuata kwa kina na wewe pia kuchangia. So link ya kutumia kuingia studio ndio hiyo nimepeana. Cha muhimu hapa ningependa kuwakumbusha pia, hawezi kuingia studio kutoka Facebook ama kutoka Twitter. There is a regulated way of sharing the link. So the best way for you to get into the studio is follow the link that we are sharing on YouTube. And if you're not a YouTube subscriber, please do so that you will be able to access the studio without much hindrance. Wherever you are around the world, you are watching Mtembei TV. Let's do the necessary as we look at this keenly and be able to ask right questions in order to demand right answers and be able to tell where are we headed with all these. I want to appreciate everybody for their participation, and don't relent, don't quit. It is time to be consistent and follow through so that we tell each other the truth, other than pretend around that everything is all right when nothing is all right at all. Nikependa wale vijana ambao mlikuwa na psyche ya kupokea Hustler Fund, mmeona list imetolewa ya conditions ambazo lazima upate ndio uchukue hii hela. Muko ready na hii mambo yote? Muko na certificate of good conduct, muko na group, youth group, women group, whichever group, muko tayari kuandika kwamba mkikosa kulipa hela mtakwenda korokoroni? Muko tayari let me just go down that list again, just to keep us in proper perspective. Here are some of the requirements that will be needed for you to apply for the Hustler Fund. Number 1, you must form a youth or women group. Number 2, must draft a business proposal. Number 3, you must produce good conduct certificate. Number 4, you should share residential address. Number 5, you should produce signatures from 4 guarantors. 2 must be your relatives. Number 6, you should sign a non-disclosure agreement to serve a jail term for defrauding the government if you fail to repay within 6 months. Number 7, open a bank account with National Bank of Kenya or KCB. Number 8, you must produce KRA PIN certificate. And number 9, pay small fee to register and get the loan, which you will pay an interest as you return back the money. Now, those are the conditions for accessing Hustler Fund. My question is, mtu wa chini able to meet those conditions? are they able to get all that put together? What makes the Hustler Fund different from the other funds, the Women Fund, the Wezo Fund, the Youth Fund, and all these business proposals and all those conditions? Ningependa tu tuangazie kwa kina tunapoongea masuala haya. Karibu kila mmoja, naendelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili kusikue na yeyote atakayesalia nyuma kwa mambo haya ambayo serikali ya Kenya Kwanza inatuletea, uhondo ama machungu. Kwa vyovyote vile tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tunasimama kidede kuhakikisha kwamba kuna Mkenya atakayedanganywa, ila kila Mkenya atafanya uamuzi ambao unatokana na ufahamu mzuri anapofanya uchaguzi wa kuchagua lipi la kufanya. Hii Hustler Fund itafanya kazi. Halafu masuala ya rate of borrowing ni itaamuliwa na Dr. Ruto ama itaamuliwa na soko, kulingana na vile mambo yalivyo hapa Kenya. Tuko na ile inaitwa free market. Free market ni ile the force of demand and supply determine the rate. Lakini sasa hivi anasema kama ni sio chini ya 10% hakuna kuchukua loan. Is that a way of trying to regulate the borrowing and the lending of money without legislation, or what? Let's get talking. Thank you, everybody. Get busy. Let's look at it keenly and be able to tell each other the truth. Kenya Kwanza ina habari njema kwa watu wa chini, ama watu wa chini wameambulia patufu? Let's talk. My Redeemer lives. You are in the dark. What's happening? My Redeemer lives. Atukupati kwa njia iliyo safi. I think utatoka alafu rekebishe mitambo. We can't get what you're saying. There is something wrong with your configuration. Please make it right first. You get out of the studio. If you're using your phone, restart it so that it is able to configure properly. Thank you. Ndugu Chaga, vipi?
Salama sana brother Bernard, habari za kushinda huko?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Na mimi namshukuru Mungu kaka. Kwanza nishukuru kwa kunipa hii nafasi. Weza kuchangia mawili matatu ili tuone Kenya yetu tunaipeleka wapi, na si kwa minajili ya mimi na Bernard, lakini kwa minajili ya vizazi vinavyokuja. Kwa hiyo tutaanzia hapo kwa Hustler Fund, which nimekaa tu nikiwaeleza watu muda mrefu ambao walikuwa bado wanahadaika. Ukifikiria labda hii pesa ni burebure tu, wataweza kuchukua na kwenda tu nayo hivi hivi, lakini sasa leo imedhihirika wazi kama masharti ni hayo uliyoyatoa. Kwa hiyo mtu achague mwenyewe, edha anyoe ama asuke. Maana kwangu mimi tayari nilikuwa nimejua hii ni biashara ya mtu binafsi. Niliposikia kauli kwamba uweze pewa pesa burebure tu ukafikiria utapewa tu burebure, hapo tu nilipogundua kwamba hii pesa ni lazima ni pesa ambayo ni ya biashara ya mtu. Usipolipa wewe chako kimotoni. Kwa hiyo wajipange, wana bodaboda, wana mama mboga, mahasela, wajipange. Tarehe inakaribia, tarehe 1 wa lunch. Sasa wamepewa mapema masharti, wachague wenyewe. Lakini nikirudi vile vile hapo tukiingia katika haya masuala ya hayo masharti, sijui kwa nini kuwe na mikakati mingi hivyo. Ni maswali inajipa, yani najiuliza swa kichwani mwangu. Kwa sababu wakati wa kampeni haikuwa imechorwa hii picha hii. Ilipakwa mafuta hii Hustler Fund hadi ikaangamiza 6,000 za baba vizuri tu, mpaka mzee wa watu akaambua, hizi zako zitatoka wapi bwana wewe? Sisi tutahakikisha tumeleta pesa mashinani, pesa mfukoni. Hii ndio pesa mfukoni. Hii ndio ahadi ambayo tulikuwa tunaisubiri itupeleke kwenye nchi ya maziwa na nyama. Kenyans, let's wake up. Tuamke. Sisi hapa tupondi tena. Tulikubali serikali ndio hiyo, tukakubali na hatuna jinsi. Kwa hiyo cha kunishangaza ni yale mageugeu, kila kukicha hili, kila kukicha hili. Na walianzia mbali huko kwa mbegu zinazoitwa sijui GMO sijui nini. Furukutani siku mbili limeisha, watu wanazuka na mapya. Hadi leo masharti ndio hayo yamejitokeza. Je, wewe mabamboga na wewe bodaboda, wazo lako ni lipi? Kichwa kilini mwako. Hapa tulazimishi mtu. Uzuri wa paneli hii, uko huru kuchangia, kila cha unakiona ni kwako ni sahihi. Hakuna mtu anakubugudhi hapa. Lakini jiulize maswali. Kama hiyo Hustler Fund ni hii, na zile nyumba nazo zinazojengwa za free, masharti yake ni yale tunayoambiwa ni 2,500 kwa mwezi, tena baada ya miaka 20 nyumba inakuwa yako. Kama hii Hustler Fund ni hivi, je, hizo nyumba nazo dereva, kichwa akilini mwako, ujiulize tu. Ukishapata hii picha, hatukwambii njoo kwa Azimio. Baki Kenya, tushikane wote, tuhakikishe tunataka uongozi ulio thabiti, uongozi ambao utamhakikishia mwana Kenya anajisikia imani na nchi yake. Tusiletwe vitimbi tu hapa vya kila siku, na kila siku baadhi yetu hatutaki kuondoka pale. Mnatufona sisi na kina Bernard na kina Julia na wale ambao tunazungumzia kuhusiana haya maswala, labda tunaingilia. Hatuwaingilii, ni kuonyesha ule njia sahihi ya kufata. Na sisi kelele zetu si bure. We believe, na mimi na imani hizi ndizo zitakazo komboa hii nchi, kuliko kunyamaza tu. Itafikia wakati ziwe hizi sauti hakuna, maana bado ni changa tu, lakini huu uhuru huu. Mmemsikia Gachagua leo akizungumza, nyinyi wanahabari. Kwa hiyo kama ni kujipanga, tujipange mapema. Huu mgomba ukishaanguka hatuwezi usimamisha tena, tutakosa mgoma, na ndizi ikiwa changa tumekosa. Lakini tukibandika gongo, uongo ndizi itakomaa. Na gongo ambalo tulibandika pale ni kuhakikisha wote tumetoka kwa kauli moja. Hatutaki. Hatusemi baba aingie kwenye uongozi, hatusemi nani aingie kwenye uongozi, but what we need as Kenyans ni kuhakikisha tunakuwa na serikali yenye uwazi, isitufimbe macho kwa kuturambisha maneno ya asali tu, kumbe ndani kuna njama. Na mfano mzuri ni huu wa Hustler Fund. Kwa hiyo kwa sababu ni mapema, brother Bernard, nitaachia pale kidogo nisikize wenzangu, ili kusudi tujipange tuone kama mambo mengi tu ya kuchambua yako hapa, lakini kama introduction tu. Kwa hivyo Mkenya, hiari yako, utanyoa ama utasuka?
Asante bwana Chagi, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, utangulizi mzuri kweli. Tunaendelea mbele tukichambua mambo haya. Hustler Fund ndio hiyo. Conditions, masharti kibao. Sasa sijui mtu wa chini ataingiliaje hapo. Tumekuwa na youth fund, business proposal, certificate of good conduct, be in operation for 6 months. Hiyo conditions zote hazikuweza, the very few people were able to meet it, and so they didn't even access the fund. What makes the Hustler Fund different And when will Kenya Kwanza come out forthrightly and tell the Kenyans the truth about everything? They came up and said Fuliza ni mbaya because he's asking for this particular percentage. Mshwari ni mbaya, ni maswala yote ni mbaya. Na hizi whatever borrowing apps zote doesn't require all these things. Of all things is to sign that you will accept to go to jail if you fail to pay the loan in 6 months. Nauliza ni kina mama mboga wapi, watu wa mkokoteni wepi, watu wa bodaboda wepi watakao sign mkataba kama huo? Wakenya ndio tumo ama vipi? Ndikuchaga anasema mtakubali either mnyoe ama msuke, lakini mambo ni kama hayo. Naomba tusonge mbele katika mjadala wetu tunapoangazia mambo tofauti. We are looking at President Ruto seeks to regulate domestic borrowing. Nasema kama loan haipeani less than 10% hawachukui. Is that not a clever way of trying to regulate the borrowing rate? OLESAPIT says mambo yote iliyo kotini tolewe inayohusu elections ili kila jamii ijiamulie vile viongozi watakuwa. Wale ambao walitangazwa kwamba washindi hata kama hawakushinda waachiliwe waendelee ili jamii ikuwe na umoja. Hii ndio njia ya kuwa na umoja ama ndio njia ya kuficha ukweli ili uongo udhamiri? And akiwa bishop wa ACK hapa awali ilikuwa inaitwa CPK, ambayo iliongoza campaign kinyume na serikali ya Moi wakati ilikuwa inanyanyasa wanasiasa wa opposition. Nauliza, ni kuni zimezaa jivu vile inasema huko kwetu? Has firewood given birth to ashes? What happened to the forthright ACK that pushed for justice? What is changing in this country? Are our church leaders still valuing the truth and justice, or they are looking for the convenient way of remaining relevant even when what they are pushing for is wrong all the way? Karibuni kila moja, tuongee kwa kina. My Redeemer lives. Karibu, vipi leo?
Niko poa Bernard. Mnanisikia?
Ya, unapatikana. Karibu sana.
Hi everyone. Hope mko wazima. Dunia ina mambo we. I think chaka. Hatujajuana vile, but with time we shall know each other. Mimi uko tu kwa ground. So I decided to join you people because I'm a Kenyan. We need to tell each other the truth. Tuambiane ukweli. Mimi Bernard Mieto nimechoka na Kenya. By the way, it's like I'm just tired. Ni ile maandiki ilisema itafika wakati mtakuwa mnaitisha kifo na watoroka. I think it is the time Kenyans now. We are in that state. Unatamani nchi pasuki kumeza but inakutema. So Ruto ameamua ole wao wenye walimpigia kura wakasema hatupangwingwi. They sang. I can remember Bernard, kuna wakati niliota. Unajua mimi sometimes Mungu penda kunionyesha vitu kwa ndoto before elections. Na nimeona hiyo kitu imehappen. Niliona mama, it's my neighbor, hapendi Mjaluo hata siku moja, hata ukusiye mteje Raila, it's a Kikuyu lady. So niliota huyu mama anatembea akikampenia Raila. Ati hey, ikiwa mnataka chakula pigeni Raila chakula ni kura. Anatembea na zingo, but people were ignoring the message. Hakuna mtu alikuwa na, yani ni kama yeye anaenda tu akimbe, nyinyi kama mnataka food pigeni Raila kura. You know, nimekuja ku realize what that dream was. The ignorance of Kenyans. Nona, they ignored the positive side, wakafuata the negative side. Sasa niambie, ukikataa kulipa deni unafungwa. Juzi mzee alisema anatoa watu kwa CRB. Mimi sijaona nikitolewa kwa CRB. It was hot and air. First November nilikuwa nangoja message nione, nothing has happened. So wenye mnangoja loan ya hustlers, surely NYS zilienda, hustlers hakuna kitu hapo. Ni I think sijui tutanyoa nywele ama tutashuka. I think ni kunyoa. heri unyoe ubaki kipare julikana wewe you don't have hair like that, yani ujulikana. Tunaomboleza by the way Bernard, angalia Isaya aliomboleza kwa ajili ya nchi kwa miaka 3, alinyoa upara akatembea uchi bila viatu kwa sababu ya nchi. Can we do that as Christians? Prayers and action. Sisi tunasema tunaomba and we are seated there. We should not allow ourselves the devil to take control of everything. But then shetani ameingia kwa nchi ya Kenya. This person who's leading people mwenye wanaita bishop is not the really servant of God. Ruto watu wanamwonanga akimwaga machozi akilia crocodile tears. They think this mtu analilia Mungu ama it's like the zile watu wanyaliwa ndo wanamhaunt. Zile movies za Nigeria zikuja za happen Kenya. I think it should come to Kenya. I must confess, I think Ruto must confess and the group, because this man, mkitaka kujua hii serikali na mauaji, the first day akitaka kuapishwa usiku wake the bus collapsed and people died. What the, yani ni image Mungu, yani dunia Mungu alikuwa anaionyesha dunia inaomboleza hiyo uongozi yake ni ya umwagikaji damu. And I think these people had a mission to capture Raila. Naye Mungu ni nani? They wanted to do this, wajolo watoke wapigane, waseme Raila amenicite people aenda ICC afungwe. But Mungu naye ni nani? Mungu anateteanga wanyonge. Nobody alienda kwa streets, and I thank God for that. So they are doing this to force people to go on and imefika sasa hatutakanyagwa sana. Unajua ukikanyaga nyoka mkia ya nyoka kuwa ready kuumwa. So I think Ruto ametukanyaga ya kutosha. He should face the consequences. Nothing has happened. And I don't know 100 days zinaisha lini. Nothing has done. Sasa leo anacheka akisema hey, mnisamee, we have to cut off some how many billions. You know, this is the way of people going to loot. Hakuna kitu hapa. Hawa watu walienda hapo kujaza mfuko yao. Hizi ma projects mnaona kila na ile chata nyalisaiti ya mama Bernard tumefuatilia chata ina function kabla ingie kwa kura alisign wa mama chama akasijue which chata sign. Sijaona mama the day bishop alisema Kenya kwisha. Na I think your bishop anafaa pewa soda because she prophesied what is happening. Kenya kwisha. That is the name surely. And this Kenya kwisha, those the only chosen ones should stand and say no more Kenya kwisha. Nilikuwa nauliza wa Kristo wenzangu, do you know the meaning of the word wheelbarrow? I was criticized. Nikaambua sisi tuende na Raila Bondo, we don't know what we are talking. Tunakataa bishop, huyu anajua Mungu, bibi yake anajua kuvaa, si kama bibi ya Raila ni mzee anavaa kama inaitwanga hiki tujilipatikana kwa beach Mombasa. People said a lot of things and beautiful languages. Nikamwambia kumbukeni huyu mtu hata nyinyi ni wazazi mmezaa, kesho mtoto wenu atatukanwa hivi. How will you feel? Huyu mzee mnaita mganga, heri huyo mganga at least akona roho atatuongoza njia. Maana panapo wazee kuna kamwangaza. Lakini hivi tunye mmejiaka digital life ndio imefanya Kenya saa hii inaenda inadidimia. Meli inaanguka by the way. Basi iko tika super highway, brakes zimekatika na kuna driver ndani na makanga. Mwenye anaweza kanyaga emergency brakes. Na there are passengers inside. This is what Kenya is now. The airplane is in the air without a pilot, without signals to show where we landing. This is our country. So then me aki sijui if I can have powers, I fly like an angel. Niende niongelesha Ruto kwa maskini mwambie, are you really in your senses? Are you seeing what is happening or you are blind? Maandiki ilisema watu wangu hupotea ni kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa hekima na wanakosa maarifa. Wana macho lakini hawaoni. Wako na masikio wanasikia lakini hawasikii. Wako na vinywa vya kunena lakini hawawezi, wamepotoshwa. Sasa Sapita, mimi hata Sapita hata hiyo jina hata sijui ni. I don't know ni Sapita, I don't know Sapita. That man is just stupid man. I don't know if hizo nguo anavanga ni kala tu, lakini ndani ya roho that man is so stupid. Even siwezi nikamheshimu hata ya kanisa naweza toka if I ningekuwa mshirika wa church. Mabishop wenye wako hapa, in fact I used to follow them online. Nilitoka Bernard. From what I saw, mabishops wakubwa wenye wanafaa wasimama waombee taifa. Juzi uliona Nganga na tusi hapo, watu anaambia watu waache kufuata Ruto, ati Ruto ametoa pesa. Kwani hii Kenya mnanunua vyakula, taxes zinaenda wapi? Sure, for God's sake. Why are these people misleading people? Na alafu mtu unampata na sadaka, mnaenda kumwagia mtu already ako na malandi. Wewe mwenyewe una hata kiatu ya kala kwa mguu, lakini unapelekea mtu sadaka mwenye ashatajirika na anakutusi na uko pale. Even I can't tolerate that nonsense. Kwani ndio kanisa? Si niende nianzisha yangu chini ya mti basi, Mungu atanisikia. Because Kenya saizi sidhani kama kuna mabishop wanaweza simama kama wakati za alikuwa anaita Ndiki mwana wa Nzeki. Those people are so straight on the point. Government ikienda hivi wanaikosoa. Lakini these entertainers alafu wanapelekwa sijui State House, wanapikiwa nyama, wanaambiwa ongeeni lugha. Hizo ni ndimi za mapepo, misambo, jogi ndo zimejaa ndani ndo wanena. There is nothing like Holy Spirit there. They're going to entertain the devil. Ati nena ndimi wanaenda kukemea nini State House? Ama ndo wanaenda kukaribisha majini. Ndio wamekaribisha majini, watu wamekufa kama inzi. Mwanaume amekata mwanamke huko, sijui amemzika, mara mtoto, mara wamechomeka. And make you those funny things Mount Kenya, surely. Then this Ruto, Chieta, Akiango should quit the office and leave and go. Kenya tumechoka. Wamama tutaenda wapi na watoto? Tutaenda wapi? Unga ni by next year you'll be buying 300. Unga ya ugali Bernard. Niambie mama yako nyumbani na ngoje mtumbie sukari. Ni unga utanunua Nairobi, si hizi ndawa zinaenda kuvunjika. As ladies tutaamini kupata pesa. This is one way of marriages breaking up. Mzee ameenda amehustle hajapata, pengine hata kitu amepata hata kama 200, anakuja anakuambia ndio nimepata. Hutaamini, utasema akona mwanamke huko nje, because life imekuwa hard. Hata wanaume ukiangalia this man, mwanaume anaongea peke yake kwa barabara. Sometimes hii government sijui ni Mungu aliumba watu, although maandiko nasema nimewaumba, nimeweka hapa na purpose kwa sababu ya ile siku ya hukumu. I think Ruto amewekwa hapo kwa sababu ya siku ya judgment. I really congratulate God for creating him, so that in the day of judgment we shall know the truth. Although I'm not pure, it's only God Jesus only who is pure. Lakini hii ni life Bernard. Watu wengine waingie watoe maoni, at least tusikie. I'm stressed up, hata answers zitatushika.
It is well, it's well. My Redeemer lives. Thank you so much for that. We will engage, we will agitate, we will picket, we will demonstrate until we get what is rightfully ours. We cannot leave our country in the wrong hands, simply because that it fell there. Kianguka kwa matope, unaamka mara moja, unajipanguza, unaendelea na safari. So kuvunjika kwa mwiko sio mwisho wa upishi. Lazima tujisatiti kama Wakenya, tukafanya yale tunapaswa kuyafanya ili tukavuke. Kuna wale ambao wanataka kubadilisha debate ikuwe kwa ODM versus Azimio. Mzee Penny ako hapo kwa comment section anajaribu kuingilia masuala yasiyo muhusu. Okay? Mkataba wa Azimio, acha nikueleze vizuri vile ilivyo. Mkataba wa Azimio ilikuwa unaruhusiwa kuwa mshirika ama mhusika wa Azimio miezi 6 kabla ya uchaguzi, alafu miezi 3 baada ya uchaguzi. After that you are to choose your way. You can go independent, you can join another coalition and all that. So there is nothing unusual that is happening within the Azimio fraternity. And there is no marriage that is by force. Ukiona nyumba imezidi basi unakanyaga. Hiyo ndio hali ilivyo. So it's nothing unusual. It's nothing unusual. And then the other excuses are just normal, and irresponsible people. Okay? Kwa sababu kama kuna kushare viti alafu umepewa fulani, kama Waluka alipewa kiti. Okay, Waluke mwenyewe yako korokoroni. Sasa tufanyeje? Kiti kae wazi mpaka nani aje? Hiyo mambo msiingilie tafadhali, tujisatiti tu kufanya ile tunapaswa kufanya. President Ruto seeks to regulate domestic borrowing rates. What is your take on the same? OLESAPIT advocates for out-of-court resolution for all elections petition in my community. Is this how to enhance justice or to sweep everything under the carpet? Let us talk. Conditions for accessing Hustler Fund. It's out, a list of 9 items and all of them seem almost impossible for mama mboga, mtu wa mkokoteni na mtu wa chini. Mambo yatakuwa vipi? Well, I'll make one appeal before I can bring in another person to make their submission. There is a new channel that we have launched called Sound Candid Talk. It's strictly for talk shows that we are hosting different people as they air their views on leadership and otherwise. Today we spend the best of the day interviewing an old preacher by the name Dr. James Kamata. Those of you in Nairobi, you are aware of Kamata Music School, something like that. The father of the proprietor of that school, he was the one where we spent most of the day interviewing and was giving us the history of the church in Kenya and where the church has fallen and where the church needs to do and what is the role she should play in pushing for right leadership. We'll be uploading that later on, I think in the course of today. So ningependa tu kama uja subscribe kwa hiyo channel, subscribe now. Na ukisha subscribe nisaidie kuhakikisha kwamba una niletea watu wawili watatu, nataka watu 10. Ukiniletea tu watu 10 subscribers, cause niko na target ya kupata 1000 subscribers in 7 days. We have already gone 2 days and we are not doing badly, but I want us to go forcefully. So kwa hii show peke yake ningependa tu push tafadhali to get subscribers. Na wakati una subscribe tafadhali turn on the notification bell. Like yesterday we closed at 125 subscribers. Now they have dropped to 122. That means 3 people did not turn on the notification bell. When you don't do that, YouTube sweeps you out because they think you are a robot. So tafadhali ukisubscribe hakikisha you turn on the notification bell for all notifications. That will help a great deal. So please nisaidie wakati tunaendelea na mjadala wa leo ukisubscribe. I'm sharing the link right now. Kama uja subscribe, please do so. If you have subscribed, help me get 1 more person to subscribe, 2 more people to subscribe, 10 people to subscribe, so that we hit that target of 1000 subscribers in the next remaining 5 days. If we do that, we'll have done very well. That is going to be a very rich channel that will be bringing you seasoned people who will be telling you what we need to do. I have an appointment to interview key leaders, the old retired politicians, current politicians. It's a very, very rich channel. I encourage you not to be left out by what will be happening there. Then iko hii spirited campaign for us to play Tony Kiama's video. Niliwaambia vizuri, Tony Kiama is my personal friend. Okay? Ni mtu ambaye nimejua as early as high school. So sio maswala ambaye tulikutana na yeye online. So niko na katika hii Mtembei TV niliwaambia mimi sio mfanyikazi Mtembei TV. Mimi niko hapa kama volunteer, okay? So maswala which video to play and which video not to play sio yangu kuamua peke yangu. Kuna wahusika ambao wanahusika. And when the video implies somebody or mentions somebody, that becomes a personal issue. Then if you are sued as Mtembei TV for defamation, right now there is a media house that is paying 20 million to a particular judge of the Supreme Court for defamation. There's another one that is paying 5 million. hiyo hela mimi jana tukakusanya hela ya kusaidia our sister Pamela. Okay. Fortunately or unfortunately, we didn't even get close to 20k. Okay, so 5 million mtanichangia hapa. So relaxini tafadhali, hiyo video itengenezwe vizuri. Kama itafaa itachezwa, kama haiwezi kuchezwa tuachane nayo tafadhali. You have the video, watch it and you can share with your team, that's okay. But when it involves wanasiasa na sahi wako na njaa wanatafuta hela, mimi sitaki shida. So wacha wale wahusika wakiapprove, we will play. If they don't, let that matter settle there. Thank you very much. So tafadhali subscribe on Sound Candid Talk. Don't relent. Call 1, 2, 3, 4 people to subscribe as well. Invite somebody to watch the show. Dunia ina mambo. The world has issues. How are you, sir? Dunia ina mambo. Are you still there?
Yes, Samia Bernard, asante sana. Habari zenu? Nimeona topic hapo imewekwa, wacha tuongee juu hii topic kidogo, ambayo ya kukopa pesa kwa wananchi. Hasa pesa utakuwa kwa biashara Haya, shukran. So pesa unakopa kwa biashara wananchi, unakopa intano Kenya hapa, alafu umewekewa masharti lazima ikuwe 10% hiyo ya kukopa ndani. Sasa mtoa biashara gani Kenya atakopa Kenya? Kenya ikikataa kulipa utampeleka kwa koti gani? Na koti yetu hapa ni corrupt. Safadhali aende kukopa nje, wakikataa huko watajua bila utafanyana na nchi zingine. Kwa nini atataka kukopi watu wa ndani? Ndio wadhulumu. Kwa sababu yeye tamu yake kiisha, mwingine akiingia inaweza rukwa na utampeleka wapi? So mambo ya kukopa pia watu waangalie, wale ambao wana business people ambao watakubali kukopa, unajua wataweka pesa yao pia kwa risk. Kwa sababu gani? Sijaona nchi ambao president anakopa ndani kwa ndani. Unakopanga World Bank ndio unakopa pesa kwao. Wao unakopa nchi. Nyinyi kwa nyinyi, si mambo unakopa kwa wananchi. Hiyo nakuanga pair au kama ni private, si unakopa. Kama kitu unataka kifanywe na una pesa, unapea private company au private business people wanafanya hiyo kazi. Wewe unakuwa na share hapo kama serikali. Kwa sababu watu watakuwa wanalipa ushuru. Sasa ukikopa kwao, ushuru utakuwa unawapunguzia. Ushuru itakuwa watalipa tu kama kawaida. Hawa jamaa hawana agenda. Hawa jamaa hawana plan. Alafu hii fund pia nasikia unasema hizi mafund ya maskini, nasikia imewekwa masharti. Lazima kuwe na good conduct. Na masala wengi bwana ni wa kuvuta bangi, wako na good conduct kweli ya kupata hii kitu. Au good conduct imewekewa kina nani? So kama tena umesaweka masharti, sasa itasaidia aje? Kama ingekuwa na sharti ingekuwa mzuri. Kama waweke sharti ambao wanaleta inaleweka. Sio sharti ya kuambia watu kwenda kukopa pesa kuwa na good conduct, kwa sijui uko na nini. So itasaidia. Sasa kwa nini inaitwa fund ya maskini? So peleke basi watu university huko. Au ndio sasa basi watalipa. Na pia sasa alisema hii pesa ikikopwa hakuna kulipa nini? Sasa alisema hakuna kulipa na interest kubwa. So interest pia umeongeza ndani. Lakini mimi pale niko na wasiwasi hii kuboro pesa ndani ya nini? Ya inchi, hapo sioni biashara kama hiyo. Ni kama wewe unaishi kwa mama yako, bori pesa kwa mama yako. Alafu mama yako anategemea utamlipa pesa. Wewe mama yako akuboro pesa. Anambia kijana wangu, nitumie kama 10,000 nitakulipa. Wewe utadai mama yako pesa. Sio itakuwa imeenda hivyo. Huwezi dai mama yako pesa. Sasa kukopa huwezi mdai. Hata ufanye nini? So Ruto anataka kukopa kwa Wakenya, wa biashara wa Kenya. Ninyi wa biashara wa Kenya laleni, ukilala saurieni. Alafu kitu kingine, hii mambo ya kesi tolewe, wale ambao walishindwa hajashindwa nitolee kesi. Ni nini unataka kuficha? Tell us the truth. Ni kitu gani unataka kuficha? Mtu kama amepeleka kesi yake, kama wako na wasiwasi na ule jamaa alishinda, siwache hiyo kesi malizwe. Kwa nini unataka itolewe? Kwa sababu gani inatolewa? Lengo gani? Tupie hizo vitu tujue. Kwa nini kesi tolewe? Na lengo gani? Na sababu. Ni kitu moja lakini kuna maana tofauti tofauti. Kwa sababu gani? Uwezi niambia nilipeleka kesi, nikalipia hiyo kesi, nikawekewa siku ya kusikizwa kesi yangu, alafu nakuja na nitoe kesi. Basi nilipe pesa zangu basi ambao nilikampeni nazo kwanza mwanzo mpaka the end, na nilipe hiyo kesi pia. Kama mimi nilishinda, sasa nilipe hiyo kesi kama mimi nilishinda. Kama ni governor au ni MP nilipe hiyo. Kama mimi nilishinda governor. Kwa sababu kama unataka kulini kitu lazima ukilini kitu kwanza mwanzo mpaka mwisho. Si mambo ya kupeleka vitu hivi hivi. Na watu wasiogope. Na mimi tena kitu nasema. Na nyinyi ukifanya hii kitu, Waluo na Wajaluo, ukifanya ujinga unaandamana hapa Kenya, Nairobi hapa, sio maisha yamepanda. Nyinyi ni wajinga sana. Waacha watu wasafi watu wote. Kwa nini tutakuwa tunaandamana kila siku watu wengine na benefit? Nini tutakuwa napigwa risasi watu nakufa watu wengine na benefit? Raundi hakuna. Raundi sila yetu ni moja tu. Hakuna kulipa ushuru kama hakuna maendeleo area yetu. Kila mtu abaki na pesa zao. So unaona kama sisi we are not part of Kenya. Ushuru yetu isaidi. Kukua kwetu isaidi. So kila mtu abaki na pesa yake. Kila mtu abaki na pesa yake, ushuru atulipi. Hii mambo tunatetea watu, ukishatetea watu, wakati hao pia wakutetee, wameanza kuweka maisquish, wameanza kuleta mila, wameanza kuleta traditional, ndio sasa upewe kiti. Lakini wakati unatetea, sisi ni wa Kenya, Kenya moja, tunaimba wa national anthem moja, ni kupaka watu mafuta. Raundi hakuna hiyo mambo kama hiyo. Unga ikipanda Nairobi, hata Kisumu pia ipande tu. Kishuka Nairobi, Kisumu pia kipanda haina shida. Sisi tutakula samaki, tutawachana na unga. Tutarudi kwa samaki. Lakini mambo ya kuenda kufanyia watu maandamano, unga imepanda au maisha imepanda, hiyo sitaki kuwaona raundi. Masemeji dabi, sitaki, wacha nitumie hiyo lugha. Masemeji dabi sitaki kuona hiyo raundi. Wamezazoea. So nasemanga hatuna value tunaleta. So hiyo value watu tubaki nayo. Wacha hao wengine pia waandamane, wakule tear gas, wasikie utamu yake. Wakule risasi, wasikie utamu yake. Kwa sababu hazitakuwa ni sisi. Hayo ndio kitu nitachangia hapa. Kwa sababu gani? Mimi naambia wale ambao ni business, ambao wako na pesa zao, ukikopa serikali ya Kenya, na unajua bila wako corruption, pesa yako itarudi aje? Na mimi pia nakupea swali simple. Kopa mama yako pesa alafu mudai. Kama utalipwa ni sawa. Kama utalipwa usiseme sikusema. Ya pili, mambo ya kutoa makesi ambayo watu wameshindwa hajashindwa. Kwa sababu gani unatoa? Walipe basi. Walipe hiyo kesi zao, walipe hiyo muda yao mkampeni, walipe kama hao ndio wameshinda. Tena unasema hapa inasemekana ya nini? Hii condition ya pesa imewekwa ambao maskini ambao wanafaa wapewe hii pesa ya asara fund hii. Wamewekea condition. Hizo condition mimi sijaona, sijui kama umetoka, nasikia kwako Bernard kuna condition imewekwa huko za ufalofala ya kuzuia watu. So kwa nini unaleta na unaweka condition? Tubaki na hiyo pesa yako. Umwambie ile tuliweka hiyo plan lakini tumeona plan B, hiyo pesa tuliweka kwa chakula. Wadanganye bila wadanganya. Sio wadanganya wakakupigia kura. Sio wadanganye. So watu wasilie. Mimi nafurahia sana Ruto akichukua hii serikali. Kwa sababu gani? Hii serikali hao ndio walimiss up. Yeye ni Uhuru. So wacha afix pale walimix up. Pesa ilikuwa inapotea au walikuwa ndani. Dump pesa yao hatujaona. Laptop pesa yao hatujaona. Waiguru pesa waliiba nao hizo hatijarudishiwa. So wacha fix. Kama huwezi maliza corruption na unataka pesa itatoka wapi? Kama wale ambao wako na kesi ya corruption unapewa uhuru, pesa itatoka wapi? Sio kesi inatakikana amushe sahihi, unataka pesa, amusha kesi sahihi, alafu wanatoa watu bond unawapikia kama bilioni moja. hivyo hivyo. Unaenda unashikana na jaji mkuu hapo, unaambia jamaa, unajua ile pesa sasa warudishe na hiyo njia ndio upate pesa kulea watu. Lakini ni hayo tu nitasema Bernard, lakini mimi watu wasemeji dabi raundi hakuna maandamano. Sila yenyu ni tax. Kama hakuna maendeleo hakuna kulipa tax. So nasema population ya watu ndio tajiri. Kama uko wengi uko tajiri. Kama uko small uko tajiri. Population ya watu ndio tajiri. Angalia China, population utajiri. Russia utajiri. India utajiri. Kwa sababu gani? Population. Si mambo ya nini? Population ndio inaleta utajiri. USA the same. Sasa ni hayo tu Bernard.
Asante sana Dunia Ina Mambo, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Kwanza ningependa tu kuemphasize kila mara tumetengwa na kunyanyaswa kwa sababu hatuna numbers. Okay, hawa ndio wako na tyranny of numbers. So hizo tyranny of numbers zionekane katika tax ile inalipwa. Wale ambao hatuna numbers.
Benadio nakuanga propaganda ya kuiba. Wacha nikwambie example. Hakuna hapa Kenya kabila ambao wanaoa mabibi wengi ni kabila 3. Ni Mjaluo, Masai na Mluya. Hakuna family ambao utapata kuna watoto 5, watoto 10 wako na bibi wengi. Mjaluo, Masai na Mluya ndio wanaoa bibi wengi. Hizi kabila nyingine wangi bibi wengi. Sisi tunaoa paka 20 kuku danger iko kwa record. Tunaoa nyingi, watu naoa bibi wengi. Population inatoka wapi?
Sawa, asante Dunia Ina Mambo. Tunashukuru sana. Kile nilikuwa nasema ni kwamba let the tyranny of numbers speak also on the tax contribution. Not to be using these other numbers only matter on tax contribution, but they don't matter on the ballot. If the other numbers don't matter on the ballot, let them also not matter elsewhere. If we will go in that direction. But all in all, let us all remain vigilant, do what is required to see to it that no Kenyan is left out in that which needs to happen. The reason why we stay awake to see to it that we carry out this conversation is so that no Kenyan will succumb to the pressure to accept mediocrity and incompetence as the best that we can offer as a country. We deserve better, we need better, and we need sound leadership. And so tusikubali kukubali hali ilivyo hivi kwamba tushindwe kuinuka na kusema hii haiwezekani na hii haikubaliki. That is the whole essence of us having this conversation. And so as the Kenyan people, like our forefathers, couldn't take it anymore under the colonial leadership, where they were intimidated, they were belittled, and they were turned into slaves. We need to arise and tell the Kenya Kwanza government, if you are not rising to the bar of our expectation, we will not succumb to your mediocrity. We need better leadership, and that leadership is available with competent leaders all around us. So we are not part and parcel of it is condition that make grey fish bend. We will not bend to your condition. We will arise and shine, for our light has come. So don't accept the condition and say you are helpless on this one. Our constitution still provides avenues to revolt and be able to agitate, picket, demonstrate if the leadership being given is not the right one. So tuhakikishe kwamba tunafanya yale tunapaswa kufanya. Usikubali kutawaliwa na akili ndogo wakati una akili kubwa. Hiyo ndio nasema hapa, na hiyo ni muhimu. Vocal channel, kuna swali unauliza kuhusu ni Volca channel kuhusu Canada, I don't know what. Just search for it. If you can't find it, then I think the show did not take place. But we have had so many shows on that particular aspect. So you will always get something on how to work in Canada. I believe that's what you're asking for. There is a show that Mtembe has held with, I think she's called Caro. So Nas Caro or something like that. So find it, you will be able to get the information. If not, you will contact us privately, and then we'll be able to send you the links of all that. But it's readily available. Everything, I think, on Tembei TV there is a lot of information how to work in Canada, German, and other places. Pia naambiwa wa Kenya 30 million wali apply a green card. Inamaanisha hii nchi we are 50 million, only 20 are remaining. Kenya kwanza ijipange. Kenya kwanza ijipange na hawa 20 million. Hii 30 inataka kwenda. Kwa vyovyote vile. All the same, thank you very much. Naomba tumlete Dada Roda kwa kifupi, alafu tusonge mbele. Dada Roda, vipi leo?
Mzuri sana na zako na Putin na dunia iko na mambo na Adam na everybody. You know, I want to talk about Kenya Church. Kenya Church are the enemy for Kenya. Kwa sababu wakwangi wanasimama na ukweli and especially Kikuyu. Kikuyu land, they are the enemy. Churches of a Kikuyu land, especially those prophet and evangelists, wao wanakwanga wana prepare kwa sababu wanataka majina yao ikuwe yani iko high, ndio maana wanataka hii serikali sana kwa sababu them they focus about themselves, about the name, but they don't focus with Wajiko, with Akinyi, with Nyangweso, whatever. You know, them they focus about themselves, and that is not that is not the true Christianity. A Christianity is a church we are called to stand for the gap for the nations and to stand for the light to the darkness and to be for the light. But kazi yao wanasidanga wakiombea nini Ruto, wanamuombea. Unajua Ruto hata ukimwombea nini vile amesaa decide atafanya, hawezi change. That is fact. Simuliona vile alifanya siku ile ceremony yake. First time aliingia kwa ofisi akachukua nini ferry akapeleka wapi? Mombasa. Si walikuwa wamemwombea, wakamwombea na hakuna kitu ilifanyika. Akiwa amedecide hawezi. Unaona? So still I still have a bitterness. By the way, I still have a bitterness vile ametufanya, especially sisi wa Kikuyu tumefinyiliwa sana. Mimi hata akiweka hao mamini sasa mimi I don't see nothing. I see nothing. Mimi mimi sionagi ni kitu mimi. For me I see it's nothing kwa sababu angekuwa ni mtu amekuwa amefanya kazi pamoja na Uhuru, alikuwa vice president wake na akasema siku ile aliingia akatu promise nikiingia kwa office nitaendelea ile rais Uhuru kazi ameendelea. Ndio to promise, but he didn't tell us he will come to punish Uhuru, he will punish Raila. You know, me I have another expectation. He will come na unajua kuna news zingine ilikuwa KBC fake news. Walionyesha ati Uhuru alikuwa huko Tina siku ya sari, and that's not the truth. It was a fake news. Na ilikuwa KBC na Ruto Uhuru hakwenda huko kwa nani lunch dinner. Walimutiti vibaya sana. Still I still have bitterness kwa sababu nyinyi mniona vile siku ya Moi 2002 vile Kibaki alifanya siku ya swearing Uhuru Park. Moi wakaenda kwake State House, Moi akaonyesha nini Kibaki State House, akakula pamoja, alafu Moi akachukua helicopter akaenda wapi? Kwake Moi Kabarak. Na unajua Moi alikuwa amepunish Wakikuyu wengi sana, kina Matiba, kina Koigi wa Mwele, watu wengi sana, kina Charles Jojo, lakini we didn't focus. You know, we just focus because the way as Kikuyu we are, we don't punish people back, we don't pay back. That's the way we are. I don't know about other communities. We don't, especially when you are Christian, you don't pay back. Ati ni must punish mtu. Still, I have the bitterness. Mimi na shida hiyo makanisa hawaoni vile mtu. Mimi I don't understand how instead of you stand. Unajua kama mimi nakuanga na stand na mtu ule anateseka. Kama mimi nikida kazi nione mtu anateseka, mimi nasimama na huyo anateswa. I'll stand with that person kwa sababu mimi sipendagi mtu. I hate that is the why Jesus came. Jesus, he came to save the world. He came because we can love, we can light. Jesus is so kind. Nobody can be like Jesus. He's a king. his kindness, his amazing, his love. And na tabia vile forgive one another. Like the Bible says in the book of Matthew 8:16, if you forgive who sin against you, your heavenly Father will forgive you. For if forgive one another, your heavenly Father, or their offense, your heavenly Father will forgive you. When we forgive one another, our heavenly Father will forgive us. But if we don't forgive others, our heavenly Father will not forgive us. I can understand sometimes to forgive somebody is hard, lakini saa zingine mapenzi, unajua Mungu anakupenda, you know God love you much. Ukijua Mungu uko na nini na amani kwa roho yako, una forgive. Yani unaona kama huyo Ruto akiingia angekuwa na so humbleness na humanity, lakini akuingia kwa office, he didn't show us how the humanity he was, how the humbleness. Ya kuingia alikuwa na hasira. Hiyo Kenya kwanza, it was very, hiyo ni serikali ile sijaiona siku ile mimi nilizaliwa. Hata Moi it was better. Moi was a little bit charismatic. Moi hata akiongea nini akisika ile mkojo wake, Moi he was more better. Hakuanga, yani by the way, Moi he used to love Kenyatta family a lot. They were like a, you know, he was a vice president in the Kenya. Still I have the bitterness. Na siku ile Ruto atasimama mbele ya Mungu. Unajua mimi nimeombea hiyo kabila ya Kalenjin ati waokoke kabisa. Waokoke kabisa. Warepent. Walilie Mungu wa Israeli. Waambie Mungu nisamehe. Tusamehe. Walipenda hata Ruto na huyo bibi yake Rachel, wote walilie Mungu, wamulilie mwambie forgive us, warepent, na mapenzi ya Mungu ikuje kwao. Mungu anaweza wasamehe, lakini hawezi humble themselves. Na huyo Ruto, hiyo kiti ya president amekuwa juu ya nini, amejulikana juu ya Uhuru. Hangekuwa amejulikana, hakikuwa najulikana. Sasa hiyo kiti amewekwa, hiyo opposition ni Uhuru ametuma ajulikane, kwa sababu alikuwa na pesa za kufanya campaign, alikuwa alika, you know, hakuwa najulikana. That means kuna kitu alikuwa ameplan, hata akiwa MP wa county yake wa Shingisu County, ni kitu ameplan, nitafanya hivi. Unajua Uhuru, he is very kind person, ni mtu ananyenyekea, he is very kind. Watu wote wanamuunderstand, he is very kind. Lakini unajua hata mtu akifanya vibaya, mtu ana forgive. Unaona nimejaa State House, wote nisahau vale zilifanyika, na kwa sababu akiforgive Uhuru angempatia amani, angeforgive Raila, angempatia. Kwa nini kanisa ni ya nini? Hizo ni makanisa gani? Those are fake churches. Those people, they call themselves prophets and evangelists and and they used to pray. Those are fake. What is about evangelization? It's really hurt me when people, they are mocking God in Kenya. Kenya, you need to repent. Really repent. Mulilia Mungu wa Israeli. How can you mock Jesus? Unajua kama mimi, I used to pray for the nation of Israel. Peace, that the nation of Israel will be not taken by Palestina. Kwa sababu ukibless Israel, hata wewe unablessiwa. Kwa nini we don't bless each other, forgive each other? We want to punish everybody. Do you know how many? Because the Bible says, how many times can you forgive your brother? 74 times per day. 74. Can you imagine? 74 times you forgive your brother, and still watu ni kumchekea, walikuwa namchekea. Mimi nasema hivi, kila mtu, kuna song nyingine nilikuwa tunaimba nikiwa mdogo, ati wotire irote tagaturio every knee shall bow, every tongue, every group of the people, every tribe, every group of people shall humble to Jesus. We humble themselves, and you know, they will, every tribe, every group of people, every knee shall bow and confess Jesus is the Lord of the Lord. Money will never save you. The opposition will never save you. Sometimes we think that when we have a lot of billion money in the bank, we have a joy. There is nothing the joy of the Lord like that than money. You can have money, but still don't have peace of with inside. And you can have maybe just little bit money, but you have the joy. Money will never make you happy. When you don't have inside with you Jesus, inside of heart, you don't have peace, or you don't have the love of God, you will never receive anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Rhoda, we appreciate that. Na kuna masuala mawili hapa ambayo ni lazima tulainishe kwamba wokovu is personal and individual, is not communal, whereby tribes don't get saved, individuals get saved. So kila goti lipigwe, kila ulimi ukiri kwamba Kristo ni Bwana on an individual basis. So let's not make it communal and be able to verify a community. Secondly, we are called upon to forgive, not 70 times 4, it is 70 times 7, and that is in one day. So Alex, mimi naruhusiwa kukukosea mara 70 times 7 kila siku. Every 24 hours I have an opportunity to be forgiven 70 times 7. So ukichagua kutonisamee, shauri yako, kwa sababu mimi nishapewa open check ya kusamehewa mara 70 mara 7. So let's keep that in the right perspective. On the other hand, kuna yule alikuwa anauliza kuhusu, I think is Voco, alisema Voco channel, kuhusu story ya work in Canada. I'm being informed by Julia that we are organizing opportunities in Canada tomorrow night with Mise. We'll be presenting the plans to invite Joyce K for the Canada. So there will be that show tomorrow night, led by Mise, who will be showing you the opportunities in Canada with Nas Joyce. So kama unataka kufuatilia hiyo, tafadhali make a date. I'm yet to be given the specific time. If I get, I will pass across the information. But cha muhimu, let us ensure that we follow what is right and do what is right. More than that, lazima turekebishe hii nchi. Hatuwezi achia nchi katika mikono mibaya simply because imechukuliwa. Lazima tunyanyue. Wewe sababu ya Daudi kufanyika mfalme sababu mbili ambazo zilifanya Daudi akawa mfalme wa Israel ni kwamba alikuwa anachunga kondoo. Wakati anachunga kondoo, simba akakuja akachukua mmoja, akamfuata msituni, akamchapa kofi, akachukua kondoo akarudishia babake. Siku ingine akawa anachunga kondoo tena, kukatokea what is it called, the bear ikachukua moja, akaifuata msituni, akachukua akarudisha. So asema yule Mungu aliyenisaidia kumshinda simba na kumshinda bear, basi huyo atanisaidia kumshinda Goliath. What I'm saying is, when things go wrong, we fix them, we get them corrected. We don't bend and say Goliath ashafika, Goliath ni mkubwa, Goliath ana uwezo, Goliath ako na connections, tukubali tu atutawale. Hapana, we need some rising up like David and say, the same way we dealt with the Moi regime, the same way we dealt with the draconian rules and whatever detention without trial and succeeded, we will also succeed in ensuring that no Kenyan is going to live on their knees. That sounds like bad preaching, but it's good. You can say amen wherever you are. Asante sana. Wale mja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, please do so as we continue the conversation. Naomba nimlete Yufin moja kwa moja achangie. Karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Habari ya Putin, dunia ina mambo, Roda, Kenya Chaka and Redeemer. Hope mko poa. Huyu kuna pasta mmoja hapa amekuwa notorious sana. Anaitwa OLESAPIT. Huyu pasta kwani amegeuka kuwa mwanasiasa ama ni aje? Juu kila mahali lazima utapata OLESAPIT. Kwanza hilo jina peke yake linakaa mbaya. OLESAPIT huyu kwani anataka nini kwa siasa? Yeye aliharibu right from from Bomas. What does he want? Every time he comes in. Kwani, is he a politician or is a man of God? Why can't he differentiate between being a politician and being a man of God? Because we need him to lead the people. I wonder how he stands in in the pulpit to preach for his people. I don't know how they take him. It's quite sad. It's so bad. President Ruto to see. So why is he regulating? Hustler Fund amesema is not free. What does he want? He promised. He promised, and it was repeated. It was not said once. If he said it once, we would understand maybe it was a mistake. But he repeated that hustler fund thing. Now, if you don't pay, you go to jail. You need KRA pin. You need. What is wrong with these people? Is this for the? Is it? Where are the hustlers' interest in this? Is it really for the hustlers? Is this government really for the hustlers? Hustlers, we are advocating for you here, yet we warned you and you didn't listen. Sometimes it's good to listen. These hustlers, they're letting us down. We advocate for them, yet by the time we were warning them, they said dynasty mbaya, hustler atawale. Sasa mnaona hustler wanatawala. Naona Githurai wameanza kulialia haki yao. Mi nataka waonjeshwe tear gas kidogo ndo wajue. Waonjeshwe, hata wao pia waonje hiyo tear gas inakaaje. Na wajue, na venye naona kama wameenda ni kama mchezo. Si mchezo. Wakuwe serious. Ile wameenda ilikuwa mchezo. Wakuwe serious, waonjeshwe tear gas ndo wajue kunaendaga aje. Ndo next time wakiambiwa choose the right path. Use your vote wisely. 5 years is not a short time. This government is not even, we are not even in 100 days and things are always wrong, right, left and center. Where are we heading to? The IMF loan is here. We are also still asking for requesting again another loan from the World Bank. This is the same person who advocated, who said the dynasties, the handshake brothers, are just borrowing. And what are they doing right now? They advocated for local borrowing and all that. Is IMF local or World Bank local? What are they trying to show us? You know, someone once said the grass is greener on the other side until you get there and see it for yourself. They saw the government running. They saw everything being done. So they thought it's just a walk in the park. And now they are there. They don't even know what to do, how to do it. So they were not ready for it. And all I know is they can't even resign because they have the greed. They have greed for power. So Kenyans, hustlers, this is just the beginning. You have to tighten your belts. Hustler fund is no longer hustler fund. I think it's for the rich, because why would you have to bring your family member? Even if Fuliza is now easier. Why would you have to bring KRP? Why would you have to be given all the conditions, and if you failure to pay, you go to jail? Even for the Fuliza you are taken to and you are lied to. The CRB is guys, are we really serious? Where are we heading to with this our country? People are being mugged, and a senior police officer is saying it's nothing. They term everything in this country that goes wrong is political. Are we right now? Are we in the time of politics, or these people are supposed to sit down and work for us? Why would you bring politics when you're supposed to work? A time for politics is gone. We are here watching. We need you to do something for us. The country is heading in the wrong direction. You watch. When you say you need a strong opposition, you buy all those people in opposition, and then the leaders who are left there, whom we could count on, the Azimio, they are also fighting for positions. Where are we? Where are the hustlers in this? I don't even hear them talk about the Mwananchi. They fight about positions, and all they want is the CDF. Where is the interest of the common Mwananchi in this? And we are on our own. The lady who someone said the lady who nicknamed Rigiji got a job in State House. The one who danced for the patients got an ambassadorial job plus a trip. The young man who imitates Rigiji all the time cannot even pay a fee for 10K, and no one can come in for it. So we are on our own. Guys, be careful. Hustlers, borders. Ladies are not borders. And you are the ones who are used mostly in this. You are on your own. If you don't wake up, you'll realize it when it's too late. You better start now. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Eugene. We appreciate that. Na asante kwa maonyo na counsel to everyone. Ni muhimu tuambiane ukweli licha ya mambo yote. Nashukuru watu wa comments, mnaendelea vizuri. Tafadhali nidhamu idumu, heshima idumu, ili kila mmoja asionewe, lakini ukweli udhamiri. Let's not support lies, let's not support evil. Kuna nani nimepata comment ingine hapa. Let me see if I can respond to it. Kuna hii spirited campaign ya kuplay video ya pastor nani. Wacha nishughulikie nione kama itachezwa. Lakini ni watu mniwekanga kwa pressure wakati napewa strike, mimi ndio najibu maswali peke yangu. So nitawasomea, wacha tu. but let me work on it. When it's ready, I will play it. Vocal channel, your show will come on tomorrow night. I don't know the specific time. I will let you know. But if you are a subscriber to Mtembei TV, put on your notification bell so that you'll be notified when the opportunities in Canada goes live with Mise and I think Julia and Nurse Joyce. Make sure that you follow that. Secondly, I want to urge you, please, if you have not subscribed to Sound Candid Talk channel, naomba tu tafadhali subscribe, na ukisha subscribe saidia watu wawili watano wakasubscribe pia. I want us to hit that 1,000 subscribers within the remaining 5 days. We can do it. We already have over 248 people already here. So if everyone subscribed and brought me 10 people, we'll have already crossed the 2,000 subscribers threshold. So please don't subscribe. And when you subscribe, make sure you turn on the notification bell. If you don't, by 24 hours, YouTube itakuwa imekusweep out because they think you are a robot. That is how it works. And I've already given you the example. Yesterday, by the time we were closing the show, we were 125. And this morning, they are back to 122. That means 3 people did not turn on their notification bell. Now wakatupwa nje. Let us ensure that we do that. And then kuna ile mchango tulikuwa tunafanyia Sister Pamela. Kama wewe ulikuwa unachangia alafu labda ulifungiwa nje na ungependa kufanya hivyo, make a request, then we'll give you the number for you to do that particular contribution, although we had closed that yesterday. It is free will, and all the money is needed. All the money is needed. 7,000, that's 14K every week for dialysis. It's not a joke, and it's necessary. So please, if you were locked out and you really want to participate in that, make a request. I will share the number again so that you can make your contribution towards that. Tumsikilize huyu Putni alafu tusonge mbele. But just one moment kabla hiyo, wacha tusikilize madynasty. Mwache hasla itawale. Where is this? Ndio hiyo, tuoneshe vile Kenya Kwanza inafanya kazi.
Tumepigana vita dhidi ya dynasty na hiyo vita tumemaliza. Upande wa Rift Valley pia walikuwa na vita yao ya dynasty, wamemaliza. Pia ile dynasty nyingine ya Odinga tumemaliza. Kenya hii tumebaki na dynasty moja, hii ya familia ya Joho hapa, na kesho ndio mwisho yake. Hiyo kazi tunamaliza kesho. Na
Putni, go ahead.
I don't know who put that minion to be the Minister for Trade, but you could have seen the difference, the vast difference between our Minister for Trade and the Minister for Trade from South Africa. You could see the dressing, you could see the speaking, you could see the face, you could see everything. And you could know that we don't have a Minister for Trade. And that is the vacuum that we have right now. Anyway, there's nothing to trade for because they already stole everything. Now, that brings me to one of the most important submissions I've ever had in this channel. One of the most important committees in Parliament is the Budget Committee. And this is what it said today. And it's comprised by UDA, the majority, almost 60% is the UDA. And it was unanimous by decision. This is what it said. I want you to listen to what the Committee for Budget said today in Parliament. The bottom-up plan is anchored on 5 pillars of agriculture, MSME economy, healthcare, housing, settlement, and digital and creative economy. Unfortunately, it lacks the criteria for prioritizing beneficiary for intervention. Bottom-up plan lack implementation framework, and therefore the Budget Committee is not taking it up. So we do not have anything called bottom-up according to us. Now, they went further to say, further, the specific commitments have neither been ranked by order or priority. The bottom-up has no order, it has no priority, or the sequence as proposed in the plan. This poses a key limitation in assessing the cost of estimate of delivering their manifesto. And therefore, this was deliberate. It looks like they don't want to implement their bottom-up. They cannot bring it to us without priority or a plan. It is just fake. What they need is priority interventions, which includes lowering the cost of living, eradicating hunger, managing unemployment, stabilizing foreign exchange, ensuring economic growth, and improving physical performance. They did none of that. The Budget Office also noted that whereas proposals in the plans were arrived at the full cognizance of a country's current financial restraints, they never put Mwananchi on a priority list. This is the case for most projects under the energy, water, food, and housing investments. Nothing has been put there on the bottom up. Those who have been given priorities are international corporations. And then there was another article also on the same that says government says bottom up is just hot air. Now, my friends, those people who still believe that bottom up is still there, I think they have a big problem. Because if truly bottom up was a priority, when you set up your manifesto, you take it to the budget committee. Now, if you take it to the budget committee without a priority or without a plan so that they can implement it, because there are rules, it is not the members of parliament alone that work in the budget committee. There are ex-officials within that who guide you. So while they were guiding them, they told them there is nothing like bottom up, and therefore there is nothing that is going to be implemented. The only things that they brought to the budget that sounded like they were going to work, it's only the multi-corporations, multinationals, and other companies that are new to our system. Bernard, that brings me to my point like this. Our people are lied to, and I think they need to pay the consequences. Now, if the priorities are multinationals, Bernard, now subsidies have been taken, both for food and for energy. And energy means, people think that when we said energy, people just put it on petroleum. Bernard, the so-called energy is not limited to petroleum. And that's why today I am here, but my house back in Kisii, I am paying stima 12 to 15,000. How about you, Bernard, uko na keja moja? How much are you paying today? It means many people are not going to be able to pay the electricity. So what we are seeing is that food, energy, and by the way, last year, according to the economic growth of Kenya, the last few years, when Keter was the minister for energy, energy rose up by 35% to a point that most multinational companies were not able to pay stima yao. What happened? For multinational companies, whenever that happens, wanazimiwa stima right away. But for people like cities, watu kama Nairobi County, they're owing almost like 3 billion for only electricity. Unaelewa? Companies like NSSF are owing electricity more than 800 million because of how they are manipulated. Now, the question is, Bernard, is this government really going to be sustainable? If in their first budget, Bernard, remember the last parliament, which was 12th, passed a budget which was, it was so philanthropic to the present government because they didn't know who is going to take. And therefore we gave a lot of money. And that's why last time I was saying, Bernard, if Machogu says that we are not going to fund our tertiary colleges, our institution, but money has already been allocated, where is this money going to? He came out because alipata aibu akasema that money has been ring-fenced by the Act of Parliament because for the next few years, hiyo pesa ilitolewa and it must be. And therefore, he was very categorical and saying that 50 billion is ring-fenced. Now, the question is, the money for subsidies for food and energy was in the budget, Bernard. Where is this money going to? That's the same thing you're asking. You take the subsidies the moment you become a president for both energy and food. Where is the money going to? That's the question, Bernard. Thank you, Bernard. I'm happy that the bottom up was a hot air. It cannot be implemented in Parliament. Parliament knows it is illegal. People are lied to. They keep on shouting here, bottom up. There is nothing like bottom up.
Thank you very much. We preach that gospel here every day, but still somebody was deaf enough and blind enough to fall for it. And now the chicken are coming home to roost. What is true about Kenya Kwanza? From where I sit, everything about Kenya Kwanza, including the oppositions, are a scam. This is a scam government that will never deliver anything that anybody can rely upon. Even their names alone, I don't think are genuine. So let us appreciate that we are in this particular position at this point in time. I'm going to play a series of videos before we can bring in Kenyan all the time, and then proceed further into the conversation. Let me bring in this infamous video that mnataka kunipiga mawe nayo kwa sababu nimeresist kama kulipa tax, lakini mmeinsist. So let me play it na liwe liwalo. Kama nitaletewa sanction, nitawaambia ni nyinyi. So you will pay for it. Where is it? Let me get it. Just give me a moment. Where is this? Here we go.
And let me tell you something, witchcraft dries a country. But the church is saying nothing. Why? Because the church is in bed with the king. So wamenyamaza, wanalambishwa tu vitu hapa State House, wananyamaza. So wanaona hata mrogi akiingia hawajali. Na nakuambia hivi, na tutaumia sisi wote, wazuri na wabaya. Na hakuna kitu tunasema, na mrogi yuko huko. The entire public service is under the powers of darkness. Na kanisa hata ijakasirika kwa sababu mmelambishwa kwa kitu. Na hata wakintisha, kwani mtu kufa mara mbili? The suffering that is coming, let me tell you something. Yeah? Ndio mtajua you don't play with darkness and see light. I'm telling you the truth. You don't play with darkness and see light. Na hata sisi, we are supposed to be meeting here to pray for those in authority, so that they don't make mistakes like that. But on Saturday when we call for prayer, nyinyi mko huko Ngong mnafinya maribs. Si ndio mnajibamba huko masaloon. Mnaenda shopping na maproject zile mnajenga maflats. Tutaona nani ataishi kwa hizo maflats? Sijui wapi watu wakuja hapa kupray. Kinaumana na tuko tu. Yet we are supposed to come here and cry to God, because all si akitikita umana kisha umana.
Kila pali, hiyo ni kitu yenye I think hiyo ndio kitu ina trend. Vijana sahii wameingia kuharibu. And then nikikuja kuangalia nini na bring nini nafika hapo, na feel kuna gap yenye iliachwa hapo hivyo between gava na society. Na get naangalia ile time ya COVID ilikam, kulikuwa na lockdown. Na get lockdown, hiyo ndio ilikuwa, naweza sema hiyo ndio ilikuwa chanzo cha hizi vitu kugrow, kitu kama crime to grow. Kwa nini? Mashule zilifungwa, watu hiyo wakarudi home. Sana sana sisi watu wa mtaa ama watu wa ghetto, unapatanga tunaishi kwa masingo, si ndio? So ilikuwa ni hard sana mtoi boy kustay na madhake ama mzae wake kwa keja moja juu wote wako home. Then same way mtoi dem kukaa kwa keja ama kuogea kwa keja, so zile budake ako home. So after there kumekuwa na hii sasa kuna mabase pali wase maboy kama sisi uka tunapiga story hapo tukicheki mtaa venye na run. So vijana hiyo time after lockdown vijana walikuwa mtaa, walikuwa wanaona vitu zile zilikuwa zina happen mtaa, and then hakukuwa na ile kitu ya kuwa sustain jua yuko kwa chuo wakuwe busy na kitu fulani, waliachiliwa wakakuja wakakuwa hivyo. So hapo ndio vitu zilianza kugrow. Unapata mtoi ako 13 years na mwingine ako 16 years, already washako wazazi na wana plan kurentisha keja venye wataishi, una get. Already huyu mtoi ameshapata pressure nini, ameshapata pressure ya kulisha familia, unaona. Hapo ndio tena crime inakuja na kwa build on. Then nakuja kuangalia pia kukakuwa na hii disconnect ya polisi na maboy, una get. Cause mimi naelewa polisi walikuwa wanafaa kuprotect citizens wote wa Kenya. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kijana na pia huyu mama na huyo mzee, unapata hii, unanipata. But polisi walikuja wakaiturn way round, una get. Tunaweza sema ilikuja ikakuwa opposite. Wakakuja wakaona the only way ya kumaliza crime ni through kufanya nini, kumaliza maboy. Na hiyo ni kitu yenye ni kitu impossible, because the more una eliminate maboy, the more wengine wana grow na the more wengine wana come, una get. So kitu yenye tulikuwa tuna expect ilikuwa ni polisi washike maboy wapeleke ndani. At least maboy wakiingia ndani kutakuwa na correctional hizo maneni, kutakuwa na training zile zinaendelea huko kwa idara, wanapelekwa hizo training. Wakikuja at least msee anaweza kuja kaa yeye ni new person, anaweza kuja kama, lakini instead ya hiyo kulikuwa na ni kueliminate, una get. So imekuja ika bring ni kitu vijana wanapendanga kuita uhero fulani. Kijana ni mdogo lakini ako na ile nguvu yenye ameona. Nilikuwa na best yangu fulani alikuwa na duigi na hii, lakini ali did through nini, through bullet, akona hii in the easy way kuliko nikihangaika e-base na kuna place yenye naweza zama na nikipigwa maitoka mimi nitakuwa niko easy, unapata. So imekuwa ikiendelea hivyo. So alafu saa hii juzi tu President Ruto alidisband SSU. Yeah, so after kuidisband makarao wote walienda chini ya maji. Na maanisha nini walienda chini ya maji? Karao waliacha kufanya kazi, una get. Crime inaendelea, community imeshika msee, imeshika kijana alikuwa na rob, mimi next. Tumepigia karao kuja uchukue huyu tumpeleke station. Tuko na sisi kama wase wa community tuko ready kuandikisha statement, at least huyu kijana apelekwe nda. What ni reply gani tunapata kutoka kwa the national police? Tunatuambia ni aje, malizaneni na yeye, mimi ndakuja nichukue nini, ndakuja nichukue mwili, unapata hiyo design. So kumekuwa na hiyo disconnect hadi sasa bado still iko na unless hii disconnect tukuje tuiweke, at least hawa watu wakuwe turudishe ile ilikuwa community. Unakumbuka way back, nakumbuka nikigrow community na polisi walikuwa wanafanya shughuli pamoja. Community walikuwa wanajua huyu ni mhalifu, wanamhandover kwa polisi wanampeleka kotini, and then anaenda na serve kama amepatikana kwa guilty, unapata. But this time on iko different. Community naogopa kupatia polisi, juu wanajua polisi wanaweza execute kijana, na pia wanaogopa pia hearsay ya community ingine inasemaje, watasema wase fulani na fulani walishikanisha kijana fulani.
Okay, that is coming on the backdrop of the police denying that there is a high rise in crime in Nairobi and elsewhere. I don't know what your take on the same, and he's trying to break down on what has actually happened for that to take place. As all Kenyan all the time comes in, I want to continue urging us, wale watu amja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, please do so. I urge you, please just respond. You will thank me later when you follow the content on that particular channel. We already have one more video, the conversation between Bishop Silas Kanali and Bishop Emeritus Boniface Adoyo. talking straightforward issues that pertain to our politics and leadership as a whole. I have a series of interviews with different key leaders, and it will be posted on that channel only. We will not be mixing it with this particular channel. This channel will only have, I will be running this open forum, but the other one, it will be talk shows between key leaders in different sectors. So for you to be part and parcel of that, just subscribe, turn on the notification bell na tutaendelea mbele. Leo tumerekod Bishop Kamata akitueleza vile revival ilikuja Kenya na hiyo masuala mengine yote na vile uongozi unaendelea. We'll be having that video running maybe by daybreak tomorrow. So don't miss out on any of that content by failing to subscribe. The details on how to subscribe are right now in the comment section on YouTube. So if you didn't get it, you're following us maybe on Facebook na hujapata hiyo subscription details, nataka kuletea papo hapo. Na kwa Facebook we are streaming live on my profile, personal profile, kwa sababu tuko na mushkili na profile ya Mtembei TV kwa Facebook, bado hatujatatua matatizo yale. So kama wewe you are a follower of my Facebook profile, Ingozi M. Bernard, please do that. You will get the broadcast live on my personal profile. Hiyo ingine ya Mtembei TV bado iko na shida, tutatatua baadaye. But shida ni kwamba ukiwa kwa hiyo particular Facebook hautaweza kuingia studio moja kwa moja. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu ukasubscribe kwa Mtembei TV YouTube channel. Hapo ndio utapata key ama link ya kuingia studio moja kwa moja. Na washukuru nyote kwa kuendelea kujumuika nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Nataka kuona hiyo namba ya subscribers ikipanda. Let's just do what is good because it is good and not for us to frustrate a good effort. Be an extension of what succeeds. Don't be a stumbling block to what is valid. I urge every one of us, let's keep the goodwill and let's keep doing what is required. We are a big family and we are in to support each other, to see to it that whatever venture we make, it succeeds. So you do me well when you subscribe and help somebody to subscribe. That is what brotherhood is all about. That is what our family exists for. Asante sana. So tulete Kenyan all the time achangie katika masuala haya. Karibu.
Hi bana.
Hi to you. Karibu karibu.
Okay, jema kabisa. Nataka kuchangia kwa hii topic yetu ya leo. You know, things become entertaining every day. Yeah, in our normal country now. First of all, I want to say we are slowly losing our country. And, you know, let me tell you, if you lose your country, you can even take 100 years to get it back. I don't know why Kenyans think it's a joke of what is happening. And I partly also want to blame our political party. I don't know why Azimio, our political party, is so engrossed, if I may use that word. They are so engrossed to the issues which are happening now. I think they also see, I do not see somebody who seems like to push back on the things which are happening. In terms of governance, there is a lot of laxity. So I don't know how. We need to see something from our political party. I don't want to be coming here and start blaming Akina Moses Kuria, Akina the rest, because to me I know those guys are idiots. They will not do anything. Me, I don't want to come and talk about those guys here because I know those guys will not deliver. I even don't want to come here and start talking of Kenya Kwanza because I know Kenya Kwanza will not deliver. But there is the people who can defend Kenyans now. And my surprise is I don't understand why we want, if there will be any revolution in Kenya, it must come from the Mbunge la Mwananchi or the people in the streets. You know, leaders lead. And I want to see Azimio now taking serious leadership and showing us what we need to do. But these ideas of sitting with the people who are dismaying our life and discussing with them in the parliament, this government does not require any organized debating. So, and I'm saying, the moment we spend more time with these people, Kenya Kwanza will put structures which will never get them out of power. And even if they will even get out of power, they will still be coming into power using other political parties, but they will be the same people. These people are just designing a concept. They are now designing a 50 years lifetime in politics. Whether it will be UDA or another political party, they are now exactly doing that. And these people need to be stopped now. I'm telling you, I'm very happy of countries like Germany. Germany, during the time of Hitler, after they saw what happened, they quickly came up with a concept which could prevent such an individual to rise up again. And I'm surprised that we are very complacent. What I'm saying is that our part, our side looks complacent. These ideas of waiting for Raila Odinga to talk, I think we are doing a lot of disservice to the everything which is happening here. We have elected leaders. Let our elected leaders now start organizing and showing leadership. Personally, I'm tired hearing that the Kenyan mwananchi ati ndiye anaongea story ya mashida. What are the elected leaders doing? Elected leaders are the voice of the majority. They have to start organizing us now. They have to start organizing people. Otherwise, tuliwapea viti za nini if they cannot organize people? Hata history ati watu wanasema ati tungojee watu wa bunge la mwananchi ati wafanye demonstration. How? Why? These people have no resources. They have nothing. Our elected members have to lead from the front. So this idea of people getting seats and immediately after you get elected, wewe umerelax pale sababu unakula mshahara, it is wrong. So what I'm saying now, Bwana Bernard, let's stop fighting UDA. UDA is the problem, but there is more we can do if we also charge our energy and our accusation to the people who we voted for, the people who are on our side. Because history ya elected leaders kuangalia Kenya Kwanza ikiwa inaumiza watu, it is wrong. So personally, I don't want to sit down here and start blaming UDA any longer. I will not do that. What is my political party doing to make sure that Kenyans are not suffering? There is a devil in the room. He is beheading people. What is my political party doing? That is the discussion I want to have. How is my political party pushing back? How is my political party organizing? But when I come here, I'm only talking of UDA is doing this, UDA is doing this, UDA is doing this. To me, I don't see it helping me. How am I reacting? Because remember, even as we have an opportunity of forming the government in the future, if we can be able to build structures which will help us show Kenyans what they need, if we improve the lifestyle of Kenyans, if we show Kenyans what they have. But I think there is a problem on our side. Sorry to say this, I know it might hurt. There's a problem on our side. These problems cannot be this too much if our side is organized. Kenya Kwanza is not ready for anything. Kenya Kwanza is ready for power. Kenya Kwanza is ready for extension. Kenya Kwanza is ready for disorganizing all the political platform. But how is our side organizing, bringing framework? But this idea of our political party sitting down, approving Akina Aisha Mwajuma, approving Akina Mithika Linturi, and they are busy there asking them about their wealth na nini. I wish our political party never interviewed these people, or they never sat down with these people. We have legitimized this government, and we are fueling them, we are giving them oxygen, and we are making this government to grow. That is what I would say. You can see now, hata wale watu ambao walifanya makosa, they made this government to be where it is, akina Sapit, akina Chief Justice, akina Mwiru, they are coming around at wanaanzia kusema we are not responsible of anything. So what we are seeing is that we are now seeing a very serious procedure of making a dictatorial presidency as we supervise it. And in 1 year or 2 years, we will even be unable to speak. I'm saying the truth. Very soon, even the reasonable voices will be blocked. Na hizo voices zitablokiwa because we are taking it normal. There is complacency from the people who are supposed to push back. So to me, I feel disappointed by the elected leaders. I don't want the bunge la mwananchi or the voice of reason in the society to be the one which is speaking against these things. Whereas the elected leaders cannot organize anything. They are just there and helping this government to come up with very, very bad laws. Remember, in its 3 years or 5 years, Azimio will try to distance itself from these problems and they will be unable. Sababu watu watakuja waanzie kusema you are supposed to check us, amusijui mkufanya hivi. So hata ukisikia Ruto akisema nyinyi kazi yenu sijui ni ku-oversight, it is a trap they are putting Azimio. I think Azimio cannot be lukewarm. We cannot be lukewarm. We have to push back and push back strongly. Otherwise, this parliament is the same, both Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. Thank you.
Haya, nashukuru kila mmoja, asante sana kwa mchango wako Kenyan all the time. Thank you so much for your contribution. Only that you should remember that the sovereign power of the Kenyan constitution rests in the hands of Kenyans. So the best people to lead the
through
protest,
the elected people. The elected people.
Relax, let me make my point. Okay? There are two ways we have that sovereign power. Then we donate it to elected members. If they don't do what we want, we have power to recall them, and we have power to take back our power and exercise it directly. The constitution talks about either through elected members or directly. Na wakati sisi tunaumia, hatuwezi ngoja hao watu wanaenda kukula huko parliament, wako na lunch, wako na breakfast, wako na sitting allowance, standing allowance, walking allowance, traveling allowance. They are making their own money. Na sisi ndio tunaenda kupanga foleni ya unga, tunapanga foleni ya chakula. So wakati unga imezidi, maji imezidi unga, ni sisi tutaamua. And then when the leaders cannot lead the people have a right to lead their leaders. And that is what bunge la wananchi is all about. Kama viongozi wetu hawataenda kututetea, sisi tutaenda kujitetea. Na wakati tunajitetea, watafeel kwamba wanaachwa nyuma. You will see them rallying behind us and follow suit. So I'm in support of bunge la wananchi and every other mwananchi. Tusikubali kukaa chini ya uongozi mbaya simply because mtu alishinda kura ama alipewa urais ama alipewa nini. Hiyo kupewa urais sio final ni constitution. Na constitution inasema we have right to shelter, we have right to decent life, we have right to healthcare, we have right to education, all that. If they are not giving us that service, we have right to agitate, protest, picket, and do all civil disobedience until we are listened to. Hapo ndipo tumekaa. So kama viongozi wetu wanatuongoza sawa, kama hawataki tutawaongoza.
Yeah.
Hapo ndipo msimamo upo.
Okay, I agree, but remember, leaders lead, they don't follow. Leaders lead, they don't follow. And a leader who is blind, who has no sense of direction, you don't even do it for that. That's why I'm saying I want to see the 150 members of parliament, Azimio, doing something. But so far, my score is 0 to them.
Okay, sawa. I will let the rest of the members contribute to what they say, but I want to continue urging us wale ambao amja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk channel, please help me out by subscribing to that channel on a serious note, and don't subscribe alone. Help 1, 2, 3 more people to subscribe. Want to hit that 1,000 subscribers within the remaining 5 days. I'm sure it can be done, and if we all do our part. And when you subscribe, make sure you turn on the notification bell, because if you don't, YouTube is going to remove you from the list of subscribers because they think you are a robot. That is the regulation. Okay, naomba sasa, let me see, there must be a video to play and then tumlete Omondi. Omondi, I hope you are set. Let's bring in this video quickly and then we go further. Right, where is the video? One moment, here we go.
Standard Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Error.
The era of error. The era of error. Escape the era of error. It may sound like a tongue twister.
God is never in the noise, and he does not compete with the noise.
Critical subject.
In our day, it is not called syncretism as it were, it is called interfaith.
Well, this is our online Bible summit where we are given to see to it that you establish your understanding of the truth so that you'll be able to escape the kind of falsehood that is being cultivated, embraced.
Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Error ukiwa naye
Okay, let's move on. Omondi, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead. How are you? We appreciate you joining us today.
I'm always there, on the fence, sitting there somewhere, the chat room. Yeah,
Yes.
so I'm very much available. Thanks, Bernard, and Putin Red Army, aka Alex, our powerful, agitator in the United States. I saw someone there asking a question. Is this Chris Kumekucha of the Kumekucha channel? When they had Putin there speaking. But that's another topic. Dunia ina mambo, habari yako? Francis Mukungi. Francis is given us a couple of months before he unleashes his own mechanism on how to deal with Ruto. We are still waiting for that. And Mariosi, habari yako? So I think we're in a very deadly situation at the moment. And I don't know how it's going to spiral out because Mr. Ruto and his gang have touched so many raw nerves already. They know how much the side that they claim they defeated are still very bitter about their experience. And I don't know how this thing is going to spiral out, but it's not looking good at all. Anyone with any form of diplomacy will know that the way Ruto is handling even the region is very dangerous. He's listening too much to President Museveni, and already people, other governments are feeling a bit wary about Kenya's involvement in the DRC. But of course, the argument of the Kenya Kwanza people will be that this project was planned even before Uhuru left power. There's a possibility of that, but we don't know. The problem I have with the way this chap is handling international affairs is that he's going to create a lot of animosity towards Kenya. One of his biggest problems is how he handles China, because we know that William Ruto is anti-China, and he doesn't even know there is an alternative system of economic exchange where China is involved with other countries. He plays into the hands of the United States, especially the Republicans, because he's deeply conservative. In fact, one of his earlier political parties was the United Republican Party. Strange how that coincidence came about a few years ago. I think it was 2013, before he joined TNA. So this guy, if you strip him down, everything that is going on can really affect the country in a big way. I have met some Somali friends and colleagues who, majority, are actually happy with Ruto. And the thing they say, and they say that many Somalis are saying this thing, I don't know how concrete this idea that they're saying, that this man is God-fearing, and to them that is very important. So then I asked myself, so does that mean that the tyranny of Al-Shabaab, and I'm talking about non-progressive Somalis doing anything. I'm not talking about my friends who are Somalis, who are progressive people, but I'm talking now that is it possible that if then that they perceive this Ruto as God-fearing, does that then mean Kenya or the region is safe from a new wave of Al-Shabaab militancy? I just wanted to put that question because some of you who have a lot of knowledge about religion and persuasions of religion, you might be able to answer this. But I was just looking at it on the positive side. Does this mean anything? Because for once, we used to think that President Moi was ultra religious, and we never missed his Sunday masses. They showed us every Sunday on KBC that he has attended church, but he never entertained a situation where Christendom was, like a form of theocracy is formed within state and church the way it is now. Moi never entertained that. So this is something quite unusual. So I was just wondering whether it will impact on other things in the region. If anyone has a comment about this. In terms of my last point is I share the same fears as our last speaker there, that if those uh, Azimio coalition politicians don't do what they're supposed to do, what business have we even now to attack Ruto and his gang of thieves? What business do we have? Because I have seen there today that some guy, Mpuru Aburi from Meru or Tigania, saying that he was in Azimio and now him and his party are supporting this Ruto. And there are many others from different parties. They keep doing this. Every day there's a new defection. So why should we even worry about the politics, what's going on in parliament? And if we have the power that we claim we do have, for those of you who are over there back home, is there a way to make contact with your communities to force some of the MPs or some of the politicians who are letting us down out of power? Some of us here, we're in the diaspora, we cannot do that because we were only allowed to elect, which we did, we were only allowed to vote for a president. So we feel, I don't know about people like the rest of you who might be outside the country, but for me, I feel I should have power to elect my governor, for example. I feel this is very important to me because right now I'm not really as concerned about the state of the HQ of government, the central government. I'm more concerned about the county governments, So, and the last point, I have it on authority that Raila Odinga will not be available in Kenya for some time. Now, the person who was telling me this is very close in the workings of Raila Odinga at the AU, and he'll be much more concerned with his activities with the AU, which we don't obviously see, but there are a lot of things he's doing out there. And so again, I support our last speaker who said, why do we have to wait for Raila Odinga to say something? Yesterday, I saying something very brave. And then the next few seconds, he made a joke about it. He was saying how he'll march his people all the way to Sijui Karen and all this kind of stuff. And in the next minute, he's laughing about it, and all that kind of stuff. So we are trying to find a definitive force that will make change. Let's just stop this thing about that Raila is the one who has to talk so that we can talk. Because honestly, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So thank you, and I'm sorry if I've diverted the topic of today, and I'm enjoying this discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Mondi for that. On your last point about Raila speaking before others speak, one is his leadership position. Two, starting a riot, a demo, is easier. Calling it off is where the whole thing lies. If we let anybody start, does that person have capacity to call it off? Because we shouldn't have a demo that doesn't have an end with it. And that end needs to end up into the betterment of the Kenyan people, the betterment of our leadership. So remember the reason I have said here that the reason why Baba went for Jivanji Bunge la Wananchi was to abort the 14 days ultimatum that had been given by the president of ghetto president for price ya unga ishuke 70 ama we begin the demo. So he went there to tell them, let's give them their 100 days. I still support the aspect of waiting for right guidance, because I know this country, I've been here long enough to know that there is only 1% that can call off when this country begins to burn. That person is not William Ruto, that person is not Gachagua. And when things begin to fall apart, I promise you, siku itakuwa mrefu. So Baba will provide leadership with his presence here or not. He has never been inadequate in terms of providing leadership, whether he's around or not. And many people look up to him. Many people respect him. So if he comes in to save the situation, he will save the situation. But if he's left behind and the situation gets ahead of him, remember swearing in. We saw him in by force. Yes, you want to respond. There is something Putney wanted to say.
No,
Bernard,
sorry. Okay, sorry, Putney. Go ahead.
Bernard, unajua sasa sisi tunataka kumaliza, Sabato inaingia, inakaa hapa leo, kitu inaitwa sunset inakuja mapema, so nataka kupigia watu kwa heri, but iko kitu ilinisumbua hata kama iko kwa topic Bernard, but we really want to discuss this. Bernard, Kenya is a country that is very funny. Na mimi nimengojea useme hii kitu umekataa, but ndaisema tu kwa sababu najua unatetea watu wenu. Watu wa Mungu mnajua vile mnajitetea. Leo Kenya, hapo karibu na Kenol Branch, one of the most renowned priest alienda akadedicate club. Huyo priest alienda, kuna club inaitwa Club Quiver. I like going there. Ni nzuri though. Sio hiyo ni mpya imeletwa huko. Lakini Bernard, a priest went to dedicate a club. Lakini kuna watu walifurahi sana. Alafu lakini Wakenya wanajua kudanganya watu sana. Iko mtu aliandika comment hapa ilinifurahisha, alisema hiyo inaitwa Holy Basilica. Akasema BSI alafu akaweka lika kando. Lika. Holy Basilica. Sasa hapo alafu mwingine akasema hii imebarikiwa, unakunywa hadi unazima. Bernard, you see, it looks like a joke, but we have degenerated. And let me tell you, our youngsters may think that is right. Na watu wanaweza enda huko waseme hii imebarikiwa, tunakunywa mpaka tuzime. Now, that is what our priests are doing. Let me read for you, Bernard, what happened. You see, this is something we must discuss, Bernard. Tunaacha politics kidogo, tunakuja social. That's how, hata kama unapenda nyama, lazima uweke kachumbari kidogo. Bernard, this is what he said. And I want you to listen to me. Just when you thought you have seen it all in Kenya, boom, longer come a Catholic priest blessing one of the most controversial clubs in Nairobi. Yeah, that is correct. Quiver Lounge. At Thika Road, there is a new one at Keno. Having a grand reopening, 100% Presenter Chito and DJ so and so. Na itakuwa kwa Kiss Night, but the person who dedicated everybody was a priest. And well, the reopening had a little twist because the priest dedicated it. And he said, kupea Friday heshima yake. Sasa Bernard, wewe mbona hujaipea Friday hapa heshima ndio tuone Bernard? Bernard, pea Friday heshima yake hapa kwa sababu hii maneno sasa inatuuma. Asante sana Bernard. Good night.
I know you are a troublemaker. You are forgiven. So mimi nitapatia Friday heshima yake by keeping away. By staying away. But it's true. That is why we are doing that show, Escape the Era of Error. Okay? Tuko katika hiyo enzi ambayo kila mtu ako huru kufanya chochote kila anataka anavyoona. Nafikiria tumefika hapo ile the book of Joshua, the last chapter inasema wakati huo hakuwa na mfalme, hakuwa na nabii, hakuwa na kiongozi katika nchi. Kwa hivyo kila mtu aliishi vile alivyoona ni sawa kuishi. So we are at that point in time where everybody's doing whatever they see right to do. The priest blessing that business, it is his choice. And I grew up as a Catholic, okay? I went to a Catholic primary school. I was an altar boy and all that. In the Catholic Church, we don't have a problem with alcoholism. We naombea kunywa kidogo. Na hata wakati tulikuwa tumeenda hiyo mateso ya kujifunza sala na hiyo masuala yote, tulikuwa tunaenda misa in one hilly place, it's called Ruto Parish. So asubuhi mapema tumekimbia na rosari nini tumefika church. Na baada ilikuwa inaanza on the dot 7. Priest ashasimama, mambo imeisha. Sasa something used to happen. Wakati misa imeisha saa 4, tunateremka sisi hao tunarudi nyumbani. Wazee wataanza tu kupotea. They get lost in the bush. You will not see them. So tutafika nyumbani peke yetu. Then ukienda kwa barabara around 4 evening, you see them coming. Singing the song different from the one we sang in the mass. So hapo, I will not hold the priest to anything because he did what is his duty to do.
Hiyo wimbo ilikuwa inapea Friday heshima yake.
Hii ilikuwa Sunday afternoon. So kama Friday inahitaji heshima yake, tutaipa heshima yake. Lakini kuna kitu ambacho tunafanya. Okay, the sin is not in doing it, but in doing it in public. We have become a very irresponsible generation in terms of parents, that we don't keep adult things from children. And so in the process, we are not corrupting ourselves only, but we are corrupting the generation that is yet to come. Lakini wale wanataka heshima ya Friday, muko nayo, tutawaombea. Na muhitaji kudedicate your business, tutadedicate business. Bora tu mtengeneze ile bahasha mzuri, tukimaliza maombi yetu, tulipe ile ya kwetu, sisi tuende kuheshimu Sunday, ninyi mkiheshimu Friday. Hiyo ndio nitasema kwa hilo. Omondi, what were you saying before we bring in this other reverend? Omrasia atuambie yake ni ya ipi. Omondi, you had something to say quickly, please. Unmute, you're still mute. Okay, umejifunga mwenyewe. Pole. You will organize on that.
Uko mute. Hatukusikii.
Ni kama ameshindwa kwa unmute. So tusonge mbele, atakuja baadaye. Haya? My own bishop, how are you today?
Sijui niseme nini. Lakini
wewe bariki divai, wacha mambo mingi. Yesu mwenyewe atatengeneza maji kama divai. Yaani mnakuwa bora kuliko Yesu.
Sikiza, nilikuwa hapo kwa Girao, nilikuwa nataka kuchunguza ni nini mlifanya. Kwa nini watu hawakupiga kura? So sasa hiyo intelligence yenu mnasema mnajua sasa. Hiyo ni kali sana hiyo. Lakini kitu ya kwanza mimi nakuambia bwana, wacha kusumbua. Unajua askari akigoma kila kitu kiko upside down. Nakuja nichukue TV hapo kwako saa hii. Sasa utanipeleka wapi? Sasa hakuna makosa kubwa kama hiyo. Hujawahi kufanya. serikali ikigoma, my friend, utaenda wapi? Yaani nyinyi miaka yote hamjawahi kujua hiyo. Nimeshangaa sana, lakini nimesema asante sana wasee, mmeshikilia studio, Mtembei TV. Sisi unajua wengine mlitupiga soki ya stima, lakini resilient iko, tumerudi. Tunasema tunasoma na makosa, na nimesema ni asante sana wazee wote hapo. Nimeona watu wengi, na wazee wageni hapo wamekuwa machachali ya kina Francis. Na sasa wewe umeshikilia kabisa. Nimesema ni asante sana wazee. So mimi sijui nitasema nini hapa, lakini nitashikilia tu shika moja mbili hapo hivyo kushikanisha. Saa hii unajua hao watu sioni haja gani ya kusumbuana na wao. Sisi ile kitu ilikuwa hii mpira walituchenga aje? What happened? Hiyo ndio kitu nataka kuangalia, tutafute solution. Sasa unajua sasa tunaanza kuangalia 2027 au walipita wapi na wapi, mahali tuliregesa tulikuwa nini, ni mahali tulitegemea tukafikiria hao watu watafanya kazi, hawakufanya vile. Unasema hivyo sasa. So kuna watu labda mzee aliambia watu fanyeni kazi, shika hapo, na hawakufanya kazi. So hiyo ndio tunafaa kuangalia sasa. Na nakumbuka tulisema hivi, wazee ni werevu sana, walituambia hata mapema, they have registered 7 million. How? Toka kwa party ni kila kitu walikuwa wameregister watu, they had their own risk. Na hao watu wote registered, they made sure wameenda kupiga kura. So, no. Lakini sasa sisi mtu angewaja kuenda kutafutia ng'ombe majani, aende kupiga kura saa ngapi? Na hapo kuna mwingine anabebwa na bodaboda, anaenda anapiga kura, narudishwa, anaongezewa kitu kwa mfuko. Sasa wewe unaenda kukula sukuma wiki, yeye anaenda pale kilo moja ya nyama, sasa ataenda kukupigia kura. So hiyo vitu yote sisi hatukuwa na watu wanaangalia hivi kama hivi. Sasa tunataka tuangalie sasa jinsi gani tunaweza fanya sasa ili tufunge hiyo mabao. Hiyo ndio kitu ya maana sana sana. Wao wenyewe watajiangusha wenyewe, waachana na wao, hata hakuna haja kumbana na wao. Wenyewe lazima watatuhitaji, they will come for us, don't worry about it. Lakini tutafute njia, kwa sababu watu wetu wengi hata wakaenda kuangalia mahali walikuwa nataka kwenda kupigia, hawakuenda. Na Chebukati ni mwerevu, aliambia watu muangalie, aliangalia system, mwenye hakuja kuangalia ameondolewa. So angeenda kupiga kura because he didn't even check. So those are the areas we need to think of how best we can. Vijana wengi hata wengine hawakuchukua vitambulisho yao, walichukua so they could not, hawakuenda kuchukua, hawakufuatilia, hawana fare. All those small things, they contributed to what we have now. Na watu wengi walipiga kura, hata Mount Kenya is between 40 years and 86. Vijana mnawaraumu wa Central Bura hawakupiga kura. Watu walipiga kura ni watu wako na 40 years and above. Why? There is a big reason. No. Now watu walikuwa, they had already prepared for a long time. Ulisikia huyu jamaa akihubiri hapo kwa kanisa amesema nini? So hiyo narrative ilianza 2013. So 2013, by that time most of the youth walikuwa hata wengine hawajui. So these are the people with that age who knew what is going on. Na ile michengo yote inachengwa ya makanisa huko, wasirika wengi hawajiwezi, they cannot even give 100 shillings kwa offering every. Mchungaji atakwambia hapo. So kama kuna mtu atakuja aseme hii nyumba nitaijenga, sasa hao hiyo kura zote zitawekwa kwa hiyo kikapu, vitu kama hizo. Aseme mahindi nimemwaga hapo gunia 5, mahindi, mafuta. Sasa vitu kama hizo, unaona? So hawa ni watu walikuwa wameshachora kitambo, lakini sisi tulikuwa tunategemea Francis, naona ako na uwezo, labda atasimamia hiyo pana. Francis naye akangojea mzee atakooa. Sasa mzee alikuwa anakuangalia labda wewe kwa sababu ulikuwa unaonekana kuna nguvu. So those are the things how things went. So wengine wakapewa vitu wakakanyagia kwa mfuko. Matatu nyingi hazikufanya hiyo kazi, zilikuwa zimeshalipwa tayari. Kubeba tu watu na kwa. Lakini upande wetu ni wewe mwenyewe na nijipange na muogo yako ndio umechamusa tu na chumvi. Unaona ile tunaita diet ya mzee yetu inakupeleka. Lakini kama ulilala mahali ukapewa ngiri 2, utaenda kupigia mzee. So hiyo ndio tutasema summary ya hiyo kitu kidogo, lakini tuangalie sasa next watu wataanza kuregister saa ngapi, na to make sure kila mtu amejua ataenda kupiga kura wapi, na tunampeleka mpaka huko. So hizo pesa sasa tunampandisha motorbike, facilitate kidogo, sio kuonga mtu, ili kwa sababu hana uwezo by the way. So unajua Kenya mahali imefika, hatujafikia kiwango mtu tunashikwa mikono most of the time. So vile nani umesema hiyo maneno hapo, that is the way we want to see. Na ile civic education at the IBC inafundisha wapi? Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo ni kusema tu those are areas, hizo ndio loopholes za kusabotage areas because they don't teach them. Pesa zimechukuliwa ni hivi. Sasa hebu jiulize, kama wewe mtu umesoma inakuwa ni shida kumark the right place, hebu niambie mzee, mtu wako elderly, mtu mwingine ako mahali kwa village hajawahi kuona karatasi, aliwacha kitabu kitambo hata juu ya tamaki wapi. Is also a challenge. 6 parrot papers, very difficult. So those are areas ilikuwa a challenge ngumu, but nani atachange kulingana na hii stage ya sasa? Sasa hiyo already wameanza kutengeneza for 2027. Mtaweza? Na unajua wazee wameset standard, lazima uwe na pesa sasa ndio kitu inaweza songa. Hata mtu yako kuweka mahali usipokuwa na pesa wewe wezekana. Hakuna kitu inaweza fanya Kenya sana. Jamaa ameset standard juu sana kulingana na pesa. Ni ngumu. Sasa mlisema ni maombi, sasa unashindwa sasa. Sasa mtaomba tena sasa maombi mrudishe.
Hapo wewe ndio utatuambia ni maombi ama ni uchawi. Pili, okay? Wakati sisi tulikuwa watoto wa primary tulikuwa tunaenda kuvua samaki katika mto yetu ile inapita karibu na shamba letu. Hatukuwa tunaenda na ndoano, tulikuwa tunachanganya pilipili, bitter herbs and all that. Alafu naenda kumwaga juu, alafu naenda kutegea huku nyuma. Samaki wanakuja wamelala flat, tunachukua tukibeba. Hao samaki hawako wanapanda, wako wanateremka chini. Kwa nini? Tumewaseti. They have to come in this direction. So we have to get them. Shida ya Kenya sio watu kupiga kura. Na si eti watu wa kupigia kura mzee. Shida ni kwamba hatutaki kura ziamue kiongozi. Tunataka sisi tuchague, alafu tuwaambie watu kura ndio zimeamua. That is the problem. Story ya watu Mount Kenya wakufanya hiyo ni narrative ambayo wangependa to buy and accept. There's nothing like that. In Kenya, it is they are afraid to let the electoral system decide the leader. They want to have a preset leader that no matter how many people go to vote for you, if you are not on the list of the so-called people that decided, and we are not talking just about locals, like this particular election, it was the foreign powers that messed up the whole thing. Why? They are afraid of Baba's presidents. That's something that is beyond what you are calling illiteracy, ama wazee kwenda kupiga kura and all that. It doesn't matter wazee tumetoa wapi, wakapiga kura mara ngapi. When America sneezes, the whole world catches cold and all that. So hapa tuambiane ukweli. Ukweli ni kwamba hatutaki kura zetu zituamulie viongozi, kwa sababu kuna watu ambao are not comfortable with the choices of Kenyans. So they would rather choose for Kenya what suits them. And the only way is the revolt, to disturb that system, to disturb that preset outcome, is to revolt. When there is a revolt, hakuna kujipanga, kila mtu anajipanga. Uliona the rise and the fall of Idi Amin? Alikuwa anatuma salama akiondoka. You will not set the next election while unatoroka. So hapa si we are helpless, lakini lazima tukubali. But if we buy that what you are proposing to us, we will have swallowed the hook of what they want us to swallow. We will dance here for another 100 years explaining our situation. Ni watu wetu hawakutoka kupiga kura. Mzee alipata kura za kutosha kumfanya rais mapema asubuhi, lakini wakubwa hawakubaliana na matokeo ya Wakenya, wakapigia simu Chebukati abadilishe maneno. That is what happened. And me, napenda ukweli. Napenda ukweli. Wakati mzee amepoteza kura nitawaambia amepoteza, lakini kura zote ambazo amenyang'anywa si eti ni yeye. The problem is there are people who would not stand his leadership. Why? The greatest fear of the Western powers is the United States of Africa. That is their greatest fear. If there is any maombi wanaenda kufanya, they will fast and pray against the United States of Africa. At this point in time, the best person who can call Africa and Africa answers immediately is Raila Amolo Odinga. He is respected all across. Akifutilia mbali hizo mikataba zote kama Magufuli. Right now, America and the rest will be kneeling and begging Africa to send raw material. We refuse. Say, come and buy finished coffee from Kenya at the rate you've been selling it to us. Who will accept that? So, tusikubali hiyo nini una suggest inatupotosha. We are having a Kenya Kwanza government courtesy of foreign powers that cannot stand Africa standing on her own and protecting her resources. They would rather take advantage of us and mess us up.
Yeah, on the same though, like now we need members of parliament. If we don't choose the people we want of parliament, then what are we going to do? So even the Mzee cannot work alone. He needs to work with people from the ground.
No,
So that's what I'm
exactly
saying.
what I'm
It's
telling
important.
you.
It is important to an extent. You know, I was in the ground. I've been in the ground for almost 60 days. I've gone there. I've started the entire Kenya. I was in Nyanza for 15 days. Went to Central for 30 days. So I've corrected all the information. I'm not just from here. I just came. And you remember I was there because of when
Where ulikuwa hapa wakati tulikuwa tunafanya statistics of the outcome of the elections in 2017?
So I had to go. No, I went down into the ground to see what was the problem, what happened, how did they. So I found people were sleeping in the members of parliament, MP's home. People like 2,000 people are sleeping there. Whom they will vote? 2,000 people, and each person is given 2,000 shillings each person. Can you imagine? So tell me now, what you do? Such a thing happened in the village. See, so those are the things I'm telling you, that there's no way out. This guy set a very high standard. You cannot do.
That is not a standard. Don't even call it a standard.
Yeah.
You don't call that a standard. That is,
no, you see, okay. This one we No, we need to agree this thing. We need
That
to
is
agree
not
this
a
thing.
standard. That is
Yeah, it is.
defrauding the system. Okay?
No, now, did you
Defrauding the
see anyone
system.
saying that there were people who were bribed somewhere? There was nothing like that. Even the people we trust and they believe they could not talk anything because they just feel it is normal. Imagine, and
Sasa
the people are there. So you see, if that thing is already normalized, then how do you think
ngoja kwanza. Wewe unajua, you want to justify what is not scientifically provable. Okay? The size of a centimeter remains the size of a centimeter for us to get right measurements. The moment we turn a centimeter into an inch or a millimeter, okay, then call it centimeter, we will never get right measurements. What has happened with our elections is that we are trying to defeat the system by corrupting it. We cannot call that, it's not even an improvement, it's not an advancement. It is retracting on what we had established for ourselves in the constitution. And as Kenyans of goodwill, we need to rally together and stop it. Because hatutaenda kwa exam, wewe umekuja na marking scheme, mimi nimekuja na question paper. Okay? Alafu mimi najibu maswali kulingana na vile nimesoma. Wewe ushakuja na marking scheme, una copy ukiweka, una copy ukiweka, una copy ukiweka. After that tunapeleka karatasi. Wewe unapata A, mimi napata C+. Okay? But do you know that my C+ is stronger than your A? Because your A is born out of copying and pasting, but my C is I worked for the same. So right now tukubali, either tutumie Mwakenya kufanya kila kitu ama tufuate mkataba jinsi ulivyo. But all in all, we are still a work in progress. We hope someday we'll get there. But kwa Wakenya wenzangu, tusikubali kudanganywa. Tusikubali kudanganywa. Hiyo narrative ya kusema, oh, we have the numbers, they don't have the numbers, it is not valid. We have enough numbers. If you think we don't have numbers, let us withhold our taxes and see what will happen to this economy. Tuseme tu Azimio Zone, hakuna kulipa tax for the next 6 months. Tell me whether the tarring of numbers is going to sustain this economy. Najua watu wataanza kunipiga mawe, wanasema incitement. I have been inciting all along, so you can do whatever you want to do. All the same, naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali. Ni wakati wa Francis, but kabla ya Francis, wacha tusikilize maonyo ya Rigathi kwa Kenya, especially sisi watu wa media. After that, Francis, you will take charge. Mimi nitakuwa nang'atuka.
Some of us are very conversant with this exercise because we have been members of parliament on the ground with you, and we have worked together. And it will be unfair for us to pretend that we don't know you and what you do, because we know. You know, some people, when God gives them a chance to rise to these high offices, they become arrogant, they look down upon others, and they behave like they don't belong to this country. President William Ruto and I are the products of a miracle. We are just ordinary people, born in ordinary homes, brought up in ordinary circumstances, went to school barefoot, went without food, we had tigers, we had all sorts of problems. And therefore, where we have reached, we cannot pretend that we don't know the journey we walked through. It is for that reason, our CS education, I want to appeal to you. Please let the ministry look at the facilities available to our sub-county directors of education. I've been there with them. I know they have no vehicles, they have no offices, they have no furniture, and they are expected to oversee what the teachers are doing. I remember in Madeira constituency, where I was a member of parliament, I had a very ambitious program of transforming all the primary schools into a world-class environment. We renovated all the classrooms, we put tiles, we made it a beautiful place. And then the sub-county director of education, I hope nobody has transferred her from there, of Madeira East, Mrs. Mbayi. Is she still here? Or you people have removed her after I left Madeira? Is Mrs. Mbayi here? She came to see me and asked me, Mheshimiwa, how do I supervise the teachers? Their offices are so beautiful and modern compared to mine. So when they come to see me, they look down upon me because they live in a better environment. I have seen the agony that our directors, the sub-county directors of education go through. Waziri, we need to back them with facilities for them to be able to have meaningful supervision and provide leadership to the rest of the actors in that particular sub-county. So let us facilitate officers of government, and these officers, I can tell you, they work very hard, and they are very patriotic and concerned about education. I have worked with many of them, and I can tell you, if there is one ministry where officers are committed and patriotic and willing to serve, are officers in the Ministry of Education. I'll be asking your CS where he needs my support or that president will assist him so that we can make your environment better. Our officers of the National Government Administration, you know I'm one of you. There's only a uniform I don't have. But you know where my heart is. I was feeling so bad when you are being misused to do negative things and politics, because that is not your work. You know, I was very unhappy when officers of the National Government Administration were harassing teachers in Kirinyaga County because the teachers are refusing to get involved in politics. The officers of the National Government Administration are the best that this country has. But only if they are deployed positively and appropriately for the benefit of the people. The previous administration used them negatively to go and campaign for Azimio, to intimidate teachers, to harass everybody, and that is not their work. The work you are going to do in this examination season, that is your work and is a good job. The work you do to maintain peace is the right thing. The work you do to make sure there are no boundary disputes, that is good thing. Ahead, we want to ask you to help us in matters of agriculture. We want to map this country. We want to know the agricultural sector. How many acres of coffee do we have? How many acres of tea, rice, sugar, pyrethrum, so that we can be able to look for inputs and fertilizer to assist our farmers. And officers of National Government Administration, the assistant chiefs and the chiefs, they know everybody. They will be able within 2 weeks to tell us the entire acreage under maize, which farmer has how many acres, so that when we plan to assist farmers with fertilizer, we do it spot on because we have the necessary data. And that is an activity that we are going to work with the officers of the National Government Administration. So I want to assure you, the Gao family, in this government, you have an advocate that you don't pay 24/7. And I'll push your agenda. I also know our assistant county commissioners have no dignity because they travel by matatu. They live behind shops in a single room that has no toilet facility. And yet they are expected to have authority over the people. If you get an assistant county commissioner in a matatu and the tout is pushing him a songa and to pay quickly, and then the same fellow goes and finds him in office, he's trying to tell him what to do, he cannot listen. So we must also dignify our officers in the National Government Administration by getting them offices, getting them good residence, and making sure they have vehicles and they have fuel so that they are able to perform. So the deputy county commissioners, the assistant county commissioners, please align yourself quickly with the new government. Quickly. And the new government wants you to serve the people. We don't want you to harass anybody. We don't want you to use thorax. We want you to engage Kenyans and talk to them. That is why when Kenyans started crying about CBC, when CBC was brought, nobody talked to the people of Kenya to ask them what they want. The teachers have been complaining. Parents have been complaining. Pupils have been complaining. And we, the president, decided his government is a government that listens. Why don't we create an opportunity and listen to the people of Kenya?
Maybe to follow on gossip going on. Once in a while, I look at the social media. Last night, I know there was a talk that I could discuss in the social media that Koome will be sworn in by Koome. A lot of issues, very interesting discussion. That CJ, is about a wife and husband, is about a brother and a sister. Anyway, I think those are good wishes. That is not the case. I have no blunt relationship with the CJ. It's only that she's married to one Koome Kiragu, and I'm Koome Nchebere. So I thought one of the CJ, I make that clear to our fellow Kenyans. Because they ask now the CJ and the Inspector General, brother and sister, is not the case. But CJ, Honorable CJ, she's a good role model. She's a good example to many of us. And Honorable CJ, we appreciate the efforts you are putting in terms of providing guidance to the whole criminal justice system. I don't intend to make a long speech. I know as Honorable Chief Justice another function in this after this. Lakini ni kuambia Wakenya wenzangu, tuko na nchi ambayo ni nchi nzuri. Most of us have quite a number of us here have traveled worldwide. I cannot imagine of any other country as beautiful as Kenya, where if you want to enjoy yourself on a beach, 45 minutes in Mombasa. You want a good place? Another 40 minutes, you have Mount Kenya, where I've been serving as a combatant, National Police College Kiganjo. You want a desert? Fly over Charibe Desert. Take off from Lodwar, fly over Loyangarani, land in Marsabit. I've done it twice. The country is beautiful. Our people are warm. Kenyans generally are good people. I've been to some countries where, I will not mention which countries, where people, even the smile is fake. The food is fake. But Kenyans, when a Kenyan smiles at you, it is from the heart. I recall when we had a big challenge with the corona, we were told not even to shake But the Kenyans will not listen, hear that. None of that. Will not listen, hear that. Mkenya anataka kusalimia wewe mkikutana mpaka kusalimu kwa mkono. Because our people are warm. We have a beautiful country. All of us, we have a responsibility to ensure we hold this country together. I wish to state na kusema ya kwamba tuko na maofficers wa polisi who are very professional. 98% we have no issues with them. Maybe just 2%. And we are really being assisted by the commission, the IPOA, other oversight bodies. Again, we have the critical mass within the police to manage the 2%. But we are very professional police service. Kwa hivyo hawa kora wako kule nje wanafikiri watatishia maisha ya wananchi. That will not happen. Mkora ambaye anafikiria atatembea na kisu huko nje, anandunga mwananchi na kisu kwa kisu. Mkora hapo na bunduki, utafanya mwananchi mtukufu aumie. That will not happen. I'm from the college, that's why I've been the commandant. And I will tell you, our officers are very clear to when they are allowed to use a fire. And it is in law, under the Police Act. 5 instances. When any police officer, his life is in danger, or any other person, the life is in danger, a police officer is justified to use a fire. When protecting life or property, if there is imminent danger or threat, a police officer can use a fire. If it is in self-defense or defense of another life, because of imminent threat from, to life or serious injury, a police officer can use a fire. Anybody who is charged of having committed a felony, a serious offense, murder, rape, manslaughter, imprisonment for over where the law provides imprisonment over 3 years. That person attempts to escape, a police officer can use a fire. Again, the last one, the 5th one. If a police officer has arrested somebody charged for having committed a felony, then you attempt rescuing that person. You attempt, the law says, a police officer can use a fire. Therefore, the officers are aware. And any police officer who uses ace or a fire under those circumstances, we are there to protect that officer. Kwa hivyo tunaambia wakora, uko kule kwa estate, unasumbua wananchi kwa kudunga au visu, kupiga watu risasi, it will not happen under my watch. I will have slept on the job. Wale kule wanaiba ng'ombe, actually it is livestock rustling. It is not cattle rustling. A lot of property destroyed, wananchi wanakufa, maofisa wanakufa. Our strategy now is to target the loans. We are calling them livestock loans. And we shall engage Parliament so that such people, they are dealt with for committing a terrorist act. The president has pronounced himself on this. Kile mimi nasema, all of us, let us enjoy our existence. Yale mali umetafuta kwa bidii, tutachunga hiyo mali. Yeyote anajaribu kuingia kwa mfuko wako, anachukua wallet yako, uko na rekibesi umenunua ya dhahabu, anataka kuichukua, atapata cha mtema kuni. That is the message we are sending. As I take charge of the National Police Service, Honorable Chief Justice, criminals out there, please bear with me because you face it. We are not threatening anybody, but we are stating things as they are. Tunataka kusema ukweli. Tuende mashambani tulime, kila mtu ashughulikie aso yake, lakini si mambo ya kusumbua wengine. Otherwise, Honorable Chief Justice, once more, ni kusema shukurani sana. Mungu awabariki nyote na Mungu awabariki nchi yetu mtukufu. Asante sana.
Oga Francis, you've been left alone. Carry on.
So thank you, Bernard. And before I comment on those two videos that were played, let me just go to what the discussion of today. When the president says President Ruto seeks to regulate the domestic borrowing rates, I've seen that clip that he's saying he wants to regulate from, if it is 14%, ataki anataka 10% borrowing rate. That individual, I'm telling you, is suffering from a disease because there's some factors that a president has no capability to decide. The interest rate are clearly determined by the inflation rate. These are used to adjust so that the purchasing power of money is restored back. So for the interest rate, the inflation rate affects interest rate to some great extent, and inflation rate has nothing to do with the president. So I don't know when he's saying that you'll be able to control, it does not beat logic to me. It's not be able. That one is not his jurisdiction at all. The other issue that also affects the interest rate is the issue to do with the public debt. When a country is at a point of defaulting some payment of loan, the people who give a country loans or the companies, they issue a higher interest rate so that to caution with any kind of fortune. If a country defaults in payment, they are likely not to make a lot of loss. So they are likely to charge more interest rate to generate more to offset any kind of risk if the country defaults in payment of the loan. Also, the other thing that about interest rate is affected by other international factors, that is the global around the world. You understand that Kenya does not exist on its own. We have the hard currency, we have the franc, we have the yen, we have dollar, we have around 7 of them: dollar, franc, yen, and so forth. These are currency that determines how the interest rate over the world are being charged. So Kenya shillings is not there. So whatever William Ruto is saying that will control is another promise on top of another promise which cannot be achieved. I've also seen the issue to do with the Hustler Fund. That one is one of the most conning game that I've ever seen. It is a con game that imeenda shule. So I'm asking myself a simple question. If you have to pay a small fee so that you access the Hustler Fund, why should you be able then go to access it if you have already some fee you can pay? If you know, things are very fine. How do you go to seek a loan when you have money? It doesn't beat logic. Somebody go to seek a loan because he doesn't have money. So the moment you tell somebody to pay a small fee so that you access the Hustler Fund, it's like a ridicule. Then the other issue I've also found it is the regulation number 6, the non-disclosure agreement. I'm telling Kenyans that one of the highest hopes of this country that somebody can sign such kind of an agreement. How can you sign an agreement that you don't see anything, whatever it is contained inside? What about if individual decides to change midway? For example, ilisainiwa usipolipa utaenda jail miezi 2, alafu mtu aende change aseme utaenda miaka 20, utakataa aje na hukuona? So those are things which are there, and I'm also worried because people are being removed from CRB and then they are taken to prison. People will be in prison, so many of them. Then the other issue that I'm looking at is this way: the money is supposed to be returned within 6 months. The question is, which investment can yield enough return to repay the interest rate, to repay the loan back within 6 months? Is that not an ox? I don't think if there's anything that, unless somebody acheze na abeti naye na kibeti hiyo unaweza hata shikwa na kichaa. ama uende ucheze nayo huko National Stock Exchange, hiyo nayo kuzama ni dakika 2. So I don't think if there's any investment viable or risk proof that can earn any interest within 14 days, within 6 months, sorry, that becomes another thing of ni ujambazi fulani tu hivi umepakwa rangi na umewekwa kwa sheria, lakini hiyo loan sioni kama kuna kitu itasaidia. The other issue that you talk about is the issue of OLESAPIT. The churches allow themselves to be where they are. They are accepted to be used, to be bought, and they have no mandate to lecture Kenyans on what is the best for them. Let them take the route they have taken to support a particular candidate, to support a particular fraction. Let them maintain that one. And I'm telling you, what I know and what I understand is this. There is what human beings think, and there's what human beings can be influenced. But there's what is reality. God is not a human being like I or you, that God looks at where there's majority. No, God looks for where there's justice. So it doesn't matter even if you are alone, the justice will be there. And if I can recall back, I remember sometime when Jeremiah was, is it Jeremiah or Elijah, who was almost to give up, but God told him, you know, you have a great journey before you. You have to pick up yourself, to put a struggle, and you will certainly achieve whatever I meant for you. So at the end of the day, you find that the churches are things which look very ridiculous to me, but I hope they will come a new generation of churches that will uphold the kind of integrity. And Omondi had talked about the issue of the Somalis talking about Ruto is a God-fearing man, and that they feel is a good man. You know, there's two kind of Muslims. There are what you call the Shia Muslim, and there is the Sunni Muslims. Most of the Sunni Muslims are the hardliners, or what you call extremists. These are individuals who majority of them believes that Islam should be a state religion. They believe that anybody who doesn't believe in the kind of what they believe in, the kind of religion, therefore they should not be living among them, and wanaitangwa kitu sijui ni najis ama ni kitu gani, something of sort kind. So you find that within the Al-Shabaab fraction, who are there, the most of them are the Sunni Islam Muslims, who believe that anybody who does not believe on what they believe, it should be killed. And to that fraction, it changes from being a Sunni Muslim to become what you call fundamentalists. These are individuals who are very fundamental to a point that they believe if you are not believing that Allah is the only God, you are not believing that Islam is the only religion, you are not believing on A, B, C, D, you should not be living. And therefore they exterminate you, of which I believe that one will not occur. Kenya is a country whereby it is described very well as a secular state, with no particular religion. Therefore, Muslim, Christians, Hindu, pagans, and so forth, all are at liberty to live freely in our beautiful country, Kenya. So I've also seen the video of Jafeth Koome trying to talk about criminal in Nairobi. According to some of researches that I've done, I've realized that poverty and crime are two identical twins that you cannot separate them. Bernard, you can also bear me witness that huwezi kaa hapo ukufe na njaa na ukoshu ukitokea hivi unaweza chomoka na simu ya mtu upate chakula. Utaenda naye uchomoke, hutajali chenye kitafanyika. And instead of us looking at a reactive measure, why could we not look at proactive measure? Why should we not look at giving this youth job, trying to mentor these youth into different opportunity, give them even if it's food and so forth. And whoever now engages, we shall know that it's not becoming a career, and not because the condition has forced him to do that. I believe everybody strives and likes to have a clean money. Somebody like to consume his property in a better way, without struggle, without stealing. But when somebody reaches to a point of stealing, I feel that individual must have been having some kind of forces is forcing the individual, and most likely is poverty. And you need to address that poverty. Once you address the poverty, now when you are coming to lectures and to tell us and to threaten us that these people will be shoot sijui nini na nini, tutakuelewa. Maana kama mtu ameshiba, akona nguo, akona mahali pa kulala, akija kuiba, tutajua kwamba hii ni kama uharibifu, na si kwamba anatetea maisha yake asikufe na njaa. These are the issues that you need to look at them. Then lastly, on the issue of Gachagua, Whatever I see Gashagwa, I always believe that a human being can exist without head or brains, because that individual seems not to be having one of brain functional, and if it's functional, probably suffering from dementia. So because you know you cannot be you cannot be blackmailing or talking bad about the previous administration to show that your administration is working. You cannot make a candle to light brighter by putting off other candles. So what I mean is, Gachagua should sit down, do the job. We Kenyans, we can see. Si lazima aje tuexplainie. Si tunaona. We are human beings. We are people that you are learned, we can sense. Usituexplainie hisi mapenzi ya tunataka kuwin roho zetu, hapana. Hii ni mambo ya livelihood tunaweza taji tusikie. Kama ni unga tukiona ni ya 70, tutajua serikali inafanya. Tukiona mambo ya PC wanafanya kazi yao vizuri, teachers wanafundisha, tuta acknowledge. You don't need to come and explain. The moment you explain it means you have done nothing. Why should we explain something that can be seen? Why should I tell Bernard that I'm a black man? Have you not seen that I'm a black man? There are things that automatically you don't need to explain. But I hope you will change on the way. But the way the things are moving, ni kama haizi badilika haraka haraka. And just to finalize now, because inaweza pitisha tukiangalia upande wa the changes that are happening is, let Raila take that silent mode. I've seen today Githurai people demonstrating saying, najua hatukuchagua tutese. And that is what I like. You know, the reason why I like it is because there are people who rather go to hell rather than going to Raila's side, even if Raila is on the right side. But if these things can originate internally without the input of Raila, they will have nowhere to hide or to use it for ethnicity division. Ikianza Githurai wakisema hatuku kuchagua tutese, sijui nani atatokeanza kusema Raila ameinsight wao na wanasema wao walipigia Ruto kura. Let it be internally originated or internally intensified, so that sisi watu wa Azimio tutajoin baadaye kwenda kuingia hapo State House na kulala na kukula hizo vyakula. Sitokuja nyuma. Juu sisi hatukuchagua, wacha wamalizane na yeye kazi ngumu ya kupigana na polisi. Ikishaisha huko State House tutakuwa tunaingia gate zikishafunguliwa. Tuje tuwapee lecture venye nchi inaongozwa na waache kufikiria kama watu ambao wako na akili timamu wakati mwingine. And you know, also I was if the people and different fraction if could listen to me, I think Raila should meet with the governors who are allied to Azimio, MPs, MCS, and everybody. Let them sit down, come up with the project. Tumeona Mabei kuna unga ya 92 kilograms. Tumeona Kisumu sijui kuna ingine. Tumeona maziwa na so forth. Let the people channel their own way. We cannot be, hatuwezi kuwa tunadisaidiwa na mtu mwenye anaamka asubuhi kupanishi mtu, anatuharibia nchi, alafu tunaketi hapa tunasema ati tunangojea Ruto atusaidie. Ruto alichaguliwa kwa ajili ya chuki ya Raila, si kwamba Ruto ni mfanyakazi ama anajua kutenda kazi. Juu kama angekuwa anajua kufanya kazi tungekuwa tumeona, na hakuna kitu inaonekana. So let the Azimio fraternity channel his own way. Na Azimio wasijaribu kupinga watu wa Kenya kwanza. We have so many idiots in this country that are who are very easily swayed. And I know Ruto will come in 2027 and tell them, mliona venye Raila alinisumbua. So venye alinisumbua ndio maana si kufanya kazi, nichagueni nimalizio kazi baada ya miaka 5. And majority of those people, I'm telling you, idiots, will go and vote for that man. Let what we call a self destruction happen. Wacha yeye mwenyewe ajikaange na mafuta yake mwenyewe. Na yeye Raila achane ile mambo ya Azimio na fraternity yake. Tuone maendeleo, tupate unga ya huko ya 70 ya 80. Sisi tusonge na maisha. Sio lazima itoke kwa serikali, hata ikitoka kwa Raila pia itakuwa imetusaidia. Thank you Bernard.
Okay, asante Francis, we appreciate that. A human being can exist without a brain. Interesting times in this great country. All the same, naomba tuendelee pamoja. Thank you everyone. Please, let's keep the conversation going, but let's not succumb to the pressure to accept mediocrity as the standard. We must push for excellence and outstanding performance from every sector of any legit government. If they are not playing up to standard, let us say so. Kuna Hillary Rono anatetea maneno ya undisclosed agreements. Serikali ambayo inaleta mkataba fiche. Sai mbona Murkomen alikuwa anasema story ya SGR sijui ifanywe nini ikuwe disclosed, kwa nini imejificha? So when it comes to Hustler Fund, they want to hide information from us. What does Kenya Kwanza stand for in the first place? Tuambiane ukweli, watu waache mchezo. Ati una sign kwamba usipolipa loan in 6 months utafungwa, na hiyo kifungu itaamuliwa bila wewe kujua. That is not how things work. And then Hustler Fund, you need to get 2 relatives. Do these people realize that they are people who don't have relatives, or they have relatives who don't want them to make any progress anywhere? So they will not guarantee for you any loan anywhere. They don't trust you. They suspect you, and all manner of complication. I agree with Professor Manyora. The Kenya Kwanza government seems not to be in tune with the society. They don't know. They don't understand the Kenyan economy. They don't understand how things work. They just presume that they know how everything works. But the way they are going about it, it is proving every day that they have no clue on what needs to be done in order to recover. Franz also talked about poverty and crime. I don't buy into the school of thought that poverty must end up into crime. I advocate for the aspect of us ensuring that a life is affordable. And that is the number one duty for any sane government anywhere on earth. Make life affordable. When you make life unbearable, then you invite anarchy, then you invite all manner of lawlessness. But it is not automatic that because there is poverty, there must be crime. Because there is poverty, somebody should go and steal. It's not directly proportional. But having said that, the government needs to ensure to cap on crime. They must make life affordable. But if they pretend like what they are doing right now, burying their head in the sand and hoping that things will sort themselves out, they'll be caught unawares. And the Githurai people, that is only the beginning. They should arm themselves for challenging days ahead, because kama tungekuwa na serikali inasikiliza, that would be a different ball game. But we have a stubborn government led by 2 stubborn people who don't give a damn to anyone or anything. They are like that man in Luke chapter 18, Jesus talked about, a judge that had no regard for God or man. So hawataki kusikia nini kinaendelea, nini kinafanyika. Life can be as expensive as it can. All they care that they are in the office and they will keep doing what they want to do. That is the surest way to mess up and end up, caught unawares that the people left you and you still thought they are with you. Bwana Francis, I believe you're here with the administrative power.
Yes.
Yeah, mi nataka kung'atuka kwa sababu I spent the whole day talking with wazee. Nataka kuendelea na hiyo show. Wale watu ambao mja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk channel, please do so. I keep urging you. Nimeamua nitafanya kazi juu chini kuhakikisha kwamba tunapata content ambayo ni poa na is exclusive for that particular channel. We will not mix it with this other channel, because hii tumanawekanga kila kitu. Hii ni kama kachumbari. Tumechanganya kila kitu. That will be exclusively for talk shows with key leaders and key opinion leaders. Tunaongea right now, we are on the tracing the wazees wa church na hiyo masuala mengine, and then from there we're going to pursue wazee wa siasa, We are looking now on appointment with Fred Gumo. There is Brood Nabwera, all those wakongwe wa siasa watuambie kama uongozi ni hivi ama nini kilienda kombo. So tafadhali na kuomba tu kama uja subscribe, alafu turn on your notification bell ili tukiweka video utajulishwa moja kwa moja. And unisaidie na hiyo campaign. I need to have those 1,000 subscribers within the remaining 4 days or so. So kama unisaidii nitakushtaki. Nitakushtaki kwa Kashagwa. Yes, Francis.
You know, I've seen like I was gotten in a wrong context when I was referring to religion. You know, what I meant is that religion has different perspective and different beliefs. You know, even in Christianity, we have this group called Lord Resistance Army, LRA, that was led by Joseph Kony. It's an extremist group that believes on Christianity. So that one group, it is more aligned to the Catholic fraction that believes that people should be led by the 10 commandments and not the Pentecostal part of it. So for that, saying that way does not mean therefore that all Catholics are terrorists because of the Lord Resistance Army. The same things happen to Muslims. Muslims are people who are just unfair, and that's why, you know, there are things which are there. Hata leo hii tukianza kufuata corruption cases and bad this and everything else, and we follow in terms of religion, we'll find that less than 1% of Muslims or people who believe in Islam are involved. In terms of fairness, justice, and everything else, they are excellent, they are well, but they are just a small fraction of it. When I meant that one, I didn't mean that the Sunni people are bad people. No, just a small fraction of them. And if it got in a wrong context, then I withdraw my statement and I say I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you Francis. Omondi ndo alileta hiyo maneno. Omondi, kabla nikupe, naomba tu niseme hivi, the fault that I find with the Kenya Kwanza government, especially the president, is their attempt to elevate one religion over others. That is a recipe for disaster. The moment there is a conflict between religion or religious groups begin to fight for relevance and acknowledgement by the state, then we'll end up into what is happening in Nigeria right now, and all manner of war between Christians, Muslims, and all that. I don't think it's ready for that. Being a Christian is one thing, and being a head of state is another thing. Don't carry your Christianity into state house, because you are messing up what is supposed to be civilian, and you're making other people to feel inferior, and so they will find a reason to fight. And when that begins, you will not retract from the same. Mimi sipingi mtu kuokoka, sipingi mtu kumuomba, sipingi mtu kusoma Biblia, but separate between your personal conviction and general order of governance. It is that simple. I'm a Christian, I'm a church minister. Okay? I follow that. That's my personal conviction. But siwezi kuja hapa nilazimishe kila mtu kwa hii channel, ukitaka kuwa kwa hii panel lazima ukue Mkristo ama ukue born again ama ukue mshirika wa kanisa la kwangu. That is not it. So kuna kitu William Ruto anafanya ambacho kitakuwa tatizo hapo mbeleni na hataweza kulitatua. And I think he's doing that deliberately. And then the issue that because of that, maybe we'll cut down on the Al-Shabaab attacks. No. Solomon was the only king in Israel that never went out for war. Simply because everybody was his father-in-law or son-in-law or sister-in-law. Anytime Egypt threatened, Solomon went there married. When Syria threatened to attack Israel, Solomon went there and married their daughter. So he was so much in-law until nobody would attack him. But do you know that Israel went down during the time for Solomon than any other time? So collaboration is never a solution to perpetual conflicts in life. Let us not pretend about it. Let's confront issues and be able to sort them out conclusively. Asante sana. Bwana Mondi sema.
Uh, can you hear me?
You're good. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Bernard.
What happened?
I wanted to make two emphases there. Number one was the issue of what next? What should Kenyans do? And when I was explaining, I was not suggesting that there should be some kind of so-called Arab Spring violent revolution, because I know you picked on that and you said that to start is easy, but to stop it is a big problem, especially in a very lit up area like East and Central Africa. What I meant was that there's a lot of power around what is going on now. In every era, in every generation in Kenya, there's going to be some dissidents, even in the judiciary. And we hope that will be the case, that even in the judiciary, you have judges who will oppose the nature of the Supreme Court the way it is now. And as you can also see, there's a policeman, I think somewhere in Nakuru, a DCI guy or OCS, sorry, of, is it Bondeni, who made some very staggering remarks yesterday, which was contradicting the official policy of the police. And okay, some of the things he said about shoot to kill and all that was not good at all, but he was dissenting on this Kenya Kwanza type of don't care attitude about justice, police, and the way the DCI are all being demonized as extrajudicial killers. Because if you look at all these things, even the judiciary is part of the extrajudicial killings. So it's very easy to point at the police, you know. So what I'm saying is that there's some hope somewhere that in this era, there will be dissidents. In fact, Bernard and many of you guys in the church fraternity and so on have shown that this is possible. Yeah. You know, so even in the official capacities, if we have more dissidents, that's a good thing. The third point about this is it doesn't necessarily have to be on the streets. You know, Kenyans on Twitter was very powerful in the past, and then it became useless, you know. Maybe there are some techno savvy people who should go back to where we were when Kenyans on Twitter could literally make a forced resignation of a powerful government official. We know that that comes also with risks because, for example, that young chap from Kisii, Gichana, is it John? Is it Bosco Gichana or something like that? There's a guy who has never been found, uh, who was very influential on Twitter and Facebook and in all these social media. Okay, he was uh, being accused of being, you know, untruthful about some of the things he said, but his words, whatever way he spinned his story, it shook many parts of government and the opposition then. So I'm not saying that if that is an option of using the internet or social media, that we are safe, but it's a big option. There's another guy, Koaga, also his death was mysterious. This was a few years ago, and he was strong and powerful in the social media. So we need an alternative Robert Alai. I wouldn't want to say an Alai candidate is a good solution for carrying the torch for demanding justice and things like that. No, I'm not his fan at all. A lot of people have become victims because of Robert Alai, And you can see he's an MCA right now as we speak. So this is the nature of Kenya. I'm not here to attack Alai because he's not here to defend himself, but I'm saying that we need alternative, powerful voices like this, especially those who get first-hand information. So I did not, so it's my apologies there if someone misunderstood me what I said about what next. My last contribution here is about what Bernard said, and I think it's a very, very strong statement about one Raila Amolo Odinga, that if you look at Africa now, honestly, who else has the standing of this man? Okay. Now, these Western governments, they were so scared of Raila Odinga leadership because of his promise um, to basically bring some kind of egalitarian, equal um, sense of social security in Kenya. They were scared because they were going to lose in their aid industry. These people are benefiting a lot when they have international charity organizations in Africa. And if someone comes up and says, look, we're going to give 6,000 shillings to the poorest of the poor, we're going to assist single mothers, we're going to assist the elderly, and hospital treatments are going to be free. Okay? Right now, as I speak to you, I belong to a Kenyan WhatsApp group which has over 250 type 1 diabetics. And a lot of these people, when we see the conversations on our WhatsApp group, cannot afford the 3 or 4 doses of insulin they should have every day. In fact, there was one lady who was recently telling us a sad story about her uncle, who is a pastor with the Prophet Owor's church, who then convinced her, she's from Kericho, convinced her to not take her insulin for 3 days of the convention of the rally in Nakuru, one big rally that was done by Owor. I think it was the last rally that Owor did. For 3 days, no insulin. I mean, personally, I can't even, I can't avoid insulin for less than 8 hours. 12 hours is maximum for me. And I can't remember when that last happened. But this girl, young student in our WhatsApp group, was relating to us the story of how she was told they marched her to the rally, her relatives, and yani alikuwa na, unajua ukiwa hauchukui hiyo dawa unaweza hata kuenda kukojoa sijui mara 20 kwa siku. So you can imagine the state she was in, and Owor had his actors there who pretend that they have been sijui cured, and then the real people who are suffering, like this girl in the rally. So she was taken out of the rally on the 3rd day. They slept there out of, she was taken to hospital. She was in coma and all that. So what I'm trying to say is that Raila Odinga, and I don't know if it's only his speech writers or the department that deals with whatever Azimio manifesto, or it was Raila Odinga himself, that this social security must and should be established in Kenya. And for me, I think that shook the Western governments, because this is something similar to what Muammar Gaddafi was doing in Libya. We have to, that is why when I hear Bernard constantly telling our comrades here that please, I think Mariosi was here earlier on. He was saying, oh, people did not vote. They were sleeping at an MP's home. What they did not know. The West was powerfully involved through one of their minions, who is our next door neighbor, Yoweri Museveni, who is a big Western puppet. If there's anything good I would say about the West, I would say it. okay, personally, I'm a dual citizen of Britain and Kenya. But there's no way I can put my hand up and say I'm proud to be British, because number one, I'm proud to be Kenyan. But when I see the enslavement, the torture of our economies, what the British government is involved in, directly and indirectly, guys, it is painful. So I feel it. This topic, when it comes to the West and Kenya and our elections every 5 years, I feel it. On the other side, people say, but Raila is a billionaire. How can he be not a Western puppet? They say he's a Western puppet because he attends all these Western conferences, what. But that guy, deep inside, all he wanted was a social security system. And now you have seen, I think is it Irungu Kangata, governor of some place, is it Kirinyaga? I can't remember. But he's adopting the Raila Odinga's bullet points, including free healthcare. Let's see how that will turn out. So I just wanted to clarify, and I want to pongeza Mr. Bernard for telling us firmly that it was a Western conspiracy that downed us, all of us here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Putney.
No, I came in. I think Francis has already done what I wanted him to do, and I thank him for humbly apologizing. And I don't think he needed to apologize. I think he might have been taken out of context because his point was delivered in a manner that probably may have rattled some of our friends. However, you see, we have to agree, Bernard. Whether we are Christians or we are Muslims, we are first Kenyans. That's why we are here. As a Christian and as a Muslim, we don't come here so that we can score cards or points. We have a collective problem and we need a collective solution. And our collective problem is the administration of our country is one thing. So we are not going to be angels here. At some point, we may find ourselves saying things that are unpopular. It doesn't mean we have hatred, Bernard, because I've seen our Muslim brothers sometimes complain and even threaten to leave this channel because, Bernard, you have never called me and told me, come to the panel. You've never. You start the show, you can even sit there by yourself for even 3 hours. You put the link down there. If somebody wants to come, let them come. If somebody wants, nobody come. If I say my point here, the same Omondi has said, my friend here, those are his personal views. They are not the channel. So don't threaten the channel to leave the channel. We are not here to threaten each other. Because Alex will say something bad, Alex will say something good. Bernard may say something popular. Kenyan all the time may say something unpopular. Francis may perceive something differently, I may perceive. But we are here to help each other. Hii ni kichungu bana. But shida imetuleta hapa ni moja. Nchi yetu. Hatujakuja kuongea juu ya Muslim ama nini. But somehow, that is part of the mosaic that makes us. So you will find us sometimes speaking about it. But let us not feel like we are attacking each other. Faiza, nobody has attacked you. And my friend Fatuma Naitonani, nobody has attacked Muslim here. We come here and make even of jokes about that. I just made jokes here about a priest who just dedicated a club. And we were wondering, mpaka tukasema basilica. It is not that we just said it because we are wondering. Why will a priest? So if Catholics come here and start threatening us, Seventh Day comes, Bernard Pentecostal comes, we will not have. And that is why politics is difficult. We must know when factionalism is, it's a thin line. Factionalism is a thin line. We can be divided by a very thin line. And the perpetrators of politics know how to expediency that. So let's be wary. Please, I don't think my brother Francis, who has been very supportive of us, had anything wrong to do that. And the good thing, he has apologized. Na tutoroke hapa. Tuko hapa, hii ni nchi yetu. Uwezi enda hospitali utoroke hospitali kuwa Bernard ni ati mtu wa UD yako hapa. Utarudi nyumbani na ugonjwa yako bwana. My friend, uwezi Omondi, uwezi kataa kuingia kwa group ya watu wako na diabetes kuwa watu wa UDA wako huko. Utabaki na diabetes yako. So sisi tuko hapa kama mandugu bwana. Wacha tung'ang'ane mpaka to make Kenya a better place. Tutafika mahali tunafanya hivi, lakini tena tunasema pole, tunaendelea. Ndugu zangu Waislamu, pole sana. Danny Darius apologize on our behalf. I don't think Mr. Francis, as I've known him the few time he has been with us, that is a religious or is a fundamentalist or is a person who is an extremist. He tries to give his points as he perceives them. And he's a young man. He's a young man. Kama ingekuwa ni mtu kama Omondi, naona amemea ndevu huku, sijui kama imeenda mpaka chini hiyo ya white, tungekataa hiyo maneno yake, lakini tunajua yeye ndio tungekataa. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Putney, for putting that in proper perspective. And I also want to weigh on the same. I have always held the opinion that your religious conviction is first and foremost personal and individual. It leads into bondage when it's enforced on another person. We give a lot of examples here. We give examples from the Bible. We give examples from history. We give examples from our personal experiences. So let's not get so much worked up because our religion was mentioned or it was used as an example. That, to me, it's now you're trying to elevate your religion over others. In my opinion, we have never held a religious stand here that imposes itself on another person. So tafadhali, wale wote ambao mnaona kwamba dini yenu isitajwe ama dini yenu isitumike kama mfano katika maongezi yetu, but you are infringing on our constitutional right. We have freedom of expression, and that freedom of expression is as good as we are not curtailed not to say this or to say that. Let's enjoy each other's fellowship, interact intellectually and otherwise for the betterment of our argument and betterment for our progress. Let's not become too personal and begin to attack each other simply because your team was mentioned. For example, Rhoda was here. She quoted a scripture, okay, but she misquoted it. I just came in to set the record clear. So for what Francis said is not accurate, the best way to come in and say the soon are not this, they are this and this. Clarify for us, because we may have been wrong, we may have misinformation about what we reported. That's how to argue it. But threatening, I'll leave the channel and all that. Hii channel imekuwa hapa muda mrefu. Unajua Mtembee TV ilianza lini? 2011. So we are talking about 11 plus years. Kuna watu walikuwa hapa wakati mimi nakuja when I joined Mtembee TV. Do you know the person who was hosting the show was Kawel? It was the majority were UDA. Okay. All of them left us here. So ukisema kwamba utaenda tu utarudi hapa, utatukuta tuko hapa. Sisi tuko hapa committed kuhakikisha kwamba we don't let our country go to wrong hands. And let's keep that collective responsibility at heart and do what is right. Father Darius there put it very clean. He's a priest. He has worked with different religion. and all that. It's everything that is sin. Okay, I don't carry my Pentecostalism to my office, except I'm called upon. Even on this channel, I cannot begin to say everybody should speak in tongues here. Because I know I have people who don't talk in tongues, who don't believe in that. They don't subscribe to that. But if I come here and say, if you cannot speak in tongues, you are not qualified to speak on this channel, then I'll be messing up the whole thing. But I can speak in tongues like Paul. He say I speak in tongues more than all of you. But that does not make your religion inferior or mine superior. Let's practice our religion into our spaces, but when we come to a general space, let's also have the dignity of accommodating everybody, respecting every other person, and be able to relate in a manner that is dignified and respectful to each other. Thank you. I think that settles that. Tuachie maneno yote. Let us all do what is right. And then story ya nini, kuna mtu aliuliza swali. I think Pielo Lumumba or something. He asked a question. He said, without being prejudiced about religion and different religions leading in different nations. He said, give me a list of what is put in quote Muslim nations that are peaceful and have stable governments around Africa. Okay, then he began to give. Now I'm giving an example, so msinipige mawe. Okay, then he began to mention this. Nigeria has the Muslims. We have Somali. We have Northern Sudan, and all that. It's just look around. So there must be something extreme about the belief system that results into conflict. The war in Somalia started when I was still in high school. My high school teacher used to call the president then as Fala indeed. It was good. And it has been perpetuated until now. I was in high school 30 years ago. So let us not become too, itchy on matters that are obvious. Tuwezi kataa. Kama nyumba imeshika moto. Tukipretend kwamba hiyo moshi on ya green, si ya white, hiyo moshi yes choma, inaweza kuchoma. Like, no! If there is fire, there is fire. And let's look for how to address it. Asante sana. Now, on that note, I must sign out. Naomba muniruhusu ni ngatuke. Francis, you'll take charge. End the show anytime you're ready to. I think we have already spent the 4th hour, and we are doing very well. I appreciate everybody who is continuing to follow and sharing the channel. We are recovering very well. We had gone down, but I see we are making a comeback, a strong one for that matter. So please, let's keep it up. More than that, let's keep Kenyans informed. Ukipata Mkenya amekuwa deceived, anaanza kuhubiri injili ya kukubali mediocrity kama normal. Fundisha yeye ukweli, ambia yeye ukweli. Hii inji sio Uganda, okay? Hii inji sio Burundi, sio Rwanda. Hii inaitwa Kenya, and it's the leading economy in East Africa. We cannot succumb ourselves to bad leadership and poor standards. Kama wanajaribu kuturudisha nyuma, tunakataa. Na kukataa ni haki yetu. Constitution inatupatia hiyo haki. Mpaka wabadilishe hiyo katiba, ndio tutabadilika labda. Na hata ukibadilisha vibaya, tunakataa hiyo mabadiliko. We have every right to do that. And so, let us educate our Kenyans, enlighten our Kenyans by ensuring that they get that right information. Asanteni sana. Let's do this more as we'll be recovering and proceed. Lakini kama uja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, fanya hivyo tafadhali. Nataka kuona hiyo namba imesonga juu sana. I really believe we can make that 1,000 subscribers in the next 4 days so that we move to another aspect. But mimi nimejitolea I will look for anybody who has any opinion that is good for this country to put him on that particular channel. It will be richer than even what we are doing here, in the sense that we will have sufficient time to interrogate an individual as they share their views on our leadership, both religiously, socially, politically, and otherwise. Asanteni sana. God bless you. Oga Francis, take charge.
Thank you, Bernard. So it's all right. Anyway, let's progress. Kenyan all the time.
Okay, sawa. Bernard, ni asante kwa muda wako. Yeah, we always come here and enjoy a lot. Maybe allow me just add one statement, just one, si ati narudisha watu nyuma. I also want to advise people that saa zingine ile wakati tunaongea hapa, they are personal opinions, so they are not connected to Mutembei. So I think Mutembei and my personal opinions are different.
Just one moment, Kenyan all the time. A moment, please. Francis, I would advise, I'm sure you are the one chatting in the name of Mutembei TV.
Yes.
Get in the name of Francis, so that when you chat as Francis, we can prosecute you as Francis, not as Mutembei TV. So when in the back office, separate the two accounts, so that when you are putting posts, it is not Mutembei TV, because Mutembei TV will be taken as Mutembei TV decision when Francis is the one saying what is happening. Just to get that right. Thank you very much. Kenyan all the time, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's just the reinforcement. Saa zingine hata mkisikia nimesema kitu hapa na hujafurahia, that one is not Mutembei. That one was purely Mr. Njiri, and you have the right to criticize him on his own personal capacity, and I should not make mtu kama Putin. Naona siku hizi amejipea bwana Putin. Una habari Putin ni kama mambo inamlemea kule na umejipea jina.
Sisi ni kama Azimio. Sisi, we are okay. Don't worry about us.
Okay, no problem. So anyway, let me get to the discussion. You know, in fact, I wish you can know the amount of work which this Mutembei TV does. Kenyans need therapy, for your information. You know, I never used to know that elections can seriously affect your life. Sikuwa na hiyo habari. Nilikuanga tu nikichukulia tu ile story ya Kibaki, uchaguzi ni siku moja tu na urudi nyumbani. So I was taking elections very casually. Until we have just hand over a government, and then 3 months down the line, ama miezi 3 down the line, there is confusion. No more, yani unakuta yani ni kama sasa you are in COVID B now. Unajua COVID iliisha, sasa you are now in COVID B. I have never come to realize that I think I've come to realize the importance of a president in a country. Unajua mbeleni nimekuwa nikisema it doesn't matter who rules you, sijui ati kiongozi ni kiongozi. Wazito bwana, sio hivyo. Nimekuwa nikifikiria, so I was a bit casual. Nilikuwa nikisema si ni kiongozi tu, kwani ni nini? So I was a bit casual. So I think I'm becoming now a little bit patriotic. And I think Mr. Ruto is now awaking a sleeping giant. And I can tell you in 2027. Somebody said something, Okay. Anyway, so ile kitu nilikuwa nikisema hapa ni ya kwamba Kenyans, you are getting involved now. I can tell you by 2027, we will be very highly polarized now, because people have seen the impact of politics. In fact, hata wale watu wamesaidika sana ni watu ya Mount Kenya. Forget hata watu ya nini. Unajua watu wa Mount Kenya wamekuwa hii complacency. Kibaki alikuwa hapo akatoka, Uhuru amekuwa hapo, hii vitu tu ile. So hata sasa I can now tell you, even in 2027 in Mount Kenya region, the fight of presidency will be extreme, because wait and see, if this presidency is going to last for 5 years, you will see the poverty, because now what is happening is tumerudi kwa ile system of creating, sijui kama mnakumbuka ile system nani aliongea, JM Karaoke, a country of 10 millionaires and 10 million poor people. Whatever now JM Karaoke spoke, ndio hii sasa. We are going to see people with property, watu ambao wako na mali, they will be losing it. People will lose their business. So what I'm trying to say is that it is like a forced redistribution of a type. And it doesn't matter whether you are educated or not. It is a government which is not following the natural processes of transferring of resources. Unaweza jikuta uko na mali yako and within a spark of a minute, within just a proposal, hauna kitu. Mashogu akuje aseme hatutalipia watoto shule tena, ujikute hata ile savings yako ulikuwa nayo ama ile pesa huna, because you can see, like for example, you know, in politics we judge people by their first statement. Vile Mashogu alisema hata kama alikuja kuretract, you need to know that statement has a lot of weight. Analyze Mashogu based on that statement. So hii story ya watu wanasema ati you know, in politics there are no mistakes. In politics there are no mistakes. Atusikia ati Moses Kuria akisema vitu. Politics has nothing like I was misquoted. Politics is the only place where whatever the politician said first, judge him on that. So, what is UDA telling us? UDA is telling us education will only be for people who have money. That is what is in their head. And how many Kenyans have money to educate themselves? Less than 20%. So in other words, UDA wants to create an illiterate society so that they can control you. So those are the things which you need to analyze. When even countries like Zimbabwe, they are building a very big literate society. Kenya is putting roadblocks to access education. Why? The only people who put roadblocks for access of anything, they are the people who want power, or they don't want people to be empowered. And that's why I can tell you the reason why it is very difficult to do politics in some countries. It is because people are highly empowered. But put misery, put poverty, people get detached. Unakuta sasa, you don't need some very serious fighters to come. And that is the problem which I'm saying inatendeka. If we allow this government to continue heaping problems, maskini waongezeke. How maskini, by the time they start realizing their power again, itakuwa shida sana. Na ndio nasema hata hii historia unasikia tu wakisema they want to end presidential limit. This thing should tell you two things. They are designing poverty. The only person, the reason why mtu kama Museveni kumutoa ni ngumu ni sababu he has ravaged Uganda with poverty and there is so much he has fought huko Uganda. So nikijaribu sasa kusema ni ya kwamba kuna vitu mingi sana itaharibika Kenya ukisikia those declaration. Hata history tumekuwa tukisema sijui freedom of speech na nini, hizo vitu watakuja waanzie kukatel pole pole. It is usually hizi vitu zinakuanga procedural, si ati ni vitu zinaanzia kuondolewa ukiona. Very soon tu utakuwa unasikia mtu ameongea pahali unasikia amepotea. These things will start happening. These things, the governments are naturally strategic. They withdraw things slowly, one by one. Finally, unajikuta you don't have anything. But wise people wakijua ya kwamba the government is standing long, You don't wait for the government to misbehave on the 10 issues. You know, that is the problem we are having. When the government start misbehaving on one issue, you start getting caution, because the tendency of a government becoming worse is always the likelihood. Governments will never be good. Let's be clear on that. So what they try to do, they try to hide. Hakuna in globally hakunanga serikali mzuri. So but they will always do criminality hiding. You need an inquiry to investigate huyo mtu kama hiyo vitu imetendeka. But the day when you will see the government doing criminality in open, just know that you are in a danger. That's the time when you hear people speaking of there is a danger of democracy, there is a war. Sasa umeanzia kupata mashida sasa. Now let's audit this government, toka tuipee serikali miezi mbili, because unajua me, I always like being pragmatic and being real. What have they brought in our country? Sababu nataka kuongea hiyo leo. So after UDA got power, what have they brought into our government? Number one, they have managed to kill some of the serious governmental structures we have been having for ages. Leave alone kama hiyo kitu wamekuwa akisema imekuwa sijui ikiwa watu ama nini. Forget about that. That was an issue to do away with something. But I can tell you, right now, we are having insecurity in Kenya. Right now, people are having anger. UDA is having this problem of hunger. Yes, tunaweza sema hii drought si wao wameleta, but there is a test. How are they responding on this anger? We will audit them based on how they will respond. It is not about kuomba mali kila saa. Then number two, leadership integrity. How did they respond on leadership integrity? It was the government which brought to us some people with the with the cases. What is happening with the DPP now? I'm giving you the record of UDA. What is happening with the DPP right now? We are seeing close to 80% of cases being withdrawn. Heap that one to them on the third month. Now, what are they doing on the quality of life? They are still not putting measures to cushion Kenyans on quality of life. Dignity of life, we are not sure. So what have Kenyans attained since this government got into power? Zero. We have only attained rhetoric and the people speaking what they are going to do. Speaking and rhetoric, those are two different things. So what I'm trying to say is that we are seeing a government here which is not ready to work for the common mwananchi. And the only thing they are doing is we will withdraw. What I'm asking is, those things you are withdrawing, what is your long-term plan on them? Because a poor world country, you cannot talk about withdrawing. So in other words, in a nutshell, what I'm saying is that UDA has started on the wrong foot. You don't need rocket science to gauge a government which will function. You have indicators, you have parameters. Unaweza sema, this one they are getting right, this one they are getting right, this one will be good, this one will heal. Unfortunately, our constitution a little bit de-empowered the people who lose the election. Right now in Kenya, it's a bit difficult to oppose a government because of your resources deprived. You need to look for alternatives. Right now, we need Raila Odinga to oppose the government while there are no resources. Those are the problems which are now engulfing us now. Like now we are having now, and I think our constitution needs to be reviewed. This idea of having an opposition which is not empowered, resources na vitu zingine, I think it's taking us wrong. I think now to me, it was a mistake.
Kenyan all the time. Hello? Are you getting me? Hmm? So I want to post a question in between your talk, so that we engage well. Between Raila Odinga, somebody will just stand on microphone and say unga prices zimepanda, maybe taxes zimepanda, and the members of parliament who have powers to reject or to accept such kind of laws, who are they supposed to be the real checkers of government? Is it Raila, who can only talk, or the members of parliament who can talk and act?
Yeah, I began by talking about our members of parliament as zero. I didn't want to talk about them. But I also wanted to say that it is difficult for Raila Odinga to oppose this government because the number two, the perceived number two in our Kenyan election is not resourced. And I want to say that there's no way in which Raila Odinga should fight for Kenyans and there are no resources to facilitate that office. That is what I'm saying. So that is why Raila Odinga has to go and work for the AU or other. Yes, I know he's a billionaire, he has money, but he has energy and he can fuel his energy where he is needed. But for him to oppose the government, where are the resources? So, like if today Raila Odinga came to oppose the government, where is he going to get the resources from? Is the government going to finance? So what I'm saying is that we have to return to the time when number two had a serious position, which was recognized within the government. That is the problem. And Uhuru Kenyatta himself talked about that. The winner takes it all is a problem in Kenya because it has made opposition, or it has made checking the government very difficult. Ruto anasema, you need to check me. How do you check somebody who is using government resources and on the other side, you don't have any resources? Like, for example, let's ask, Raila Odinga today has to oppose the government. Is he going to depend on well-wishers and donors to oppose the government? Where are the resources? Or is he going to mobilize the Azimio Brigade and to tell us to anzia kuchanga na M-Pesa pay bill so that he can start opposing? So what I'm trying to say is that the Kenyan opposition is naturally crippled. It cannot function. From the constitution, it cannot function because the guys in opposition, the MPs who get elected, who have resources, most of them have no experience. Some of them they are not serious people. Some of them stood on the shoulders of their party leaders. So that is what I'm saying, Bwana Francis. Opposition in Kenya has no power. So that is what I'm saying, Bwana Francis.
Bwana Francis.
Opposition in the shoulders has
Bwana Francis.
So that is what I'm saying, Bwana Francis.
Bwana Francis.
Basi tunaanza rasmi patanisho na ningependa kumpi.
Mr. Francis.
Yes.
I think all Kenyan all is getting it wrong, because you cannot blame the opposition for not getting it right when we have instruments in charge of checking the government, like parliamentary committees. And the issue is not like Raila doesn't have resources. The real issue is, if you are elected the president of the Republic of Kenya and you have an executive, do your job. Ensure that resources are allocated properly. Ensure that there is no corruption. So we cannot have a case where we have a corrupt government, we have a regime that doesn't respect constitution, and then the person we blame, we transfer the blame to the opposition, that opposition is not doing their work. Yet the person who is committing all the offense, we tend to omit them. and look at the wrongs which are not happening with either the opposition. There's someone that took an oath of office to discharge his duties in line with the constitution. So we cannot take off. We cannot ignore and say that and not hold them accountable and try to blame the opposition. That was my point.
Okay.
Thank you, Audi.
1 minute. Let me ask him a question. Already you have a rogue government. You have a government that is introducing bad policies after bad policies. Who will push them away? What I want you to tell me what is the methodology of countering a rogue government as an opposition? Tell me, what would you do as an opposition? And compare with how Azimio is reacting. Let's not talk about UDA. UDA is a rogue government. They are not doing anything, and they will continue doing the worst. But
Kenya all the time. I also want to help Audi. I think you have muted your microphone.
Just tell you that number one, there is no rush, because Azimio must also respect the 60 million or 7 million plus that voted for this regime. So for now, we want Kenyans to feel the pain. Number two, we have a parliament. If you read the constitution, there is the role of the parliament. Opposition or checking government, it's not an individual thing that Raila Amolo Odinga has to do. The constitution outlines various structures to check the executive. Number one is judiciary. Number two is parliament. So, and number three, any citizen can challenge any decision made by the executive. You can go to court. Anybody can go to court. Okiya Mtata used to go to court. So if there are citizens feeling aggrieved that anything is not happening according to their wish from this government, anybody is free to go to court. Kenya is not Raila's property that he has to defend all the time. We have to, what is happening, citizens must start being responsible and not always pointing fingers at what Raila is not doing. Everybody has to take responsibility, because Raila is not being paid to do that work. Nobody's being paid to do that work, and nobody should be paid to be patriotic and to do his civic duty of either ensuring the government is doing its job. And once someone is elected or someone has taken oath of office, they need to live in accordance to that oath of office that they have taken. And in any case, they are not living on that dream. People can challenge that one in a court of law. So we don't want even Raila to go on street. Raila should rest, should go for travels, and the citizens who are saying Raila's ABCD must feel the pain. So that's my answer, that citizens have a duty to hold the government accountable, not Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is an individual. He's not immortal. One day he will not be there. So citizens have to take that duty, that even if he's not there, they can hold the government accountable.
Thank you, Audi. And there's also something that I want also to address. For any debate to be more of constructive and to be more of engaging, let us spend like 4 minutes to shift to the other person such way so that we keep engaging and to become more productive. And also is to tell our viewers that you can also join our show so that at the end of the day we can have different ideas, different perspective, we can exchange different thoughts and opportunity, so that we build a better Kenya. As I repeated and I reiterate again, is that country cannot be built by one individual. We need individuals collectively. That's why we are here. So we welcome here, so that you also come and contribute your contribution. We get to hear what you have. We need to share, we criticize, we accept what is good, we reject what is bad, we learn, we relearn, and we reevaluate. And that is the reason is why we are here. There's nobody who is a Mr. Know-it-all, because we all learn as we grow, because even the brain is the last part of a human being to grow. So just to weigh on what Audia said, clearly to me, I always find it very ridiculous anybody who blames Raila for anything, because I find that person somehow not being well conversant with the constitution. I'm asking a question like this. Between an MP whom you elected to go to the parliament, who can pass or reject laws, for example, the 8% tax in iliekwa, the members of parliament had an opportunity to say, no, these taxes will cost high cost of living to our people, so we will not accept it. And Raila, who is just talking from a point of just an outsider, a senior citizen from outsider, who is more likely to have an impact? The person who can reject it directly, or an individual who can talk from periphery? And that is why I found it very ridiculous, because the opposition leader who should be recognized with the constitution is Moses Wetangula. Wetangula should be checking the government. That is why members of parliament is a form of delegated democracy. We elect them under constituency to go and represent different parts of Kenya. When your MP speaks, he speaks for the people whom they elected him. Therefore, he should not pass any bill which is bad, expecting that somebody else will come and correct it. No, that's why we need to think. Kama kitu inakuja kupitishwa kama ni polisi mbaya ya nchi, watu wa kwanza kukataa ni MPs, because they have that capability. Not to pass it, then later come and claim at so and so did not speak. I think that one ni kama kujibite. Ni kama venye niliona wakisema wanaandamana juu ya CDF. Sasa sijui walikuwa wanaandamana waende kwa ofisi ya raia ama wanaandamana waende ofisi gani, because wao ndo legislators wa kupitisha mambo ya CDF. Sasa sijui wanaandamana wasaidike vipi na wao ndio originators wa CDF. It's something we need to weigh very, 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 very heavily on that. So Njiru, just give a remarks of maybe within half a minute, then we welcome Mary.
Okay, Sawa, thank you. I did not say that Raila Odinga to do all those things. What I said is that I was saying now we need to review our constitutional documentation and make sure that the people who are supposed to fight the government, there is a responsibility they have, because it is very difficult for, yes, as a patriotic Kenyan, you can fight the government from outside, but at least we need a position for the opposition leaders. That's what I'm saying. They need to be having resources, because this idea we want Raila Odinga to fight for Kenyans with no resources is unfair. That's what I'm saying. It is unfair. Even to campaign for any seat, you need resources. Na unakuta saa zingine you're only campaigning in a place of only 50 square miles. You need resources. Okay, lastly, what I wanted to say is that whatever the government is doing now, they are withdrawing our freedoms slowly by slowly. And I'm saying if we give too much time to them and there is too much erosion of character, we will be unable to return back. What I'm saying is, if there is any response, which us as Kenyans we need to do, we don't need to reach January. If there is a serious response, which Kenyans need to do. Otherwise, once you lose your power, it never comes back. And citizens can lose their power. And I can see power slowly migrating. We are eroding. We are losing. Thank you.
Thank you, Njiru. Mary, where are you?
I'm here, Francis. Habari zenu?
Nzuri.
Kenya all the time, Francis. Kuna watu wawili wameondoka na nilikuwa nataka comment. Especially Omondi. Omondi made a point that I love so much. Aliposema habari ya kuwa ati ako Britain. It's not his happiness to see
where he come from being damaged as it is right now. Same to me. I've been claiming that where I come from, I want to go back there. That is my root, and that is where I belong. We don't belong to these foreign countries kwa sababu hatuwezi, we cannot assimilate ourselves ati tuwe na to assume ati sisi kweli tuko kwa hiyo inchi. Hiyo inchi ni tumeingia kwa sababu ya kufikiria unaweza pata kitu alafu urudi nyumbani. Hatujakuja hapa permanently. We are not here forever. Kwa hivyo inchi yetu tunapoona vile inaendelea, hatutafurahia because that is our root. Na saile tunaongea, we are not, si kucheza, it's not a play, it's not an act. We are not acting. We are talking from the heart that we want our country better. Ndio tuweze hata sisi kuendelea na maisha yetu. Na unajua hata kama niko hapa na yule mwingine ako huko na yule mwingine ako huko, si yeye peke yake ambaye alikuwa amezaliwa kwa hiyo familia. Ako na ukoo, ako na wazazi, ako na brothers and sisters who are back home, ambao anaona vile wanateseka, wanapata tabu, na hatuwezi kila mtu akuje kwa inchi za nje. Wengine hata hawataki kukuja because wanasikia Kenya ama hiyo inchi yao ndio tamu, hataki kwenda kusumbuka mara ya pili. So when we have a president who is trying ati yeye ako Kenya lakini yeye ni foreigner, hamuoni tuko kwa shida? Hiyo ni shida kubwa sana, kwa sababu huyu mtu ambaye ako kwa kiti hana haja na maendeleo ya watu wa Kenya, isipokuwa yeye awe ako kwa hotuba, tuwe tunasoma ama tunaona kwa runinga, yeye ametoka huku ameenda huko. How comes within a very short time amesahau na ile mambo yote alikuwa ameambilia wa Kenya? How comes atina ako Kenya just at the tip of the finger anaona watu, haoni ati watu wanateseka? Hii yote anajua, lakini mchezo ndio huo. Mumeona Afrika inchi nyingi zimechezewa na njia hiyo na pahali zimeishia. Mimi shida yangu ni kuona ati wananchi sasa ati wataenda barabarani kupigania inchi yao. Why do we have a foreigner ambaye haoni mashida ya watu wake, watu wa Kenya, watu ambao ni kabla yake, watu ambao wana rangi yake? Haoni hivyo? Shida ni kubwa sana, kwa sababu mtu akiwa ati yeye ni kiongozi, in fact haoni shida ya wale watu ako nao ama anaongoza. Hiyo ni hatari, kwa sababu hao watu wataishi namna gani? Wataelekea wapi? Sisi hatutaki handouts, hatutaki kitu kutoka kwa serikali. Tunataka peace, tuweze kujimudu. Na kama uliambilia watu utawapea kile uliona hawana, how comes that huwezi ukawapatia? Unawezaje kuwaambia kama watoto ati sisi tutakuwa hivi, tutawafanyia hii, alafu baadaye unageuka? Sisi wananchi tuko wapi? Tunaelekea wapi? Hatuna namna, hatufikiri mambo ingine. Lazima tuamuke, tufikirie hii mambo vile tunaweza tatua na vile tunaweza pata mwelekeo. Raila alifungua njia, alitengeneza njia nzuri sana, very smooth. Na hiyo njia ndio tunatakiwa kufuata. Lakini kuna wale wanataka kuibomoa. Na hiyo kubomoa ni wao wengi ama sisi wengi? Wananchi ni nyinyi wengi ama ni wale wanataka kubomoa? Tusimame na tuombe sana Mungu wetu ambaye sisi tunaamini, ambaye haaminiwi na hao wachache. Hao wachache walikuwa wamevaa ngozi ya mbuzi ndio wakuje waharibu kondoo za Mungu. Tuangalie mbele na tusiangalie nyuma. Tuseme yetu ni ile tulikuwa nayo mbele, si sasa, kwa sababu tumeona mwelekeo wa huyo rais ambaye ako kwa kiti. Ako na mambo mingi sana ya kuharibu vichwa za watu mpaka wafifie, mpaka waishe nguvu, wasahau kile kizuri, waelekee mwelekeo usio mzuri, ama wawe frustrated, wawe wameisha nguvu, ndio waweze kufuata laini zake. Na hiyo ndio nia yake. That is his aim. He want to make people weak so that you don't have to fight it. Yeye sasa ndio atakuwa akisema tusikubali, sisi hatuna ubaya na yeye, yeye ndio ako na ubaya na sisi. Kwa sababu kama angeongoza nchi kama alivyosema ama ipasavyo, nani angekuwa ananungunika? Tunajua kuna drought, na hiyo drought inakuja kwa sababu kwa kila nchi kuna mashida yake, lakini asitumie sisi atitue kwa sababu tuko na shida, aendelee kuongeza shida zingine juu yake. Ako na namna ya kutafuta chakula apee Wakenya. Wakenya ni watu wana bidii, na wakionyeshwa njia mzuri watajifanyia kazi yao na wajimudu. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, na waomba tafadhalini, tusiachilie nchi yetu. Tunaipenda sana, na nchi yetu imesimama imara. Angalieni Afrika yote, muone Kenya pahali iko. Kenya ni nchi nzuri, ina kila kitu, na sisi tumekuwa mandugu na dada. Sasa tunataka kutawanywa, hatutakubali. Tupendane sisi wa Kenya, tusimame imara, tubebe hiyo bendera yetu tuliachiwa na Jomo Kenyatta, tuishike na nguvu na tuseme Kenya yetu haitaharibiwa na mtu mmoja ama na wachache. Wamejipiga kifua kwa mambo mingi sana, mpaka mimi ninashtuka, nashindwa kweli, kwani watu walikuwa wapi? Tuamke wa Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Mary. And let me also ask you a question. Is there anything that a president can do without approval of the parliament? Is there anything that president can do without parliament getting involved?
Okay, kuna mambo ambayo kuna kuaga executive ambayo anaweza pitisha bila mambo ya parliament, lakini inakuaga ni kitu ambacho kinasaidia nchi, si kuharibu. Kwa sababu kama sasa akifanya your executive, I don't know what is it called, atoe amri ya kitu ambacho kitadhuru wananchi, yeye hajali maslahi yenu, of course we have to refuse. Kwa sababu kama sasa angekuwa already amepitisha mambo ya kuwa watu wapate chakula, na hizi pesa zinatakikana ziende hapa zinunue chakula ziletee wananchi, that is an emergency, anaweza pitisha bila hata kuuliza parliament. Lakini sasa inaonekana yeye ako na kifua, anataka kufanya mambo kwa niaba yake, ambayo kama parliament hawatapitisha, yeye atatumia mbinu ya kuharibu kila kitu. Nimekujibu Francis, tafadhali.
Umenijibu, but you know the reason is why I asked that question specifically is that I think also it's also important when you are giving views, you tell the Kenyans why the different arms of government, how they function. Kama kuna noise at your background,
Niko na shida kwa sababu pahali niko ninashindwa na kuirekebisha kwa sababu niko pahali kama niko kazini, tafadhali.
Sawa. So what I was saying is that most of the things that the president does, they must be approved by the parliament. That's why you see, even when he appointed cabinet ministers, the parliament had to approve. Therefore, the parliament had power to reject the 3 characters who are questionable, but they did not do it. But later they will come and blame even somebody else of not refusing to do it, but they had an opportunity to reject. The same issue is also the issue with things to do with the policies that they're making. The MPs have capability to say, no, we are not passing this legislation because it's bad. But wataipitisha, then warudi kwa wananchi waje waambie, juu Raila hakuoposa ama juu Kalonzo hakuongea tulipitisha. Kwani wao hawezi fikiria ama vichwa zao zimebebwa na nani? You know, those are the things that I find it very dangerous because these are people who have powers. We have given them a citizen under constituency level. Go and speak for us. But when they go there, they pass policies without caring, thinking that there's somebody else somewhere who will be able to correct them. And that's why I want Kenyans to know very well. If there's an opposition leader who is supposed to be a genuine opposition leader in Kenya, is Moses Masika Wetangula. Wetangula should not be approving anything that is coming from executive. He should be looking at it with a greater eye to know very well if it's beneficial or harmful to Kenyans. Wetangula is the only person who can put a break to the presidency because I know even here anaweza ongoza tuseme, for example, right now that the president seems to have lost control. Do you know that Moses Wetangula can initiate a vote of no confidence and they impeach the president? But they will not do it. They will just wait and say, you did not go to the street. Why go to the street unless there is another means that can be utilized? And that's where I found that really just a citizen who has been carrying people's burden for no reason at all. And he has been accused of not performing what he is not entitled to perform. Anyway, thank you.
Francis, I have something that I would say. Hiyo ndio ile shida I was trying to explain that kama ni president ambaye ako kwa kiti, ambaye amefanya hii mambo yote mabaya, amenunua judiciary ambayo ingekuwa inasimamia wananchi, amenunua parliament, amenunua all those departments ambazo zingekuwa zinahusiana na sisi wananchi, ndio hata sisi tukisema kile jambo tumesema wanaenda wanakaa chini wana dissect. That is where the most problem is. It is dangerous kwa sababu mimi sasa nikiwa na kesi nipeleke kotini kuhusu vile president anafanya si mzuri, nitaonekana kama nini? I am doing nothing because those people have already been bought. Wako kwa sekta moja na president, wako mahali moja na president. Hiyo kupitisha alipitisha hao majaji ndio waingie, na walikuwa na shida, walikuwa na makosa wamefanya. That is those are the things that we are looking at. We wananchi tunashindwa, kwa nini mtu anaweza kuwa amefanya makosa hii na hii na hii na bado anapelekwa mbele kama mtu ambaye ameenda wa momo, amerekebishwa, amerudi sasa amekuwa msafi. Hakuna kitu amefanyiwa. So this is where the problem is. The whole government is rotten. We don't have people there. Parliament the same. If Azimio is the minority, we would say, okay, but they still have to shout. They have to tell them this is not right and refuse the way they are going. However, even if we are two, we can shout and tell many people that that is not right, and the people of Kenya will see what we are doing for them. Si ati lazima wafuate kama kondoo ati wanaingia kwa shimo. Sisi nasi tutaelekea wapi? So Francis, I believe the president has done very, very major damage of our country because of putting all this department in his armpit. Ati hawawezi kusema chochote. Asante.
Thank you. Yes, Moses. Unmute. You have muted your microphone.
Yeah, I was just saying, yeah, I always feel like, I don't know whether people don't understand the constitution we have. Number one, Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution says that the sovereign power is vested on the people of Kenya. And then it goes and explains that the people of Kenya will donate that power. They can use it indirectly by electing people to represent them in assemblies and in parliament. So when you hear people blaming Raila, that why is Raila not doing demonstrations or doing press briefing, because those are the two things he can do. I wonder what informs them that whether those are the legit structures for holding government, that whether those are the only structures for holding government accountable. When in real sense, we have parliament, and we also have judiciary. And the third one, yeah, parliament judiciary, where parliament, we have parliamentary committees. If it is, we have parliamentary committees who can check on everything that is going on. And before anything get approved, let's say the budget or even the budget, government expenditure, it has to be approved by parliament. That if members of parliament feels like the government do not have the right priorities, then they will not approve anything. Just the same way that the parliamentary committee on, I don't know, was it on budget or what, rejected those things of bottom up. They were talking about there is no clear structure, there is no clear implementation plan on bottom up, and they rejected that one. That was a good move, but we cannot always blame Raila or the opposition for that case for not doing anything. We have parliament to do that, and second to that, we also have judiciary. If the executive does something which is illegal, just as what happened with the security bill, it was taken to judiciary, and then the judiciary declared that bill unconstitutional. So we always have judiciary and parliament, and the third one, we can also have citizen initiative to either go to court to petition government on illegal enactment of various acts. Any act which is unconstitutional, which is not in line with the Constitution of Kenya, any citizen can go and petition it. So I think those are the provisions we have. So people should stop blaming either the executive. People should stop blaming the opposition for not going on street or addressing press conference on matters touching the executive, because the executive has a constitutional duty, because they took oath of office. They have a constitutional duty to live in accordance to the oath of office. So if they are not doing that, then any citizen can take action, go to court to petition government. So go to court, let court declare itself. If the court is maybe say A, B, C, D, or agrees with them, then we will know that the court is also part of them. So, and yeah, so for me that is my take. Earlier on, there was also a debate on religion. So I want to say religion, I will not specify any, but religion and culture is the same. How religion operate, how gangs operate is the same, because there's always in the bottom line, there's always people want to feel a sense of belonging. There are certain codes that you have to follow for you to be a Muslim or a Christian or a Buddhist. So people will follow those codes for them to belong, like any other culture. So there's nothing special, or people should stop threatening other people that we will leave this channel. So this channel, we interact, we come to share information, and if you don't want to share, or if you feel like you don't want to access any information here, you are here by choice. So we are all good. You can, yeah. So I'm just making that one loud and clear.
Let's leave it hanging that way.
No,
let's leave it hanging that way anyway. No, Moses.
Yeah. This is my personal opinion.
Yes, it's your personal opinion, but you know you are not becoming radical. Eh? Let's leave it hanging there.
I'm just becoming truthful, but because you don't want me to speak about it, I will leave it there.
Yes, leave it there.
Yeah, we'll leave it there.
You'll have done a better thing.
ya maneno ya kutisha tisha watu hiyo.
Awa, tulia,
Yeah.
achana maneno ishi hapo.
Sawa.
Anyway,
Sawa.
thank you.
So the third one yenye niliona wameweka hii the issue of Asla Fund. I've been speaking with a few people and I know of a few people who are on order. So apparently some of them have been telling me like they were trying to register to have their own structure to organize themselves by registering a group so that they can access this as Asla Fund. But apparently, what UD has done, the current regime, has made it impossible for even these young people to register a group. They have been told that there are policies which are being passed, and young people cannot register a group. So they are going to launch this thing. Young people want to form groups so that they can qualify to access this funding, are not able to if the intention was to organize these young people in groups. So saizi they have closed that window. Someone can send someone hata nyinyi wenye wanatusikia, you can try and go to Department of Social Services that you want to register a group. You will see the kind of response. So what UD has done, they are making it impossible for these people to form new groups, to organize themselves so that they can access these funds. So in a nutshell, they are blocking one of the ways these young people can use, the hustlers can use to access the funding, which I find it very interesting. Yeah, that for me, that is the latest update that I wanted to let the platform know, that this is a verified update from someone that I did try to send him to see if the allegations were true, but it came out to be true, that it's not easy for them to register a group right now. So yeah, I think I will be on the back for now, and thank you guys. Yeah.
Thank you. No, there's one thing that I want to specify. I'm a person who believe in a kind of a centrist pragmatic politics that unite people. And if I feel that I've become a wall to the people uniting, it's better I leave. If I cannot become the link, therefore I should never be the wall of people not uniting. And therefore, I can even, instead of people leaving the channel, I better leave alone. Instead of making 100 of people to leave, it's better I to leave alone, because that 100 will be united regardless of me. I'm always ready to sacrifice my life if that cause is what will give Kenyans a unifying factor, because I believe in that. I don't believe in division anywhere. So as Julie will be coming, what I want to ask Julie is that in United Kingdom, I think there is a Conservative Party and the Labour Party. We have been having different prime ministers who have been getting to power, but the Conservative Party has always been the majority side for the past, I think, 20 years. So let her explain to us how is it that the majority party can always be able to exchange different prime minister and to be able to vote of no confidence, but in Kenya a ruling party cannot remove his political party leader. Welcome, Julie.
Asante, Francis. First, okay, I don't have details about the British electoral system, but I know they are following a parliamentary system. So that makes a difference between us and the British. Now, ours, the direct system, the direct vote. We vote directly for our president. So that makes the difference on how we can remove our leaders. But for them, it's parliamentary. So the person who become prime minister is the majority party, the winning party, then that winning party decides who is their prime minister, just like I think in South Africa. So for us, we are following the American system, partly the American system, because why I'm saying partly because we don't have the electoral college, but ours is a direct vote. So William Ruto is not just the UDA candidate, but he was voted directly by the people of Kenya. So UDA cannot wake up one day and decide to sack him unless they do this through the parliament. I think that's Moses was trying to explain. Parliament can move a vote of no confidence. And I think there is a requirement of that vote of no confidence. And if I'm not wrong, it must be going to submit 2/3 majority. I mean, 2/3, not a simple majority. It must be a 2/3 of the parliament. So our constitution make it that for you to remove and I think there are also conditions under which you can move that motion of a vote of no confidence against a sitting president. So that makes the difference. I also wanted to answer you asking me, can the president make decisions without going to parliament? Yes. I think the constitution provides him to use what we call executive orders. But those executive orders, I believe, must still be under the law. I mean, cannot be unlawful. So even if he makes executive orders, those orders must be lawful, must be under the law. Number 3, I wanted to address the issue of Raila Baba moving the opposition and all blah. It's okay whether if he decides to go mum, it's okay. If he decides not to go back to be an active in the opposition movements and all that, it's okay. He has done a lot of work for this country, and we really appreciate. But my take is, if we say that we don't want Baba to be there, if we say we are waiting for our members of parliament from the Azimio side, see how many were bought immediately they went to parliament. Even those who were in Azimio, they decided to change camp, to move to the other camp. So first we have in weaklings. I think Njiru likes reminding us here. We have in weaklings in parliament, or I can say greedy people who can be bought for anything. So that is the disease that we have in Kenya in the recent past. That in the recent last 10 years, I think we have had just some greedy kind of leaders, and we vote for them because they also buy us, because they come to the villages and give you 500, 200 shillings, and you vote for them. It's a very sad situation. So when they got parliament, Ruto also bought them, and that is why it was easy for KKA to decide that they have the majority leader. Yet the Azimio knew they had more members of parliament. Why this happened? Because our members of parliament, a big number of them were bought. Now that tells us why we can't use what Moses is saying, that we have our parliament to help us fight for justice. Moses, in Kenya, we don't have parliament. It is just as useless as it appears. If out of the over 100 members of parliament from the Azimio, I don't think we have more than 50 people who can stand their ground. There must be around 50 or less. And I'm trying to think who. I think Sifuna is one of them. And I think Omtata is a senator. I think is another one. But I'm looking for more. Moses, I'm sorry, I don't see them who can stand their ground. Now, you talked about the judiciary. We don't have a judiciary. The Kenyan judiciary upheld impunity through Mother Koome after this year's election. So which judiciary are we going to? Now, I just watched a clip, I will play it later in the night, of a policeman in Nakuru asking people to take the law into their hands, that if somebody commits a crime or kills somebody, they should kill them. Can you believe it? A policeman. That clip is going around. It was being played by KTN. I'll play it later in the night. That a policeman in Nakuru was asking people to take the law into their hands. Now, yesterday we watched what the police boss in Nairobi saying, trying to refuse that there is no insecurity in Nairobi, but we could watch his body language. He's a scared person. He's terrified. That tells you even the police right now are not even feeling safe in their jobs. So they're not going to be assertive. Now, you people, however much we want to say we have the parliament, we have the judiciary, we have seen the number of people who have been set free for major corruption scandals. How then do we preach to Kenyans about the judiciary? Which judiciary are we talking about here? The reality on the ground, Kenya is turning to be a banana republic. If you hear a policeman who is in police uniform telling Kenyans to take law into their hands, that's really a sad thing to think about. So unfortunately, in the law, in writing, our parliament should help us fight. I like the way I look at the American parliament. I mean, though they have a lot of partisan debates in their parliament, there are times they talk about bipartisan, and I like that. Another thing, however much the Americans are divided to either Republicans and the Democrats, a good thing is that most of them obey the law, period. They want to obey the law. They obey the law, period. So whether they are in the Republican or the Democrats, they'll do their best. Today I attended a meeting and I was envying this country because it was a meeting for a special student. That student is special because she's Mexican. She doesn't speak English. She's an immigrant, and therefore she needs services because the teachers are teaching in English, but she's Mexican. She needs help. So in the discussions were like all the accommodations, extended time for assignments, translation, caps on, to give her equal opportunities. Then in the meeting, because the mother was there, they brought in a translator to translate for that lady. Look here, that girl may not even be a legal immigrant. That family may even be illegally here. I'm telling you. They may not even have the right papers. But for Americans, you are in their land, you are here, period. So they treat you equally like any other American. In my first years in America, I received a letter through the IRS from the president himself, addressed with my name. And he said, "My fellow American, I know the economic times are not good, blah, 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 blah." Like this one of just telling me, "We are with you." So that letter must have gone to all the people who lived here. And whether they were Americans or whether they were legally here or illegally here. I mean, I was in that meeting, I looked at that child, and I don't want to say she's illegally here. I don't know her legal status of immigration, but I marveled at the school system. I said, look here, they have a child who cannot speak English, but they follow the law. For them, they follow the law, period. As to who is legally here is not their business, because they are not the immigration officers. As for them, they are teachers. So their duty is to follow the law to the letter. The unfortunate thing in Kenya, we are the other way around. We have a government, we have a law, we have the 2010 constitution, we have our parliament, we have our judiciary. We have everybody here and left breaking the law. The judiciary being compromised left and right. Mother Kome smiling at the government, being cozy all the time, following Ruto, shaking his hands. I'm not saying that shaking his hand is wrong, but look at her body language. I mean, the intimidating the policemen, profiling the police officers. How do you expect Kenyans to go to the police or to court or to parliament? So that now I go back to Jiru. Jiru, you are saying that Baba should go and rest. No, Jiru. If we were speaking like you, if we have been speaking the way we want to assume here, we would not have had our multi-party state. I will say again here that in 1990, Stanley Kenneth Matiba Jindo resigned from the cabinet. And when he resigned from the cabinet, he was chased away from Kanu. And he said, "I have been chased away from Kanu, and this country has only one party." He asked those Kenyans who are chased from Kanu, where do they go? Stanley Kenneth Matiba Jindo said, "From today, I, Stanley Kenneth Matiba, declare Kenya is a multi-party state." So if we don't have the Matibas, if we don't have the Jaramogis, if we don't have the Shikukus, if we don't have the Odingas, if we don't have the Maside Morilos, if we don't have the Moites, if we don't have the Orengos, if we do not have those kind of people, we will never have any change in this country. So we cannot sit back and say ati tugoje ati wasifanya hivi. Me, whatever Raila will say, I'll do. I'm just waiting for it because I believe that Raila is the kind of a guy, whether he doesn't have to become president for this country, but I think he'll put his best foot forward to bring changes. He doesn't have to become president, but I think he'll put his best foot forward to bring changes in this country. And while Kenyans, if Kenyans, all of us have that kind of attitude, the Baba attitude, if we are like that, we will be feeling like, yes, something must be done. We cannot sit in our comfort zone and say that things are going okay. We cannot do that. Things are not going okay. And I want to finish by saying, when people came here before the election, we ask you kindly to be aware that you are voting for a Jambazi government. You people, some Kenyans were excited, especially those in Mount Kenya region, that they were having a hustler for the president because he promised to withdraw money from treasury and bring them as hustler fund. He promised that when he becomes president, it will just be money. People will be given money. And then this guy said he's launching the hustler fund. And Moses is telling us here a story that it is so hard to get that hustler fund. I knew it because I asked Kenyans, where was he going to get that money from? I asked them because the amount of money in circulation in the economy is controlled by the central bank. Central bank decides how much money to have in the economy. And it looks at the amount of money in the economy determines the inflation in the country. Because if we have too much money chasing very few goods, then we cannot release money. And that is why they are using these conditions. Now, he's talking about looking at how we borrow money. It is because if we have too much money, he knows. And the central bank man the other day gave him a warning that be careful. If we have too much money chasing very few goods, we'll have a skyrocketing inflation. That is the time Kenyans will begin carrying money like Zimbabwean in sacks and Ugandans. Now, this government had one choice: to lie to Kenyans and go to the bank, central bank, and ignore the central bank boss and say cycro style. This one happened the days of Jirongo. You people, I know you must have been babies, maybe, but I think Mary Wainana may understand this. The Jirongo 500 shillings note. When that Jirongo 500 shillings note was produced, Kenya experienced a skyrocketing inflation because there was too much money chasing very few goods. Because according to Moi, with his level of ignorance, he thought, give them money, na watanyamaza. So if Ruto was going to do the same, that was going to happen. But he knows that. Another thing that was going to affect, was going to be affected is our current foreign currency ratios. Right now, I think the dollar is at 120. And I think a few years ago, it was at 100. Just I think 3-4 years ago, it was at 100. So it is going to 120, 125. So what's happening? Yes.
Have you forgotten that the current ministers you are wapi ndo walitoanga 70 mpaka 110 within a few months? Anaitwa Njuguna ama ni nani? Is the person who shifted that currency to aliwa your currency haraka hivyo. It's the same individual.
So you see, we are even coming from 70. So we are going from 70 to 100 to 110 to 120. And Ruto knows that. He's not very dumb. That is why he has decided, hii pesa mnagojea ya hustler fund mtaipata. First ataitoa wapi? You people, maybe Ruto is struggling to pay his civil service. Maybe he's very struggling. He's trying to figure out madaktari watalipwaje, walimu watalipwaje. And maybe the cabinet italipwaje, hapa members of parliament watalipwaje. And things are hard, man. Because why? These people in Francis, it's just the Uhuru government continuing. These people vandalized the Uhuru government with their cartels. They vandalized this government. Ni kama Francis, Njiru anatamani kwako, anatamani biashara yako, anafanyanga kazi, anafanyanga kazi kwako. What's what Njiru doing? Destroying the business. Then one day after Njiru destroys the business, you decide to hand it over to him. Then Njiru is wondering, how will I pay these loans? How will I buy more stock? How will I pay the workers? That is what is going in Ruto's mind. And that is the situation.
Julie.
Yes.
nimeona hiyo yenye anasema somebody must pay a small fee na pia sijui we must invest some amount of money before upate your hustler fund. And I'm thinking it's a kind of a Ponzi scheme whereby whatever people will contribute is what will be used to give loans to other part of the population. I think it's something of sort kind because I don't see where the money is.
And ask yourself, Francis, tumeishi kwa inchi, nani alikwambianga uongeze NSSF? Since when? Whoever told you that? I mean, ask yourself why all these things. This government is broke because they vandalized this government, and now they cheated the poor hustlers. It is your ignorance. When poor Mount Kenya people, I am shocked, Mary Wainana, that I didn't know that the highest level of ignorance exists in Mount Kenya region. I used to think that watu wanasimanga wali ati niashone maitho ni baka ati macho yao ili kufunguliwa. And how do I translate that, Mary Wainana? That
macho yao ililambwa
na paka ati wakachanuka ati macho yao ililambwa na paka ati wakachanuka before the rest of the country. Kumbe mutiri asone maitho ni baka muria mata tosuru. Asante, Francis.
Thank you. I've seen that.
Did you translate that, my last statement?
Wewe Julia, umesema yani they are solid like unji.
They are thick like porridge.
Yeah, good. Anyway, Julia, wacha watu wetu wasome because even if you know, I think nimekuwa nikiongea na wengine, hata nasikia wengine wakisema hii presidency ya miaka 3 nini ati 3-time presidency, it has not helped us. Yani you see some level of arrogance, but now you see the biggest problems which are happening with the UDA government, they are going to land in Mount Kenya region because UDA government is affecting the quality of life, is affecting business, is affecting your investment. Kama jana nilikuwa nikiona kwa news walikuwa wanasema ati in central region, that is where majority of small businesses are. I think they are trying to do some audit. So I'm saying that if this government is going to be worse, it will start in central. And I don't know who will be able to defend them because this government is through their own invitation. And I hope if they do an audit, they can tell me if the government is doing something good or bad for them. But I doubt the government is working for them. There is too much crying anyway.
So thank you, Njiru. You know, to me, imenishtua niyo ya things to do with the hustler fund. Actually, the conditions are so hard to a point that watu wanatolewa CRB wanapelekwa jela because now sipolipa ni jela, si CRB tena. Some guarantors, relatives, 2 relatives. That means usipolipa familia yako imeingia kwa shida, juu hao relatives ndio watakuwa harassed until they give information about you. So there are a lot of issues which are there, and what we are praying as Kenyans is that Kenyans watafunguka macho. Now they will just go and reclaim their own victory if they feel that is what happened, or Francis, they believe that they chose the wrong person.
Francis, let me ask you a question, sababu nasikia yes, ati mtu atakuwa guaranteed kwa familia. So ile kitu najiuliza, let's say in a family, I'm just asking a rational question. Let's say yes, in a family, we want to take a loan like 3 or 4 people. It is possible, like maybe in an extended family. Yes. And I can only be guaranteed by family members. Does it mean that we are going to guarantee one another? Or
no, you cannot. I think guarantor huwezi guarantee one another because guarantor ni any person whom I think that in case ukose kulipa loan ama in case upotee anaweza fuatwa. Sasa mkigarantii wenye wote mmechukua loans, wote mnaweza toroka mwepe. I've never tried that one, but I don't think if they will be accepted. I think guarantor is somebody else outside who is not a beneficiary of the same institution of the same kind of a loan. Anaweza kuwa na loan mali pengine.
No, I'm talking of this hustler thing, in respect to hustler. So in other words, ile kitu iko, it's a simple way of saying there is no hustler fund. That's how I get it, because when you take it to the family, number one, I'm talking of a family setup. Mostly in families also, because ya history ya watu kujuana sana, it is like people will feel uncomfortable guaranteeing one another in a family setup. Naturally, hata even when you want to do things, unakuta saa zingine mkitaka kufanya kitu na mtu wa mbali, it usually moves on. But when you start bringing business to family, I think it's a way of saying it will not move, it will not work. To me, I see it's something which has been given a full stop.
Unajua Njiro, unajua hii kitu ya family, a business we have different concept. You have that one is called separate business identity, that the business is different from its owners. But now when it comes to family ufikiria kwamba biashara iko pale kwa ajili yao. Wao kama ni sukari ama kama ni kitu unauza kwa kibanda, wanaje wanachukua, hawakulipi, maana wewe ni wao, biashara ni yako. Wanalipa nani? Hawalipi. That's why business in family setup not flourish, because of that ignoring of the separate business identity. The owners and the owner of the business and the business are two separate things. Yo kwa family wa apply. Yes, Mary, I heard you. Yes.
Yeah. What I'm looking at is like the government has reduced its status to a kind of a merry-go-round introduced to people, because there is a merry-go-round which has been existing in groups whereby they collect themselves and discipline themselves that they are going to organize how they will be going around and sharing this money. Not even sharing, somebody gets it and then pay back, and then the other person gets it, like that. Now, when the government brings their hands to people, the 190, and tell them that this money we are giving you, but you have to look for other people to group yourself. Why can't we be led to have our own grouping as it has been, and we are paying the money back to the circle, instead of the government coming in to show that they are giving us money to be paying back to them? I see this government has got some interest of using people to manufacture money as quickly as possible and bring to it. And again, there is a problem, because this is also another way I see like it can produce a lot of poverty in Kenya. Because if anything happens and that group does not prosper, it doesn't go far, and then who will be liable for this? The whole group. The government will come in and attach their whatever they have and sell it. Are we really helping the 190? Are they going to flourish, or they are going to get even more poor? And at this juncture, what kind of business are they going to do so that to get this money in such a way that they are paying back to the government? There is not
And
much
Mary,
to do. Yes?
It is within 6 months repayment. It's not a 1 year, it's 6 months. So within 6 months, where will you get money within 6 months to do
That's
a
the
business
question. That's the question, because we don't have much to do. The country is already in a very bad shape. So the government should not reduce itself to this minute, showing like they are very much dying because of 190 money. They should be more vigilant on other sides. Let us 190 have their way of how we can sort ourselves out, not the government coming in to give us money and then we regroup. They have a way of coming to get their money from us individually, not making people to be in groups. Then people who will relax.
Then I'm asking myself, if the government was really, yes, Moses, just 1 minute, then I'll give you. I know nimekushika sana, nimefanya mbaya. Then nauliza, if Moses you are coming in, I want you to weigh on this. If truly government is looking at helping the small investors or the small business community, kwa nini wasitoe hizi rates za license, utu tax dogo wastrap zote off, badala ya kutupatia loan? Ukute kama ni license unaweza pata vizuri bila shida nini, hizo makosti mingi wasitoe, ndio ile waturahisishie kazi badala ya kutupia hizo loan. Yes, Moses.
Francis, hii government ni ya inataka kumaliza watu. Personally mimi tax yenye nimepata huko Kenya ya KRA, vitu zingine sijui, hata nimeshtuka. I've instructed my lawyer to write to them. They have not responded. Nime sign affidavit, nimetuma, they have not responded. So hiyo mchezo ya Kenya, it's on another level. On your question, I live in Australia. Post COVID-19, what government ilifanya hapa, that people who are in business, I also do part-time wanga nafanya biashara. Because of COVID, wanga wenye wako na biashara, ulikuwa una apply kama unahitaji support ya government for business, or for kama ulikuwa na wenye wanakusaidia na saizi hawezi because of COVID. Kuna pesa yenye tulikuwa tunapewa grant. Kama nilikuwa if you are hiring 4 people, hao watu watapata hiyo pesa yenye ilikuwa inaofaa uwalipe. Na kama mtu wa biashara, kuna pesa yenye pia unapata, na ni grant, na hata kama usipofanya, that one is good. Imefanya watu warudi on business on time. You don't need to struggle ati mara unatafuta loans sijui nini. Hiyo pesa ndio government imetumia kuamsha vitu. Like here, it's like things are normal, there is nothing, like everybody ni kama kila mtu amerecover. Hiyo story ya effects za COVID ni kama, yani we don't feel it. Yeah, so in line with hiyo ya Kenya, it's different. Hiyo story ya wakina Ruto, it's different. This thing they are calling Hustler Fund, we used to have biashara fund which you could access as an individual. Sijui kama wameitoa saizi, but in Kibaki and Uhuru regimes kulikuwa na hiyo biashara fund. You could go and access it directly. Unaenda unapeana either logbook ama title deed, unapewa 100,000. Ukimaliza hiyo unaenda, ilikuwa tu you could stay, the grace period was about 18 months for you to repay the loan. Ukimaliza hiyo unaweza rudi unachukua 200 ama $500,000. So hiyo ilikuwa unlike hii Hustler Fund yenye watu ni kama watawekwa kwa group na conditions wameweka, imekuwa ngumu kabisa. So mimi chenye naona shida yenye tuko nayo kubwa, the biggest problem in Kenya, it's the citizen. Si hata nini, it's the citizen. These are the same people wenye walikuwa wanabebwa ufala na huyu na our Ruto. Even the reason why our parliament cannot work is because most of these parliamentarians, they bought their way out. Kama una pesa huwezi chaguliwa, such that ukishafika kwa parliament uingie, the first priority becomes how do I get my money back? Ndio maana unaona watu wananunuliwa left, right and center. Ukifikiria I have 60 months, 5 years is 60 months. So within these 60 months, the first month wango wana count hii pesa yangu itarudi kweli. So that is why our MPs wanga wananunuliwa. The process of becoming an MP, lazima ukue na hiyo pesa. Ukishaingia hapo unanunuliwa, hiyo pesa ndio unarudisha yenye ulitumia. Hiyo pesa hiyo ndio time yenye unaweka yenye utatumia in the next campaign, because of the citizenry. Watu wetu wamekuwa kama una pesa huwezi chaguliwa. Some of these countries, like even here, people, yani hata rally yenye unauliza hata hakuna rally, unapata tu mtu anatuma barua ana explain policies zake, unapata kwa box, unasoma, unajua hii policy huyu jamaa naona ni mzuri. Ikifika hiyo time ya vote, unachukua hiyo post vote, una vote tu kwa nyumba, unaweka kwa post, inaenda juu umesoma hiyo policies za mtu. Lakini hiyo yetu, mtu anataka kukimbia, the logistics ya even kupata seat Kenya is an expensive affair. So the question is, kama mtu ametumia, for example, ukiangalia Ruto, that guy ametumia more than 10 billion. More than 10 billion. Salary, let's say, what is the salary of a president?
It's around, let's give him 2 million maximum.
Yeah, let's say 2 million. 2 million times 60 months.
2 million times 60 months, that is 1.2 billion.
Yeah, 1.2. Unadhani anaweza fanya hiyo biashara ya upuzi yenye ana lose 800 million. So that's why hii biashara, politics in Kenya is a business. It is a pure enterprise. Mtu anaingia anapiga hesabu ati hii kiti nikiingia, I'm going to spend this much, and this is how I'm going to recover my money. I tell you, hii Kenya Kwanza au akina Ruto is in a business of recovering and making more.
Well,
ndio maana
okay.
unaona and the easy way, ukiangalia, they will try and initiate a lot of infrastructural projects. Historia, because they know kama hii maneno ya salary, hiring people, creating more jobs, in most cases hiyo wanga ileti pesa kwa mfuko yao. Ndio maana Ruto amemaliza hiyo project ya kazi mtaani, because it was a recurrent expenditure. Hiyo pesa unaangalia wenye wanafanya ni wangapi, salary ni ngapi, 6,000 per 2 weeks or per week. Hiyo pesa lazima itumwe. Hakuna venye anatengeneza, but if pesa ni ya dam, unasema dam, unaongea na engineer, dam ni hiyo dam ni 10 billion. Unaambia engineer ongeza another 10 billion. Wewe utapata pesa yako, hiyo ingine you will account for it and then unitumie. So that's why infrastructural projects, these people always tend to prioritize them because it's so easy for them to make their own money. That is the sad part.
By overquoting the price of the project.
Yes, by overquoting. So
anyway,
so for things to change, kuna penye mimi na disagree na Julian and Kenyan all the time. It's just a thin line. Historia kusema ati the person who should hold government accountable ati Raila ndio lazima akuwe mbele hiyo position. Raila belongs to hiyo generation hiyo ya kitambo, and we have to take into account that is not immortal. One day he will not be there. The present generation must organize themselves. Si ati maneno ya kungoja Raila, kungoja nani. They must organize themselves to do what Raila used to do. Saizi mzee ana hiyo nguvu, but hatuwezi push hiyo mzee ati yende aende, na vijana wenye wako na nguvu wanakaa wanataka tu kupiga maselfie. It doesn't make sense. Raila did what he could do when he was a youth like us, when he was young like us. So hao wenye wanasema sijui Raila fanye hii, Raila fanye ile, wao pia waende barabara venye Raila alikuwa anaenda. So that's the challenge.
Thank you, Moses. Anyway, what I believe is that at the end of the day tutapata tu mwamko na tutaweza kuona mbele, lakini venye mambo inakaa ni kama serikali haijulikani vizuri ikoje. Kuna serikali iko hapa ambayo haijui kama iko kwa mamlaka, Unajua kitu moja yenye Ruto amesahau ni kwamba every salary come with every responsibility, kwamba when you become the president, yes you are well known, you are the representative of a country. Inchi sio mkutano ya Kimilili ama mkutano ya Kajiado ama ya wapi, ni nchi nzima. Unataka ukiwa Vihiga unajua chenye kinaendelea Turkana, ukiwa Turkana unajua chenye kinaendelea Kisumu. So and that is how a country is governed. But now alafu tena amezunguka na watu ambao hawamsaidii, wengi wao ni kumharibia jina. Like mtu kama Moses Kuria saa hii ameanza kuharibu tu jina mapema, kina Machogu na wengine. They are not people who say, I'm telling you, Ruto knows very well, haizi acha serikali more than 1 week or 2 weeks within the hands of those people he call ministers. Anawaogopa because hawaamini. That's why you see he's trying as much as possible to kuingilia angalie kama kuna venye anaweza wa maintain. Maana mtu kama Moses Kuria ukiweza muachia inchi kama venye Matiang'i alipewa for 3 months, inatosha hii inchi yote ilie yote. It is enough to make the whole country cry. Kenya all the time.
Niaje?
Okay.
Me, I still maintain that mimi sisemi Raila akapigane. I think Bwana Moses, you are not getting me. But what I'm saying is that the current parliament is having some issues they can fight for. And what I was saying is that because Raila Odinga is assumed or as perceived number 2, the only way in which he can be able to fight for us is if he had resources. And whatever I was speaking for the future. In the next dispensation, in the next elections, we need funding. We need a position. And let me tell you, the reason why even you saw the election was happened the way it was happening. Ruto was fearing to go home empty-handed. And that's why he was ready to do whatever he did. So this idea, because our parties are not strong, we will not say that our parties are like ANC, they are like the Democrat Party, they are like the Republican Party, which they have eternally opposed the government. Like the Republican Party will oppose this time, next time they're on the government, they are being opposed. So what I'm saying is that we now have the issue of growing our democracy, because our democracy is at infancy. And how do we grow democracy? We could have, let me tell you, by the way, when Raila Odinga was actively opposing the government, we used to have so many things which we used to get, or changing of the pin. Even though some of the people have come to start saying, you did not even fight for the constitution, blah, 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 idiots, eh? But there is so much which we gained when Raila was fighting. So what I am saying is that for Raila Odinga to fight, he needs resources. And the reason why you might even think maybe Raila Odinga is not fighting is because our constitution has deliberately curtailed the fighting force. That is why even you are seeing even the members of the parliament might want to fight, but we have curtailed the people who lose the election. Let me call it, the people who lose election in Kenya are curtailed. They cannot function in Kenya.
Kenya all the time, there is political fund. Well, how is it that money used?
No, forget about the political fund. I'm talking about
Kenya all the time. As you are answering that one, there is the issue of, you've been talking about Raila fighting. Do you understand the impact of Raila? Do you understand how many, like when Raila goes to fight or does whatever he's doing? Do you know how many, like the action of the response of the government towards his activities? And do you know how many Luos have been killed in the name of fighting for liberation?
You are not
because
getting me.
that
I'm
fight
saying
as
if
a
we have
price,
resources,
that fight you are talking about as had a price to families. There are people like Odhiambo Mbai who fought for devolution. He didn't go on street. He was just advocating for devolution, and that's how he was killed. There are so many people who have been doing that job and disappeared. So because people tend to isolate groups or people advocating for such rights. Yeah, what is the price that you want Raila to pay more, to pay, or his supporters to pay?
you see what is happening. No matter the case, at the end of the day, a rock government has to be fought. Let's put that point clear. You never allow a government which is not functioning to go forever. Whatever you are saying, yes, Raila Odinga doesn't need to fight. Even me, I don't want him to fight. But what I'm talking in terms of legislature. I'm talking in terms of giving opposition power, because in Kenya, that's what you are not getting from me. In Kenya, opposition has no power. It has no resources. Let me tell you, even like that. 1 minute, you'll put your point.
They have enough resources in parliament. The committees, parliamentary committees, are well funded to do anything they want.
Okay, who will lead them?
According to party structures, is the we have majority and minority, and the chairman of those committees.
And then why is it that for the last 3 statements, it's Raila Odinga who has given statements? Why are they not coming up with the statements?
Yeah, because he's just doing it. He's just doing it, but the constitutionally, the committees are supposed to do their work.
So first of all, let's agree the parliament is dead. They cannot give us a measure. Let's agree on that, because Raila Odinga, who is an outsider, who is not having any political seat in Kenya, is a guy who is fighting, who is even giving statements. The minority leader, has he given any statement up to now? A comprehensive one, and giving an action plan of how they are going to do? They are waiting for Raila Odinga. And
so, Giro, there's something that I want you also to weigh in this sense that during the vetting of the ministers, you see the Junet Mohammed Commission said that because of murder case of Aisha Jumwa and the civil cases of Linturi, they could not have approved, they cannot approve such names. But even without them giving that report and stating the reason clearly why they could not approve the 2 names, and the reason is why they could not approve also Penina Malonza because of being not able to give a clear understanding of the ministerial job that she was given. When it was taken to the parliament, they still voted those people to become ministers. Then the question is, why should you do something whereas other individuals who are with you wanachukua akili zao kubwa wanaweka kwa mfuko kwa ajili ya ushabiki wa vyama? If our MPs can be thinking people, they are supposed to be the leading opposition members, regardless of whether ni Azimio ama ni UDA. Maana saa hii, for example, I'm telling you, Mumias ilipokuwa ikikufa, watu walidhani eti ina affect Western, but leo ina affect nchi nzima, maana hata revenue ya nchi hakuna. So all members of parliament are supposed to be the forefront people, all of them. Maana hakuna yenye benefit yenye Babu Owino anapata yenye Didmus Baraza apati. So I think you are getting me that these members of parliament are the people in better position and well empowered to hold the government in checks.
Yeah, we are in sync in that, Bwana Francis. We are in sync in that, but they are not doing it. they have failed the test of time. They have failed the test of the moment. That's what I'm saying. And that's why
Yeah,
I'm
that is
saying,
where we need to put pressure on them from the consequences so that they do their job. Because wakiona kama like Ugenya wameweka saizi pressure kwa Uchieng, huyu mwenye ameenda saizi akirudi nyumbani anaomba msamaha. So let us not shift the blame. Let's go where the problem is.
I did not shift the blame to Raila Odinga. What I was saying is that Raila Odinga, as the perceived number 2, as it was, he has the responsibility to respond on anything. That is clear. But the problem which I'm having is that the parliament, including our Azimio side, they have to wait for Raila Odinga to put a comprehensive statement for them to speak. Within the parliament, they are doing nothing. And only that they put a casual statement that we will not approve this person, then the same person, you find him that he has been voted by the whole parliament. So what I was saying is that I'm seeing an element where the parliament want to overwork Raila Odinga. So why should we be waiting for Raila Odinga to comment, whereas the parliament can respond comprehensively? If Raila Odinga, and that's what I was saying, if Raila Odinga has to respond, he needs resources. But why do we want the commissioner for AU or on infrastructure to respond on the problems of Kenya with no resources within Kenya? That is my question. Why do you want somebody who is working for AU to respond on Kenyan issues and he has no resources? Why? That is the question I said. If Raila Odinga has to respond, he needs resources. Those resources, are they going to come from the government? Where are they going to come from? I don't know.
Kenya all the time. Kenya all the time. The issue is not about Raila having resources or not, because Raila has been a patriotic Kenya all the time, with or without resources. That's not the issue. Even the issues you are saying that the statement that normally comes, the members of parliament will always give him information. They have their own structured way of agreeing, like this information who is giving out, this one Raila will do. So those are party affairs. We cannot get into the nitty-gritties. All we are saying is when it comes to the issue of like telling Raila to be the opposition leader, that we need to create for you a seat and we need to facilitate facilitate you. And some of the people who are telling us that they need to give Raila some funding, some of the people right now who want Raila to speak about the ills in government are the same people. I'm not talking about you, but I know quite a number. Are the same people who are yelling UDA, Raila hezi panda mlima, the same people. Saizi wanalia, wanataka Raila aongee. Hiyo ndio hatutaki. Wenye walikuwa wanasifu hii, wenye walikuwa wanasema ati asla sijui nini, Raila ni mganga, sijui nini, yeye ndio opposition, yeye ni mtu wa opposition, eh? Saizi wanasema ati Raila need funding so that he can check the government. Let the government yenye watu wa UDA walielect, hiyo Kenya Kwanza, hiyo serikali yenye walielect, and the same people who took the oath of office to serve these people, our hustlers, let them discharge their duty. Na hata kama wanafanya kama hiyo ndio chenye hao watu walikuwa wanataka. Raila, sisi tunataka nyamaze, hii Kenya sio yake na hii Kenya sio ya mama yake. Na I tell you, hata saa hizi hakuna siku utaona, and I don't know whether government imewahi wanga inapeleka msaada huko kwa Raila ili akule, ama Raila anataka kazi ingine. So there is no day. Raila is good, he can do his own things, hata lala njaa. So kama Raila alikuwa anafuatia watu na wenye alikuwa wanafuatia, some of them vitu zenye tulikuwa tunasikia, ukiona vitu walikuwa wanaandika kama wanaongea juu ya Raila, we can comfortably tell Raila anyamaze.
So
hii Kenya sio yake, let others pia wasikie hiyo uchungu, because he was doing the preventive.
Moses,
Raila was doing the preventive, alikuwa na prevent hizi vitu zisifanyike. Wengine waka insist hizi vitu acha zifanyike kwanza.
Politics doesn't work that way.
Moses,
yes.
I get you clear, and I share with the same ideas like you in a such way that you cannot elect a bad person expecting a good person to be correcting him.
Yeah, we cannot.
For example, let me ask Njiru. So Njiru, if Njiru might help, For example, Njiru, you want to marry, and you have talked with a girl and you have told her that you indeed you love her and you want to live with her and maybe to give her the best life. The lady tells you no. Do you have any opportunity? Do you have any reason as to why you should be feeding the same lady who has said no to marriage?
No, politics doesn't work that way.
It's that
politics
way.
is a continuous process, and we cannot. Yes, I know people are telling Raila Odinga to relax, but Raila Odinga, as a patriotic Kenyan, let me put it that way, he has the responsibility to fight back if he has to. He cannot lose touch to Kenyans, because remember, there is an innocent Kenyan who voted for him and needs to be represented. His voice. It doesn't mean the 6.9 million people, the perceived 6.9 million people who voted for Raila Odinga, they need a voice. Their voice is not in UDA. Their voice is somewhere else. And if the parliament cannot speak for them, Raila Odinga can speak for those people. And if we are not going to push this government will push and erode us. And decentralized governments are never given time. If you give government time, you regret.
Njiru, I'm getting your point. Your point is that you are saying we cannot allow a government to destroy our economy simply because it is there in power. We need to hold it accountable. But the question comes in this way, and that is why I'm saying that I'm more inclined to Moses what he's saying in this way. The same people that will help them to salvage this economy are the same people in 2027 will be here abusing people and calling Luos people of violence, people who don't like peace, people who want to disturb government, are the same people today who are crying that this government is not doing good when we'll get out to go and defend it. In 2027 will be the same individual who will be calling us names.
You are missing a point. We are not sure of the votes which UDA got. You are missing a point. We are not sure if UDA is naturally a popular, naturally elected party in Kenya. We are not sure of the votes which William Ruto got. So there is a possibility Raila Odinga is naturally the most popular candidate in Kenya. It's only that his win was not reflected in reality. That is a point you people you are missing. One thing which I can tell you, there is also a possibility that we are working with a minority government. That is why they are having all these issues of unpopularity. So these ideas which we want to put here that Raila Odinga was not elected is what is making you people perceive issues the way we are perceiving them that way. There is no proof which shows that Raila Odinga was not elected in Kenya. Whatever we are working with is an interim report of IEBC and the Supreme Court of Kenya, which we are not sure of, which they cannot confirm to us. Scientifically, whatever IEBC and the Supreme Court of Kenya did cannot be quantified. We cannot measure it. They just said and gave power to somebody. But in reality, opinion polls and everything in Kenya shows that Raila Odinga is a popular political maniac in Kenya. It's only that it is not reflected in our system. So don't take that one for granted. And we should not say, 1 minute, we should not say that Raila Odinga was not elected. We do not have a verifiable election to go into your dimension. Personally, I cannot go into your dimension because in my own view, I'm working with a minority government and I've given them the leeway.
Yeah, thank you, Jiro.
Francis,
yes.
To Kenya all, yeah? You know, something we need to ask ourselves. I only have two issues. Number one, let's not personalize the idea of advocacy or liberation. We need to ask ourselves, we are not going to fight because of Raila or for Raila. That's the point. If we have genuine issues, do we understand those genuine issues? What are they? Number two, if today we say that 1 million of us who are unhappy with the regime, tukutane Uhuru Park, I will pay my ticket even tomorrow. To enter a state house, how many Kenyans are ready to do that?
So anyway, thank you, Moses, so that you don't dominate
The
the
same people are not ready. The same people unasikia wanasema sijui Raila afanye hii. Ukiwaambia tukutane Uhuru Park 1 million juu nyinyi hamtaki, mmechoka na hii serikali, kujeni tukutane Uhuru Park, tuende state house, tulete change. The same people wenye wanaambia Raila sijui nini will not turn. You will not see them.
Thank you,
That's
Moses.
why
I get you very clearly, so that we also give other people chance. What Njiru also said is that, to me, I believe if what we go by what Njiru said, therefore we should be now heading to state house to claim Raila Odinga's win, so that he function like a full president with executive powers. That's what we should be doing, and we should not be even here. Because if we believe he's the one who won, we should go take the power, give him the treasury, the police, the military, and let him leash his own manifesto and development to the Kenyan people. And that is what we are supposed to actualize. Thank you. We shall come to give reaction later. Red Panda. Opposition leader. Huyo ni kama amelala, naona ni kama amepotea. Yes, Roba.
Hey, thank you, Francis. I've been listening to you guys. You're talking some of these things, Moses and Kenya. Well, you have all the names nowadays. I can. Let me just say thank you for the opening of the show. I saw you last night, the day before, 2 days ago. But here's what I want to say. Can you guys sometimes, I mean, you are talking of impossible. How does it even Raila comes in here? He's not the president. He doesn't have the power. He has not the out of office. So I don't see why we should say that Raila is not responsible. If I was Raila, just keep away, stay away. Yeah, he has done what he was supposed to do. What else do you want from him? The man has given us what I call the soul of our country. There's nobody, none in Kenya, not even the first president, who fought for Kenya other than Raila Amolo Odinga. At this point, we have really disappointed him. We have the cartels from central Kenya and some part of the Rift Valley. They did what they did. And we are not going to apologize for it. Let them go with their own problems. Let them do what they have to do. If they fail, they fail. They own it. They own the government right now. So because of that, if everything goes right, we will just press them. But what I'm seeing right now, with all these videotapes, I've been seeing crimes in Nairobi. People being, I mean, I saw somebody just being like, people come and snatch things from you. Now the police, there's no police force. There's no security. I mean, it's just like, we have gone back to Moi times. Those who never experienced Moi, if you want to know Moi, now the Moi times back in another form. I'm sick and tired of the people of UDA. They come here, some of these people who are telling us how they want to build the country from bottom up. Instead, they are cutting the country opposite way. I mean, I don't know where Kenya is headed to. At this point, to my opinion, is Raila should be left alone. It's not here to bail people. Raila should take the next stage. So, I mean, we cannot praise a guy when he's not even a president. He has tried to be a president, they have denied him. Some of them have called them names and circumcised and all these things. Some of us, we can't forget. And now they want him to help? No. I understand what Kenyan all the time you are talking about Msanjiru. I understand it. That Raila has some followers, he has some millions, people like us who love him. But at the same time, we are sick and tired of kissing some of these people. Yeah? So it's time for us to say what next. But if they want Raila to perform in the constitution, that we don't have no opposition leader. If that thing is official, maybe if he's willing or somebody else. But for me, leave Raila alone. This is the time maybe he has to reflect. He has to, some of the things he has to do with his family. And even I expect him like to just have like new leaders to come in, new generation. This, to lose a presidency is not a joke, guys, the way you take it. I mean, he's still reflecting. It's been a couple of months since this thing came down. I don't know whether he lost or he won. But what I know is there's some cartels who never wanted Raila to be the president of our country. And because of that, we cannot need Raila when things go wrong. That's when we kiss him.
So, Robert.
Yes.
I want also to weigh in. Sorry for disturbing you. Like, unakumbuka at the moment the red alerts ziliwekwa Kisumu before election day. It portrayed a certain picture that Raila was going to lose an election because violence can only occur when somebody misses the target. So it was a more of killing of the moral supporters moral. Ilikuwa ya kuwa supporters wa Raila moral kwamba hata mkitokea Kisumu kutatokea vita, so Raila ata lose. So why should you go and vote? So that was to kill morale, and that's what the European powers use mostly. They try as much as possible to inflict that morale wanatoa.
Yeah, but at the same time, they say that they are no more the way what they did that time. I remember some of us who talks about it. Some of us who even wrote the ambassador of USA to Kenya, and so what she said was, that's like, it's a general thing, like they want people in advance. Like even now, right now, you go even some places where even like let's say any place like Somalia, even if you go their websites, I mean, it's just like they didn't have, like they wanted to influence something. I can defend them on that because I know how things work in this country. And to tell the truth, nobody was even paying attention about that Kenya election was there. So they were just trying, to tell I mean, they guessed and they got it wrong. That one I can give you that. It was wrong what they did in terms of, because they didn't have intelligence. If they had intelligence, they could have told us this was happening. But I don't think that was the main thing why the election went the way it went to. I think election was won through stealing. Election was won through cartels. Election was won because there are some people who never wanted Raila to be a president of Kenya. And because of that, they just colluded. And because of what they did, even I don't know. I mean, you guys, let's be sincere. Let's be sincere. those people, they added some votes, and that's something nobody's talking about. They added votes on election day, and that's where things went wrong. And that's the truth of the matter.
And you know, there was one thing that to me, I felt that Mother Koome was influenced 100%. Something that I felt.
Francis, let me say something here. I respect women. I have a daughter. I have my sisters and other things. That woman, she's the most useless woman you ever see in our country right now. She's the most useless, and let me repeat it. She's the most.
You use the word judge, please. Use the word judge because of the gender
I
sensitive
use the word
matter.
woman because she's the most useless woman, and you cannot tell me what to do. You know what she has done? You know what she has done? Do you know what she's doing right now? She's messing up our country where our democracy was growing, and now she's scaling it back. And hot hair. That thing bothers me. Yeah, it bothers me. You know what? The problem is, you guys, there's something here I want to say. And let me just say this way. If you are UTA, come and meet me and have discussion. Come on and tell me what you guys are doing to Kenya. If Kenya is the same, tell me all these crimes which is happening in Nairobi right now. People just all over the places. Now, even some of us, we have relatives who say they cannot go to Nairobi anymore. Come and tell us. The question is, what happened? Yeah, what happened when you are the Chief Justice of Kenya? If you are the Chief Justice, how comes right now the cases of corruption, they are being dropped like hell? Why? There's no investigation. Yeah.
Robert was saying this way. Robert, yes. Just 1 minute. The reason is why I found Mother Koome, I blame him because of being favorable to UDA, is the issue of the voter turnout in Mombasa and Kakamega. I myself, I seated down and did a calculation this way. And also people should help me if I'm wrong on this. I looked at the number of people who voted in 2017 when we had the MCA, governor, MP, and every other election in Kakamega and Mombasa. I looked at the total voter turnout. I compared it with the total voter turnout in 2022 when there was no governor seat. That means that people never voted for governor seat. I found a variance. I compared with what the 2022 election, the people who voted in governor election and what people voted in presidency election, I found a variance. That is, I found a difference. The difference that I got was when there was a governor and president, the same time election for governor and president, Mombasa and Kakamega, the turnout were highest. Meaning there are some votes that Raila lost due to the delay of the election when you go mathematically, when you compare data for the different election. Yeah. And when you look at the election, the voter difference between William Ruto and Raila Odinga was around 230. That one is more of a constituency. I found it was so small variance to a point that the judge could have allowed to go for re-election to have a clear loser or a clear winner. Because that variance, to me, I calculated it and it added up almost 90 to 100,000. Whereby if governor and president were there in the ballot box, the turnout could be much higher than when the presidential candidate was alone. So I found that Raila lost. Then when you look at the proportion of votes that Raila got and what William Ruto got, majority of the votes would have gone to Raila because of the probability chances. So I felt that Mother Koome was more influenced and more prejudiced to say that he found no any evidence on that, whereas me, like an ordinary person, I did mathematically and I could have verified it very well that there was kind of a difference that emanated from that. Even if the other issue could have been hot air, that one, it needed to be looked at in eye, which he ignored. And that's why I found that this one, there was some kind of games that were being played. Hapo ndio nilishuku nikasema hapana. Hii ya 50+1 ni sawa. Maraga aliset a certain presidents ambayo inasema ni ukweli, ni sawa, hiyo unaweza fanya, lakini ya Kakamega na Mombasa nilifind hapo ilikuwa tulichezewa mchezo mbaya sana. Si kweli.
Francis, I want to be honest, and Moses can also come in. Let me relax a little bit about Mother Condor. I'm not going to call Comis, it's Condor. Let me use the Condor. That word is just. Let me say this. You guys, sometimes there's something here which I think we forget. Our community, my community where I come from, Kisi, we have served our country in a very, very genuine way. Maybe it's because of religion, maybe where we come from, I don't know. The reason I'm bringing up this one here is to compare what's going on right now. If you remember, we had Simon Nyachai. Remember, he served the country, even regardless, still more time. There are some things he did. Look what Matiang did. Even though I was not a fan of him, I really disagreed with some of the things. But look, whenever he went there, he made changes. And that one brings me to Maraga and what's going on. Maraga, he changed our country in terms of when it comes to courts, in terms of justice and other things. But now, somebody's scaling it back. It's going back. And that's the truth of the matter. Who can tell me that right now, the way things are going in our country, compared to Maraga time, so Maraga was the worst than now? Yeah? The Mother Condor you are talking about, I remember very, very well about Mombasa and Kakamega. Let me say this way. In end democracy, what happened was wrong. You can't go that the night before election, you just say certain places they are known to vote and nobody. Even now, I blame President Uhuru Kenyatta. Yet the powers, and it looks like sometimes these guys they played games ahead of him. I mean, that was the worst thing which happened during that election, because I know very, very well they knew why Mombasa and the Kakamega, because they knew that's where Raila had a lot of votes, and they knew if people come up, it's going to be a game over. And to tell you the truth, game was over a long time. The only thing they did was cartels coming in. Some of them negotiating behind the scenes, behind the closed doors. Some of us, we didn't know. In Central, they had those votes. That's where the election was lost, in Central Kenya. And that's the truth. But okay, election has come, has gone. We have a new conman who is now we call him a president. I will never call him a president. Who is now in the office. What has he done? He has come and is now scaling back whatever Uhuru did. Yeah, and the people from Central Kenya, my goodness, the so-called Mount Kenya. I mean, I don't understand how you do things. Someone comes here, some things which you have done, now you are scaling them back and you don't do nothing about it. Okay, there are some things which I might agree, one or two things maybe he is doing, but the majority of the thing is not. He's a liar. Ruto is a liar. Yeah, he's a liar. Tell me right now in our country, yeah, when you talk of corruption, I mean, right now they are just rooting. They are rooting, I'm telling you. But you can't see it because they know very well that nothing's going to happen to them. Like you said, you see what the case, Gachao's case was dropped. Is that the justice we seek in our country? Is that the democracy we are being told we are a democracy? They are just lying to us. It's a big lie. And that's why I don't want the lighter to be involved. That these people run us. This is a burning car. This is a burning house. It's about to hit a war right now, as far as I'm concerned. But going forward, something has to be done. Something has to be done. This man is not capable. He's not. He's not capable of ruling our country. But what else can we do? He has the powers. He has the military. I remember what they were saying now. They want to start this idea of him being for life or something. But that one is, I will just tell him, if he goes that way, he will be shot. And I'm not going to lie to you. If you think you want to rule the country, you turn Kenya to be Uganda or Rwanda, where the president has all these powers of being there for life, not in our country. But at the same time, Moses, you can come in, man. This is my first time to see you there. So I hope we can have a very good conversation, but I support you. It's time for Raila. Just get them. You are not the savior. Yeah, you can't. When you are a savior, they say you are good. Then after that, they tell you, oh, we Muganga, we what? All these names they just call them. You know, it makes me mad because we had a chance to change our country, but we screwed up. We screwed up. And
Thank you.
Yes, just go ahead.
Thank you, Roba. And I'm also inviting those people in comment section, people are viewing us. I'm sharing link there so you can join. Let's come have interactive session. You know, when you are many of us, you have different ideas. That's what makes the discussion better. That's what makes the discussion happy. Having different ideas, thinking in a different dimension, and that what keeps us going as a country. When you have 2 or 3 people in a show, it does not get it entertaining. We need more people, like 2010. With 2010, 40, 50, who can keep us going.
Francis, all these UTA people, where are they? Let them come up.
Yes,
and
we
tell us
need them to come so that we also look at it in a different dimensional.
Where's people like Umariba and other people? You are the conmen of our country. You have ruined our country. Where are you? You have the most useless president ever to lead our country. Where are you to defend him? The most useless vice president ever. The most useless the chief justice ever. Now you have turned Kenya to be a laughing stock, where now people are just like on the streets. Do you see what's the tapes, man? Do you see all those people being snatched? They just come for your things right now, and you call you in the country. Where are you? UTA, just come on. We want to see your faces. Yeah.
So
come and defend this undefendable.
So we welcome all the people to the show so that you also participate on your side. You give your views, your ideas. We build each other. That's what keeps us going. So that we don't close the show as early, because when the people are not there, what will we be doing here? We shall be closing it. So let's come. Let's talk to each other. Let's agree. Let's disagree. Let's learn. Let's evaluate. And that is what I believe. It's what makes a country to grow.
Hey,
yes, Moses.
Moses, can you tell me why Ruto should not be arrested?
I think, yeah, that one is impossible for now because he controls the instrument of violence. So right now, that is not possible. Because even if you look at the ICC case, people who are like witnesses, all of them disappeared mysteriously. So yeah, that one is not possible. But for me, the real issue I have is our citizens. Most of these things happen because of the citizenry. Watu wetu ndio wanafanya people like Ruto. They are the people who gave him maybe an ear to vent. One thing I always don't understand why Ruto wants us to believe that he was not part of government, yet for the past 10 years, he was in government, he was deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. I don't know why people thought that Ruto will be different or Ruto will take a different route, because right now the route that Ruto has taken in terms of borrowing is the same. Like he's continuing doing the borrowing, getting money from IMF, and now looking for more money from World Bank. If you look at even SGR project, Ruto knew SGR was signed when Ruto and Uhuru during the first term, and Ruto never raised any issue with SGR. He was comfortable and I don't know what happened at what time. So the issue of SGR, I'm just trying to analyze this guy. What I agree with you, Roba, is a pathological liar. And the next thing, we need to look for this meaning of despot. It fits in the description of someone being a despot. There is nothing good I'm expecting from him, but I feel at times frustrated when when the current regime is not living to the expectations of the people as laid in the oath of office. People took an oath of office. Now they are not discharging their duties, and then the same people. I get agitated when I see people from Mount Kenya, people from Kenya Kwanza, telling us that Raila should go and should not keep quiet, should start talking, that Raila should advocate for them. The same people who are like, wewe ni mganga, wewe ni kihi, wewe ni I get at times I get mad.
Even while you are continue by saying we are also tired. Raila has been an opportunity for how many years? We also want the presidency. We from Nyans, we want also the presidency. Who told you that presidency belongs to all the Kanachins and the Kikuyus? I don't mean that all the Kikuyus are bad people. No, all the Kanachins. Most of you are okay, but there's some cartels there who are influencing all these things here. While trying to, since independence, 60 years now. 60 years. Why do you think Kenya has been in problems? Because we have been doing the recycling. Yeah, there was Moi. Before that, there was Kenyatta. Then another Kenyatta. Now another Karenjin. Yeah. Then you just keep on coming. We have problems because two communities have been dominating and they have been doing things wrong. Let's say the truth of the matter. What the problem is.
And blaming Raila for opposition, yet the two communities have been holding power for the past 60 years. We still have Kikuyus who they were talking about Kikuyus being hustlers and we don't want Raila, but they have been having presidency for almost, they have had like 3 presidents, Kenyatta, Moi, and Kibaki, and it has not stopped our friends from those some of those regions from even getting relief food. Like right now, the places that they have never seen this relief food being taken to Kisii or Nyanza or Western. I'm not saying that, because when resources are always being distributed or during politics, they look at Nyanza, they tell them like, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, nyinyi hamna maendeleo. But when it comes to distribution of relief food, there's none which is taken there. Where they always say, hiyo siasa yenyu na Raila amewafanya nyinyi mmekuwa maskini. But when it comes to kupea hizo pesa or opportunities or relief food to those regions, hakuna. We see it's being taken to Rift Valley, it's being taken to Central, it's being to other regions. I think they really deserved it because they've never held presidency, they've never held senior positions. Turkana, we agree, they deserve it. But the people who hurl insults from Central and Rift Valley, I wonder why they still receive relief.
That's what I say. Why can't they pass a constitution and say in Kenya, the only people, if you are not a Kalenjin or Kikuyu, then you cannot become a president. Let them tell us that. Or what they can also do, they say 2027, there's no Kikuyu or Kalenjin. We are tired and sick of what's going on. All this nonsense, garbage. The country cannot progress because of we are being held hostage by some cartels who thinks it's only a true community who can rule, but they would never tell you that. That's the fact.
Roba.
Yes.
Yes, Roba, actually what's happening is one thing you need to understand is that most of the position, the PS, these are the permanent secretary, the bigger corporation or cooperatives, the bigger companies. The art of a country is controlled by the specific community. That is why these people, when you are talking about them leaving the power, it becomes hard, because as today we are talking today, when you look at the big companies, the big corporation, the big institution, they are headed with particular community. So even if you try, no matter how much you might try, it becomes a little bit problem, because if it's Safaricom, they can even be willing to share even your data to CID, another function to get eliminated. Remember it under Bob Kolimo, there were claims that some people, position members, data were being shared, because they control almost everything. It reaches a point it becomes a mafia system, whereby anybody else apart from what they want, they cannot allow. That is why, and the only way we can do it and we can change it is with the other people whom we believe in change. Let us stand for it, and let us be ready to die for it, if that is the cost that they will believe we are truly about it. But hii kesi ya kukaa hapa eti unasema ati unajua sijui Raila akisupport sijui nani itakuwa hivi, it is very literal, it has no effect. For example, let me ask you right now, when you look at the ministers who have been selected there or have been appointed in the cabinet, 50% are almost from the two regions. So do you think those people will sit down and lose those benefits in 2027? They better kill that than lose that benefit. I'm telling you. So if we have to take it, why can't we be more aggressive than them, if then aggressiveness is what makes somebody to get presidency? We can be aggressive
if
ways
this
that
one
you can.
continues, then the rest of the country, they have a right, they can ask for a new country. But who's afraid of that? We are tired of this, because they have been training, they are misusing the resources, the country is more corrupt. Okay, I wouldn't mind if they were doing it, but doing the things in the right way. You could just say, you know what? Okay, I'm okay. Let me move on, even if it means on the leadership. But instead, what they do, they're just steering, getting money out of whatever it is, taking everything here. They want to own everything. I mean, also, time has come. We need to say the truth. And these people of UTA were telling, oh, you know what? Ukabira is what's killing our country. Kama si Ukabira for 60 years. 60. How comes? Ruyas who have been vice president, she watano, sita, but they will never be a president.
And
imagine that.
Robert, so that I finish also, I hand it to Makiadi so that he continues. There's something that I wanted to tell you, and these are the things that I've looked at it. Right now, we have somebody like Wetangula and Moses Musalia Mudavadi. I'm 100%, if today Moses Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi stands for presidency, there are the mere people who we voted for Raila and then they betrayed Raila. Chances is very low that you might vote for them. That means if we don't look at new means and new ways of reclaiming back the victory or securing the presidency, there's no way that Wetangula and Musalia will ever be president, because when they stand, the people, we felt that they betrayed Baba and they made Baba to lose, because I believe if the people from Bungoma could have voted for Raila and some who voted because of Musalia to Kenya Kwanza, today Raila could be the president. So when they will stand for presidency, we'll be going there not to elect them to make them feel whatever Baba felt. And then we have these two community whom whatever they support, they will go with it up to the end. So it's either we get united or we get angry separately. It's very clear, because I looked at this way. Kuna mahali panaitwa Kisii Borabu, if I'm not wrong. Ruto got a lot of votes. Ukambani, Ruto got lots of votes. Coast, Ruto got votes. So many regions, Turkana got votes. Wasingi, nani.
Francis, I want to remind you, there's something here I want you to be very careful. Please, let's be cautious. Ruto never got these votes that people are saying. There are some people who are caught with some of these leaking and other things, even materials, and nobody has ever even said what happened. People were red-handed caught. Yeah.
So
what they did was they printed extra papers, this balance. I mean, the parliament. From there, they put themselves extra force. Now you tell them they got them. They stall. They never got them. People never fought for them. Ruto is illegal in the office. Ruto is ruling our country illegally. Even if he was declared as president by the illegal people, that's fine. We get it. Then we said we gave them a chance to do it. But instead, now they are just cutting everything out. What concerns me is the security of the country. Where even now in Nairobi, like I said a few minutes ago, if you saw these tapes I'm seeing online, where people it's just like now we are running for our lives. Yeah, it's because we have been making mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. And I still say, President Uhuru Kenyatta was right when he said it's time for another community to rule Kenya and our mistake will be solved. And
Thank
if it
you.
means what? It means that, I don't know. But it looks these people have started preparing for 2027 already. And that one is really bad for the country. That's what they are doing right now.
So what I was saying, let me finish so that I welcome Makiadi so that I also get some other thing. I was saying this way. When you look at the community like Kamba community look at an individual in an angle of leadership. That's why they vote for UDA and they vote for Azimio. Same happened to the Kisii community, to other communities. They voted differently so that at least they look at person individual level. But we have two regions that no matter, even if it's an angel, but does not come from the same ethnicity, they will never support him unless their big men are there. Then the question I'm asking this way: if these people are working from an angle of a tribe that we cannot support anybody outside our tribe, the majority of them, why can't we also the other community will combine fully 100% and we now do census for tribe instead of doing election? Because this it brings a lot of pain to me. Tina Kisii voting for UDA because he believes in leadership, but from somebody from Rift Valley would rather die than vote for Raila, not because of anything, but because of hatred. Don't you see that we are being used, whereas we are sanitizing other people's? Anyway,
Yeah,
I
cleaning
leave that
people's
for you.
closets. That's what's going on.
Yes,
That's what's been
Richie.
happening. And you know what? I thought it was changing election. Like in Sahi, in fact, things have to change. And we have by-elections, you can call by-elections. These guys who went to cabinet. You have some elections coming in Kenya. I'm telling
Richie,
you watch. You watch.
So
You watch
take
what's going to
over
happen.
so that you control also the panel. I think I'll be leaving there because it's getting more of emotional.
We want those UTA people to come on and they come and tell us that we have the most incapable, useless president. Let them tell me why I'm wrong.
Okay, I don't know kama mnanisikia lakini ni sawa. Roba, Badia, Francis, thank you for being here. And Moses, like I always come in and I'll just try to play a video first so that we can cool off these emotions. Let me see. The video here that I wanted to play, and then we can move from there. I don't know where it is. Just give me a minute, I'm looking for it. Otherwise, I'm seeing the government is moving on with its propaganda, like we've always been saying here. We expected this to be happening, and particularly at this time when everybody has discovered that these people have no plan whatsoever. So let me see if I did find it. Okay, just a minute. Okay, haya, wacha tuone kama hii itacheza kwanza.
Do you remember the Kenya Kwanza campaign clarion call dubbed bottom-up economic model? Well, it will cost President William Ruto 2.67 trillion Kenya shillings to make his pre-election pledges a reality. The Parliamentary Budget Office, in a report, says some of the financial commitments listed in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto were understated and proposed new figures to make the plan a reality within few years. Francis Kishuri looks through the Budget Office report and shares the facts and figures.
I welcome all of you.
60 days into President William Ruto's 5-year term, the cost of implementing his campaign promises has been laid bare by the Parliamentary Budget Office. In a report titled An Assessment of the Cost Implications of the Bottom-Up Economic Transformation Plan 2022 to 2027, the Budget Office estimates that it will cost 2.67 trillion shillings to fully implement President Ruto's manifesto within 5 years of his term. In his first year at State House, it will cost 473 billion shillings to finance the bottom-up economic plan. To transform agriculture, the Kenya Kwanza administration will have to commit at least 250 billion shillings in 5 financial years. The 50 billion shillings annual allocation will be used to finance the cost of deploying modern agricultural risk management instruments, raising productivity of key value food chains, as well as revamping of underperforming and collapsed export crops, while expanding the emerging ones. On transformation of micro, small and medium enterprises, the Budget Office projects that it will cost the government up to 397.7 billion shillings in 5 years for all the listed interventions to be successfully implemented. The President's manifesto contains a 250 billion shillings financial commitment for the period of his tenure that runs from financial year 2022-2023 to 2026-2027. This includes an annual allocation of 50 billion shillings to the Hustlers Fund that he has publicly stated will be launched on 1st of December. On housing, the Kenya Kwanza government is targeting to deliver 250,000 affordable units per year and growing the number of mortgages from 30,000 to 1 million through low-cost mortgages of 10,000 shillings and below. The 5-year plan is to be financed through a commitment of 250 billion shillings, of which 50 billion shillings will be from the government through budgetary allocations and 200 billion shillings from the pension funds. The Budget Office, however, holds that the Ruto administration will need to allocate at least 57.9 billion shillings within a period of 5 years to unlock 200 billion shillings from the pension funds and the private sector and an additional 5 billion shillings to establish the settlement fund. On universal healthcare, the Budget Office estimates that at least 258.9 billion shillings will be required to make the Kenya Kwanza health plan a reality within 5 years. Another 40 billion shillings will be required to implement the digital superhighway and creative economy strategy anchored on 4 key pillars: digital infrastructure, digital government service, product and data management, as well as digital skills, innovation and enterprise. On provision of quality and adequate road infrastructure, the Kenya Kwanza manifesto makes a financial commitment of 200 billion shillings. The Budget Office, however, estimates that it will cost 823.3 billion shillings to complete all ongoing national government roads, including settling pending bills, estimated at 140 billion shillings. The figure does not include the cost of constructing new roads. While acknowledging the role of energy in the country's economic growth, the Budget Office notes that the Kenya Kwanza manifesto does not expressly indicate the amount of resources that will be devoted to the sector. The office estimating that 20.9 billion shillings will be required to light the country and power the industries. To successfully finance the education sector in 5 years, the Budget Office estimating that it will cost the Kenya Kwanza administration 635.3 billion shillings. It also projects the cost of implementing the women agenda at 12.4 billion shillings, social protection at 116 billion shillings, governance at 50 billion shillings, while implementation of the environment and climate change plan will cost 24 billion shillings. While the Parliamentary Budget Office has weighed in on the implications of a proposal to slash the 2022-2023 budget by 300 billion shillings, the President holds that unnecessary expenditure must be removed.
It's not a simple assignment. It's not an easy thing to do, but I promise you we will do it. We will have to relook at some of the interventions. I have seen reports that we have slowed down on trips abroad and many of the other things, and made sure that we are removing the fat from our budget.
The Budget Office report projects a 2.46 trillion shillings revenue in 2022-2023 financial year that will rise to 4.15 trillion shillings in the 2026-2027 financial year. The annual Public Management Report for financial year 2021-2022, published by the Public Debt Management Office at the National Treasury, indicates that as at June this year, the national debt had risen to 8.6 trillion shillings from 7.7 trillion shillings in June 2021, an increase of 891.6 billion shillings. Francis Gashuri, Citizen TV.
Haya, habari ndio hiyo. Sijui kama mko na maoni kwa hiyo video. Robert, do you have anything to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, where's the money? It's no money. You see, they have these ambitions. Like I said some last week, they said, we know what he wants. He's going to tax everybody. But now you want to tax people without no jobs. You see, this is the kind of economy they are starting from the head, and they say they will start from the bottom. My question is, what we should be hearing right now is how are they going to grow the economy, create private sector jobs, so that if there's those taxes we are talking about, then they can start being generated. But are you going to tax something which is untaxable? Sasa watakuja hata wakuja paka huko hata ile maji unatoa kwa kisima sasa it will be taxed. I mean, it's getting out of hand. But all these ambitions, I'm telling you, if you see, to me, my opinion, what he's trying to see, or what he's trying to do, all this money we are talking about is trying to buy another term presidency. So you talk about this one here, by the time he gets a couple of years before another election, he will start using that money to buy. So there's nothing going to happen. His ambitions, those who are waiting for free Wi-Fi, those who are waiting for free everything, it's not going to happen. Just bad days coming. Like they told you, unge itakuwa many shillings, 70 shillings when we take over. It never happened. Mambo ya mafuta, it will go down when we take over. It never happened. Every time when things are tough, they just want to hear Raila speak. When the Raila speaks now, they would run, so they change whatever is happening. They just want to change the subject. And that's why I keep on saying, let Raila get out of their way, stay away, so that they will get exposed. And they won't be exposed in big time because they are not capable. They are not capable of running a government. And that's something I didn't know. They were not ready for prime time. That's why I keep on telling them, if you are not ready, just quit. We can go for elections. We can do something else like the Constitution says. But it's just as if they're just like, it's day by day. I mean, everything's just, what's happening in our country is real bad, to be sincere. It's really bad. I hope it's going to get better, and I wish it will, but I doubt. All this money we were being told, those funds, and forget about it. There's no money. Yes, Moses, maybe you can say something about it.
Yeah, for me, I'm just wondering why the government wants to spend a lot of money on agriculture and use it as export, because once the government passed on the GMO thing, I tell you, no country will even think of because right now, as we speak, a lot of people on the markets abroad, people like Kenyan products, Kenyan food, because they are organic food. They know coffee is organic or tea is organic, that we we do our organic agriculture. But once you introduce the GMO, people will start be thinking like, why should we buy stuff from Kenya, a country that is modifying the plants? So even that one, the idea of initiating GMO products in the Kenyan market or as part of Kenyan goods, I tell you, will affect how Kenya will trade agricultural products on international market. So even the expectation that they are thinking of getting from international market, people will not be keen on Kenyan products. So I think this government, they have to think deeply, because international market are also concerned of the products that they are consuming, whether the products meet the healthy standards, and having organic food stuff is very valuable in the international market. And once they start playing ping pong and using the idea of GMOs, I think, it doesn't make any impact. Other than that, if you look at that budget, a big chunk of the budget is meant for the infrastructural project, and basically it's because of they know how to inflate the project value so that they get their cut off. It has nothing to do with Mwananchi. It comes back to what, Roba, you are saying, that they are preparing for the next election. And my biggest problem is the citizenry. Our Kenyan people have made the election an enterprise. That today, if you are running for president, the reason why Richie or Roba can't be elected right now is because of the price value that the citizens have attached to those offices. That when you are running for presidency, you must have at least more than 10 billion. Anywhere you go, watu wanataka kitu kidogo. That's why our parliament cannot function. Most of these people bought their way to power. Walikuwa wanapeana kitu kidogo kwa mtaa so that you can elect them. Now that they are there, they are now thinking of getting back their money, and they are also thinking of how will they be elected. So that's why there's no day that your member of parliament will stand for you. Watakuwa wana
Yeah, but I want us to look at this issue from this angle. Now,
yes,
we have a debt that is standing at 8.6 trillion Kenyan shillings. Now, the budget proposal by the UDA government for them to implement their bottoms up agenda, whatever that means, is 2.37 trillion. I was looking at the money that the government is borrowing right now. Already, let me just confirm my figures here if I'm right, that William Ruto and the UDA government, stroke Kenya Kwanza government, has already secured loans from the IMF, and the money that they secured from the IMF was what billion, 57 or 52 billion Kenyan shillings, if I'm not wrong. That was they were granted a loan, I think it was 52 billion Kenyan shillings. And the latest news is that Kenya is in talks with the World Bank for a new loan as it seeks to bolster financing from concessional sources after IMF deal. So that is the National Treasury has not immediately disclosed the loan size they are seeking right now. So this government that has been crying every time about over borrowing and over dependency on donors has come out again to show us that they are going the same route. We cannot be complaining about government expenditure, about useless trips abroad, while it is very clear that the president himself is leading. You know, it's very funny when Ruto comes out and says that we will cut down on spending on foreign trips and, stuff like that. And then you find out that the same office that is complaining about trips and overspending on trips are the same people that are spending a lot of money, not just going outside the country, but even on weekends, moving around the country. Somebody told me here that for the president and his entourage, they move together. The president and the deputy president move together every Sunday when they go for those called interdenominational, interdenominational Thanksgiving. I am not against Thanksgiving. Religion, everybody has a right to practice their own religion, but the government spends roughly 8 to 10 million Kenyan shillings just for that function to be successful. Now, how many times are we seeing this government engage in such activities? This coming weekend, they'll be in West Pokot. Is it Baringo or West Pokot, if I'm not wrong? So you look at the hypocrisy that is there right now. The president is standing out as a person who advocates for savings, making sure that we live within our means. But from the way the government he leads is acting, it looks like he's just doing PR. Now, listen to this. We want to finance that budget, and especially I want to mention the issue about mortgage. So their target is 250,000 250,000 houses every year. But there's a clause there, kama mlisikiza vizuri, of getting 250 billion from pension. From pension. Robade ile pesa umesave, na Moses ile pesa yako umesave. This government, without idhini yako, without your permission, wants to go and tap into that money or invest kwa kujenga manyumba. So you guys, you should tell me here, is it even safer anymore to save with the government? Because I have never trusted Roba amesema hapa, so I have never trusted these guys from the word go. They say one thing, they do the other one. So who is going to let the money be used by a government that is not trustworthy? These are the same people ambao wako na makesi zenye zimehusisha kuiba pesa ya umma. Wame grab everything we ever thought about, but now they want again to go back to fund their manifesto na pesa zako na hawajakuuliza. I don't know you guys. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Yeah, Makedi, let me finish what I was saying. The reason why I've been mad about the parliament, you see, the same budget will have to go through the parliament and get approved by the parliament. So my problem,
Moses, we don't have parliament. We have the most oligarchs, the most stupid people you ever find in this planet. Have we ever heard from them since they took the out of office? We don't have no parliament.
So what I'm thinking is for us to do that awareness that parliament, in as much as to not blame the UDA government, what the reason why I'm talking about parliament, so that we can create also that awareness that your MP, whatever you are going through, your MP passed that that bill in parliament, did pass the budget in parliament. In as much as we are going to blame Kenya Kwanza, the citizen must know the role of their member of parliament in passing such bills, especially the budget. Ukirudi kwa hii maneno ya funding the budget, it still takes me back to what can we do or parliament, because we need to have a threshold to say loan yetu i5 ipite 7 trillion.
No,
Otherwise,
those things are there, Moses. Those things are there. If you have no idea,
yes,
it's not just in Kenya alone. Every country has set a threshold, and financial institutions will not give anybody money like that. They know. Ni kama vile we unaenda kukopa loan, for example, you earn 10,000 shillings a year. A month, and unataka kwenda kujiweka kwa mortgage yenye inahitaji 15,000 a month. The financial institution will look at your capability as an individual. How much resources are you getting at the end of the month? Will you be a risk? Wanaitangwa nini? Iko kizungu inatumikanga hapo. Risk, I can't remember the word, but
yeah, your credit worthiness.
Yeah, exactly. Your credit worthiness. Wataangalia. So when it comes to Kenya, these are the same people that actually lifted the ceiling. Remember, last time, this was a debate that went on for a while, and the Jubilee government was cash-strapped. And then the MPs, the Jubilee MPs came to parliament and brought a motion, and they lifted the ceiling, and then they increased the debt limit for the Jubilee administration. When Raila Odinga also started working together with Uhuru Kenyatta, the same MPs that you're talking about lifted again the debt ceiling. So I don't know what threshold you are talking about here, because these are things that have been set there, but there's a way that the parliamentarians have come together to circle that. Yes, Robert.
Yeah, I was saying, just to add on to that point, it is a different issue when, if they talk like borrowing all this money and they come and use that money, what they say, so they want to use it. But instead, they get this money, and this money gets some rigs somewhere else in their own pockets. And that was killing us. I wish, imagine all this money we have been borrowing. We borrow money not because we want to do the projects. We borrow the money because some few individuals, they want to enrich themselves. And that's what's killing us. And the one thing also you just said about, before I just give it, this, how they move around. The last time I've been checking, it's Rift Valley Central. Okay, they have won some few places. It's Rift Valley Central. So I was just wondering, unajua vice president tuko nayo, yeye mtu mkabira sana. Mkabira. That man thinks that his own, Kenya is his own tribe. And that's something we knew it, and that's what he's doing right now. Do you know why he's doing it? Because he knows when they do all that trips, his people are the beneficiary. That money is just going down there. And we are watching them also. We have to tell them the truth. Let me leave it there, Makiari.
Okay, Moses, you can finish your submission, and then we can move on to Brother Benson.
Yeah, because apart from that, Makiadi, so if I look, now we have a huge budget that that the Kenya Kwanza is trying to fund it. They're struggling with financing. So based on what you've just shared, so we've seen we've seen ways they want to fund their budget is one through your pension scheme. Number two, they are raising they're trying to widen the tax bracket. Number three, they're trying to get more loans, acquiring loans. So all of these things, hii pesa mwenye atapata uchungu ni tu the common citizen. If you widen the tax bracket, inamaanisha hao wenye unaita hustlers waanze kulipa ushuru. You expect them to pay for what they don't have, or to pay the little that they are getting, instead of watu wanapata hustlers, what they are getting is just to survive. But hiyo kidogo yenye wanapata mpaka kwa M-Pesa bado unawaforce walipe kama ushuru. And the hard part of it, hii pesa ikishalipwa, it ends up to people's pocket. So it's a hard time for Kenya. Hiyo ndio chenye nilikuwa nataka kusema. The last thing yenye pia nimesikia, David is planning to float another Eurobond. So we need also to be prepared of another Eurobond. That's how they also raise money. They will float another Eurobond. Wapate hiyo pesa, hatujui hiyo pesa itaenda wapi. Maybe watatumia hiyo pesa kulipa madeni, or it will just be used on one of the recurrent expenditure. So yeah,
okay,
quite sad.
All right, thank you. At a Eurobond ingine ikiwa floated, I'm looking at the breakdown, and for roads alone and the pending bills, the government needs 825 billion Kenya shillings. So I don't know watatoa wapi Eurobond ambayo itakuwa ita raise that kind of money. Remember the last time walikuwa na Eurobond hata ikufika Kenya. So I don't know. Before nikuja kwa Brother Benson, I think there's something also here that is important to discuss as we move forward. So I'll just introduce these with a video, and then Benson, you can give your remarks as you also comment on this video.
Ya Mashariki Katayama Marwa anapania kupendekeza mswada bungeni utakaoshuhudia kuongezwa kwa kaunti 5 zaidi.
Kaunti zinazopendekezwa kuongezwa ni Kuria, Teso, Mlima Elgon, Pokot Mashariki na Mwingi.
Na kulingana na mbunge huyo, kunao wengi walio na nia kama yake ila wamejibana chini, na iwapo mswada wake utafaulu, wengi watafuata mkondo huu.
Sydney Chazima anatupa maelezo kwa kina.
Umesema Waswahili walisema nini?
Hii nyongeza yaja, lakini sijui kwa nini Kuria, Teso pekee. Je, maeneo mengine namna gani? Na pia katika taarifa hii toka tunaona, je, sheria inasemaje? Manake sheria imeruhusu baadhi ya vitu kurekebishwa, kwa mfano maeneo bunge. Je, kaunti kuongezwa kutoka 47 hadi 52 itakuwa namna gani?
Hata kule Funzi nilipokuwa kutembea walisema kwamba walisauliwa.
Naam.
Hebu tuone kama watakuwa kati ya wale 5, zile kabila 5
watakaofutwa machozi.
Siku chache tu baada ya mbunge wa Fafi Sala Yakub kutikiza vichwa vya habari na pendekezo lake la kuongeza hatamu za uongozi wa rais, Katayama Marwa amejitokeza na pendekezo lake la kubadili mfumo wa ugatuzi na kuongeza kaunti 5 zaidi.
Sisi wa Kuria na watu wa Mount Elgon na watu wa Teso na wa Mwingi na wengineo tunajihisi kwamba tumefikia sasa nafasi ambaye sasa tumekuwa tunaweza tukajiongoza na katiba inaturuhusu kwa sababu imeandikwa hivyo.
Mnamo mwaka wa 2010 katiba mpya ilipelekea kuwepo kwa mfumo wa ugatuzi uliotenga kaunti 47. Mfumo huu uliiga mno ule wa majimbo uliokuwa baada ya Kenya kupata uhuru. Marwa anahisi kwamba ugatuzi haungefuata mkondo huu bali ungezingatia idadi ya watu na ukubwa wa eneo.
Hakuna mwafaka ambao ulikuwa ni wa kisayansia. Ulikuwa tu ni watu fulani walisema tu wacha tuwe na zile ambazo zilikuwa ni district wakati huo 47 ziwe county basi. Sasa hata wale ambao walikuwa na haki, hata labda maeneo yao ni makubwa sana ama wana population kubwa sana, wakakosa kwa sababu watu hawakutumia sayansi yoyote.
Katika mswada wake ambao bado haujafika bungeni, Marwa anatumai kuwa katika muda wa miezi 6 kaunti ya Kuria iundwe kutoka kwa kaunti ya Migori, Teso kutoka Busia, Mlima Elgon kutoka kaunti ya Bungoma na Trans Nzoia, Pokot Mashariki kutoka kaunti ya Baringo na Pokot Magharibi, na Mwingi kutoka kaunti ya Kitui.
Watu ambao wana hisia moja, wana tamaduni moja, wana malengo moja, wana mahitaji moja, wana katiba inawapa nafasi na ruhusa ya kuweza kujitawala wakiwa jinsi ambavyo wanajitambua wao. Katiba ndio inasema hivyo, sio mimi. Kama katiba inasema hivyo, basi sisi tukifuata katiba kuna kosa gani?
Kikatiba, IEBC imepewa uwezo wa kutenga maeneo bunge pekee, na itazingatiwa ni vipi mswada wa mbunge huyu utapelekea kuwepo kwa kaunti hizi 5 ili jumla ziwe 52. Sydney Chaz.
Brother Benson.
Habari.
Salama sana, karibu uwanja kwako sasa. Mmeamua muongeze kaunti zingine, inaonekana hata hizi mkonazo 47 hazitoshi.
Unajua sasa inakuambia pali nchi inaelekea ambapo tuko na watu ambao hawawezi jadili vitu ambazo zinahusika na mwananchi wa kawaida. Wao wanaona kuwa kukuwa na county I think like that is all about power. And if one time I'll tell you something about I did about the leadership with some of the group. When you see leaders like those are people who do not think about the next generation. There are people every time think about election, and those are I think they should not even taken seriously. And even like before even you think of that, think of population. Did he consider that? Or you just feel because Sisi Tumetengwa? Because if you look at even his talk, that is going towards tribal. That is not like something that is based on population. Because like if you could have said like we in Korea, we have such a population, so that's why we are demanding, you know, because we have like is a microcosmo, or you know, but like I don't know where the country is headed, but like I don't know. Anyway, Makiadi, I want to tell Moses something. Moses, there's the budget that is running now is a budget that was done by Jubilee. It's not a Kenya Kwanza budget. That is something that you have to know for your information. The Kenya Kwanza, they've not done their budget. Just to correct you, you know, we have to discuss, we have to give our people good information. Kenya Kwanza has not done any budget. The budget they're still working on is that one that was done by the former president Uhuru Kenyatta. They'll do I think they're going to do theirs in June 2023. Yeah, that's what I know. Then secondly, I just want to give overview for some of the things that have been written here about I'm seeing OLESAPIT. You know, sometimes do not mix prayers with politics, religion with politics. I don't see if our courts cannot give us a good solution, our courts that we trust, how will out of court give us the solution? How? If the courts and the courts that we feel like this is a place whereby we could go and air our views, and that's where we feel that justice was not done there. So how will justice be done when you take everything out of court in matter of the election and you want to discuss it? So it's going to be a table discussion. How will it work in our country? That's one question that I would like to ask the good friend of ours, Reverend OLESAPIT, about that. If he can give us a very, very convincing answer or convincing arguments that if we do it out of court, that everybody will find justice, then we can go his way. But I don't think he's the one that is suggesting that will bring even more chaos to the country. It will bring violence. Yeah, and that is one. Secondly, about the ASLA fund, you know, we were here when all this 50 billion, we will give 50 billion to border, we will give this to this, and now conditions are coming. You know, it is something that is not realistic, even like somebody who is doing accounts, you know, somebody who knows how borrowing and lending works. But I'm still waiting the 1st of December to see the written down condition on how this money, the hustler fund, what are the requirements for an hustler, especially Mama Mboga in Wajir and Mama Mboga in Nairobi. What is the qualification of them having the qualification on how to get that fund? I just want to see that requirement. Then from there, I can make a conclusion on it. Something on President Ruto seeks to regulate the domestic borrowing. You know, I'm not very good with accounts. Maybe somebody who have knowledge about account can explain for me that. Then I can talk about it. Moses also, I just want to go overview. Moses was talking about MPs. You know, Moses, I don't think you should blame these MPs because you're the people who are voting them. Why should you blame them? You are the people who are voting them, and you vote somebody whom somebody has been, for instance, somebody has been in an area for over 10 years and he has done nothing, but still come and campaign and say, I will do this. Somebody has gone to parliament and you see on how they play, they are being given money over there and like they change everything, you know. So it is us who are doing that. Yeah, because when we vote, we actually don't vote individuals in parliament. We don't vote individuals. We vote parties. Yeah, and provided that this guy has gotten a ticket from the party that we love, even if he's not a performer, we are going to elect him and vote for him, because our loyalty first is not for development. Our first loyalty is for the party that we love. We feel that our party has to be strong in the house. So you will be told, for us even to get to pass more policies, you have to give us the people of the party. And the people who are in the party, some of them do not deserve to be there. Some of them have questionable deeds, you know. So once we vote them and they go there and they do things that are not right, then we come again and complain. So the best place to start, it is us, the voters, who should decide to vote who they vote. And mark you, immediately you vote and this guy is sworn in, they become state officers. That's why they get the money from the state. Their first salary that comes from the government, that shows that these people they're not the party members, they just contribute to the party, but they're state officers. And they swore by the Bible to protect the Constitution of Kenya as a state officer. So that is something that also people should also put into consideration when they want to choose their MPs. You don't choose the party, choose individuals who can bring change to the community or can go to parliament and stand with the truth. That's the only thing I can say.
Makiadi, there is what Benson I said that I need to correct. Number one, I understand the financial year for the Kenya. The budget I was talking about was the budget which the budget estimate shared by Makiadi. That is what I was talking about. Makiadi shared budget estimates, which was being aired by that he was playing a video from one of the TV stations. That is what I was talking about. So I understand the budget, the financial year.
Those are proposals. They are proposals.
Yeah, they are budget proposals. Yeah, budget proposals. Yeah.
Okay, then there's no problem.
Number two, the issue of MPs. We know that the sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. And even if someone is a state officer, they should act or they should operate with the information that they're acting on behalf of the Kenyan citizen. They should not act just to please themselves. They should not act in isolation. So the idea, even the issue of and lastly, we must also understand the role of political parties. For us to have a progressive political process, we must make the political parties strong. and we must elect people. If there is a political party with an ideology, then we need to elect people based on those ideologies. Otherwise, you will end up electing people from different parties, or you will not consolidate. There's the element of consolidation. You will not consolidate a political party, and if you have small political party, what happens is you reduce the power. It becomes easy for someone to buy some of these parties, and it's so easy also to cause that division. But if people are if we can have one or two political parties which are strong, it's easy to consolidate. If you have a political process that you want to lobby, if you have so for me, having that political maturity, or having that political having one or two political parties that are so strong is important. People can have freedom to choose whoever they want from any other political party. We have so many political parties in Kenya. We have over 100 political parties.
Moses, I want to ask you a question. I mean, when you say we need strong, I mean, I don't think you are right when it comes to Kenyan situation.
Yeah.
ODM has been there for a long time. Even some Wiper. I mean, I think for me, what you could have said, I might be wrong, is what's the ideology of these parties? What do they stand for? Because
that is what
right now, it's just like somebody will form a party, they are doing it for commercial. It's becoming a business. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with you. I was talking about we need strong political parties with ideologies. So not political parties based on individual needs, or political parties formed based on who is the leader and ABCD. But if we can believe in one or political parties, one or two, but with strong ideologies. What we have in Kenya, we have political parties, but with no ideologies. So if we can have strong political parties, and we develop them, we strengthen them, we vote based on those ideologies, then that will be good, than having 100 political parties with no ideologies. What we have now is briefcase political parties.
Yeah.
So if we can have one or two with ideologies,
okay,
let me step in.
Hold on, Roba. I think that argument is not easy to crack, because, like Roba is saying here, we as Kenyans, I think when it comes to political parties and ideology, these are very, very alien things to our country, and I would have wished us to, if we go that route, Moses, I would have wished you to tell us what you think we are doing wrong right now with the political parties that we have, because from where I stand, I have always seen that people just run because they know that a political party is known and is famous in the region that they come from, and then after running, when they get into office, they are free to do what they want. After that, moving forward, they are free to do what they want. I want to give you an example of this guy David Ochieng from is it where Ugenya. So this guy has his own party. Call it a briefcase party or whatever you can call it. This guy knew very well during elections that without associating himself with Azimio, he could not have won the MP of Ugenya seat. So what does he do? He associates himself with Raila Odinga, runs for office, but at the back of his mind, he knows very well that after I win this seat, I can do whatever I want, because I'm no longer answerable to ODM, or I have no form of agreement that can make me stay in that coalition by force. So he runs with that, and then he wins the parliamentary seat, and then moves over to work with William Ruto. This is what has been going on for as long as we can remember, for as long as we've had political parties in Kenya, what do you think we can do as a country to move away from that? That is the conversation that we should be having. Because if we start saying that we should be thinking about ideology and assigning ourselves to this kind of idea, there's nothing like ideology in Kenya. In the US, we have Republicans and Democrats. You know, Republicans are conservatives. And that it's been since a long time ago. They stick to conservatism. When it comes to the Democrats, they are liberals. You know, there's an ideology they support. They support social welfare. That is an ideology they support. They are friendly to the immigrants. That is their ideology. The Republicans have their own thing. But when it comes to Kenya, you should tell us, what do you think should be the ideology, instead of us blaming the political parties here?
Yeah, I think we need to. For me, if I look at, if you look at the US or even in Australia, we have the Labour and the Liberal. So the parties have strong ideologies, and we have the Greens. So in Kenya, if I look at in terms of ideology, to some extent, one thing that people agree on is the interest of the tribe. So it's better we restructure our politics to meet the reality.
I think that's a wrong statement. I'm not to allow you to do that.
Yes.
You say the interest of a tribe?
Because what is happening, we get mobilized based on our political parties in most cases. People get mobilized based on tribes. But we hardly speak about it. We pretend that we have national parties. If you look at majorly UDA, it's Kalenjin and Kikuyu. Those are the main tribes that form it. Look at Ford Kenya. Which tribe? Look at ANC. Which tribe? So if we go down and look at how mobilization is being done in Kenya, it's not based on ideology, but based on based on ethnicity. Lastly, for us to change this, it can be complicated, but people need to have a taste. If people can have, yes, we can say, yeah, we can. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's have you have, to some extent already we have what we are experiencing is just a hypocrisy, because we have tribal political parties that call themselves national political parties. So changing that is what will take us time. Right now, I cannot say that the alternative route is this one, but that is the current reality.
Yeah, Benson, wacha kwanza Benson ongeroba, then I'll come to you.
Okay, Makirichi, this conversation of political party ownership is something that I don't think as a country we can achieve is reality, because one, the formation of these political parties, that's one of them. That is because most of the parties that are formed in Kenya, they are formed out of circumstances. They're not formed with ideology. They are formed after betrayal. When one person feels that I've been betrayed by this other party or by this other person, I form a political party to encounter the betrayal. That is one. Secondly, is something to do with the ownership, and nomination. Because as you talked of Democrat and Republican, when you come here, when you look at on how they are being managed, they are managed like an institution. For instance, in all those parties, everybody can run for presidency. Everybody can run for presidency. But like, if you look at ours, like, the person who ran for presidency is the person who might have or came with the idea of forming that political party. Or most of the time you find the chairman of like, or the patron of that particular party. You find most of them are those who are running for those. So I think it's a conversation that can be done another time or given a time, but for it to do well, we have to have like no ownership of it. It must be registered as a political party that officials can change, but nobody claims the ownership. Nobody should claim the ownership of that particular party. Because, like, for instance, if I talk of Wiper, I see Kalonzo Musyoka. If I talk of ODM, I see Raila Odinga. If I talk of UDA, I see William Ruto. If I talk of ANC, I see Mudavadi. If I talk of Ford Kenya, I see Moses Wetangula. And that's why they make coalition, and only these people are the people who are talking. So if it should be put such a way that nobody owns it, they have their own officials, that, and we might end it. That's what I think.
Yeah, I want to move to Roba, but Roba, before you come in, I want also you to comment on this issue of adding, is it 5 or 6 more counties? Do you agree? Is this something that we should be thinking about?
Okay, thank you, Makia. Let me start from there because I wanted to make that point. I see that young man who comes, he says, come from Kulia and he wants to add some more counties. What he never told you, his proposal is, the way I just said, his proposal is based on tribal. I know Kulia is under Migori County. So what he is trying to tell us is just like every tribe should get its own county. And if you are a lot of tribes, maybe a lot of people, it should be cut off or it should be divided. So he's wrong. That's not the right way to approach this because he's trying to separate. I know they feel like they should not be part of Migori. And I wish this was like, it was like what Benson just said a few minutes ago. If it was like there was some parties, this was being cut because of there's ODM or Chubiri. They are just trying to fight it in between there. But instead, it's just all tribal. I want to be sincere with what do I call a non-starter Kenya. This issue of saying that parties don't have ideology. You can excuse me on my pronunciation. It's not going to happen. The reason why I'm saying that, if Raila of all the people, Raila is a national figure. Raila stood for democracy. Raila stood for against corruption. Raila stood for all whatever you know about him. And he has this ODM part for a long time. But instead, people in central Kenya, they see him as maybe the other way around, the way they have named him and all these things. That one would never work in our country at this point. It will never work. These people called tribal leader, they will always prevail. Raila Odinga, you can say, is Luo, but he has a national white. Or you see Wetangula and other people, some of them who have just named. So going forward, this is the way I just said. We should just start, maybe the new generation, they should start and just say, this is the way we want to go forward in our country because this is killing us. It's killing us because we are good friends. Just regular time, come to election. It's just like they start kind of in a kwachoto. And that one is just like one thing which I think we are going wrong. If there was a Padres ODM or Chubiri, well, I know Makiati, Benson, and Moses, we agree on ideology. Okay, we support, like, let me give you examples. Do we support abortion or we don't support abortion? Do I support government or do I support private sector? Do I support immigration or I don't support? You know, that's some of these things, like, we share some common sense. Then that one, we might get it. But hii mambo ya kusema, hey, we are on to our ideology in Kenya with parties, it's not going to happen in our lifetime. Unless it's just like Kenya, somebody will say it, then the following day we have new people. Maybe that one might happen. But what we have right now, the way we are built, and the way we are building in the counties, it's just like, I'll give you one example. We were talking about Mata Kondo or you Mata Kome. Do you know when this guy, what is his name? The guy was a former Murungi. Kirait Murungi, yeah? When he lost, how did he get a job? How did he get a job? Do you know he has a job? The following the same week. Yeah? He got a job, I don't know, somewhere. Then after that, you saw him come seniors and his conference, and Ruto comes to tell you, oh, you know, people like Right Murungi, they couldn't support you there because they were under siege. The government, the vice president of our country is telling you at the government of some people I mean, you know, I've never seen anything which you have been saying in Kenya right now. I've never seen it. Imamba ya ukabira. And if you look right now at the Merus, the bill from Meru, that's why I said that's sincere. Do you see they know they have right now, they have a way of getting, they are getting posts. They want to be just excuse me. Yeah, I was just saying people from Meru County, from the Meru part of it, if we are not in Kabira. So if you can see they are certain there are people. Just hold on, yes, just hold on.
Okay. Are you ready to continue, Robert? Yeah, I just wanted to say this. I don't know. Perhaps we should look at this issue of the Migori County situation in a broader or deeper manner. Now, Migori County, as somebody has mentioned here, also Bungoma County, have communities that feel that they're being left out in decisions that are key to their counties. The Kuria community feels that it has been disproportionately left out, you know, when it comes to county matters in Migori. Remember last time, if you people remember the issue of what was it, Mashage, Dr. Mashage, I think.
Yeah, Dr. Mashage.
Yeah, you can remember the negotiation that went around when ODM was supposed to have a candidate running for the governorship, and then Dr. Mashage was actually out of negotiation, allowed to run, you know, to run for the senatorial seat. So how are we going to address issues like this? Because we are humans. If you, Benson, you let's say, for example, you're running for governor, and your community, and this has happened to other communities. I think at Aroba you have evidence. In Kisi, for example, you have there's a certain region that has the biggest population in that county, and these people make decisions for the small. It is the same conversation that is going on even at the national level, whereby you have a certain clique in Migori County that has a minority, and so they feel left out. Should this be something that we should be looking at? In Bungoma County, we have the Saboti also. They are being, they feel like they're being sidelined when it comes to the decisions and the development of Bungoma County. So are we just dismissing this guy because of emotions, or is this a genuine issue that should be looked at wholesomely?
Yeah, I think for me, this issue is more of a governance issue. It's not a constitutional issue. A constitution can address certain things, but this one is how you relate to your neighbor or your friend or your family. So, like, for example, even in Kisumu, even in Siaya, even in other areas or other counties where we have like one set of tribe. There is also, if you go down, they still have issues of clanism. Even if today you make Kuria County, within Kuria, they will still have issues of dealing with the interest of various clans. So the issue is a governance issue, and and as a country, we need to look at how do we distribute resources equitably and not discriminating various clans or just making certain clans or certain people from other regions to be less considered than other parts. So this one happens both in national and in county government, because if I look at that guy is just telling us that they are not getting resources because of their clan. So for me is how do we, because for me, someone will be comfortable if they get resources like any other person from the county, but if they feel like they are not getting resources because their community,
what do you mean, Moses?
less.
They are not getting resources because they do have they have MCS who are representing them. So I mean, we don't know.
So I think for me,
hold on, Moses. Let me frame it. Let me frame it like this, Roba. You're talking about MCAs that are representing those people in the county government. It's the same situation that we have at the national level, whereby we feel other regions are being left out, but they still have MPs. It is the same thing. So this conversation, before we bring this conversation to the national level, we should also be able to address these issues at the county level. Because even if you have an MCA that represents you there, the governor still has the authority to decide where to allocate resources. The governor still has the authority to appoint CECs. Wanaitwa CECs, the CECs ni kama county ministers, kitu kama hiyo. So we should also look at this thing like, before we start complaining that the national level politics have been trivial to other communities, how do we also approach the issue of the politics of our counties?
Makiat, let's be sincere. The bottom line is the reason why we are fighting for all these things here is because of lack of jobs. Yeah, if you get jobs like that's where you can go instead of just going to fight for the county government. Like now, we know what happened in Meru and some other places where someone could just even appoint the husband. You know, it's because we don't have jobs in our country. If we had jobs where people will have a substitute, it's just like, you want to go, I don't want to go and work there. I'll go and work somewhere else. But because we don't have these jobs, you know, everybody's like they are just fighting. It's just like when we took a course in biology about, I don't know, ecosystem where like animals, they fight for food. More animals are fighting for something. Yeah. So that's what we have in Kenya. But if we had a situation where we add like in every county jobs are available, you can have a service, you can decide what to do, we could be talking all this. And because of that, we could be building. Even this guy who just came and said they want them to have their own county. If it was like everybody was working, everybody was there, jobs and other things, it could be working. They couldn't be saying what they're saying. Yeah. But now it's just like they think when they have power, I can be able to get my people to want to get that job there. So that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. Kenya, what we need is jobs, 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 and some of these things will be eliminated.
Yeah, yeah. It's the same thing I was talking about resource distribution, because if the perception from the communities that call themselves marginalized is that the reason why they are not getting whatever they want, the reason why they are suffering, it's because their man is not at the at the helm of things. So, like a good example is that case of Korea. They believe that because the numerical strength of Korea people, they will not, no man from Korea will ascend to be governor in Migori County, and this is a misnomer that needs to be corrected. That we have people from Migori who are residents, like who are Luos, who are going through the same challenges like any other Korean. So I think the whatever they are going through, like Mike Kiadi is saying, it's the same thing we are seeing at the national level, where people from other communities, let's say Luo or Western, will think that when your man or your tribal man is in power, you will get the resources. That's why at times people fight so hard. But in the real sense, if you look at the country right now, the people who are being given relief food are people from the people who have been beneficiaries of from 1963. I've not seen relief food being taken to Kisii, Western, or Nyanza. The relief food we see, it's being taken to Rift Valley, other parts of Kenya, and Central. So if you look at this issue in detail, it's just complicated. It's just a tribal people who use tribal to lobby and get opportunities for themselves. So yeah, so for me, the idea of subdividing counties, it's complicated. Even the constitution doesn't give that provision. The constitution gives the provision of IBC doing the boundary delimitation for constituencies and I think constituencies and wards. So if they feel they need more representation, yeah, they can they can have more constituencies or sub counties, and allocation county government allocation is also based on wards and sub counties, and one of the things they need to push for is the ward fund, so that they can have an equal share within the wards. Like if they agree, like each ward to get a budget of 20 or 30 million, they will have also equitable resource distribution within the wards, because most projects are done within the wards. The county is at the county level, but the county implements projects within the wards through the ward administrators and village administrators. So yeah, they can create more opportunities. Yeah, maybe having that's my take. Having more sub counties to represent, to have a governance structure within sub counties.
But thank you, Moses. As I move on to Benson, there is also an issue that I want to. If we go to that angle, I'm just trying to look at the pros and the cons. If we go to that angle, what about the cosmopolitan areas like Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu? All these areas that we know that have accepted and have agreed to live together, and you can run as a representative in these areas under any party, and nobody will try. Like in Nairobi, we have diverse tribes, and you look at the representatives that we have there. We have so many people from different areas of the country. So if we talk about trying to have a colony, I'll call it a colony in Migori County, what about these other big counties? What are we going to do about it? Because I think the issue here should be at what threshold would you say that a certain tribe or a certain what do you call this small umezita nini nazisahau jina, the ones dialect, how do we call that in nasahau sijui ni kwa nini
People with common origin.
No. There's a word that defines people ambao wanatoka sehemu moja lakini wana nini tofauti, wanaongea tofauti. I don't know. I just heard you call that name out.
Diversity or what? Yeah.
I'm forgetting about that. But my issue is this. Benson nikumbusha hii kitu. Like you have people coming from let's say Migori, but they not Migori. We have people coming from one constituencies lakini wako na nini tofauti. Like the Luyas. You have Maragoli and what do you call that?
Sub-tribes.
Are we?
Yeah. It's not sub-tribes. There's another one. The issue that was happening in Kisii, where we said we have one candidate that is coming from a certain region na support yake ni immense kwa sababu part of the people who support him are from his what is that? I'll remember that name nitakuja nayo. I wanted us to approach that issue from that angle, but I remember
diversity.
That
are you
clans ndio
yeah.
clans, that is what I was looking for. So my question to you is this: tukianza maneno ya clans here, will we still be looking at the same thing? Because like you said, let's divide Migori into two. Tuseme Kuria wako na pande yao, nini wako na pande yao, the other side ya Migori wako na pande yao. Then we break down this thing into clans. And then now we will start talking about, is my clan represented at the top? Is the governor part of my clan? So it looks like we will be going in circles. Hakuna vile solve the issue. And that is why I insist. Sometimes it is very important to make sure that as a country we have some threshold whereby we can say this is what we look at when we talk about the leadership at the national level. This is what we talk about when you look at the leadership at the county. If you look at the constitution, it addresses the issue of appointments at the national level very, very well. Some people will say here, the UDA government or whichever government may appoint from every region, but that thing equal addressing the constitution. And you can go to court kupinga appointments za watu, like the LSK is doing right now. The LSK imeenda kupinga appointment za PSS simply because they do not meet the regional balance. It's the same thing that we should push down to the counties. This is how we are going to address the issue of clanism, the issue of one region in a bigger community that pushes out the other side of the community. And probably this is something that we should be talking moving forward. Yes, Benson. Mute.
You've talked well about what is happening in Korea, because one, what they are raising is something very valid for discussion, but they're raising it at a very wrong time, or the time has not yet come. And if you are somebody who is following Kenyan politics, it tells you how our society, Kenyan society, is built. And the Kenyan society is built in a way that we always feel that if we have power, we have everything. Even if it's only my brother who is in power, provided that is coming from my tribe or from my lineage, even if I'm suffering, but since it's there, I'm safe. So the issue that they are raising, it's issue not to do with the constitution, the way Moses said. It's a governance, and is a governance in that the belief that we have, me, you, and Moses, the belief that we have is when our person is in power, we will get whatever we want. We will violate the constitution. We will have the power to say, and like we will be controlling most of the things. And even if it comes to service delivery, because even in Migori right now, is something that is still coming. When you come to Migori, the larger tribe, the larger clan that was there in Migori was Kanyamkago. Kanyamkago has like the majority of population as compared to where Ochilo was coming from. And if you look at Kanyamkago, most of their ladies were married in Kadem. And when you go to Kadem, those are now their nephew. So when a guy from Kanyamkago is vying for governorship, for instance, he has a better chance of winning because the people from Kanyamkago itself will vote for him. The ladies who are married from Kanyamkago to those areas will vote for them, and their children, because they are voting their uncles, you know. So they will feel like our person is going to be there, so we will have the power. So we need, maybe we can say in Migori County, we might say we need our constituency as Kanyamkago. We need like 3 constituency because we have a larger population, you know, or because we feel like we are the dominant community, you know, and the other community will do that. So it is like, that's how we think. What they say, what the man think, and that is who he is. That man is speaking the minds of so many Kenyans. That's how so many Kenyans feel. Like even in the presidency, yeah, even like people from the lake feel like we should be in the presidency. It is ours, you know. It is our time to be the president, you know. And that's why, like, you find even like things like rotational presidents is being said, and this is being said to satisfy the tribal, so that each and every tribe would feel like we have power. And this is brought about, but how our foundation in politics was formed. Our foundation in politics was not formed as a Kenya, as one Kenya, but it was formed a Kenya with a tribe. You know, if we had a country whereby we believe we had Kenya, then even if somebody from Ukambani who have good ideology to lead the country, I don't see somebody from Ukambani, but I see him as Kenyan. You know?
Now, let me ask you, before nisonge pia kwa chaka mdume, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just me ama ni kila mtu anaona hivi. Who said that appointments in county government should come from the natives? I think nimeona almost all the counties, ukiangalia kama ni Kakamega County, all the CECs, sijui nani ni Waluya. Enda Ukambani County, tuseme kama Kitui, ukiangalia ni wote ni Wakamba. I mean, is it a rule? Is it something that worries you, that wewe ukiwa mwalimu au ukiwa unafanya kazi county ingine ambayo hujazaliwa huko, it's not your county by birth, you cannot be involved, you are a voter there, unapiga kura pale kwa kuishi, lakini ikikuja maneno ingine baada ya kupiga kura hauhusishwi. Is that something that we should be worried about?
Yeah, we should be worried about, because like what is there in Kenyan politics is about betrayal. We don't trust somebody who does not belong to us. You know, it is something that is there. Like even if it's in Migori, we have somebody maybe who is qualified to be a chief accountant, but since he's not coming from our tribe, or is not the tribe of the governor, yeah, we feel like he's going to betray us, you know. So that one brings you to the system that we have. We still do not have integrity. Yeah, what we have in Kenya is what we call sycophancy. You know, it's people are very, like they are not very truthful to the person that they support. During campaigns, you will love everybody, but when you come to appointment, you will tend to choose somebody who is not going to betray you, and this person must just come from your tribe, even if he doesn't qualify for that position. It is happening, it's reality in Kenya.
Yeah, Makiadi, I think if you look at the real case, like when you have devolution and you have counties that have never, or you have regions or tribes who've never tested the presidency, and now you have counties devolve power to Turkana, to some of these counties, and these people have never. They know because of their numerical strength that they will not be president. And then if you go to counties, at the national level, we have tribal politics where you only become president if you are coming from certain tribes. That is what is being considered. You come to counties, we look at which clan are you coming from. So, and then within the clans, that is where they distribute positions based on the clans, and not where you are coming from. To some extent, there's also that sense of belonging, like if our man, because there's no way, if our man cannot, this is their thinking, if our man cannot be president, now that we have devolution, it's our time also to get the space. And devolution was meant for us to get these spaces. So it becomes so hard for a clan or for a county which is made of clans to pick someone out of the clans, because what it also means is that you are also losing the political strength. Because picking one person from a clan, it means that clan will look at you like, he picked our son or he picked our daughter, and you will always have political numbers. So that, I think that is where we are right now, that politics, county politics are made of clans. Even if you go to Nairobi, it's made of tribes. Like Nairobi County, we look at what is the interest of these tribes, what is the interest of these groups. So it's just complicated. Yeah. So yeah, the farther you move from the center, the more clanism gets. If you move away from major cities, yeah, the clan becomes so strong.
Okay. Thank you, Moses. Nataka niende kwa Chaka because I think that is a conversation that we'll have here for another day. But I want to believe that out of beyond the services that you offer in a county, in a different county, as a teacher, as a doctor, as a nurse, you know, as a businessman, then you should also be involved with the politics and you know, the resource distribution of that county. You know, beyond being from you know, being a person from another tribe. If kama mimi naishi Bomet na mimi ni mwalimu pale, then beyond kupiga kura pale, I should also have a stake at the table when it comes to resource distribution. And this is the kind of politics that we want to change our country into. We have seen this thing going very far. I mean, you had, it went to an extent whereby Aluya could not be a vice chancellor of Moi University. You know, they had to bring a person and say, huyu atakuwa hapa kwa sababu hii ni university yetu. So this is a big concern. And as we also complain about the politics of the national level, at the national level, and the tribalism that we see at the national level, we should also look down deep into our counties and see, kama wewe Moses unatoka, let's say unatoka Kisii County, for example, who are these people that we are giving political appointments in this county? Are they people that are just there by virtue of being our tribesmen, or are these people competent enough to hold these offices? Chaka Mdume, wacha nikupatie nafasi kwanza, lakini kabla uingie, kuna video moja hapa najua ni baadhi ya mada ambayo tunazungumzia leo, na ningecheza ni dakika moja tu kwanza. Chaka, ngoja dakika moja tu, alafu utaongea. Dakika moja Chaka, ngoja okay.
Shindwa na kesi hiyo ambazo zinaendelea kotini. Hiyo ndio tumekuja kukaa chini kama jamii, na tunasema tungetaka kuomba yeyote ambaye ameweka kesi juu ya mwingine katika jamii hii kotini kwa sababu ya mambo ya siasa na uchaguzi uliopita, tumekuja kukaa chini viongozi hao wote na kusema tuondoe kesi hizo ili tuweze kutafuta namna na mbinu ambayo tutakaa chini tena baada ya hii kutafuta umoja ya wale wote ambao wanaongoza, kwa sababu tuna imani na tunaamini ya kwamba watu wakikaa pamoja wataweza kufanya mambo yao makubwa na kuachieve katika nyanja zote ambayo watakuwa wanaendelea. Lakini watu wakitengana itakuwa ni mfurutano ya hapa na pale na hakuna mtu atanufaika, na watoto wetu wale wamesaliwa na hawajasaliwa watakosa nafasi ya kuingia.
Chaka, hiyo video acha nieleze ni nini. Huyo Sapit anasema ya kwamba kesi ambazo zimewekwa kotini na ni kesi nadhani ya ugavana, anataka wale ambao wamepeleka hizi kesi kotini wazitoe ndio wakuje wakae chini kama jamii waweze kujadiliana, waone ni lipi ambalo wanaweza fanya kutatua mgogoro uliopo. You know, there's this issue of Narok County and everybody understand what happened in Narok County during the election. So he's trying to address those issues and saying that hakuna haja ya kupeleka kesi kotini kama unasikia kwamba hukutendewa haki. Mkuje mkae chini, muongee, muone vile mtatatua hilo jambo. Haya, sawa, Chaka, karibu.
Asante sana brother Makiadi, Benson, Moses. Na pia asante kwa hii nafasi. Pale nitazungumzia ni pale ambapo wenzangu wamegusa kidogo, na mimi pia itabidi nichangie. Shida kubwa yetu hapa ya kupigana na ukabila kwa kweli limekuwa donda sugu ambalo tiba yake hadi kuja kupona si leo na kesho, kwa sababu mizizi ya siasa ya Kenya kwa kweli ndio ambayo ilisababisha haya, na tukakuwa na hiyo hali. Ndiposa unakuta kuna kabila zingine zinakuta zimeachwa nje na kuna kabila zingine hazitaki kuachwa nje ya uongozi. Piga ua, fanya vyovyote, lakini lazima ziwe kwenye uongozi, kwa sababu they believe wao ndo walikuwa kwa uongozi taingia mwanzo. Kuna baadhi ya jamii hapa jijini wanasema kwamba Kenya ni yetu, na ni kutokana na makosa yaliyofanywa na waanzilishi wetu, upande hasa wa kuweza kuunganisha makabila yote ya Kenya. Mtu pekee aliweza kufaulu hili zoezi ni hayati Mzee Nyerere. Huyo ndo pekee aliweza kuwaunganisha Watanzania, na kilichompelekea kufaulu zaidi, alianza kutazama haswa ni nini migogoro, ni nini kinasababisha migogoro na watu kutengana. Yeye kwa mtazamo wake akaona hapana, ardhi ya Mtanzania ni ya Mtanzania yote yule. So tukianza kukata vipande, hiki nchangu, kule nchangu, kule ncha huyu, basi ugomvi na ukabila utaanzia pale, kwa sababu mimi na watu wangu, kama nimepata eneo lazima nilete watu wangu, nilete jamii yangu, nilete kabila yangu pale na niseme hapo ni kwetu. So kwa msingi ule kwamba ardhi ya Tanzania iliwekwa kwa serikali, ardhi nzima, wewe kama ni Mtanzania unaishi, una haki ya uishi popote, bora ni Mtanzania tu. Ardhi kaachiliwa ni ya serikali yote, si ya mtu binafsi. Kwa hivyo uwezi endo wakatiwa mahali ukasema hapa ni kwangu. Lima ukichoka, kama ulipanda miti yako na mimea yako, uza mimea yako, ardhi ya watu achana nayo pale pale. Ndiposa huu udugu uliopo Tanzania ukashikana. So mizizi waanzilishi wa hili taifa hawakulichukulia manani hili. So imefikia wakati mpaka kwa county yule anakuwa gavana, basi yeye katika nyadhifa lazima ataangalia watu wake. Yule anakuwa senata, kama kutatokea nafasi mahali ataangalia watu wake. Yule anakuwa mbunge, naye kutokea nafasi lazima ataangalia watu wake. sawia na wale ambao wako juu kabisa. Kwa hiyo ili kuweza kuondokana na hili na Kenya kurudi katika hali ya usawa, kwamba unaweza nikatoka pwani nikaja nikasimamia Kisumu na nikafanya kazi yangu kutokana na uweledi wangu na heshima yangu na bidii yangu kazini na kujali, lazima tushikane kwanza, tumalizane na hili ambalo lipo. Tukishamalizana na hili lipo katika hii uongozi, na Wakenya waone kweli yale ambayo tulikuwa tunaambiwa na our former president Uhuru pamoja na baba, kwamba it's time kwa Kenya wote tushikane. It's time kwa kabila ingine iingie katika uongozi, jambo ambalo lilipigwa vita, jambo lingine ambalo lilipingwa vikali kwamba unataka kupeana hii uongozi. So minajili ya kuletwa watu wote pamoja kwa Azimio, lengo kuu lilikuwa ni kuweza kuunganisha haya makabila. Watu waelewe kwamba wote sisi ni Wakenya, wote ni kitu kimoja. We are all singing the same national anthem. Tuko hapa, hatuwezi enda mahali ingine. But kimbunga kilipoingia na mambo yalivyokuwa, kila kitu kikavurugwa, kikapakwa matope, na mwisho wa siku tukapata serikali ambayo ina vitimbi, ina maajabu yake. Maana tangia mimi nianze kuona haya masuala ya uchaguzi, sijawahi kuona serikali ikiwa hivi, na pengine nishangae kwa sababu pengine huenda kuna mazuri yako kule mbele, ndio maana yanakaa haya tunayoyaona. But kwangu kiundani zaidi sioni dalili. For instance, pesa ya Hustler Fund, pesa ile ilikuwa imepakwa mafuta mno, kiasi kwamba yani mwananchi wa chini alijua wazi hatutakuwa na mvutano na mambo mengi na kwa condition nyingi kuweza kupata hiyo pesa, tupate kusaidika na sisi ili tunyanyuke kutoka chini twende juu. Ndani hiyo ndio ilikuwa kauli mbiu na watu walifagilia zaidi. Lakini ikitokea sasa kunakuwa na hizo condition zote, mambo yamenabadilika, na hiyo ndio roho ya mtu tunavyoiona ikizungumza ndani yake. Swala la kukopa pesa katika nchi silo litakalo tukwamua kwenda mbele bana nani makiade. Tanzania hapa tu jirani zetu, wakati hayati Magufuli alipoingia, yeye alideal na corruption. Yeye alisimamia vyema masuala na mining. Dhahabu ichimbwe, isafishwe hapa, tuipime tujue hii ina thamani ya pesa ngapi. Ndivyo kama utabeba mzungu upeleke ukafanya unachokitaka, mimi nishati acha kwangu mkononi. Pesa ile una kampuni lakini hulipi ushuru, lazima utalipia ushuru. Una biashara kubwa, ulikuwa unakwepa ushuru, utalipia ushuru. Una pesa nyingi ambazo hazijulikani mwelekeo wako ulizipata vipi, na mshahara wako kilo kitakiminiwa haukidhi kile kiwango, ama ushapasi hicho kiwango, lazima ulizwe hii pesa ambayo ipo umepata vipi, lete hii pesa rudi kwa serikali. Kwa kufanya hivyo, Magufuli hakuwa anakopa nje, na ndio wakati miradi mingi iliweza kufanyika. Sikufichi, kama Mungu angemwajalia mpaka sasa hivi katika hii hatamu, basi tungemsoma namba Magufuli, maana hakuwa anawaogopa wadosi ati vigogo. Hapana, yeye bora atoke kwa gari yake aende chini mashinani, asikize visima hivi havijachimbwa, nani alikuwa anasimamia hii contract, ni fulani, hayuko karibu, atampigia simu mbele ya wananchi, mbona huu mradi haujafanyika na pesa ilitengwa, ni nini, aeleze. Watu walikuwa wote, kazi ilikuwa inafanyika na mabadiliko yaliweza kufanyika. Lakini tukirudi Kenya tuseme kwamba sasa hivi kwa sababu tukishakopa nje tunajilimbikizia madeni, kwa hivyo tutabidi tukope hapa nchini at a rate of 10%. Sili bado ni kumbalika mwananchi mzigo, kwa sababu vitu vya kutupa pesa viko hapa. Pesa ziko mikononi mwa watu zenye zilibwa. Pesa ziko kwa wale ambao walikuwa wanakwepa ushuru na ni makampuni makubwa. Pesa zipo katika usimamizi wa rasilimali zetu za Kenya, iwapo ni misitu, iwapo ni blue economy, iwapo ni mining, iwapo ni petroleum, iwapo ni kila sekta. Pesa zipo, lakini ni kuhakikisha tunazimilika ili zirudi zimtengezee mwananchi wa kawaida. Leo hii kupigana na jambo la ufisadi halizungumziwi kamwe. Kukicha ni mambo mengine, wakati donda sugu nalomaliza hapa ni hili la nini, la ufisadi. Na ufisadi umekitira hata kimakabila, kwa sababu kama mimi nitakuwa kiongozi na Makiadi na Moses na nani na mwingine wote ni ndugu zangu, lazima muambie hapa kuna tenda. Hii tenda na deal ndio imetumaliza. So wanaofaidi hapa Kenya ni wachache, wale ambao wanakuja hapa mashinani wakiturambisha shilingi 200, 300 wakati wa uchaguzi ili wakajitengezee mapesa yao huko juu. Kwa hiyo Kenyans, let's wake up, let's stand together. Tutoe huyu ni Mkikuyu, tutoe huyu ni Mjaluo, tutoe huyu ni Mluya, tutoe huyu ni Mkisii, tutoe huyu ni Masai. Tusimame wote kwa kauli moja, tuseme this time around sisi wote ni ndugu na tunataka Kenya yetu ipelekwe namna hii ili kunusuru vizazi vyetu vinavyokuja. Lakini kwa hii serikali for real, dalili yake sidhani kama kutakuwa na kicha zaidi cha kuweza kukiona, kwa sababu mwanzo mzuri huonekana pale siku njema huonekana asubuhi na ni Bernard. So it's we tubomoe hii nchi yetu, it's we tujenge hii. Sisi wananchi tujenge hii ama tubomoe hii nchi yetu. Na kuibomoa ni kuendelea kwamba huyu mtu ni wetu, tunakutetea hata kama kuna uozo. Kwamba hapana, kusimama na sababu ni jamii yetu na ni mtu wetu. Kwa sababu wengi sisi tumepelekwa kwa hiyo hulka, lakini watakao faida hata ni wachache, si jamii yetu yake yote. Wataangalia watu ambao ni specific, bado wengine watapata tabu. Hata kipata mwanya wa kuongoza. So wakati wa kusimama wote pamoja, kushikana wamoja, tuseme hakuna kabila sasa, kabila ni Kenya. Kwa kulitimiza hili ni kuhakikisha this time around tumesema hii uongozi huu, hii regime tuangalie, tuweke kando tu, iende kando kabisa. Na kulifanya hili si kwa mtu watu kidogo, ni sisi wote tuseme kwa kauli moja, kwa sababu ya utetezi wa watoto wetu. Bernard nani Makiadi, sorry. Swala la huyo kasisi aliyozungumza, makasisi ndio alikuwa anazungumza Makiadi, kwamba sehemu 4 ambazo serikali ya Ruto imeweza ama serikali ya Kenya Kwanza imeweza kushika. La kwanza, walihakikisha kwanza wameshika mahakama kabla hata ya huu uchaguzi. Na sasa hivi hawana usemi. Cha pili, alishika hayo makanisa ili mwananchi wa kawaida aone kwamba hakuna watu roho safi wenye imani na wacha Mungu kama hawa, kiasi kwamba itakuwa ni vigumu kugundua yale machafu wako nayo. Cha tatu, wakacapture parliament. Miswada ikipitishwa pale hakuna nini wala nini, ni lazima itapita tu. Kwa hivyo wakitaka hata kuamini katiba sasa hivi, wakiungana kwa bunge ya Kenya Kwanza, hiyo mswada umepita, uwe ni wa kumfaidi mwananchi, uwe ni wa kufaidi wao, utapita automatically bila hata kupingwa. Halafu akirudi kwa security, ahakikisha hata nyinyi akina Makiadi na hapa kwenye panelists napo kama vitaendelea hivi, tutakuwa hatuna uhuru wa kuweza kuyazungumza kama haya. Sababu jana nilimsikia deputy akisema, nyinyi wana media nyinyi, hebu anzeni kutoa ndani kitu, mchunguze kwanza hizo habari zenu. Yaani kushaanza kutiliwa shaka, kwa sababu mtaanza kutumbua haya majipu. So itafikia wakati huko tunakokwenda hata nyinyi muwe hamna uhuru, kwa sababu kama ni polisi ndio hao washashikwa tayari. Wizi unafanyika Nairobi kama vile zungumza tangia juzi hapa, na hakuna kinachoendelea pale. Tayari washashikwa vizuri tu. So please, tujipange kwa sauti ya mtu mmoja tu, whether we like it or not. tupangiwe ndivyo sivyo hivyo. Hakuna kitu tutafanya. Nadhani mimi nikomee hapo market, but for real it's now wote tushikane, Wakenya wote tuachane na masuala na ukabila, tuachane na ngome, tuachane na ushabiki wa vyama, ili tuweze kuchagua mtu ambaye ataweza kufaa pale, na tuwe na sauti moja. Mahakama kama itakuwa haitutetei haki, let's tusinyamaze, raise our voices kwamba hatujamvotia huyu. We don't need this regime. Kama ni tume ya uchaguzi imefanya uozo, wananchi, let's all stand ili tuweze kupata kiongozi ambaye tunamtarajia, tunamtegemea na tumemwangalia katika track record zake na roho yake imesimama wapi kwa Wakenya. Lakini tusiletewe huu msitu wa watu walioasi wakaenda wakajitenga, wakatengeneza mbinu yao wa kuweza kulipiza visasi ya kuweza kuwaumiza tena Wakenya kwa kila njia, kwa maneno matamu tu ya mdomoni anazungumza, lakini utendaji unakuwa mfinyu. Maana ahadi zilizowekwa ni nyingi, lakini utendaji unakuwa ni mgumu. How to implement those plans? So hii serikali haina mpango, na if we tutabase, itafikia wakati hata hizi hatutakuwa nafasi ya kujieleza wala kujiexpress. Asanteni.
Okay, asante sana Chaka. Naona Stone PK ameingia hapa, lakini kabla nimpatie nafasi, kuna video hapa ambayo nataka nicheze pia. Nione kama nimeipata, alafu tuendelee kutoka hapo. Video moja hapa nimeitafuta sana na sijui inapotelea wapi. Okay.
I want to simplify your investments. I know many of you go buy a piece of land somewhere, it is controversial, you go to court, you spend so many years in court. Many Kenyans also, over the weekends, you find them, going to this place and that place looking for this 50 by 100. Many of them are conned. Some of, we have so many brokers, not the ones like for the stock exchange, but the other brokers who sometimes are fraudsters. So we want to make sure that we help Kenyans from being conned in looking for plots left, right, and center. We also want to assist you instead of wasting all your time looking for pieces of land this way, that way, and the other place. We want to consolidate all that in our housing program. And we will make affordable houses ready for you to either sell to your members or invest in for those who want mortgages on long term. We will sort out all the challenges for you. We will make sure that you have a ready product. You don't have to look for pieces of land left, right, and center. You don't have to go quarrel with people. You leave that to us. We will do that for you. We will give you a ready product. All you need to do is to move ahead with that. I don't think you could ask for more, honestly. I know many of you here, seated here, some of your pensioners have been conned, fake plots, fake titles, fake this, fake that. So I'm giving you an offer that you participate with us in our housing program. We have already negotiated affordable houses. We have, as you are aware, we have a backlog of 2 million houses. We have a shortage of 200,000 houses every year. And we want to make at least 60% of the 200,000 houses that should be built in Kenya every year to be affordable houses. We will have a small section of social housing. We want to work with our pension schemes. to make it easy for you to invest by giving you a product that is ready, investment grade. That's what this Kiliman keeps telling me. You must give us a product that is investment grade. So I am offering an investment grade product to the pension schemes. I'm making things easy so that you can invest and we can all secure the resources of your contributors because they are our collective national.
President Rigathi Gachagua has come to the defense of Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Mashogu, claiming that his
Sasa
sentiments on government
kama
funding
tu hasela
institutions
fund
of higher learning
ni
were
masharti
taken
nayo
out
na
of
hizi
context by
nyumba.
the media. Gachagua, who presided over the launch of the examination season, called on security agencies and supervisors to be vigilant during the examination period and condemned examination malpractice. NTV's Melita Oletenges reports.
3.5 million candidates in grade 6, standard 8 and form 4 are in the home stretch of preparations to sit national examinations. A key determinant in moving from one level of education to the other. As such, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, while presiding over the launch of the examination period, has issued a stern warning to exam cheats that the consequences shall be severe.
Please, we plead with you not to get corrupted by criminals, to join them in trying to circumvent a good process.
And also the supervisors and the invigilators. Even them, Your Excellency, sir, this time round we said they will be personally held accountable.
While national examinations are expected to be a level, fair and equal chance for all candidates, candidates in drought-stricken areas are disadvantaged. The ravages of drought have forced most of them out of school. The government, however, insists that stringent measures will be put in place to ensure none of them fails to sit for the examinations. The Kenya Certificate of Primary Education examination is expected to start on 28th November, while the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education examination will kick off on 2nd December.
We have mooted a multi-agency short-term plan to ensuring that schools in the hotspots are not interrupted. We'll also go an extra mile for every child in those areas to sit their exams as planned.
Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu's sentiments last week, alluding that the government will not provide more funds to public universities, remarks that caused an uproar among Kenyans. Rigathi Gachagua has come to the defense of the CS, claiming that his statement was misinterpreted by the media.
You people of the media, tafadhali, muachana na sisi. Our minister here went to explain the challenges we are having in terms of funding university education and the way we need to bring everybody on board, including development partners, to assist us.
The CBC curriculum has been bashed by parents and teachers for taking a toll on them. The Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms has completed its public participation today across the 47 counties and is expected to retreat for 2 weeks to deliberate on the issues raised before presenting a report. The Deputy President says the government shall adopt and implement the recommendations presented by the Working Party to the latter. Melita.
Aya, Stone PK. Stone PK, unanisikia kweli? Nimecheza video. Endelea.
Yes, Richie, habari gani bwana? Ndugu yangu bro Benson Chakamdeune yuko pale na wasalimu wote. Nianzie wapi? Acha nianzie na kusema hivi. It is really sad when people say that rather when somebody said that You can't keep on doing the same thing using the same formula, and then you keep on expect different results. And people say it's only a fool that would not be able to know that whatever he or she has been doing, it's not working. And the best thing would be to change the formulas and all that. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because all what some of us who have been here a little longer, these stories we are hearing, there is nothing new. And all the stories you hear about Kenya, out of the close to 60 years of independence, 80 plus, or yeah, probably 80 or even more percentage is of mediocrity. It's lies, insincerity, conmanship. That is what has been happening for the last 60 years. But what have we been lied to? Kenya is the best. We used to be told Kenya has the best education. I've never seen that best education of Kenya. Compared to who? Kenyans think they are very educated. Compared to who? It's a lie. We lie to ourselves. You are educated, yes, but not better than anybody else. If we are better in education, why is it 6 years down the line we are still toying around with the education system? I've chosen to take education because it's critical. That's how you kill a nation. There's a paper I've been writing which I call The Law of Disintegration. The law of disintegration. If you want to disintegrate, there are several indicators. This disintegration is applying in our country called Kenya, and we have seen others. You disintegrate a country by bringing in formulas. Actually, let me use Judge Come's words, bringing in hot air. Yet you are hiding where the uovu kumeoza. The underlying rot, you don't want to address it. But you are doing what we call madoido. It's just madoido. Madoido. And surprisingly, the madoido has been happening for the last 60 years. And yet, I'm so happy. I don't know who has given that. I think it's Chaka. Chaka has used a very, very classic example. Tanzania. Mkenya ukimweleza juu ya Tanzania, we bullshit Tanzania. Sorry to use that word. But look at where we are. We are better than Tanzania with what? Sincerely, let's look at ourselves. What are we better with? We say we are better with education more than Tanzanians. In what way? We are richer than Tanzanians. In what way? Are Tanzanians struggling with the education, module of education and all this? Fighting about universities, funding and all that? No way. Are Tanzanians fighting with Ukabila leadership and all that? No way. We lost it as a country. And we had a chance. Every time we've been having a chance to recorrect our steps, but we have failed. We have failed to pick that. The worst of it is when the voice of Mwananchi was overthrown and put into the garbage at Bomas of Kenya. That was the climax. And it's part of what I'm talking of, the law of disintegration. That is how you disintegrate any entity. The day you come and say, the people have no say. Whether we talk of, we have to change the law. How do you change the law when Mwananchi does not have any percentage of ownership of the law? So the law in Kenya is not for mwananchi. So from what level, from what angle, from what table will mwananchi start participating and doing all this rubbish we are being told? We are being told about cheap housing. Not cheap, they are saying affordable. That is one of the most outrageous vocabulary I've heard being used. It's garbage. Those who know economics, what is affordable? It's relative. How do you use relative terms when it comes to development? Makiadi na Bro Benson. How do you go telling mwananchi tutawaletea affordable? What is affordable to Makiadi is not affordable to me and is not affordable to Bronson. So you cannot bring that as a principle with a letter affordable program. We had things called, we had something like Kenyari. For those of you who may have been around, what happened? Kenyari was one of the best programs that was brought. But because it was going to benefit very many people, and what you do with such a plan as Kenyari, you use some indicators to see these houses of this plan, how many or who are reaching these houses. Then if you realize the bar is too high, you continue bringing it down. And you bring it down to the level whereby you build a house na unapatia mwananchi kifunguo. Mwananchi pays nothing. Anaingia, anaanza kulipa akiwa pale ndani. Na ule atashindwa, inakaa hivyo. Another thing is Kenya. I know it will not be possible. The day we started on a platform of ownership, I own this land, and I don't want to repeat that because it has been mentioned. That is where we missed the boat. We missed completely. The moment you bring that in human, but they call it capitalism, that is the enemy of any development, of any construction of a country. It's the same as democracy. Democracy has never built a country. It doesn't at all. It doesn't. Countries are built through other modules, and then people start bringing in now things of democracy. That's why democracy has not worked. So why am I saying all this? I'm saying all this touching on these Ruto manenos, going, talking and all that. That is hot air. So Kenyans, Hustler Fund and all that, that hakuna mahali inaenda na hakuna mahali inapeleka Mkenya. Maneno ya Hustler Fund. Your housing, hakuna mahali itaenda. Angalia what people have done in Kibera after they analyzed those statements. Hakuna mahali itaenda. If you want mwananchi to develop, you make it kwanza free, and then you put some caps. The government has to control and protect mwananchi 100%. Okay? Investors unawaleta, but wewe unakuwa uko upande wa mwananchi. Investors, you only bring them to partner with them to be able to facilitate. And then you are there on making mwananchi, to protecting mwananchi ndiye aweze ku acquire whatever is being there. Then you are the guarantor of mwananchi. But who will do that? Hakuna mtu wa kufanya hivyo, because we are all greedy. And that brings me that when we are looking for leadership, we have no power to get the leaders. That's why you'll always have this rubbish of the winner takes it all. And now these days in Kenya, there will be no winner. It is you determine who. That's why when you are the bigger majority in a tribe, in a certain area, that is the tribe that will dominate. Because hiyo kasumba ndio tumewekewa. Mtu wetu ndiye atakuwa pale. So it cannot be from bottom going up. It is from the top. Get the top leadership right. An example tumepewa ya Mwalimu Nyerere. Our country was cocked up by Kenyatta the Mzee. Kenyatta the Mzee is the one who killed this country. He did, because what he did, he came and he took the selfish hand of people owning this is my land. If Kenyatta had declared kama Nyerere that time, hakuna cha mtu, we would be far. We would be far. But he came with greediness and started grabbing everything. Yeah? And no wonder his son has come to put our last nail. He's the one who has given Ruto the government. So shida yetu ile kubwa kabisa ni uongozi wa pale jadi mpaka sasa. We tried to get Raila to be in leadership because at least for him he may have done some 40%. But hiyo ni kunyanyua steps plan because he has the bone to do that. He is known. He's not a grabber. You need a leader that does not believe in selfishness. And I don't see any other leader at the moment. So basically, what I'm saying is we have lost it. Worse still, when people like OLESAPIT come and give, what is OLESAPIT saying, sincerely speaking? Ujue sasa wa Kenya tumekuwa wapumbavu kabisa. OLESAPIT sat at Bomas there. Somebody should ask him, what was he doing there? What was he witnessing? Then he comes with this very silly comment. Ati mambo ya leadership, you go outside. What is that, Makiadi? Kenya tunaenda wapi? What is happening? What has befallen on us? That you settle what? On who? With who? Wacha nisimamia hapo kwanza nipige tama la maji. Back to you, Makiadi.
Yeah, unajua Benson unataka kuongea. Let me give it to you. Endelea. Unmute Benson.
I'm just trying to digest something here, and I'm not understanding it. Maybe I need some clarification. I heard the president talking about pension scheme, like this money at the pension scheme. This is what the president want to use to buy the houses for people of Kenya, right?
No, so what is there is the government does not have money to fund these projects.
Yeah.
So what the government is depending upon is the money that will come from the pension scheme. So the president is trying to talk to the pension officials there to invest in the government housing program, so that at the end of the day, the pension members can benefit from these houses. And then the same president is saying that there's a backlog. I don't know what this means. He says there's a backlog of 2 million houses. And then he says that also there's a deficit of 250,000 housing units every year. I don't know what that language means. Maybe
That's what something was I was also understanding. Another thing that I was also not understanding was I think I write it down. How can we, because government should protect the interest of his people. For instance, if I am going to buy land, which means there are process that government has put in place for me to buy that land. First of all, like in Kenya, I have to do a search to know the original the real owner of the land, if the land has a dispute, of the land has any encumbrances or is having any charge on it, right? Yeah, that's why like government has put all those documentation for you as a person. Now when you're buying land, you have information of what you are purchasing. That's what the government want to do. But like, how comes like the government want to leave everything for him, that he does it for us? As that one has happened, especially let's say with something with the pension scheme, how for instance, how what is going to be the perimeters on how I'm going to get a house? Because like I have to get a house of my preference. How will he know that this is the house I want? Or they will just be built and told, now this is your house. And how again will I have the accessibility to buy those houses? Because Kenya, we've always seen, like, even good projects that come in, the common man usually doesn't benefit from those projects. The people who benefit from those projects are the people in the leadership. If you can remember NHC houses, when Margaret Wanjiru was the assistant minister for housing, yeah, the majority of people who benefited from those houses were not even members from NHC. NHR, it was National Housing Corporation. Remember, the people who benefited from those houses were not the common Kenyan people. They were the leaders. Stoners talk about the Kenyari, yeah, and the Kenyari. I was in two or 207. I was in real estate. I was the manager with Crystal Valuers. I was doing the house management feasibility study. And like when Kenyari, if you go there, the majority of people who are owning Kenyari, who are selling them, because like now, they're selling them to the people. The majority of them were senior people in the government. Like the common man cannot get that. So I don't know how this for president is going to work for Kenyans. And with your pension scheme, and I believe if you're paying pension in, especially like NSSF, there's a time like if you retire, you should get your money back. So how will it work? I'm owning a house because that is my money. I've owned a house. And maybe I intend to live in that house. How am I going to get my pension? Now, who is going to pay me pension? Because that's gone there. I don't know how that mathematics will work. If somebody knows, he can at least give me some.
No, I understand your fears, but we should be asking ourselves: are we the people that are going to trust William Ruto to carry out such a project? And most of us have been following his politics for a long time. We know the kind of a leader he is. We know what he has touched, what has succeeded, what has failed. And so sometimes when he comes out and talks about these, big projects that he's planning to do with the money that comes from pensioners, we should be asking ourselves, what else has Ruto done in his leadership before that has succeeded? And look at the promises that William Ruto has given to people since the time that he was the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. If you ask people in Kisii, there's a tombstone. Unajua ile mawe inaekangwa wa kaburi. There's a tombstone in Kisii right now, which William Ruto is purportedly to have launched KMTC. Saizi enda huko uangalie. Mpaka wa leo ile mawe yaliweka hapo ya koroga hiyo tombstone ndio iko mpaka sahi. Hakuna kitu imewahi jengwa kutoka hapo mpaka wa leo. And then this is the same guy we want to entrust with our money as pensioners, as Kenyans, aende atujengee manyumba. Houses in Nairobi are empty. That is the truth. Houses in Nairobi are empty. People ni kama waliamua ku do something called cost sharing, and I think there's a time I played here a video. The cost of living in Nairobi is very high, and people decided, you know what, we cannot this is not sustainable, and so they decided to do cost sharing in terms of housing. Wakaamua wacha tuishi pamoja. So many houses ziko empty in Nairobi, but the government that is so determined na kujenga nyumba should be telling our people, our Kenyans, where are they going to get these tenants? If these houses ni za kukodesha watu, if you are a member of the pension scheme and you decide, okay, wacha nijengewe nyumba na serikali alafu nipatiane watu wakodeshe, hawa watu wa kukodesha hizi nyumba watatoka wapi? These are some of the issues that we should be asking ourselves. There are so many. Enda uliza watu Mombasa Road, ukipita namna hiyo ukielekea Westlands, hizo gorofa zote ziko pande ya left, they are empty. People invested a lot of money. People spend a lot of time trying to build those buildings, thinking that they are going to reap from the housing sector in Kenya. What happened? They failed. And now the buildings are being auctioned by banks right now. There's a lot of things that these guys said. Let me even remind these there's a video here I want to remind you of, so that we see the kind of person that we are talking about here. Is this a person that you can entrust with your money?
Also look at those commitments the Deputy President has made with regards to women. And we start with their economic empowerment. And he says that 50 billion shilling Hustler Fund he's committed to establishing in this financial year, half of it will go towards women-owned enterprises. And based on that Hustler Fund, he claims that automatic qualification for LPO financing will stem from there with no other preconditions. Now, as far as leadership is concerned, he has reiterated his commitment that half of the cabinet slots will be for women. But interestingly enough, he says within 90 days he will implement the two-thirds gender principle. He's also advised, or he says, should he assume the presidency, he would advise the Public Service Commission to employ the gender rule for all government agencies. Now, let's move on to another sector, and he addressed education. And as regards to the girl child, he's committed that there will be a return to school policy for teen moms, a school feeding program that will be expanded to cater to 8 million school-going children. He says he would expand it from the current 2 million to 4 million and then require county governments to match that figure. Now, he has also committed to TVET bursary for girls pursuing and women pursuing math, sciences and engineering, sanitary towels for all girls in school, and the establishment of an institute within the Kenya School of Government for the training of women in leadership and enterprise. Aside from education, let's also look at safety. And as regards to SGBV, that is sexual and gender-based violence, he's committed to establishing a women's rights agency within the office of the president and county rescue centers for victims of SGBV, enumerating forced marriages and as well as domestic violence. And he's also among those, he's also included female genital mutilation as some of the abuses that will be catered to by that agency in the office of the president, should he assume that office. And as far as healthcare is concerned, he has again reiterated that the premiums for NHIF will be made affordable under the, and I quote, Hustler Healthcare Program, as well as the provision of adequate community-based volunteers. And as far as healthcare and universal healthcare is concerned, he says they will establish mechanisms for cost sharing with counties as far as stipend repayments are concerned. And if you're a mother to a newborn, or in that period you will be a mother to a newborn, he says 3 months worth of free diapers for children. Minimum, he says, minimum that. And as far as land and environment is concerned, he says he will eliminate the use of wood and charcoal for cooking, which causes health deterioration as far as the respiratory system is concerned, by focusing on provision of gas to cook. And finally, he says he will protect the property rights of women and children.
Haya, hizo sasa ni zile ziliahidiwa akina mama peke yake. Number 1 alisema 50% ya cabinet slots akina mama. Number 2, I'm just speaking out. Unajua kuna zingine tunaweza sema hajatengeneza budget kama serikali yake. So number 1, there was nothing ambayo ingezuia William Ruto kwa 50% ya cabinet yake kama akina mama, or you know, the other gender for that matter. Hiyo number 1. Number 2, angalia ile story ameongea juu ya NHIF hapo. Alisema he is going to make NHIF affordable. What is affordable right now? He has raised the minimum payment for NHIF kwa kila mtu by about 20%. By about 20%. Benson, kama unasikiaga mtu anakuambia diaper ya miezi 3, if you live in these other countries outside Kenya, you know the cost of diapers. The government cannot provide for you. I mean, the social welfare program in other countries inapatianga watu kuwasaidia. Like in the US, unajua unaweza pewa maziwa, unaweza pewa hizi vitu zingine, unga hivi ya maziwa and all that. Lakini diaper, if even the US cannot afford that, diapers are expensive. So the government is promising you kukupatia diapers kila mama for 3 months. Stone PK for 3 months. And then this is the guy ameingia kwa ofisi, the first thing ameshindwa kufanya ni kuappoint hao watu akina mama. I mean, sorry for using our watu. Ameshindwa kuappoint that 50%, ku-implement that 50%. And is the same guy that is promising you uweke pesa yako kwa nyumba ya serikali. And you expect this guy, ambaye hata the president of South Africa alisema Ruto is a very good salesman. We should have told him tunajua hivyo. This is a guy unaitangwa sales snake oil salesman. Lugha ni tamu sana, lugha ni tamu, atakwambia maneno mingi sana, atakuahidi maneno mingi sana, lakini wakati wa kuja kufanya ndiyo hawezi. So look at all those promises. He has done absolutely nothing. Every day what they do is keep on promising Kenyans new things. So right now that they're in power, they have navigated away, from the issues that they promised. Zilikuwa inaitwa bottoms up. They are now on a different level. All they are talking about right now is to make sure that we save so that we can borrow from you Kenyans, ndio tujenge manyumba. They're talking about 100 dams every year, and people are very happy. William Ruto went to Egypt and came with the investment of about 400 and something billion from the UK government that is going to build dams. We should be asking this government, 450 billion Kenyan shillings, is it a grant? Is it a soft loan? What is this? Is it a commercial loan? Ini pesa ya aina gani? If we are so happy when we see ministers, cabinet secretaries wakideclare kwamba this is the contract yenye the previous administration ilisign juu ya SGR, which is our most expensive project, we should also ask them to tell us hii yenye wanasema 450 billion, which is going to be the second most expensive project ever undertaken by a government in the Republic of Kenya. We should ask, what are the terms and conditions of this money that we are being told itakuja kutengeneza damu? Over to you, Stone PK, if you want to speak.
Thank you, Richie. I think as Kenyans tumechoka na nadhani tutachoka. The other day I was saying on this program, tunatakiwa we walk away on Ruto. We leave him to do whatever he wants, because sasa yeye yako kwa mutadu. He wants to use all that money. Anything you've had him touch on, they are going to use it. And then what will you do, Richie? What will Kenyans do? That money, they are going to take it by force. They will do whatever they want to do. Where shall we take him? It is that bad. Right now, he's just doing his publicity and all that. But already, that is where he has seen the jar has honey. Kukijaa ndio hiyo. And this is Ruto. The South African president also, who I don't respect anyway, and he calls him a salesman. Yes, we know he's a salesman. Mtu anauza t-shirts 100 zinampatia 1 million. He's a super salesman. That is true. You remember the story of 1,000 t-shirts? Aka invoice 1 million. He's super. And that is what he's gonna do. It reminds me of the days of kuna deal ya Mercury. Kuna deal ya Mercury. Kuna deal. The same thing. There were the people in those kind of things. Mercury inauziwa, unakuja unaonyeshwa sijui Mercury sijui ni that is Ruto. That is Ruto. Ruto is just going to, what is paining me is that this country will be so defragmented that we will not be able to put these pieces together. It is that painful. Because he's going to wreck it. How can you touch pension fund? Pension fund.
Stone PK, hata wewe umenikumbusha, hata wewe ulikuwa unatafuta stove. Unajua kuna stove vingine tulikuwa tuna
Yeah, Brad. Yes.
Yeah, Bras, hiyo stuff ilikuwa inasemekana ukipata namna hii wewe umeachana na umaskini.
Na zile 10 cents za zamani zile zina shimo katikati. That is Ruto module of business. Yeah, and Richie, you've mentioned very well. Can Kenyans take a notebook? Just start. Kama wale wamezaliwa juzi, or you don't know, go to the books. Just say William Ruto. Then to do 2 columns. What he has done, what has succeeded. One by one. Then you tell what kind of a person he is. Then also go review his videos. Listen to what he's saying. Even from when he was akiwa huko kwa agriculture those years. Listen to how he's talking. He talks this and he contradicts himself, and he does that akiwa amekondoa macho. He's the worst liar. The worst. Akiwa amekondoa macho, unamwambia ulisema hivi jana, anasema nani? Sikusema hivyo. Mtaani hao watu tulikuwa tunaita waizi sugu. Jamaa anakuja amechukua viatu zako, sport shoes umeanika pale, unajua ilikuanga mtaani unapea moja tu. Amekaa pale, anacheki, umeanika tu, anakuja anapita nao. Na umemuona. Ukitoka unaenda kwao unamwambia mazee, anakuambia nani sikuchukua. That is Ruto. So right now, because he has no formula, and because hiyo pesa unasikia akisema sijui ati atakopeshwa outside there, nothing. Anybody giving Ruto money, they are in so serious condition, and they are seeing that this money cannot even be repaid. The IMF thing, I also think is a hot air thing. Okay, it's just a conduit, because IMF also is very corrupt, very, very corrupt indeed. It has been inflated by corruption. So there are people there who are going there to get their cards and everything and that. So they remove money in the pretense of loaning to a certain entity, and then upande ile mwingine tu ni hao wako kwa hiyo sarakasi. All right? Then who gets perished? It's the country. So unakuwa ile enzi ya Moi ilikuwa unahang town mtaani. I mean, town unavaa tu suti, kasuti fulani umenunua Kikomba na tai. You are very smart. Una move from one office to another carrying a paper. Na wewe ni supplier. Okay? Unatoka hapa, unaingia office of the president. Unapewa IOU. Unatoka hapo, unaenda unapeana pale. Mwisho by saa 11 umetoka na check. And you have actually sold, you have supplied nothing. That is where we have gone back to. So, nikiconclude hivi nasema, hakuna dawa ingine ati tunangoja itasaidia Kenya. Kenya it's disintegrating. And the only thing to do now to stop that flow of disintegration is by cutting that vein ya Ruto short. Kata kabisa, katisha kabisa, in whichever way Kenyans will decide to do. It has to be stopped because it's all hot air. But once tumesema tuombe Mungu, I was hearing another evangelist saying, the plane was taking off, alionyeshwa na Mungu, sijui nini, at now we should all gather to pray for the plane to take off. Hakuna prayer itasaidia Kenya. There is no prayer that will help Kenya. That I can bet. Because prayers help those who help themselves. Sisi tulichezwa, our democracy was overthrown, then you want to pray God akuja akusaidie. You are there, you saw what he came and did in Bomas. Then you una pray God akuje a reverse your situation. Really, hata si tumekuwa wajinga sana. Kwani tunafikiria prayers? No wonder the other day I was making this comment. I was asking, in the US, they seem to be so blessed with everything. I was talking to a cousin of mine. These guys are blessed with wingi wa kila kitu. And when I say wingi wa kila kitu, ni kila kitu. Wingi wa ushetani, wingi wa pesa, wingi wa raha, wingi wa wanawake, wingi wa kila kitu, wingi wa mito, natural resources, is only in the US. Naona unaenda hivi mtaani unakutana na antelopes kama wale mbuzi wa kule Kikomba, amini kule kwa Kariobangi. Hapa unakutana na swara hivi. Kwetu you don't, na tunajidai sisi wa Afrika ndio tuna wildlife. So these guys are plenty. Ushawaiona swara mtaani Richi? Unapiga hapo buruburu ati swara inapita hivi inaenda kwa Kinauchi. Ukipita hivi ukirudi kwa Kinaonyi unakutana na swara nyingine. Hakuna. Yet these are the guys who even tell you keep your faith, don't tell me about your God. My God is my God, your God is your God. Wako na hizo rules. Usikuje hapa kuniambia Bwana asifiwe. Sasa na sisi tunazambanga Bwana asifiwe 36 hours. Kutoka tukiamka mpaka tukilala, tukioga, Bwana asifiwe, Bwana asifiwe. Mbona sisi hatuna hiyo baraka? There's something wrong. You can't get the baraka when you put an idiot to rule you, or when you allow an idiot to overthrow your right, and then you go back to the church to pray. Kenyans, you are going to the church to pray for Ruto to be able to okoa nchi. Poteleeni mbali. Richi.
Ngoja kwanza Benson, najua unaingia next.
The Jubilee government has claimed that instead of the 5 stadia pledged in the Jubilee manifesto in 2013, they're actually well on way to deliver 9 stadia across the entire country. Now, that statement was made by Deputy President William Ruto as Jubilee launched their 2017 manifesto at Kasarani a short while ago.
As we talk today, I know I have heard many people discuss about, okay, you made promises, you haven't kept some of them. As we talk today, in 6 months' time, the stadium in Wote will be complete. In 3 months' time, the stadium in Chuka will be complete. In 3 months' time, the stadium in Moyale will be complete. In 6 months' time, the stadium in Kamarin in West Pokot, which is historic, will be complete. In a couple of months, the stadium in Eldoret will be complete. In Nyeri, the president gave the title. There was a challenge of title. Now we have a title, and now the program has been rolled out. In Kiambu, in another 3-4 months, the stadium will be complete. We have challenges. We have a small challenge in Mombasa because the county government has issues of ownership of the land, although all the contracts and everything has been signed for, including the tartan for the stadium is in place. We have a small challenge again in Kisumu because the county government has not relocated the dumping site, which is next to the stadium, and international requirements dictate that you cannot have a dumping site side by side with a stadium. As soon as that is relocated, that process will be complete. So instead of 5 stadiums, we actually went for 9, just to make it good and to make it better.
Wallahi billahi.
Wewe niliwaambia, unajua kuna siku tulikuwa tunaongea hapa nikawaambia, ukiona huyu bingwa huyu amekufanyia kidole namna hii, alafu apanguze lips namna hii, ile Kiswahili unataka kupigwa hapo. Ile Kiswahili unataka
ana mademu wangapi uchali?
Huyu jamaa akilamba lips namna hii, alafu aweke hii kidole namna hii, ile Kiswahili anataka kukupiga hapo, hujawahi sikia. Unasikia unasema international standards zinasema uwezi weka stadium kando na dumpings. Alafu wakumbafu tunapiga makofi, tunapiga makofi, tumekaa chini tunasomewa vile international standards hazikubali kuweka. Ni wapi unasikianga stadium inakaa kando na dumping site? I mean, I think kama William Ruto alitimiza hii ahadi zote, mi hata sioni kwa nini tulikubali World Cup iende UAE. Hizo 9 stadiums are enough. Tungekuwa hata sasa tuna host World Cup. but Kenyans tuko tu pale tunapiga makofi kabisa. And you know Uhuru Kenyatta unaona anaangalia chini hivi, because kama unataka kuambia watu uongo, wachia William Ruto apake mafuta kidogo mzuri. He knows that job. He's very good at that. So Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anajiangalilia tu kando, ni kusema tu Nyeri sijui Kiambu jamaa anapaka mafuta anasema to make it look better. Hatukuenda kwa ile tulikuwa tumewaahidi 6, tukawatengenezea 9. Hebu enda umuulize saa hizo stadium 9 ziko wapi, enda umuulize leo. You can
Anasema Raila alikuja karibu
serikali. Let me tell you guys, you know, you should be looking at people's history. Sisi sengine tunakujaga hapa mnasema mko na uchungu ya kupoteza kura, sijui nini. Enda uulize huyo jamaa hizo stadiums zenye alikuwa anasema ziko wapi? Where are they today? And that's just one project. Remember, these are the people wenye walikuwa wametuahidi ya kwamba watapatia watoto laptop, kila mtoto. Na unajua there was a joke that was being said ya kwamba kuna watoto wamerepeat class 1 karibu mara 8 for 8 years. Mtoto hataki kusonga hapo, anangojea laptop yake. Enda uliza William Ruto saa hii laptop zenye waliahidi watoto wakiwa na Uhuru Kenyatta ziko wapi? Zero. Go to the dams. Zile dams wanasema saa hii wanaenda kutengeneza 100 dams every 100. Do you know the cost of building a dam? And we are not talking about water pans. Vile watu wanakuja hapa wanapaka mafuta wanatuambia ati water pan. These are dams. Stone PK, unajua kujenga damu ni pesa ngapi? Enda upige hesabu ya ile pesa ilipotelea Kimwarer. And ilikuwa inasemekana ni about yeye mwenyewe alisema the money in question is about 8 billion. The money in question is about 8 billion. But what is the truth ni kwamba Kenya ili lose over, was it 80 ama ngapi? Almost, sijui ni 40 to around 40 to 80 billion hapo katikati. I can't remember the exact figure, but there's a lot of money that Kenyans lost hapo because the dam was exaggerated. The cost of the dam was exaggerated. So I'm looking at, if Kenyans lost about 80, let's give him, wacha tumpatie hiyo moja ya 8 billion yenye alikuwa anasema the money in question is about 8 billion. So give 8 billion times 100 dams. We are looking at a cost of almost 800 billion shillings every year to build those dams. You tell me, with this government yenye iko cash strapped namna hii yenye inalianga kila siku ya kwamba haina pesa, the coffers are empty, we inherited a dilapidated economy, where are they going to get the money to build those dams? If they cannot declare what the terms and conditions are for the 425 billion that they are receiving, they are going to receive from the UK government. Tell me about zile dams ambazo hatujui mahali funding yake itatoka. How are they going to exaggerate that money? Yes, Brother Benson. Unmute.
It's very sad. You know, I don't know who to blame for this, you know, and where to start from, because as much as sometimes we contribute here, when we do contribution here, we are not contributing to kind of to castigate somebody or to tell people how somebody is bad, but we are contributing to let Kenyans know way forward that we can start rebuilding our country. But the saddest part is, like, the majority of voters are not looking at it that way. The majority of voters and some of our listeners, some who are like the supporters of either sides, they just feel maybe somebody's very jealousy, somebody is because we lost, that's why you're talking like that. But like in the long run, the suffering of the country, or the suffering that now country is facing, or the country will face, will not be selective. it will affect both the Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. You know? So sometimes I think for both the Azimio supporters and Kenya Kwanza supporters, especially the voters, I think time is coming that we should have like a conversation and say, where do you want to lead this country, or where do you want to see this country is going? Because it's sometimes you tend to be having hope, and sometimes that hope is not there, you know, because like based on the things that sometimes you're being told, even the things that you are told with the people in office. Like sometimes I saw Machogu talking. I don't even have hope when he talks. I don't see something being implemented because these are people who do not stand for truth. They are hypocrites. They are psycho. They are worshiping the leader. They're not doing it for the country. You know, even from the way you cannot compare Machogu to Matiang'i, you know, in terms of service delivery, you know. So I think like at the end of the day, let's all Kenyans, people from all walks of life, let's come together, let's have a conversation and find a way of seeing a better Kenya. But if not, we will pay the price. That's what I can say, because the lies, you know, it's so paining sometimes.
Yeah, you just reminded me of something, and before I allow Stone PK, leo ilikuwa ni there are some people who are saying hii imekuwa ni Azimio channel, but you know, it's not wrong to be associated with Azimio, because some of the things zenye sisi huona hapa, I think it's good. Listen to this, Stone PK and Bro Benson. Listen to this.
Case of nerves, growing pains, or plain ineptness? That is the question as President William Ruto's cabinet secretaries stumble in their pronouncement as they set out to execute the duties of their new offices. A number of cabinet secretaries in office for only 2 weeks now have made and walked back controversial pronouncements. Let's get more from our very own Brenda Wanga.
The cabinet, true and faithful counsellor.
The bulk of the cabinet secretaries are first-time holders of the various offices they swore to serve in, and true to the orders from the appointing authority, they have hit the ground running, keen to deliver on their mandate. But in that rush to get the job done, a number of the CSs are landing themselves in hot soup over their pronouncements.
Thank you.
Education CS Ezekiel Machogu is still smarting from a case of foot in the mouth. On Saturday, he caused a storm in the higher education sector over the financing of this sector.
And we are encouraging that they must generate their own revenue, because the exchequer, as it is now, is not going to be able to continue funding more.
And on Tuesday, 3 days later, he was singing a different tune altogether.
Even the cost-cutting measures that are being undertaken with other sectors of the economy, for education, all the funds as allocated by Parliament are ring-fenced. What we are saying is that we can also explore other ways of generating income.
His about turn coming hot on the heels of yet another walkback of statements by a CS. Aisha Juma of Public Service had sensationally promised public servants pay rises. She said, and I quote, "The public service is demoralized in matters salary and other benefits, and I think in my 100 days in office, I will initiate the process to increase salaries of the public servants," end of quote. That was on the 1st of November. A day later, the story had changed.
Tutareview, ikiwa hela zipo, mambo yatafanyika. Ikiwa zipo, tutaweka, tukingoja mambo yakijipa, then hizo vitu lazima zifanyike.
The new health CS, Susan Nakumicha, also suffered a similar fate when she attempted to show the disparities in pay for staffers in the health ministry.
Kenya is a country where
interns earn more than the actual doctors when they are deployed. For example, a medical intern earns close to 200,000, while when a new doctor is reporting in public, they're earning 104,000.
Claims that were instantly shot down by professionals in the industry who poked holes in her statements for what they said was inaccuracy. The Trade CS and his transport counterpart have also had to revise their stance on matters to do with the importation and trade in second-hand clothes, with Moses Kuria first saying Kenya would ban the Mtumba trade once there were viable alternatives, but walked back the remarks a day later, saying the ban will not be affected, but the trade will be made less competitive.
And as I promised, I'm going to make the agreement public anytime soon, so that the people of Kenya can be able to read and understand the contents of that agreement.
The Transport CS's promise also came a cropper, with what he released criticized for failing to meet the threshold of the public's expectations. But perhaps the most controversial doublespeak came from the near top of the country's leadership. Even before the formation of the cabinet, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua starred a hornet's nest with his stand on farming within forests.
Hii serikali ni yenu. Tumetoa order. Wananchi wapewe nafasi walime msitu. Ndio tuongeze chakula kwa Kenya hii.
Days later, he claimed that his statements were taken out of context. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Haya, habari ndio hiyo, Stone PK.
Give up. Mimi kwisha, and I don't know Wakenya bado wapo, na kama wapo sijui itakuwaje, wallahi sijui kabisa. Now seriously, I would want somebody to tell me, what are Kenyans waiting for? Makiadi mimi nimeguroia mtaani, and sometimes things would get very tough. Sometimes you would see unaangalia nyumbani, unaona hapa Buddha ana struggle, unaona hapa sapa hapa, unaangalia tu dalili, unaona wallahi hapa kesho asubuhi ama nikija lunch kutoka shule hakutakuwa food. Unajipanga, unajipanga na ule best friend yako, you look for a reason usiende home, ama kama utaenda home unapitia kwa best yako ule, hata madhake anakujua, ndio at least upate kitu kakula. Nasema kulikuwa na hiyo ujanja. So Kenyans sahi hawaoni dalili kwamba hii nchi imekwisha. Sincerely, if Kenyans cannot see that Kenya actually it's at the cliff, yani iko pale kwa cliff, yani imengoja tu kuteleza tu pup, yani isambaratike vile ijawahi, because a country inasambaratikanga because of this kind of leaders we are seeing. Look at that analysis. It's not comedy, it's true. Unafunga macho, unafungua, unataka iwe comedy, lakini unakuta ni ukweli. Unafunga macho, unataka uamke asubuhi ikuwe si Aisha Juma alikuwa amepewa hiyo candidate na anasema hivyo, wallahi unaamka unakutala, kumbe ilikuwa ni ukweli bwana, ndio minister, ndio wallahi billahi. So what shall we do, Kenyans? What shall we do? I keep on asking this. So do we still continue to pray? Do we still continue and say we will pray ati ndio Mungu akuja atusaidie? Kenyans, it is Kenya where we call 50 years old men, tunawaita boys. Oh, tunachagua kijana. Kenyans are fooled by very, very simple things. Hata si kama mtoto. We are excited by nonsense while we are burning our backs. And we are innate. And we are innate in a big way. We are in this very serious mess in a very big way. Kenyans should stop joking. I'm happy what I have seen mashinani. Bunge la Wananchi mobilization, very good. Awareness raising, very good. Okay, people already feel they are triggered. But what I want people to not buy is that ngoja tumalize siku 100. Bro Benson na Richi. Saa hii unaambiwa siku 100. What can you see? I mean if somebody is using a brain, hata mtoto wa nursery school, ukimwambia saa hii angoje siku 100, wameenda siku 50 sijui ama ni ngapi it is. The mediocrity in those 50 ni Yesu unless Roho Mtakatifu akuja abadilishe. Nayo hiyo nayo nasikia miujiza iliisha zamani, hakuna vitu kama hiyo. So what are Kenyans waiting for the 50 days? But Ruto, as shrewd as he is, they say, and as cornish as he is, he's told them, msiniulize kitu, nyamazeni, serikali ilikuwa imeharibiwa, nyamazeni niwafiksie, mniulize baada ya mwaka moja. Look at how strong this guy, how courageous this guy is. That Kenyans should not talk. Nyinyi nyamazeni, don't ask me anything. And Kenyans are here saying, oh, tuombe Mungu, tufanye sijui Mungu, tufanye nini. It's a waste of time. And I'm still here. I want to see what will happen when everything gets messy. I said 60 years we are still meddling around with the education system. And the Kenyans there are claiming to be the best. Pick 10 Kenyans, I swear. Tell them to write an application letter. You'll be shocked what you will see. Makiadi fanya hiyo. Saa hii, sample 10 graduates from Kenya. Waambie waandike, wakija kuuliza job kwako, ile application walituma mbeleni, hizo rarua, waambie sasa I give you 1 hour to write the same application you wrote. You'll be shocked. Our education was messed by Moi, and it has continued to be messed. And Ruto has killed it completely. This Machogu man, where did Machogu come from? Instead of looking for money to support research and development in all the universities, pump money there so that we can turn and get the graduates we used to get in 1980s and whatever, tunaanza kusema, oh, should we do that? We should do this. They are all talking like Ruto. That's why we have Dr. Ruto. We have doctors, we have PhD holders. We have all that. The names are there. Yeah. So we are done. We are done. And it is crowded by Ruto's being the president. Tutakuwa mockery of the world. This I can, bet on it. Back to you, Makiadi.
Naona Julia ameingia hapa and I want to hear Julia's views on this.
Our new president and his team have a difficult task ahead. The truth of the matter is that we have inherited a dilapidated economy that is facing almost an economic shutdown.
When Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua launched this scathing attack at his predecessors during the Kasarani swearing-in ceremony on 13th September this year, many faulted the country's number 2 for making what were termed unpresidential remarks. Others, however, defended the deputy president, saying that he was simply blowing off steam. They said the self-proclaimed son of a Mau Mau peasant would in no time stop the attacks that dominated the Kenya Kwanza campaigns prior to the election to focus on his responsibilities. They were wrong.
We cannot clean the mess, the economic mismanagement of 5 years in 30 days. What we are doing right now is cleaning their mess.
Well, Mzee Sikia, we have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe, we are not looking for you and we have no time. The last time uliingia serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta aliharibu hakuharibu.
And now Gashagua's constant criticism of his predecessors, top among them former President Uhuru Kenyatta, is no longer resting easy with some leaders, even within the Kenya Kwanza administration.
Baada ya uchaguzi, shida ziko. Tuweke mambo ya election nyuma kidogo, kwa sababu hata tukiendelea na blame game, hatutasaidia sasa.
Despite not attributing the remarks directly to the Deputy President, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi seemed to know just whom he targeted.
So now we must put behind us the blame game, because if we engage in the blame game, sooner or later, the currency of blame game will end. And it might end faster than we imagine.
The sentiments made last week in Machakos came barely a week after opposition leaders, among them Azimio boss Raila Odinga, took on DP Gachagua for still being on campaign mode.
Nasikia yule mwingine Azimio anaitwa nani? Ategachieta. Anaweka. Lakini haya mimi siwezi kujivana na hao watu.
The Deputy President has, however, been unfazed. As late as yesterday, during the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry annual general meeting, Gachagua escalated the verbal attacks at his predecessors a notch higher, insisting that retired President Uhuru Kenyatta is to blame for everything wrong.
Problem of Kenya has been one of leadership. And you people know, for your companies to succeed, it must start with the CEO. If you get it right at that level, you are good. True or false? What Kenya needed was a CEO.
The Friday attack seems to have set the stage for a bruising war of words that is no longer between the opposition and the government, but within government itself.
Aya, Julia, karibu.
I see our brother from anaitwa uko kunaitwa Ingo. Hiyo maneno, he's getting tired. Why do you think he's getting tired, Makiadi, with that Gachagua nonsense? Kwa nini amechoka? I think Mudavadi is getting tired, and Gachagua, I don't know. I don't know how to describe Gachagua, you people. I think he needs he should have been in a special class or a special school. Ama pengine kungekuwa na walimu wa special education kule kwa shule yao, maybe they would understand him, because he's either attacking Raila or attacking Uhuru. I also heard something, he was saying this, sijui kama mliona hiyo clip, but I mean Bernard was playing a clip today that Shaka was talking up to teachers. Alikuwa wapi anaongelesha walimu, atawajengea ofisi.
Was it teachers? He was talking to county commissioners. The one that he was saying they are living in very bad conditions. They need an office, they need a motorbike or a vehicle or something.
Yeah, he was talking to county commissioners.
Yeah, I think it's county employees. Should be a deputy county commissioners or something like that.
Okay, and he said atawajengea nyumba, and then he also mentioned teachers somewhere. And he said that, I don't know, siji mwalimu mkuu needs an office. Ati kuna mwalimu mkuu alimwambia hakuwa na nyumba, hakuwa na ofisi. Ati how can I talk to the teachers when I don't have a good office? How can I mean, he talks about non-issues. But then he said something that Kenya's county education officers, yes, that's why he mentioned them. So, and he said that county education officers were being used to campaign by Uhuru. Is that really true? Wasn't he lying? Ateta walimu walitumika kwa campaign. That was a big lie. Then he said something that Kenya should, I was reading between the lines. He said, ndio sababu tumetaka kujua ni nani ako na kahawa. Kama uko na kahawa, tujue shamba yako ni kubwa aje. Kama uko na majani, we need to know how big your farm is, so that as we plan on how to provide inputs. People, how did you take that? Me, now I am beginning to think, you remember in the days of independence, I think before independence, PK. I think people are being asked to pay tax, property tax. Mnakumbuka kitu kama hicho? Because the other day I saw some people on WhatsApp, on social media asking, how will be chicken be taxed? How will be cows be taxed? How will be goats be taxed? So Gachagua was speaking about that Makiadi. So this guy, Gachagua is something else, and I'm beginning to think, I don't know what to think about him. Either he's a special case and his intelligence is lacking, or he's just a criminal who is communicating the message of the boss. Any of the two or both of them. That once he's a special case in his thinking ability, and secondly, he's also communicating the message of his boss. So I don't know, tutamchukulia hivyo, but I think I want to maintain, like PK always says, Kenya should know that ile serikali tuko nayo, I don't know where it's taking us. Now, I also saw something about, I saw some other clip. Hao watu wa Githurai nini walikuwa na demonstrate hati haki yao? Wanataka haki yao itoke wapi? This, and that woman who was speaking, even by, I'm sorry, I'm not being tribal here, by accent, nilijua hiyo accent yake imetoka wapi. Imetoka kule kwetu. Hao watu walitusumbua sana. Sana. We begged them. We begged them to make sober decisions for this country. What did they do? They said they are hustlers and they are voting for a hustler president. Now, nimeona wakiwa Githurai wakisema ati haki yao. Haki yao kitu gani? They are getting what they were expecting. I also understand the hustler fund is out. Makiadi, kama unataka hustler fund, nataka to form group, sisi watatu. Tuende tuka Makiadi, we're gonna form a group, we go apply for that hustler fund. Lakini nimesikia the conditions. Yes.
Yeah, Julia, just give me a minute to read something here. Just a minute. Pole kwa kuinterfere na nini yako,
okay,
submission yako.
Go ahead.
Here is an extract. Here is a brief, let me see, description of what you need. Let me see. So, Kenya Kwanza government plans to roll out its first Hustler Fund beneficiaries on December 1st, 2002. Here are some of the requirements. Number 1, form a youth or women group. So, sijui men wanapotelea wapi hapo. Draft a business proposal. Produce good conduct certificate. Share residential addresses. Produce signatures from 4 guarantors. 2 must be your relatives. Sign a non-disclosure agreement to serve a jail term for defrauding the government if you fail to repay within 6 months. Open a bank account with National Bank or KCB. Produce KRA PIN certificate. Pay a small fee to register and get the loan, which you will pay an interest as you return back the money. With the fund having a department in charge to ensure accountability, it would involve parliament. Okay, so that's something else. But we have nine requirements ambayo sasa hata ukianza kuniambia sijui ni gani hapo hutaweza kutimiza.
Makidi, that was the same thing that was with youth and wamama thing. Kuna kitu amebadilisha PK? I mean, nothing. They have
your
not...
Uwezo fund was the same.
Yes.
That is how it was. Yeah.
But during the campaigns, remember very well, they said tutawapatia pesa. These conditions hakusema zitakuweko unless you're telling us.
You people look for Mr. Black here. Watafute Black na mtafute akina Duke, wote mwalete hapa. Hawa watu walitusumbua. They said that their boss was going to remove the red carpet, right? Na tulikuwa tunauliza hii ni pesa gani? Wakanatuambia the boss, the hustler nation is going to remove the red carpet. And they fought with us here wakituambia ati tulikuwa tunawaambia hiyo pesa inapewa vijana na wamama is already there. People already getting that money through the women and the youth. Okay, so what else are you talking about? Wakasema apana, we are going to remove the red carpet. We are going to remove the red carpet. People are going to access. You should have seen Black here. I don't know where Black has disappeared here. I still remember. I'm sorry, I have a good memory. I even remember who said what. So if you come here and say things 10 years from now, I remember what you said without playing the clip. Now, So these people told us that they were going to remove the red carpet of those conditions. Those conditions were there, Makiadi, and good to see Mise were there. I hope he was one of them who was saying that. Those conditions were there, and for the youth and our Mama Fund, that is Uwezo Fund. Now, they have still talked about the youth. I thought PK have had Makiadi talking about the youth and the women. Where are the men going to? So the Hustler Fund is not for the men. It's only for the youth and the women. And there is no Hustler Fund. It is the same Uwezo Fund. In fact, they have not created anything. They have not even budgeted for anything. It is the same thing that the Uhuru government was giving. But unfortunately, this time, I don't even think that money is there. That's why wameongeza hiyo story ya kwenda jera. Hiyo ya Uwezo Fund haikuwa na story ya kwenda jera. There was nothing like, there was not that clause of that you signed to go to serve a jail term. There was nothing like that. So they even made things more difficult. Questions is, why have they made this more difficult? Because they don't have the money. They lied to their people. But I used to ask here PK before the campaign. I used to ask the question, and people here really fought me wakisema ati wacheni, ati serikali ya Uhuru imefanya maneno ngumu, ati serikali ingine will make things easy. I asked a question. Where will this incoming government get funds that are not there to give people? And I said this, people only get funds through the banking system. Simple. You only have to regulate the banking system, the interest rates. You just have to regulate the way Kibaki did. It is Kibaki who enabled us to access loans from all those banks, Equity, KCB. Before Kibaki, we could not access those loans. So I was asking people, what different will Ruto give? He has not done anything different. He lied to Kenyans. And I was saying earlier today that I'm very surprised that to see people from Israel demonstrating at Hakietu, but I'm also surprised and disappointed to find that high-level ignorance is more in Mount Kenya region, because these are the people now who are getting disappointed as if they didn't see. So mimi PK, mimi sijakuwa surprised, ni mahasras wanakuwa surprised, wanashikwa na mshtuko. Ati kweli kama umeolewa na jamaa anakupeleka out, akipeleka out, he normally, you know some men who normally borrow their friends a car. Wanamba rafiki yake gari. And some people who show you their friend's house. And there are some men who do that. Wacha uolewe na huyo jamaa. Unapata sijui anaitwa Karomaindo, that song. Anakupeleka into a heart. Ama kule Korogosho. That is what this guy has done with hustlers. So I'm sorry, Kenyans, you really expected so much, but you should have done some mathematics. I mean, the government, whether the Kenyan government or the Ugandan government or any other government, needs structures. Just like hata kwako lazima upange, utapeleka watoto shule hivi, utatoa wapi pesa, utachukua mkopo wapi, utajenga nyumba namna gani, utanunua gari namna gani. But I don't understand why Kenyans did not see this. I knew it. There was nowhere these people were going to get the money. They were not going to do anything different. In fact, there was, because my reasoning is these people are the same one who are in Uhuru's government, and they spent time vandalizing this government. They vandalized this government, hoping, I don't know whether they were hoping to take over a vandalized government, not knowing itakuwa wakati wao, that they will be the wearer of the shoes. Now Gachagua is talking with a lot of bitterness, pointing fingers left and right. Leo akianzia Uhuru, kesho ni baba. Akitoka kwa baba, kesho ni Uhuru. I think now Kenyans got to wake up. You don't expect, you have seen now the so-called Hustler Fund is the same Uwezo Fund, and the conditions are even tighter than before. He lied to you. President Uhuru, when he was Ruto, when he was campaigning, he's lied to you that he was not going to have any red carpet to access that money. Now the red carpet is even bigger, such that utapelekwa jera. Sikusikia utapelekwa jera wakati wa Uhuru. So I'm sorry, hustlers, dear fellow hustlers, I'm not a hustler. You hustlers, I'm not one of them. I'm sorry, because hustlers, the word hustler, where I come from, it means either a thief or something else. I'm not a hustler. So if you're a hustler and you are expecting help from William Samoei Ruto, naona umeshikwa na mshtuko wa moyo. Another thing I would like to discuss, I saw a clip earlier. I saw a clip of somebody who was a policeman in Nakuru who was asking people to kill somebody, to kill thieves and people who commit crimes. You know, alisema kama mtu ameshikwa ameiba ama amefanya kitu fulani ama ameiwa mtu, si huyo mtu anatakana kuuawa. He was saying that. He was asking for people to take the law into their hands. And I was asked, and that man was doing that. And that clip was circulated and KTN was playing it. If I have time, I will play it. Was playing that clip. And I was asking myself, this is what we were talking about yesterday, that the police no longer have confidence in themselves. Now, how hawawezi tusaidia. So what are they advising Kenyans? Take the law into their hands. So what do you think? This the Banana Republic I was talking about. Why are the police losing confidence in themselves? Because they are harassed, they are intimidated. I mean, you saw that man, the Nairobi boss, police boss talking. He didn't have any confidence in himself. He even looks terrorized himself, and he was lying that there is no terror. Now, this is what's going to happen in that country. Kenyans may start taking the law into their hands. Don't be surprised if your people walk to a supermarket and ate the food there, and the next thing, I don't know where they are going to walk to. The other thing I'm seeing that OLESAPIT advocates for out-of-court resolution. Yes, for election petitions. I don't know where that is coming from, but I think I want to connect the Hustler Fund issue to what the president is trying to do to regulate the borrowing conditions in the country, because he wants, President Ruto seeks to regulate domestic borrowing. Now, domestic borrowing, it means, you see, Kenyans have been, since the days of Kibaki, because I can remember it's Kibaki who brought these conditions. I mean, this environment. It's a good environment. Before Kibaki, you could not ask for a loan from those banks. I mean, the loans were not even available. You could not even bank with banks like Standard Bank and Barclays Bank. For Barclays Bank, for you to bank, they needed a minimum balance of 10,000. And 10,000 Kenya shillings for Kenyans those days, like maybe 30 years ago, that's a difficult thing. But now, Kibaki brought in some regulations with the central bank such that we had banks were able to access loans from central bank at lower interest. And because of that, Kenyans can now borrow money at lower interest rates. He also made sure that financial institutions were created in the name of SACCOs. So the SACCOs and all that, some Kenyans never know where we came from. I need to let you know the SACCOs, those financial institutions, came in the days of Kibaki. And then the financial institutions were regulated to a point that, or allowed even to work as what we call front offices. Front offices means they can process salaries of their members. So people like teachers now could even access their salaries through the Mwalimu Sacco front office. It's a financial institution. So because of that, Kenyans can now access loans left and right from Equity, from KCB. Even Barclays Bank, I see Barclays Bank begging people to apply loans with them. Even Standard Chartered Bank, they now beg people to apply loans from them. So what I'm trying to say, Ruto did not tell Kenyans that it is out of regulating the borrowing system in the country through the banking system is the only way you can access money, you can access cash. You see, he was lying left and right. Mara red capital toa taleta pesa mfukoni, pesa mashinani iko wapi? Jamani, people from KK, come and show me where pesa mashinani na pesa mikononi iko. If you have received any money within that last 1 month, uniambie, ama kama kesho waenda kupokea pesa, hiyo pesa. And I said this, unless Ruto is a fool, he cannot come and throw money into the hands of people, because even the central bank man warned him. Alimwambia the economy is tending to the negative direction. If he dares that, we will experience what we call hyperinflation. And before long, Kenyans may be operating in dollars like the Zimbabweans do, or you may be carrying money in your bags and sacks like the Ugandans do. You see, So, and even as we talk here, the Kenyan currency is at the rate of 120 to $1. You see, so if we are not careful, if we do worse things right now, that is going to happen. It will go to 150 to 200, and before long, you'll be carrying money in your bags. So Ruto knows all this, and it is good he knows. That's why he's trying to regulate the domestic borrowing rates. I don't know how he's trying to do that, because that's the work of the Central Bank of Kenya. But if he decides that Kenyans cannot borrow more, if he's doing that, it's because he wants the government to borrow more from the local banks. Now, another thing I want to say, and Makedi played this, he used to criticize Uhuru at to make up a pesa already. Who borrowed what? He was there when we was doing the SGR thing. He was part of the project. Now, tumekopa pesa sijui kutoka wapi, sijui Uhuru amekopa wapi, and that was their campaign song. Now I understand they have received a big loan from IMF, you see, and they are negotiating another one from the World Bank. How hypocritical are these people? But me, really, I really don't care how much they negotiate from the World Bank and IMF, because they're not going to ask me to pay for that, to pay back that money. But the honest sad thing is that Kenyans are going to pay that through things like taxes, value-added tax, and the tax that is trying to increase. So I want to leave this by saying this, conclude by asking this question. Ask yourself, why was Gachagua saying that even the land people owns will be, they'll be doing a research, how much land you own, how much coffee you are having, I mean, how much tea have you planted? Why will they be doing that? Why are they collecting that data? Is it because they are planning to introduce the property tax that was there in pre-colonial times, that people were even paying tax for their small huts and even goats and chicken? Are they planning to do that? Why are they insist that every Kenyan should have a tax number, KRA number? Now, if my mama is old and she doesn't even need to go to the bank, why you want her to have that number? She doesn't need it. Are they planning to come to my mama and tax her chicken and her few goats? Now, what about the NSSF fund? I understand that they are going to borrow from the NSSF fund to finance their projects. So Kenyans, you're going to be saving your money so the government can use it. Okay, if they borrow, will they pay back? That's the question I'm asking. And when you need your money when you retire, are you going to get your money back? Even now, we know of many Kenyans who have struggled to get their pension. We know that they have, some of them never received their pension. Some of them died before receiving their pension. So the questions, those rhetoric questions I'm asking Kenyans, ask yourself. But if you ask yourself, I want to say this, if you voted for this government, you are the one who sent this country to the dogs. And choices have consequences. And these are the consequences. Now, somebody called, I want to post this message. Somebody called Wascom is saying, Julia, please imagine a friend of mine went for that fund application, but you was asked to kutoa kitu kidogo. Yes, that is expected for Kenya. Lazima utatoa kitu kidogo, and this kitu kidogo zitaongezeka sana, because now I think the corrupt are free to steal as much as they want. Gachagua amewachiliwa na ile kesi yake. So those who have been taking our money, corrupting their way around, they are free to do as much as they want. It's a banditry government, a banditry economy, a man eats man society. Asante Makiadis, naomba nifikishe hapo. Good to see you, Miss. I was going to ask Makiadi to send you a text to remind you that you have a date with Kenyans tomorrow. Thank you, Makiadi.
Mise hako ameongea. Sorry, I took long than expected, but Mise, karibu.
Are you trying to say that I spoke all that long that you took?
Yeah, I'm imagining you've been speaking for the past, 5, 7, 6 minutes?
Karibu Mise.
Asante sana. Makiadi, how are you? Julia, good to see you. The father of revolution, one and only Stone PK. How are you? It's good to see you. And it's good that we are having this discussion. And I think the government of William Samoei Ruto, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is doing well, especially when it comes to regulating local borrowing. I think this is good news. I think we create jobs and borrow from within. That is the way to go. We owe too much. We owe too much. But again, kila mtu ako na deni. Hata America kuna madeni mingi sana. But bora uwai vile rais alituambia, rais mstaafu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. But I think what we are seeing, the government is realigning itself, and I like the position the government is taking. The government has decided to let people make noise. The government has focused on agendas that they would deliver to the people of Kenya. So the condition, there is nothing that will be set free without conditions. There is nothing. Everything must have rules of engagement. So this government, by so doing, is making sure that they stay within the law and by the rules, so that we have results. And I think setting rules of engagement is something that most governments fail to do. But you know what? Let us wait and see what they are going to do. They are only in office 3 months. The government of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto will deliver, and it is going to surprise very many people. But let me say something. I have hiyo ni uchokozi. That is his title. That's his title. His Excellency
na mise
Commander in Chief.
hiyo si psychophancy. Ile lazima uongeze Your Excellency Dr. William.
That's not psychophancy.
Okay.
That is giving credit where it's due.
Okay.
His Excellency Commander in Chief Dr. William Samoei Ruto. I think, let me say, on a very serious note, I want to speak on certain issues that a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people who usually are behind the keyboard are either educated but not wise or uninformed. You know, you can have education, but you have no exposure. And so your education is limited and is theoretical. But before I used to hear when people like Obama, John McCain used to talk about trickle-down effect, I never understood what they were talking until I came to understand, until I left Kenya and went out there to understand how jobs are created. There are a lot of people in Kenya, when you tell them about job creation, they don't understand how jobs are created. Kama serikali haijapatiana kazi, ni hivyo tu, hawezi pata kazi mahali kwingine. Hiyo sio kazi. You know, that is why you come to understand that we will appreciate people for what they do. I've seen people wakitukana watu ati nyinyi mko huko ng'ambo mnapanguza wamama, you know, ndio mnapata nini. Hiyo ni kazi, na hiyo kazi ndio inafanya watu wanalipwa, na hiyo ndio kazi inalisha watu. So kazi ni kazi, chochote unachofanya ni kazi, na bora tu, you know, there's a theory in physics and chemistry that is called it's a law actually, it's called Gay-Lussac's law. It says regardless of the root, the product is the same. Chochote unachofanya, mwisho wake ni kulipwa pesa. Pesa is the end product. So ndio nasema we want to support this government. This government is going to deliver. The truth is, short term, this government is not going to deliver short term, as very many people expect, because they don't understand the dynamics in office and in transitioning from one regime to the other. A lot of people think it's, you are in office, you are going to change this and that and that. There are things, there are procedures that you have to follow. And very many people, very intelligent people, like Stone PK, they know this. Julian know this. Makiadi, you know this. Ila tu shida ni ushabik ndio inawasumbua tu watu wa Azimio, lakini nyinyi deep down in you mnajua kabisa kwamba haiwezekani within 3 months kufanya vitu zingine. Hizo vitu lazima zihitaji muda. But let me say something. I want to say the signs of a failed government or failed governance. Number one, distortion of price signals. Yeah? Hiyo yenye saa hii ukiangalia kule nyumbani tunapiga kelele, bei ya nini imeenda juu. That is a sign of a failed government. A sign of a failed government. Then there is excessive administrative costs. Hiyo pia ndio hiyo, unaona kila kitu nyumbani ukifanya bei iko juu. Kila mtu akiangalia anaona kwamba bei imeenda juu, bei iko juu. So hizi vitu zote, and also I think there's another one, unintended something that was not intended, because when you look at when the government is formulating policies, when they formulated policies, there was unintended consequences. And that is what is happening in Kenya. Now, a lot of the Azimio people are taking advantage of that. At the most fragile moment of this government, Azimio are taking that, and they are pushing by expecting that when they do that, they will reflect this government as a government that has failed in dispensing its mandate. And by so doing, they will push for the agenda of my friend here, Stone PK, revolution, toi serikali, haitoshi. And I've told you, mnataka serikali na mlango wa nyuma. Haiwezekani. Sisi tumejipanga vizuri, pole. Ndio tunajua tuko na changamoto na tunazielewa vizuri, na tunawaonea kwa umbali, na tunajua mnatuma watu hata waende kwa street. The same way the Jubilee government ilikuwa inatuma watu wanaenda wanachoma magari huko, wanasema ni watu wa Raila. Nyinyi pia mmeanza kuemploy that kind of strategy so that you can demonstrate in our inability to rule the country, to sabotage this government. That is not going to happen. You cannot, it's unrealistic for us to ask the government that is hardly in office for 3 months to do miracles, even though, yes, William Ruto is a Christian, but he's not a miracle worker. He is not going to do a miracle. But at least step by step is started to roll out. Roll out hii hustler fund, mlikuwa mnasema hii hustler fund iko wapi? Sasa ndio imesemekana italetwa, and there will be rules of engagement. Mmeanza kusema kwani tunawekewa masharti. Kwani ni kitu gani umeipewa bila masharti? Hata mke wako, enda ukue hauna pesa uone kama atakupenda. Hautaona mtu yoyote. Stone PK, leo kuwa homeless, uone kama bibi yako atakupenda. Alafu mnaanza kutuzumbua hapa. Bibi yako atakukataa. Hata wewe bibi yako, kuna kitu akikua utamkataa. Kwa hivyo msitukatae kwa sababu sasa hivi we have not delivered. Give us time. We know that there's actually information gaps. That's another indicator that is a reflection of a failed government when there are information gaps. during the policy formulation, if there were information gaps, that could also cause a government to fail in dispensing its obligations. But we are saying, yes, we have not delivered within 100 days, but guess what? We are preparing and we will spring back, and our country will flourish. Let me stop there by saying that while we are planning ourselves to deliver, we will work with you. We will ignore noisemakers. I mean, Azimio has mastered this art of making noise. You have a PhD in this, in making noise, but we will allow you to make noise. We shall continue drinking water while you are making noise. And when we shall start matunda ikianza kutokea, you will come back here and say, hatukuwa tunajua. Before election, watu walikuja hapa wakasema hii serikali ya wizi, huyu hawezi pita, huyu hawezi pita. Haya, ndio yeye ndio president. Sasa mtafanya? Is that the reason why you want to sabotage the president of the Republic, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto? Msimpatie amani, afanyie Wakenya kazi. Haya, leta mshare, rusha mawe.
Stone PK.
Thank you. Nataka kuongezea Dr. Mise, brother to Ruto. Dr. Mise, in your indicators of a failed state, ongezea when you appoint wezi, okay, thieves as leaders, add that to your indicators, okay? You have a gang of thieves as your leaders who are supposed to deliver what you are saying. And then also in your indicators, just you add also, you have a gang of liars. You know, people who lie with their eyes wide open. So we expect results from them. So with all those indicators, of course, you can't have short-term because you have skunks. You can't have short-term goals. You don't know what they are, you know. And I think none of your teams of liars and thugs have ever played a game of chess or draft. Tunaanza kucheza karata nini, tukicheza draft na wewe, ile ndama ya kwanza utaguza, I'll tell you, you are useless. And nitakupiga 10-0. Unaguza moja tu hivi, you make the first move, the second one, nini, if you ever know that game. Same thing with chess. So you guys have never played a game of kujali mwananchi because you are thieves, you are liars, you are everything. So whether you are given 10 years or 100 years, you don't have it because it's not in your blood. Now you've just said mulishinda kura. Sincerely, Dr. Mise, mulishinda kura. You can sit on this TV and say you won. Sincerely speaking. Really? Doctor. Back to you, Makiadi.
Okay, sawa Julia, alafu tupatie Mulumbu.
I want to ask Mr. some rhetoric questions. I hope we don't have a voice thing. Mr. You said, okay, first, thank you very much for describing a failed government. You just described your government. Prices going high, all that blah, blah, lack of communication, poor communication. And you have said that between us and who is yapping like a shagwa, like an idiot. Show me one Azimio politician who is yelling like an idiot, like Gachagua is doing. So you just described a failed government. You just described your failed government, but you said something that Azimio is sabotaging the government. Now, can you briefly tell us how Azimio is sabotaging the government within 2 seconds, because Mulumbu needs to speak, or 1 minute? Go ahead, tell us. And be categorical. Don't beat around the bush. Useme by one wamefanya hivi, wamekataza watu kuendea Uwezo Fund. Secondly, they have prevented KCB from performing. 3, don't be vague. We're a lawyer. Don't beat around the bush. Endelea.
Mlumbu bana, habari yako, nimekuona they might form their argument might make you form an opinion about me, but don't worry about them. But all I think we need to, what I'm emphasizing is Azimio should wait. This is not their government. This is the government of William.
Okay, Mr. You have, because
so
you have
number
not
one,
answered my question.
That's what I'm answering. Number one,
yes,
they are not patient. They are mara wako kwa bunge la mwananchi saying hii serikali imefanya hii ni mwizi nini.
But how are they sabotaging the government? How?
That is toxicity. That is negativism.
That is freedom of expression.
Let me tell you. People talk about freedom, fundamental rights and freedoms. They have limitations. Go read them properly. They say,
how does that prevent the government from performing? Leave the talking. How does it prevent the government from performing?
When a leader of a country, like who is so respected, like Raila Amolo Odinga, goes to his supporters and tells them something about, for example, Chebukati, right? And says, huyu mwizi Chebukati, ile serikali ya wizi. What is he planting? What is he planting in the minds of people?
Answer my question. How does that prevent your government from performing? Please do that.
Because that creates resistance and
from who?
That any project that this government is initiating gets resistance because of the people have been brainwashed that this government is not performing. This government is not well intended. This government, they are thieves. So there will be resistance from the people. That is one, negativity. So we should encourage the country to be united from our leaders. Number two, you see people starting to chant haki yetu, haki yetu. Do you think those people woke up one day, wakasema haki yetu? Number three, you see they have started saying there's a rise of this crime rate has risen in the cities. You think this crime has not been there? Now we are circulating all videos that were in the old days. Now we have started putting them back in the government so that we can in the social media, so that we can demonstrate how this government has failed to provide security, which is one of the basic essentials or basic tenets of good governance. So this is what we are discouraging Azimio to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. That was my time, and you have said nothing. I'm sorry, Kenyans, he said nothing. I think you just talk like a Shagwa. I'm sorry, Mise, for describing you like that. Asante Makiadi.
Mise anasema hakuna crime. Hiyo ni video za zamani zenye watu wameanza kurudisha. Wacha nipatie Mulumbu. Karibu Mulumbu.
Asante sana ndugu zangu wenye wako kwa hii forum. Here we learn a lot. Good morning and good evening and good midnight. Like me, I just woke up when I entered here. I find you are here, and then I decided to come over here out of the bed because it really pains me. Musijali with this young guy. This guy is like a lawyer that I had from Rwanda who was talking when they are talking about those guys from Congo are complaining. And he was saying that he was just saying here, when the Congolese were complaining, they are being killed because of all their wealth is being taken away with the Rwanda, with the Uganda. And there was a lawyer who is a lawyer for Rwanda, a young guy like this. He was talking nonsense the way he's talking about. Vile anavyoongea tu hivi ndivyo wanaongea. Those people crying for years. Rwanda is sucking their wealth with Uganda. That's why my young guy here, he knows nothing. Yeye mtu ameenda kwa shule jana, ameanza kuwa lawyer. He knows nothing about Kenya. So don't expect him kuambia kitu kizuri. Yeye anaona tu Ruto. Because kitu imeniuma ni ya kwamba you talked about hii sheria laws zimewekwa kwa hii pesa ya funds ambayo inafaa iweke mama mboga and border borders, as they said. We said it here. Makiadi, Julie, we said here before election, it's gonna happen. I said it. And I said here who is Ruto, who he is. And what is going to happen akichukua uongozi? This is what's happening. So we shall not even talk about Uhuru, about Ruto. Watu wanaua Kenya yetu ni Kenyan forces, Kenya judiciary and Kenyan electorate. That's where the problem is. Wale defense forces wa Kenya, wale wenye matumbo zao zimekaa mpaka zimefika kwa magoti, wamekula Kenya mpaka ziko kwa magoti. Na wale judiciary wamekula Kenya mpaka zimefika kwa magoti. And then sasa IBC inafika kwa sababu wanaambia IBC what to do. Is what is killing Kenyans. Don't talk about Ruto, whatever it is. Don't talk about that. Watu wenye waliweka Ruto ni wakina nani? Ni defense of Kenya na ni koti ya Kenya. Then inafuata na nini ya IBC. Don't beat around the bush. Watu wale wameiba katika Kenya hii ni defense, basi wamekula Kenya. Basi mtu anataka kuongeza anaambia ukichagua Martha Karua na Raila, unajua nyinyi yote mnaenda nyumbani. Some of you mtakuwa jail. Kumbuka what you have done. Unajua kitu ulikula, angalia mshahara unapata na angalia mali unayo inatoshana. Ikipigwa hesabu ingii, wewe utaenda jela, hao jamaa wakiingia kitini. Wanaenda kotini. Wanaakalisha majaji, angalia wewe una mali gani, una pesa ngapi sahi, angalia kwa nini account yako. Angalia mali iko nayo, inalingana na mshahara unapata. Ile badhirifu wamefanya pesa ya Kenya, wanaambia mkikubali you are going oit, kazi yako imeisha, you are going for it. Hiyo pesa yako yote itataifishwa. This thing was there 2007. Somebody told me about that. I was still in Kenya. He told me, you know why Raila is going to lose? Because of against corruption. And the forces of Kenya ziko totally in corruption. Judiciary iko ni corruption. These people are not going to Kibaki akiungana na jamaa, Raila hawezi pata ikiti. Did you see what happened? And what's this happening right now? Because of those people who are blind, who cannot see, bado mtasafa. Kenya is going to suffer. I'm saying let Kenya die, let the Kenyans die. Hata kama my son will be inside or my mother, let him die. Because there's nothing we can do. Because those people that were supposed to look at Kenya and say that let's save our Kenya, watoto wetu tukiwawacha wao pia watafaidika vile wazungu wanafanya. Wazungu wakitengeneza nchi yao wanasemanga ya kwamba afurahie ile mtoto wake na mjiokae pia afurahie. I know some of you that in these countries you see what they are doing. That's why I see Trump alipokuja hapa alisema Trump jeshi liambia Trump we follow the law. We follow the law. We don't follow you. You can't rig election ya kwamba tukupatie. We cannot do that. But Kenya, because wameiba, wakwambia ukinipatia nitakupatia, nitakusave. Because you know he stole. Then wanampatia. So why Kenya crying? Let them have it. Wakiwa na mtu kama Mise na Mnai, let them have it. Let them die. Ukame kuja wakufe. Wenye watabagia wabakie. I'm saying what it is because it's very painful. It's very painful to have a country, watu wamesoma kama Mise, ni watu when they come here, they support evil. That's not going to build our country. It's very sad. Where are we going to? Kenya is a country that iko na kila kitu. That's why Congo inakufa because people wamekuwa misled. They can't think anything. Once mtu weka pesa kwa mfuko yako, why can't you say Ruto? Kwa nini asiwapatie vile alikuwa anamwanga pesa akifanya kampeni? Kwa nini awapatie masharti ya kwamba akipatikana usipolipo na wekwa jela? Why can't just give money the way he was giving when he doing campaign? Kwa nini awapatie masharti saa hii? He threw billions and billions on the road. Satoa hizo billions asaidia makasalas. It's very painful. So let it happen. Julia, wacha kiumane. Hakuna kitu utafanya. Ruto iko kwa uongozi. Unaona amechagua watu wake wote ndio ameweka, na wale wezi wote amekuwa nao wote ndio amesaidi nao, mpaka Kome pia amesaidi nao. So what can you do? Wananchi wa Kenya wasipoamka wenyewe wa demand their country. If they don't wake up the whole country and demand their country like other countries, there's nowhere we are going. Kenya tumekuwa watu wamesoma, lakini when they go back home like kama hawajasoma. The whole world they are the best. Angalia ukienda London, Mkenya yule ndiye anataka kuwa prime minister. Ukienda USA, Obama Mkenya ndiye president. Ukienda Australia, wengine si Germany. But when they go back home, I'm telling you, you look like people who never went to school. Tumbo kubwa. Hata mimi sasa mngoje sasa naona mwembamba kama sindano. Ngoja utamaliza miaka 5. Utamwenda mitumba imefura kama nini, kama mwenye ana ugonjwa kwa chako. Let us have it. Wacha tukufe. Thank you.
Ngoja mise, ngoja kidogo tu.
Wakiani.
Ngoja, hold on.
Ngoja wala, tumesikia unapewa post huko Kenya wewe.
Ngoja dakika moja kwanza. Tumesikia maneno ambayo mzee Mulumbu amesema hapa, na before tukupatie nafasi, I think we had a discussion yesterday, Julia, kama sijasahau, and this is something that we talked. I think we should confirm this. Sometimes huwa tunasema vitu hapa watu wanaona ni kama mchezo. Listen to this.
Same period that William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua have been in office. Do you think this I don't want to call it a clampdown, but the police have undergone a thorough public,
chini ya maji,
like in the public, because of all these stories we've heard about SSU and all that? Do you think this is somehow contributing to the security situation now?
Yeah, I think kulingana na venye mimi naona, venye mimi najua, polisi sasa wako chini ya maji, like yes wako kwa ground but hawafanyi kazi, una get, ni kama wamejam, kukuwa disbanded, day unit yao kukuwa disbanded, cause ni kitu yenye ilikuwa imegrow, ni kitu walikuwa shazoea. So after imekuwa disbanded, hawase wameona ni kama sasa wamekuwa limited, cause already citizens wako aware hii unit exist. Tulikuwa tumezoea kuona ma probox, gari zimejaa manini, najua ngile ngoma hadi inasemanga Subaru ya Mambaru. Ni kwa nini jua already tulikuwa already tushazoea gari yote probox Subaru lazima ikuwe ni ya Mamba. But sahi hizo imekuwa disbanded, so hawezi kama na gari hiyo design na wafanye shughuli walikuwa wanafanya. So wameenda chini ya maji, wamego chini ya maji, and then kukuja kuangalia mayouth ni wengi. Sahi tukiangalia country yetu sana, wacha niongelee Kenya, wacha niongelee Nairobi. Mayouth ni wengi sana, naweza sema percentage ya mayouth iko juu kuliko I think area nyingine yoyote ile. And then wase wa community wanajua hao mayouth. Hiyo ni kitu yenye tunajua. Community inajua mayouth. Inaweza kuwa kitu poa sana tukakuwa na ile yenye tunaitanga citizen arrest. I think hiyo ikakuwa implement, inaweza kuwa fiti sana. Community inajua ni mayouth wagani wanaharibu. Ni ambapo ikapewa hiyo power irudishwe kwa citizen. Kwa citizen wanaweza arrest mse yote mwanadu kitu mbaya na imhandover kwa karao, and then follow procedures zina follow mse afikishwe kotini. Ika implement hivyo. I think hii kitu inaweza kuwa rahisi. Pia kunaweza kuwa na ile openness. Karao pia I think pia hizi ma corruptions zitarudi chini, because already hao watu wote wanafanya ni kama kazi same. Wote wanajaribu kufanya nini? Wanajaribu ku make sure wase wote wako safe. Hii ni kumaanisha youth mwarifu na shiko anapelekwa ndani, anapata judgment yake. Kama atafungwa miaka 5, after 5 years atarudi kwa community iko hapo ready kujua yenyewe huyu mse tulimpatiana na amerudi, so tunamrudishaje? So ni kumrudisha, kumweka busy na activities zinaendelea, unapata. And then kidogo tu mure wangu hapo, besha yangu alikuwa ameguzia kuhusu mambo na madawa. I think drugs zinachangia pia sana kwa hii crime. Vijana ni wadogo na vijana wanatumia drugs. Huyu kijana ni mdogo, huyu kijana ana nguvu, unapata. So kitu ya kwanza huyu kijana anafikiria ni lazima akuwe na weapon ndio aweze kufanya nini, ndio aweze kurusha msee. So once amepiga madawa, hakuna kitu kingine anaona. Kitu anaona ni niende barabara, nipone yenye napona, nirudie area. Kitu na ataweza kufanyaje? Ni wawili, wote ni under age. Una get? So kitu yenye wanadu ni nini? Kuchukua upini, kwenda kudunga msee. At least wanajua kidunga huyu msee wamemaliza nguvu, itakuwa ni rahisi kumsakanya. So hii bado inakuja tu, bado inarudi the same kwa gava. Tutafute awe venye tunaweza accommodate hao vijana kwa community, kwa kuwe busy. Una get? Tukisema ati vijana watafutiwe kazi, hiyo itakuwa tunadanganyana. Hakuna venye gava inaweza employ vijana wote, una get, but inaweza empower vijana wote.
Hii kazi mtani iko inasaidia?
Kazi mtani inaweza sema hiyo ilikuwa ni kama joke, nika jokes. Hiyo naweza sema ilikuwa ni kama jokes, cause si vijana wote walikuwa na benefit, and then unakuja unaangalia vijana walikuwa na benefit ni wale sana. Juu ulikuwa unapata kazi ni kazi mtaani, and then ni kazi kwa vijana, but unakuja unapata kuna wazee person kama mimi naweza kosa kuwa, but kuna mzee mwenye ako 40 years ako kwa hiyo shughuli, unaona. But since communication yake na area chief na mzee wa kijiji na nyumba 10 iko fiti, ni kufix hapo jina na inakuwa. So hizi vitu zinarudia hapo. Community ikikuwa free na gava, hiyo communication iko na flow, I think vitu zitakuwa easy. Na pia tarudisha, at least country yetu tunaweza rudisha kwa ile culture ya kila mtu anachunga mwenzake, hiyo design. But for now makarao wameenda chini ya maji, vijana sasa wamekuja wametake over. Unapata hiyo nini?
Remember yesterday we had this conversation, Julia, tukiongea mambo ya response ya polisi kuhusiana na crime, and we were talking here na watu wanaona ni kama mchezo. I wanted to play that video. I wanted you to see that video so that at least people can know what is happening on the ground. Hii story tulikuwa tunaambia polisi hapa, DCI mkae huko Kiambu Road. Kazi yenu si kutembea kwa ofisi ya serikali. You are creating a toxic environment in government offices. Those were the things zenye tulikuwa tunasikia. This number 2, the polished villager akisema. I'll start calling him a polished villager akiongea. Now you can see that guy ni jamaa wa mtaa anakuambia the same thing we were saying here. The police wameamua, na uliona there's another video hapa Stone BK iko kwa internet inazunguka. Kuna polisi mmoja hapo, sijui ni OCS ama ni wapi, alisema ukishika mwizi wewe malizana na yeye, sisi tutakujia body yake. It is there, it is going around in the social media. So we come here sometimes tunaongea vitu watu wanasema nyinyi kazi yenu ni hasira ya kupoteza kura kama mise. But the things that are happening right now, the police force is demoralized. This kind of humiliation that the police force are going through every day, kila wakati polisi unasikia wanashtumiwa, and it is the same guy, huyu deputy president is the same person. Kila siku the police will not be used, police officers will use, police officers will, ile asira yenye anasemaga alikuwa nayo iko kama alitolewa nguo. Nasikia ni kama alitolewa nguo kwa mbele ya wafanyikazi wake. Bado amebeba mpaka kwa hii serikali saa hii, bado anaendelea kungangana na wale mapolisi. Some of them have even quit their jobs, some of them wame decide, they are no longer interested in serving in the police force. And we are seeing a trend whereby the executive is trying to muzzle the police force, and they are trying to make them feel like they are not needed. So the police force, it's like they've decided, you know what, kama ni namna hiyo basi wacha kazi iendelee vile mnataka. And I hope the new IG will try to address this issue. Unfortunately hata huyu IG Stone PK ni yule alikuwa anarushia Raila Odinga mawe kwa barabara Mombasa Road akitoka USA. It's the same guy. enda uangalie Nation, sijui ni ya tarehe gani, nitakuletea picha hapa. So this guy, I don't know. I just don't want to seem very pessimistic about the reforms that we always talk about in the police force. Even if we change names, we are still having the same police force. But at least people knew that kazi inafanyika. You know, those days. Right now, misewe unatetea Kenya Kwanza sahi, ukipita pale archives pale, ukiwa umebeba hiyo ka briefcase yako, itaenda, utapigwa tisa, utapigwa ngeta, itaenda, because youths hawana kazi na police force wameachilia, wamesema sasa wacha ile inazaliwa inyonyeshwe. They are ready. So this is a big concern to our country. It's a big concern. If the police force decide to go slow, police force hawagomangi, unaona kwa barabara wakiwa wameiniwa matawi ya haki yetu. That is how they do their job. If they feel demoralized, they just look, you know, they observe as things happen, wanakaa kando. Unamagiwa huko town, unapigia polisi, polisi anakuambia hata sina gari. Or hatuna, we have no manpower at the police station right now, and that is how it is going to happen. Probably PK unataka kuongea.
Yeah, ndio Mize, let me ask you this so that you include in your response, Mize,
right.
Because it's direct. So Mize, you know, as much as you are accusing us of all what you are saying, I'm asking you sincerely, when you say that we, you know, Azimio is sabotaging, Azimio is bringing old clips, really, and I keep on asking, really? Ama niulize kioshago, really Mize, hiyo clip ni ya mwaka gani? And Mize, I know you are umekaa moja, you told us that umeishi Nairobi, unajua Nairobi how fragile it is. Mize, unakumbuka siku zile Nairobi, wallahi ungetembea na saa kwa mkono, ama kitu inaonekana kajuala tu kaonekana kamebeba kitu, they didn't care what you are carrying. You remember when women would never carry their handbag, walikuwa wanaziweka huku kwa matiti. I mean, ama anaweka handbag kwa karatasi ya nini hii ya brown. You would not see a woman rhyming viatu, skirt mzuri, blouse na hizi mindira kama hizo nani Mwalimu Julia amevaa, itatolewa na masikio. You know, and Mize, that does not take 50 days to turn into chaos. Hakuna. You know, mtaani, me and you agree, kuna lazy people as well. There are those who want to take advantage of that. Then why doesn't this Ruto man who is calling himself the president, why doesn't he address those as short term? And you are here, Mize, telling us that unfortunately you will not address short term. How, if you can't address the short term, even in any program, project management, I can bet you will not head anywhere. Kabisa. Back. Oh, wameenda sasa. Wewe Mize, chukua usukani. But I hope they are listening. Oh, Julia amerudi.
Asante. Lakini mimi sikusema we will not address short term. We have run out of time that we promised that we were going to address certain issues for obvious reasons. When we took government, we had not envisioned to have things like drought, famine, and all that. But here we are with it. Now, that being said, but I want to focus. Unaona watu wa Azimio, they are very bitter. Unaona Mulumbu amekuja hapa akasema mimi ni kijana mdogo, mara nimekona, I'm fit my friend. Unajua watu wangapi wanataka kuwa size yangu na hawezi kuwa, they're struggling. So ukikuja kusema ati nimekonda, you see that is a sign of bitterness. Azimio, you have very good ideas. Take out the bitterness first of losing election. Then we will start having a connection and talking. And let me tell you something.
We never lost any election,
it is
you stole election. We never lost.
But we
there
are
was no lose.
It doesn't matter. But we are in government now. But it is illusory of you to say huyo mwenye anajiita president. No. the recognized president of the Republic of Kenya, as of now, is Dr. William Samoei Ruto.
I have a right not to recognize him.
I don't know which right.
I have a choice.
Where in the Constitution?
I don't care about that Constitution. And I have a right not to care about it.
See, you have selected.
It doesn't work.
You see, you have
it doesn't work.
You have selective application of the Constitution. The Constitution does not give you the mandate not to recognize the President of the Republic of Kenya. Matter of fact, the Constitution says the President is the symbol of unity. And
it doesn't unify me, my friend.
The preamble of that Constitution says that the power of this Constitution is vested in the people, and the people shall exercise it through their representatives. So you have a representative. If you feel
he's not there, we disagree, Mise.
You have as
he's not my representative.
You have as new representative. But let me focus on what I wanted to say. You have talked about insecurity. Insecurity is there in any country. Right now, in Canada, if you go and report issues related to property, destruction of property, theft, without any danger, yenye inaonekana danger to life, they are not going to respond immediately. They will ask you to record a statement, and they will conduct their investigations, and they will tell you if it's maybe your house that was broken into, you know what, you have insurance, initiate the claim, and that is it. They will do their investigation at the right time. They are looking at life-threatening situations. So the issue of insecurity is not only facing Kenya, it is facing even you. Go to Indiana. Those who come from Indiana, you know that. Not Indiana, sorry. Down there, the orange underwear, where Sergeant Abayo was, Arizona. Before Sergeant Abayo worked a lot on fighting crime, there was a lot of crimes and so on. So, Tony Maina, catch me if you want. I'm actually 5 minutes from Osgood, and I went to Osgood. We can connect. So what I wanted to say, ideally, I wanted to argue like this. Yes, from time to time, police can form and disband units, special units. For example, they formed a SWAT team, right? A while ago, you know that. The female commandos, you know that. Now, they, from time to time, can tell you or may not tell you the kind of units they are forming. It's a security issue. So if they come here and tell you that they have disbanded this unit, they know they have a plan B. So why are you guys whining? The security is for the government to provide. But Julia, there's something you said, and I forgot. I really wanted to address what you said. But for me, I want us to have a ground where we start asking right questions. And right questions means that we have to hold people accountable, not being bitter, not whining, because what Azimio is doing now is whining. But if they are objective and not subjective, then we will succeed as a country. All this, is not my president, is not helping us. We want to start asking the president the right question. Right question. This government, right questions. And these questions will allow us to not to digress from being objective, and so that we can ask and demand for the right services from the government. Julia, I've remembered what I wanted to ask you. Julia, do you have a social security number? Stone PK, do you have a social security number? And Makiadi, do you have a social security number? You know the answer is yes. Do you also have a driver's license? You know the answer is yes. Do you have your passport number? You know the answer is yes. So why, if you guys are enjoying the benefits of having social security numbers, why are you discouraging Kenya from having a number that can identify them?
Hold on,
Your beneficiaries, you should be preaching the goodness of having the social security number.
Mise, I must have missed part of your presentation. What are you talking about?
I'm asking
what
you.
number? Yeah, what number are you talking about?
You have a social security number.
I heard that part. I'm asking about before that. There's a number you're talking about.
I'm just responding to what Julia said, that Wakenya wanadanganywa. Why would her grandmother, who is not paying or who doesn't know about this KRA number? So I was asking Julia, do you know anyone in the US who is documented who doesn't have social security number? It's a question for Julia.
Okay, the number that they are being asked to register is not the social security number, is a tax number, and Kenyans have an ID like every other Kenyan. They also have what we call Huduma number, those who have applied. So the tax, it's the KRA number they are being asked to have by force, by fire.
Sorry, Julia, I think Mr. should take what he's speaking about into context. Why are Kenyans being asked to have a tax number, regardless of whether you have a job or not? What is the purpose of that number, Mr.?
What is the purpose of social security number, whether you are employed or unemployed?
No, you're not answering me.
Because Julia, you're talking.
No, the American situation, is different. The American situation, social security number acts as an ID number, just like an ID. That's how it acts. So that's
don't you have a green
card? My question is this. Hold on, Mise, hold on, relax. My question to you is this: your grandmother, who is in wherever she is, let's say, she's 70 years old. She has no source of income. The government wants to make sure that she has a PIN number, a KRA PIN number. Can you explain to us why is it so important that she has that number?
I can understand someone who is in Kenya if they ask that question.
No, I'm asking you.
I can understand.
I'm asking you.
Because you know in tax returns, you have nil returns. You don't have to have a job. You can do nil returns. This is in Kenya.
So my grandmother will do nil return?
Are there no grandmothers here in
Miss.
Are there no old age people here? We have a lot of baby boomers.
Miss. Yeah. These are two different. You know, you're comparing baby boomers. These are people who are on social security. Okay.
How did it start?
No. Tell us why you are forcing those people who are 70 years and above, who do not have a source of income, to have a KRA PIN.
It is a policy to make sure.
What is the purpose of that policy?
The purpose, the rationale, you all know. When you get to this country, you know, it actually pains me that people like you, Stone PK, Julia, Makiadi, when you get to any country, foreign country, the first thing they do is to identify you. How do we identify our people back home?
Kenyans are identified wherever they are. They have IDs.
How?
They have IDs. Wako na ID, wako na huduma namba, wako na kila kitu. Kenyans walifanyiwa mpaka census. Every Kenyan is known. Mize, wacha kutuisia.
Unataka kuniambia, ngoja tuulizane hapa. Unataka kuniambia hakuna census hapa ng'ambo?
Nani? Wacha maneno ya ng'ambo wewe. Ongea about
we are
Kenya.
Learning. We borrow policies.
I think we are not moving anywhere.
Let me tell you. The thing is Black, and I want people like Black to come here and help me. You guys come here and rubbish everything. The reason why the government wants to have, even you have your, in KRA, when I log into my Canada Revenue Agency, I have an account with Canada Revenue Agency. What identifies me is my social insurance number, which is linked with my account with the revenue agency. That is what the government wants to do.
Mr.
That will help you. That will help you to plan.
Hold on,
Wait 1
Mr.
minute.
Ngoja, because
Ngoja nikwambie,
we are
nimalize,
moving around in
nitasahau.
circles. We are moving around. Hold on, we are moving around in circles.
Ngoja Makiadi nimalize hii point.
Let me ask you a question. What is the purpose of you having that number, whatever you're calling it,
Because,
Canadian?
and that's what I was about to answer.
Go ahead.
My CRA helps me to plan every.
To Kenya bana, tuambie Kenya.
Ngoja, policy. It's a policy that we are learning. We make policies for governance. You know, what you all know. What does CRA help me? I can log in to my CRA and see whether I've paid, whether I'm compliant or I'm not compliant. Number one. Number two, whether the government owes me or whether I have any benefit that I need to apply for. Number three, whether I can see my pension. My pension, I can see how much have I contributed. If I was to retire today, how much can I get? That is where we are. Those are some of the systems that the government wants to build in Kenya. Why is it paining you guys to be identified?
You are lost. You are dealing with that's why you don't have short term. That's why you are collapsing.
Because at the end of the day, it's revenue.
Those are not helping.
Thank
Those
you.
are not helping to feed Kenyans.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, Mr. You've come to where we were talking
No.
about.
Hold on.
Mr. Hold on. Let me guide you. You've talked about revenue collection, which is good. I agree with you. The reason why you have a CRA is to help the government identify you as a taxpayer and also make sure that you are compliant with paying taxes. Now, what is the reason of Kenya Kwanza government or the UDA government making sure that every Kenyan that holds an ID must have a KRA pin? What is the absolute reason?
To avoid tax evasion.
Now,
identification and avoiding tax evasion.
Very good. Now we are asking you here, does it mean that if by virtue of holding an ID in your hands, you should pay taxes?
No.
That's exactly what we've been saying here every day.
Okay, let me explain.
Let me
explain to Mr. the difference between America and Kenya. First, your social security number is used for so many things, identification and all that, is the main number of identifying who is in America. That is who is legally here. That is why you cannot get that number if you are illegally here. That's one thing. Now, Kenya, the KRA PIN is, you must have a KRSP for you to acquire property or to start a business. Okay? So these people that Ruto is targeting don't even have any property. They're not even going to start a business anytime soon. My grandmother is not going to do that. So the question is, if I don't need to start a business and I don't need to acquire property, it means literally I have nothing, I have no income to start that business or to acquire property. What is the intention? Because already the Kenyans have an ID number. Every Kenyan has an ID number. That's why Kenyans, we are identified through our ID. That is how Kenyans are identified.
Actually,
ID.
Actually, that is not true.
And I had to. How else do you identify Kenyans?
A birth certificate.
Yes, and an ID. Period.
A birth certificate.
Not everybody in Kenya has it.
But not everybody has a birth certificate.
Everybody has a birth certificate in Kenya.
You know, actually, we are actually being very unrealistic. A birth certificate is what gives you. Basically, if you don't have a birth certificate, how do you acquire your ID? How do you get an ID?
Oh, Mr. You have been away from Kenya for years. I think you have been away for too many years.
I'm just asking you, if you don't have a birth certificate, how do you? What documents do you need for your for you to acquire an ID?
Mr. I think
don't talk about a failed system. I want us
to
follow. What do you need? What are the requirements for you to get an ID?
What you're telling
even
me
now
is
you can still get an ID without a birth certificate. Even
a letter from your chief.
It's only a letter from your chief, and you get your ID. It's as simple as that. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Even people who don't have birth certificates get their IDs in school. And Wangalia high schools. wanafunzi wanakuja hapo, watu wa ID
In
wanawaregister na
fact, they get their
wanawapatia.
IDs in school. At Form 4, they get their
Yeah,
IDs in
exactly.
school.
It
So
doesn't matter whether you have an ID or you have a birth certificate or not.
You've still not answered. I asked you what are some of the prerequisites for you to have an ID?
Some. Good, use the word some. That is just one of them.
No, I said what.
And you don't have to have
I've
it.
not said some. I've asked what are some of the documents that you need for you to get an ID.
You know, we are going round in this
So
issue.
let me finish by saying this. The whole idea, you all know that there are people who are in Kenya who are actually using IDs of people who are actually dead. Some are people IDs that have 2, 3, 4 IDs, and so on. So what the government is doing, the government is trying to put a system in place that can identify every Kenyan. By so doing, everyone, if you're working for a company or employer, an employer will report, my employees are Julia, Stone PK, and I paid them $20,000 share. You are also required to report, I earned 20,000 from this employer. This way, the government can harmonize and reconcile its reports, its accounts, to make sure that you have not evaded tax. That is not bad. That is not bad.
What we are trying to tell you is this: you cannot increase the tax base of Kenyans by just making everybody that has an ID get a KRA pin. That is what Kenya Kwanza is telling us. Kenya Kwanza is telling us that why is it that we have 30 million people doing transaction on Safaricom M-Pesa platform, and these people do not have KRA pins? That is the basic reason of William Ruto. That if you have an account with M-Pesa and you're doing business with M-Pesa, you're doing transaction with M-Pesa, then it is a must that you have a KRA pin. And that is why I'm coming back to what I was asking you here. You normally send money to your grandmother or your grandfather or your aunt who is a little bit aged. Now, what the government of the day is trying to do is that if you are doing business and you're receiving money, transaction and all that, they are trying to make sure that they can follow that up and tax it. And that is where I disagree with these policies that they're trying to introduce. You cannot just tax everybody just because that person holds an ID. Probably this person does not have a source of income.
That's not what they are saying.
And another thing, Makedi, I want to correct me.
You are misrepresenting
in
that.
Kenya, Mise, pay attention. In Kenya, you cannot be employed. You are not employable if you don't have KRA PIN. You cannot hold a bank account as we speak without KRA PIN. You cannot open a business without KRA PIN. You cannot buy property without KRA PIN. So why are they following everybody else? They already know that anybody who is employable, anybody who has a bank account has KRA PIN. Anybody who wants to buy property has KRA PIN. They know that. So bona wafuate akina nyanya zetu kwa sababu they want to start that property tax that was there before the independence. I'm telling you, Kenyans are in for it.
What's wrong? Don't you pay, Julia, don't you pay property tax here?
Yes, but even in Kenya, they pay, those who have real property pay tax. I'm talking about era independence. They were literally coming to your home to count goats and cows. That is exactly what the government wants to do. I'm telling you.
I think where we'll have a problem with the government, if they will collect this information, all right, and after collecting this information, collect taxes from Kenyans, and then misappropriate that tax at the moment. If they want to harmonize all systems and have one number or two numbers, that let them start from Safaricom. Like, for example, let them compel Safaricom to provide them the information for purposes of policy formulation. If they have this information,
you cannot do that. You cannot do that, Mise. You cannot compel.
Why?
The government cannot compel Safaricom to release private information.
Why not?
Private data. It cannot do that. It's against the law.
It's against the law, and Lisa, you know that.
You know that.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying, my argument is very simple.
No.
Let them come out.
You have to retract that.
Okay. Let the government find a way of stop, Makiadi. My argument is, if the government will first tell us how they are going to curb corruption, then we can have this discussion of saying, let us collect taxes for the purposes of building our country. There is no harm with collecting taxes. Taxes are good. They build our country. If you don't have a job, it is also your right to declare nil returns. Why are we afraid? Kuna watu wanatengeneza pesa na walipi ushuru. Wewe Stone PK na mimi ndio tunalipa hiyo ushuru. So wacha kila mtu alipe ushuru. Kama ni Ruto, mnasema Ruto unakumbuka kuna wakati walisema Ruto alisema alikuwa anauza 1.5 million shillings a day. KRA ikamwandikia barua ikisema hatujaiona ushuru kwako. This is the time we want to see the KRA telling them kwamba leta ile pesa ya ile unatoa kutoka kwa nini yako. We want to see that. So for me, it's about collecting taxes. How we are going to do it, it doesn't matter as long as we collect taxes and build our country.
Okay, I think, Stone, just a minute. We are almost hitting the Sijini what hour mark. Let me see. The 11th hour mark, but let me do this. I just want to play a video here. It will be very unfair for me to skip this video as we wind down.
The proverbial jumping from the frying pan into the fire for incoming Inspector General of Police Japheth Koome, who literally rides into office against a tide of crime. Now, Kome's first assignment will be to deal with the runaway insecurity in major towns and cities in the country. And as our very own Emily Jabed reports, cases of muggings and murders by gangs on motorbikes have been on the rise in the past few weeks.
Grieving and pained, the family of the late Simon Murage make burial preparations at his home in the YMCA area within Nakuru town. The 52-year-old met his death last week on Wednesday, just a few meters from his house, while returning home from work.
Anatoka kazini. Alipokuja tu kufika hapa kwa kona ndio ingia pako wake. Vijana wakamtokea watatu na wakamdunga kisu ya shingo na ingine ya mguu na wakamnyonga.
2 more people are nursing injuries inflicted on them by gangs within Nakuru in the last 1 week. A resident who is still in shock but does not want his identity revealed said he lost 20,000 Kenya shillings to the gang. According to the victim, the gang demanded his M-Pesa PIN and withdrew money from his mobile phone before physically assaulting him.
Wakanitisha simu, nikakooperate, nikawapea simu, nikawapea paka PIN yangu M-Pesa, withdraw hiyo pesa, wakaingia tena kwa M-Shwari.
Kulingana na mambo ambayo nimesikia hapa, ni vijana ambao wanajulikana na mara nyingi wanaenda wanashikwa, baada ya siku chache wanaachiliwa. Ni jambo la huzuni kwa sababu baada ya vijana kuachiliwa unaona mambo ambayo wanakuja kufanya baadaye.
Nakuru Police Commander Peter Maanzo confirmed the incident that has left many questioning the motive of the killings. According to the residents, in the last 2 months, the gang has been operating in a similar manner, that of stealing and later killing.
You have overcome a victim, you've stolen from him. Why go ahead and again maliciously stab? That is destructive. That is becoming malicious and totally inhumane. In as much as we are talking about human rights, yes, in terms of management of crime. But is there any human dignity to these criminals, even when they are attacking innocent public? And how do you expect us as police now to behave going forward?
It is the same script in Nairobi, where there has been a spike in crime in most neighborhoods in the city. Gangs on motorbikes have made a return. Muggings have become the order of the day, taking place even in broad daylight, whereas some, such as university students, have lost their valuables from laptops to phones. Others have been lucky to survive the ordeal.
Kulikuwa na student anapita ampandepo Mbagathi anaenda high rise, then kiasi akarudi akipiga nduru, tukashangaa rada ni gani, akaanza kusema kuna wase wako na ndudhi motorbike walikuwa na panga wanataka kumuibia.
In terms of insecurity, it has been high the past months, and I think the reason is because Those people who still think like students are vulnerable.
OCPD Central Police Station in Nairobi, Raphael Kimulu, confirmed the incident, saying the security agencies are working with boda operators within the city to weed out criminals. Today, there was a meeting between the Boda Umbrella Association at the Green Park Terminal with the aim of solving the menace.
Kutoka Monday tutakuwa ni kama crackdown ya wale watu ambayo wanafanya wizi kwa kutumia bodaboda, na sisi tutakuwa tumetoa internal security wa bodaboda ambayo watakuwa wanapeana information kwa askari, watakuwa pia wanashare hiyo information kwa watu wa media, so that tuweze kufagia sector, tuondoe wale watu ambayo wanaharibu hii sector kwa sababu sasa imeharibika.
All eyes are on the incoming Inspector of Police Japheth Koome, who has since been endorsed by the Joint Parliamentary Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs that vetted him Tuesday. Emily Chebet, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Is it necessary? I mean, why would you go to the extent of killing someone?
So, mi vile naweza sema kitu ya kwanza kama youth leader Kibagare, hizi ni vitu kwanza hizi vitu za kudungana, kufanya nini, ni vitu pia sisi zinafanyika mtaani. Tumekuwa tukishika wale wengine wenye wanafanya hizo stuff, tunaongelesha. So mi take yangu kwa hiyo nitasema vijana wa kwanza tupatiwe masikio kwanza. Vijana tupatiwe masikio na gava. Waweze kujua, unajua mtu hawezi toka tu huko, hawezi toka huko tu aanze kudungana mavisu pia, unajua. Pale nyumbani kuna zile madawa ametumia kwanza. Kitu ya kwanza imempatia courage ya aoni huyu ni mtu, unaona? Aoni huyu ni mtu. So mimi ningependa kwanza before ni address hiyo issue, niseme gava kwanza ikubali kuingiana na hawa vijana, iwapatie masikio. Wajue ni nini hawa vijana inawasumbua. Si tunajua sasa hii kumesota, kumekaa mbaya sana. Kila mtu anajua kumekaa mbaya na vijana sasa hii wanajichukua. Unapata hata mtu wajali sasa anasema mimi sasa sina kazi, nitafanya nini? Sina kazi, tuangalie hiyo part ya kazi kwanza. Huyo kijana ataenda mahali aombe kazi. Akawadi na akona kila documents, akona kila kitu, lakini akienda kupatiana hivi atashukiwa kwanza kulingana na places zenye umetoka. Si unajua kuna zile places ni hotspot sahi. So mimi kitu ya kwanza naweza sema gava kwanza iingie huku ndani kwanza, ipate matalks na vijana, iweze kujua nini inawasumbua. Unaona? Juu pia yeye kijana yeye mwenyewe akiwa soba sidhani kama atakuja aanze kudunga mtu, aanze unaona? Anatumia stuff zenye zieleweki pale nje. Kuna introduction ya madawa zingine mingi sana huku ndani na hizo ndio zinatukost, mimi naweza sema. Unaona? Siwezi chukua kisu mara moja tu hivi kani. Si unaelewa si kitu normal. So ile kitu mimi nilikuwa nasema gava kama inaweza jitolea, itusikize, itume watu wake. Wale watu wa kuongeleshana, watu wa kina nani. Pale kwa kijiji pia sisi kama viongozi, tunajikaza. Tumekuwa tukireach kwa manyumba za wale wenye wana happen kwa hizo wizi. Tunaona, by the way hata ukiangalia huyu msee, amefanya kitu mbaya kabisa na pia sisi tunaikemea, unaona. Lakini, huyu mtu ukiangalia ile shida yenyewe imefanya aende afanye ile scene. So pia waweze kuangalia nini inafanya afanye hivyo. Ule kijana maybe kama niko na example, kijana mwingine tu alimalizwa na polisi. Na ilikuwa ni siku yake ya kwanza ya kuenda kusnatch simu kwa highway. So huyu kijana tulikaa hivi kwanza, tukaenda tukafuatilia shida ziko pale nyumbani kwake. Nini wazazi wake vile wanapelekana, mabrothers zake. Tulinotice huyu kijana na tunamjua vizuri, si mwizi. Lakini tulinotice zile vitu zinampressure pale nyumbani. Unapata mtoto wao anafaa aende shuleni, mama yake ni mgonjwa, yeye mwenyewe hana kitu yenye anafaa afanye. Unaona? Ule kijana sio kitu anachukua tu chance ya kuenda ni hata mimi niende nijaribu, hata kama ni kukufa ndakufa, lakini at least nione kama naweza save.
Aya, Stone PK, ulikuwa na maoni?
Wazi. Huyo myouth amebonga fresh, lakini sasa what I disagree na mize pia na au vijana. The excuse ile nasikia hata Kenya Kwanza wakiomba, they are asking for time. They are asking kuongea. I don't know what this kuongea is all about. Huyo kijana anasema ati youth waongeleshwe. Unahitaji kuongeleshwa kwamba wizi ni mbaya? Yeah, in KK government you need to be educated. Lazima uambiwe wizi ni mbaya. Yeah, that killing somebody is wrong. No. Mwizi ni mwizi. The best is kusakanya. Ingia estate, wale wote wanapewa monorotam. If you don't come out, unatolewa, unashikwa. Inaitwa msako. That is how you cleanse community, because wanajulikana, they wana admit. If they are known, so PK ni mwizi, ama ana kijana mwizi, ana kijana mwizi, ule mwingine fagia wote, peleka where they are supposed to belong. Then people are saying, oh, unajua ni underage na nini. This is where we have made things go wrong. Buying time. Means here saying, buying time. Una deal na maneno za ID. When these kids are, these vijanas are going wrong, you are busy asking for Uduma number or whatever they are asking for, KRA number. Is it KRA you need, or you need to stop these kids from attacking those old women? I mean, this thing is rubbish. I don't know what English word to use. Vijana wanaua watu, wanasumbua watu kwa mtaa. Wewe uko busy unaandikisha watu uninita. Really? No wonder Mulumba alikasirika. Back to you. Back to you, Makiadi.
So I think Julia, if you want to make...
May I say something? I just wanted to remind me, say, he's not getting me. Everybody in Kenya who has a business or who has a bank account, I mean, you cannot transact anything PK without KRA pin, right? Sasa wengine anafuata kwa nini? Nyinyi mmesikia Gachagua saying that kama uko na kahawa, we need to know the value of how much coffee you have. I watched that clip. People, did you see that clip that Bernard was playing? That kama if you have coffee, we are trying to gather this information so that we know the amount of input that we need to provide. They never provide input for farmers. Farmers provide their own input. So why are they doing that? It's because they want to go back to the pre-colonial times tax. That is what they're trying to do. Now, instead of going after the mabwenyenye when you are lipi tax, kama Kirochi and the others, they are going after innocent Kenyans and increasing NSSF. Hii mchezo ya KK, Makeni na PK, I mean, those Kenyans who are in Mount Kenya region and those who voted for this government asked for it. But unfortunately, even the innocent Kenyans who did not support Ruto are also going to suffer in it. Those somebody is saying, wacha waumie, so that now we see the reaction. Asante Makiadi na PK.
All right, thank you, Julia. PK, I don't know, Missy, I may drop namna gani. I wanted us to at least close. Na sijui amepotelea wapi, so that
because we needed to finalize kesho na kuja saa ngapi. Wherever you are, naomba urudi kidogo, tunaomba urudi kidogo.
Mise, kama unatusikia, kuja upatie watu update ya kesho
and so directions,
and direction. PK, sijui kama hii video yako itacheza hapa.
Rudi hapa tena kwa sababu ya ile mipango ambaye tulikuwa tumepanga. Tulikuja hapa na tukakubaliana ya kwamba mtatupatia kura na mkasema mtatupatia. Si tulikubaliana namna hiyo? Na si mnaona ni mimi rais? Ni nyinyi mlitupatia. Si tulikuja hapa tukasema bottom up. Ni nyinyi hamukuelewa vile tulikuwa tunamaanisha. Tulimaanisha namna hii, tutatoa vitu kwa bei ya chini tupeleke kwa bei ya juu. Si mnaona serikali imeanza kufanya kazi? Na hawa vijana ya bodaboda tukasema tutasaidia hao. Si mnaona vile ni wengi? Si mnaona vile wanaanguka kwa barabara hovyo hovyo? Tukaona tupandishe mafuta ndio wawache hiyo biashara, watafute kazi nyingine. Na bado hata hii mama mboga hii inaleta shilingi 2 kwa serikali. Tulikuwa tumemwambia tutampatia wheelbarrow, sio kutandika hii vitu kwa barabara kila wakati. Si namna hiyo? Sisi tunakubaliana namna hiyo, my friend. Na sasa iko vijana wanasema sijui William ulituambia utatupatia shilingi bilioni 60 Mimi nauliza nyinyi, wewe uliona wapi pesa ya bure? My friend, hata hiyo kazi kwa vijana hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hii kazi mtaani, mwende mkatafute mjengo. Ni sawa sawa? Tunakubaliana namna hiyo? Si hata unga ikifika shilingi 500, si Mungu iko?
Haya, iko namna hiyo. Hao ndio mahasla wenye walikuwa wanaambiwa mambo itakuja. So Mise, I wanted you to give us an update of our program tomorrow. Sijui kama umepata that lady, I can't remember her name.
Anaitwa Joyce Kane.
Yeah, no, I've not found, I've not gotten Joyce so far, but I have a team of 2 guys from our office, and we will be speaking about immigration tomorrow. So Joyce is more of speaking on how nurses, I think she's more of focused on nurses, how they can migrate here, but we'll be speaking holistically on ways of migrating to Canada as professionals and other ways of migrating to Canada. So tomorrow, yes, we will be here. What time, Makiadi? What Eastern time again?
We agreed. I know you are 1 hour behind us, so I'd rather have you here.
Ako kwa EST kama mimi, we are the same time with Mise.
Yeah, kama unaweza kuja saa 2 Mise, itakuwa sawa.
Saa 2 yetu ama saa 2 yako?
Saa 2 yenu itakuwa, mimi ni saa 1.
Yako itakuwa ni saa 3.
No, I'm 1 hour behind you. What time is it there? Yeah, what time is it? Mko kwa saa 7, sio?
1:48, yes.
Yeah, mine is 12. So I'm 1 hour behind you.
Yeah.
So saa 2. Let's make it saa 2 ya usiku
Yeah.
hapo. Your time.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then I'll try also nikuje
No,
mapema.
let's make it 9:30, so that we can give people enough time. Watu wa Kenya wanaamka saa ngapi?
Okay, yeah, that's better, Mise, so that watakuwa wameamka.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. So sawa.
9:30.
What time watakuwa wameamka? 10? We can make adjustment.
Yeah, 9:30 kwangu itakuwa 8:30. Ni sawa sawa. That's good. Hiyo at least I know Kenyan time itakuwa around saa 2 kama sijakosea.
Hapana, itakuwa around saa add 8 hours.
Wow.
If we can have we can start Kenyan time.
5, yeah.
If we can start Kenyan time 7 in the morning, all right?
But it will be a bit late here.
It will be 11.
It will be 11. That will be very, very late. So
10,
let's do this.
10.
Let's make it 10. Yeah.
Can you say 10 your time, Mise, so that 10 itakuwa 6 a.m. Kenya. Sasa watakuwa wanaamka and all that. Yeah.
It's up to you guys. I think we will be flexible to be available.
Okay. So I think having said that, I don't know hata sidhani kama kuna mtu ako na maoni ya kufunga leo, ama mkitaka nitawapatia dakika moja. Kuna mtu anasema saa hii it's now 9:50 a.m. here in Kenya. This will be too late. Saa 3 na dakika 50.
You can tell them at 6 a.m. Kenya show itaanza 6 a.m.
So 9:30. So if it's 1:50 here minus 3.5 hours, that would be about 10 something. That's good.
10. Okay, 10.
Yeah, it will be 10.
Yeah.
We can do that. We can do a 10 probably for, I don't know how much time you plan to take, but at least if our viewers, yeah.
You see, immigration is wide, so it depends. How long do you want us to present, so that we can also prepare ourselves to be within that time that you want us to present? Because immigration is wide, very, very wide.
I would have wished you guys to have like a short presentation and then probably give people an opportunity to ask questions. I don't know what short would be to you. I don't know.
Yeah, like Misa, if you could look at the recent changes, like I've seen there are some changes where there are those work visas that people don't even need IELTS, others don't need job offer. I mean, there are some recent stuff that Canada is bringing up, and then we also have those. I mean, I'm thinking a situation where you'd like to make it easy for these people who are who present to you, like make them know there is a way they can do it. There is a way they can go around the thing. Then I think also you'll have that. I mean, express entry.
Yeah.
And those provincial nominee programs and all that. Blah, blah.
Yeah.
Maybe you
They,
just
they are
summarize
they
it.
are quite elaborate. We can
Mm.
do. They are quite elaborate because if you are talking about, for example, express entry in itself, it's something that we can spend like 1 hour for people to understand. Uh, it's quick for you to understand because at least you've been involved in, you've been exposed to immigration, so it is quick for you to understand. But the people who are in Kenya, we can start. We can start. We can start. We can always have another opportunity to come back. So let us start by mentioning, laying the foundation, and then we can progress. Yeah.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's meet here 10 Kenyan time, itakuwa ni saa 12 za asubuhi, and then we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we will have enough time to exhaust everything, and our viewers, ukiwa na maswali ambayo unataka kuuliza, tafadhali jiandae kesho, ukuje mapema, utaposta hapa maswali yako. Pengine hatutakubali watu wengi sana kwa studio wakati huo, at least we have a discussion with wale ambao watakuwa wanafanya presentation, but you are welcome tomorrow. Somebody Ndisha anasema 1 to 2 hours. 1 to 2 hours. Yeah, we can do that as long as
that would be enough actually. That will be enough for people to have an overview or at least an idea on how to start. And there's a gentleman by the name Tony Minor. Tony Minor, do you want to come and see me in the office? I can give you the address here because you're in Toronto. I can give you the address to the office if you want to come and see me. Allow me to give him the address.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so Tony, my office address is 1087 Maya-side Drive is M as in Mike, E as in Echo, Y as in Yankee, E as in Echo, R as in Robert, side, SIDE, Drive.
MEYE RSID. Okay.
Yeah, and Drive and that would be
right.
Mississauga.
Mississauga.
And,
How do you spell that? I'm typing it.
MISS.
He knows the place. Wachana naye.
Perfect.
Anajua. Sawa. Tony Minor.
Karibu sana Tony.
Enda tafuta mise, kesho tukutane hapa okay, show itakuwa inaendelea, lakini tunasema tutamaliza siasa kabla ya kuanzia hii show. So mise, jiandae na your colleagues. We will be here tomorrow. We want to give Missy an opportunity to talk about opportunities in Canada, and then we might be moving on to, depending on how it goes. Kama response itakuwa mzuri na utaona ni kama umefaidika, next tutaenda kwa Julia, atatupatia pia information kuhusiana na teaching opportunities in the US. So you're welcome. Tafuta maswali ambayo ungependa kujua, sisi tutakuwa hapa. Pengine hutapata nafasi ya kuingia studio kama ungependa kuingia studio, lakini tutasoma maswali na tutayaandika. Julia, there is a trick here. You just highlight the question and unaweka star, then we can save that on the side. So we'll try to save as many questions as possible, and then we will do a 1-2 hours show. Let's see how it goes, and then we can move on from there, unless there's somebody else who has anything to add. If you want to make a closing.
Someone is asking where is Stone PK. Stone PK, siwaambie Tony yuko hapo, unajua umelala.
Anataka kujua mahali yako saa hizi ama
Stone PK is thinking about the revolution. You just woke him up.
Niko kwa nyumba na ninapanga revolution.
Sijui anamaanisha nini akisema wewe Stone PK. Stone PK yuko hapa tu kwa studio. Sijui Tony unamaanisha nini?
Tony nitafute nikwambie Stone PK yuko wapi saa hii. Ako maybe Kayole pale huko akipanga revolution.
No, Tony yuko nini kama wewe, ni jirani yako hapo.
Ndio maana nilimwambia kuja tukutane.
Haya,
Yeah.
Sawa sawa. Yeah. Iko mtu anataka kufanya closing remarks ama namna gani? Hakuna cha closing remarks. Tumeongea sana hapa. Mise hakuna kitu utatuambia mpya. Sisi tunapanga
hapana, niko na kitu ya kuambia. I would like to encourage you watu wa Azimio.
You don't need encouragement.
Encourage your government.
Wacha ni encourage watu wa UDA.
Encourage your government to work. Sisi tumesikia mambo mingi sana.
I would like to encourage watu wa UDA to ignore any unnecessary noise. Let us focus. This just microaggression yenye inatufanya to digress from the agenda of developing our country. UDA has good agenda and focus for our country, and we hope that patience will pay. One day it shall go down. It shall come to pass when everyone will know that the right president who redeemed Kenya from the crisis was one, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto. So tuendelee tu akina Black, wacha kupotea, Geoffrey Ruto, tusife moyo. Hao watu wanatulemeanga lakini bado tuko. Sisi ndio.
Haya, sawa bwana Mise, asante sana PK, asante sana Julia. Ninaona kuna Siprosa Odhiambo alikuwa anauliza what about IT please. Siprosa kuja kesho, hiyo maswali yako Mise atakuwa anashughulikia. Nataka kujua what opportunities are there. So Mise andika hiyo kando, you can do a bit of research before we begin the show tomorrow. And I don't know, I wish we had given people an opportunity to at least throw in some questions ndio Mise wende kufanya research probably, but unfortunately it's a bit late. I hope we will have enough.
We'll answer them. I think they will be just usual generic questions. It's pretty straightforward, so it's okay.
Aya, PK, there's a request here upitisha namba ya Brian. Umeona? Pitisha hiyo namba, usisome uchome. Pitisha, but
PK, you are the one who saw people's numbers.
Yeah, PK ndio connector. Manu anauliza even teachers. Manu Mbuvi anauliza even for teachers. Okay, sawa. Siprosa, Bernard's show itakuwa mapema. It's the same show lakini towards the tail end ya hiyo show ndio tunataka kuleta Mise na timu yake. So tafadhali kama unataka kuwa part of that show unaweza attend the politics of the day, which is okay, and then you can bring anybody or any questions zenye uko nazo towards the end. Makia, do you promise to play Pastor Tony Kiama video? Yeah, that video nimekuwa nayo lakini sijui kwa wapi. It's that video yenye mtu anasema mwingine ni mrogi. I have it lakini I don't know, I should have posted it kwa
Mbona mnaogopa na your commander ameitwa hii maneno for long?
No, unajua kuna tofauti ya mrogi na mganga.
You know the way he said it, Mise, the way he said it is not the way you people mnatusi baba. You know the way he said it, it is something that is coming out to be something else.
Tony, I live on Kill and Shepherd, south of York University, about 5 minutes. So if you want,
si umemwambia ofisi Mise atakuja?
No, naona akiniuliza hapo. So I'm just
wacha kuje kwa ofisi.
You want to go to Mrs. house again? My goodness.
Tony anakaa si mtu mzuri sana lakini sawa, enda onana na Mise kwa ofisi. I mean Osgood. Inaitwa Osgood ama mnaita nini?
Yeah, it's Osgood, the whole of
sawa. Tony, wewe enda tafuta Mise kwa ofisi. Usifanye Mise anze kutangaza hapa nyumba yake. na unajua labda
Okay.
ako
Watu wa Azimio hawezi
na
kuja
maadui wa
kunipata.
Azimio.
Watu wa
Naweza enda
Azimio hawezi
kumtafuta.
kunipata.
Naweza enda kumtafuta huko, na unajua huko kwa kinamisi wakubali kubeba bunduki. Kila mtu ni miguu ni ponye. Kama ingekuwa ni nchi nyingine kila mtu anakaaga na yake ready. You cannot just go to anybody's place kienyeji namna hiyo.
Yes.
Ile kitu naona Kenya, mtu anatokea nyuma mwingine mbele, wanapiga mtu 9. Nchi zingine utashonwa risasi bwana. Kila mtu anatembea na yake. Haya, sawa sawa. Mimi nataka tu appreciate those in the comment section. Tony, nimekuona you've been very active. Unatafuta Mise sana. Mise, tafutana na Tony uone ana shida gani. Asante. Brian Richards, asante sana, nimekuona. Waskoan, asante sana. Nani anasema Makedi funga na hiyo video ya Mrogi. Hiyo video ya Mrogi sijui Julia kama uko nayo. Waskoan, niliona lakini sasa sijui. I wish ninge-transfer kwa kompyuta yangu, sina kwa simu yangu. Saa zingine ningekuwa nayo ningeicheza, lakini nitakutafutia. Nyabwansu Fred, asante sana. Grace Ogal, asante sana. Na uende ukija kesho kuja na maswali ya opportunities ambazo ziko Canada tafadhali. That is what we'll be doing tomorrow. Nani mwingine hapa? Sijui kama kuna mtu. Helen Nasibwa, asante sana, tumekuona. Manu Mbuvi, thank you. Nyabwasu Fred, nimekutaja. Kenya 254, thank you so much. And all the rest. Father Danny Darius, I see you there. Ani mwingine nimesahau. Julia, unasalimiwa sana. Julia has it. Julia, uko na hiyo video?
No, sina, ilikuwa na Bernard. Niliona na Bernard leo.
Kama ilikuwa na Bernard, I think nitaitafuta. Let me see if I have it, but I doubt I have it in
Bernard played it earlier.
If Bernard played it, then I might have it from the group. Let me see.
Please, we want to annoy Mise kabla jalala, ametusumbua sana leo.
It should be, ngoja nione kama niko si hiyo. Na sijui ni kwa nini sikuwa na hiyo video kuanzia mapema. Manake my brother amekuwa akiomba sana for a long time, but I didn't see it. Ile ninaona hapa ni ya former governor wa Machakos akichukua namba, akipeana namba kwa mrembo hapo baada ya mkutano. Sijui kama mliona hiyo.
You want me to send you? I have one here.
Pastor Tony ni ya Pastor Tony Kema. Okay, let me see.
Julia, huyu Brian Richard ameanza kukusifu hivi. Huyu kuna nia ako nayo. Mwambie wachane na wewe. We cannot compete. Watu wa UK wakae UK. Kwani hata how many hours from here to UK? I'm just by here and he's busy praising you.
Wachana na Brian. Brian is my
Brian tunawachana na wewe. Sisi tuko North America, wewe kaa huko.
Brian, wachana na Mise, wewe ni wetu.
Hiyo video kama nimeipata, wacha tuone kama itacheza. Just give me a minute, let me see if I can download it. It takes a minute to get it playing, but I hope it plays. Hii video sijiko na uhasama gani, nimeshinda nikiambiwa niicheze. Let's see if we will get it. So Mise, tumesema saa 4, lakini unaweza kuja mapema upige siasa kabla. Aya, let's see. Let me try, see if we can get it here. First, all right.
Away. And if you think I'm joking, right now, the head of public service in this country, ni Mrogi. Na alikuwa interviewed by professionals in this country, some of them in parliament. Na wakapitisha Mrogi. Juu Aisha Jumwa ni Mrogi. There is evidence out there. it no longer matters. They no longer care. And let me tell you something, witchcraft dries a country. But the church is saying nothing. Why? Because the church is in bed with the king. So wamenyamaza, wanalambishwa tu vitu hapa State House, wananyamaza. So wanaona hata mrogi akiingia hawajali. Na nakuambia hivi, na tutaumia sisi wote, wazuri na wabaya. Na hakuna kitu tunasema, na mrogi yuko huko. The entire public service is under the powers of darkness. Na kanisa hata ijakasirika kwa sababu mmelambishwa kwa kitu. Na hata wakintisha, kwani mtu kufa mara mbili? The suffering that is coming, let me tell you something. Yeah? Ndio mtajua you don't play with darkness and see light. I'm telling you the truth. You don't play with darkness and see light. Na hata sisi, we are supposed to be meeting here to pray for those in authority, so that they don't make mistakes like that. But on Saturday when we call for prayer, nyinyi mko huko Ngong munafinya maribs. Sindio, mnajibamba huko masaloon. Mmeenda shopping na maproject zile, mnajenga maflats. Tutaona nani ataishi kwa hizo maflats? Sijui yu wapi watu wakuja hapa kupray. Kinaumana na tuko tu. Yet we are supposed to come here and cry to God, because all si akitikita.
Wewe mimi ndio unatuitanga, wewe ndio unatuitanga waganga hapa. Kumbe kuna mtu anawajua vizuri. Sasa waganga, unajua mganga ni daktari wa kienyeji, daktari ambaye anatumia miti shamba. Yenu ya urogi sijui ni gani. Sasa mrogi na mganga tofauti ni gani bana?
That's a witch. She can kill you.
A witch ndio mrogi, si ndio? Na mganga?
Mganga can be a daktari or something. Mganga wa kienyeji.
Haya. Sasa mimi ndio hiyo umesikia, enda ukatafakari ya babu. Umeambiwa huyo the entire public service is under darkness. I think kama kuna kitu yoyote hujasikia kutoka kwa hii show leo, hiyo weka kwa mfuko hiyo. The entire public service is under darkness and we are celebrating. We are not mad. Haya, mimi nitamalizia hapo. Unless kuna mtu ana lolote la kusema basi.
Misa, I hope you don't have nightmares of Aisha Juma.
Kuna mtu anauliza alijuaje kama hawarogi wote? Sijui hawa. hawa watu wanajuana bana. Alijuaje? Anauliza alijuaje kama huyo ni mrogi? Unajua watu wanajuananga, ni kama mkorino akiona mkorino mwingine. Wanajuana kwa vilemba. So
that's true. There are places they meet.
There are places they meet. These people know each other. Uwezi sema mtu ni mrogi na una ushahidi. Lazima kuna mahali mlikutana ama alionekana.
Ama they are competing for business in that industry.
Okay. Sawa. Lady and gentlemen, Stone PK amesema amedrop, so Stone PK tutaonana kesho. I was once a pastor and always a pastor. Okay, Tony Maina msema alikuwa mchungaji. Asanteni sana kwa kuwa hapa today. We have hit the 11th hour 19 minutes na 50 something seconds, inaendelea karibu 11:20. So we want to remind you to subscribe to Motivate TV so that now hit notification button tukienda live. Utatumiwa ujumbe ya kwamba show imeanza. Na kesho kama vile tumesema hapa, tutakuwa na show ambayo baadaye katika the tail end of the show we will have Mise and his team talking about opportunities in Canada. So if you are interested, tafadhali kuja na maswali ambayo utataka yajibiwe. Perhaps you might not get an opportunity to come into the studio live, but we will always try as much as possible to address, to give Mise an opportunity to address those questions directly from the comment section. So kuja na maswali yako kama unataka kujua kitu chochote kuhusiana na immigration to Canada. Mise anatuambia there are so many opportunities, so many, kuna nyingi sana. Kwa hivyo kesho kuja usikie ile kitu ambayo unaweza fanya ili uweze kubadilisha. Lakini kama unatosheka na mambo ambayo Kenya Kwanza inafanya huko, ni sawa tu. you'll still have an opportunity to listen to what we have tomorrow. So kwa hayo machache, I wish you all a good day. Anasema Kiro, anasema good to see you Makiadi, Julia and Missy. Asante sana Kiro. We are still here. We also will try to make sure that the show tomorrow is beneficial to everybody. So make sure you give yourself at least masaa ya asubuhi Kenyan time. Tumesema Canada ikiwa saa 4 usiku, Kenya itakuwa kitu saa 12 saa 12 asubuhi. So kuanzia saa 12 asubuhi, kama unataka ku have the whole show, kuja saa 12. Kama unachelewa kidogo, basi saa 1 pia itakuwa ni mzuri. Alafu Kiroa anasema Julia speak on technical trainer, TVET trainers. Okay, huyo ni kama anauliza mambo ya walimu. Niliona mise kwa meeting usiku mahali, hiyo sijui ni gani. Sawa Kiroho, kuja na swali yako kesho. Ulete swali yako hapa, Misi atajibu. We hope you'll find the information resourceful. And with that, I hope my sister Julia and my brother Misi have nothing more to add. Unless Julia kuna kitu nimesahau.
Hapana, watu wakalale.
Okay, sawa basi. Thank you so much guys. Thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow. Majaliwa ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Usiku mwema, mchana mwema, and enjoy your time.
Good night.